Zhang Yang traversed to another realm, encountering the ethereal Shui Bai, who was afflicted by a peculiar poison. Zhang Yang exclaimed, "Fair maiden, please maintain your dignity. I am a man of integrity." Yet, as he continued, "Do not act thus, for if you persist, I may cease to resist." After aiding the maiden in alleviating her poison, she revealed her feelings and made a 3-year pact with Zhang Yang. Thus began his invincible journey, conquering all that lay before him. Chapter 1. The Maiden and My Integrity. How exquisite, how pure. Zhang Yang gazed in astonishment at the scene before him. A woman stood there, draped in a shroud of pristine white. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that her alabaster skin was adorned with a rosy blush, and her enchanting visage bore an unsettling hint of desire within her depths. A celestial being. This was Zhang Yang's initial impression of her. He had never encountered such beauty. "What brings you here, fair maiden?" Zhang Yang could not help but swallow hard. No sooner had he spoken than the maiden, seemingly losing her composure, lunged towards him, pinning him to the ground and tearing at his garments. "Please, maintain your decorum. I am a respectable man," Zhang Yang protested. Yet, the maiden, as if driven by primal instinct, growled, "I crave ecstasy." Zhang Yang was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a wild side from one so ethereal. "Alas, fair maiden," just one time he stammered, only to find his words silenced. Soon, he felt his spirit soar beyond the earthly realm. How could a man falter at such a critical moment? Outside the cave, the river flowed with unusual ferocity, while flowers along the banks, nourished by the sun, were poised to bloom, revealing their delicate petals. "I am utterly exhausted," Zhang Yang murmured as he awakened from a night of tumultuous endeavors. Upon opening his eyes, he found that the celestial maiden had already donned her attire, observing him with a gaze that oscillated between complexity and coolness, as if she were deliberating on a significant decision. Sensing impending trouble, Zhang Yang hastily clarified, "You must understand, I was compelled last night. I attempted to resist." "Enough," she retorted, her face flushed with indignation. The memories of the previous night lingered vividly in her mind, and certain parts of her still ached from the fervor of their encounter. She brandished a sword, pressing it against Zhang Yang's forehead. A mere inch further would seal his fate. "Do not act rashly. Let us discuss this calmly," Zhang Yang implored, his expression frozen in trepidation as he gently nudged the sword away, reluctant to meet his demise. "Last night, I was poisoned by a nefarious individual, which led to such absurd behavior," the maiden sighed. "I understand. It is quite all right. You need not feel responsible," Zhang Yang replied earnestly, nodding vigorously. Upon hearing this, her expression twitched slightly, but she suppressed the urge to strike him and added, as compensation, "I can assist in activating the small cauldron upon your chest. It appears to be a valuable artifact." Her knowledge of the cauldron stemmed from their earlier encounter. With a graceful gesture, she directed a beam of light into the cauldron, and Zhang Yang was astonished to witness it emanate a soft glow. Having completed this, she prepared to depart. "What is your name, fair maiden?" he inquired. "Hu Jian," she replied, her voice like the sweetest melody. "I shall take responsibility for you," Zhang Yang asserted. Hu Jian's form quivered slightly, and she turned to face him, her gaze now laden with even greater complexity. "If you truly wish to take responsibility, come find me at Transcending in 2 years. They will be recruiting disciples then." Hu Jian hesitated before saying, "Rest assured, I shall certainly be there," Zhang Yang declared with unwavering resolve. "Then you must hasten. In 3 years, I am to marry the Tishu and Holy Son. Should you lack the strength to defeat him," though she did not finish her sentence, her expression revealed her disdain for the Holy Son. "What nonsense! I shall personally trample him beneath my feet and claim you as my bride," Zhang Yang proclaimed with determination. "Then I shall await your arrival." Hu Jian smiled, her grin illuminating the cave like the first rays of dawn. Unwilling to dishearten Zhang Yang, she understood that Transcending was a super sect in the central region, and 2 years was a fleeting moment. She doubted whether Zhang Yang would even meet the qualifications to partake in the entrance examination. Zhang Yang wished to say more, but Hu Jian had vanished from the cave. He stood there, staring into the void where she had been, suddenly pondering an important question. Where was Transcending? Shaking his head, he set aside his thoughts of the sect for the moment, realizing he needed to confront the most pressing issue at hand. According to his memories, he had traversed into a realm known as Hungdol, where strength reigned supreme. In this place, power granted one access to wealth, beauty, and authority. The original owner of this body belonged to one of the four prominent families of Qingjianshan City, the only bloodline of the Zhang family who had ventured forth to assist his fiancée, Yhngish, in seeking a spirit herb to elevate her cultivation. However, while the herb was indeed found, the original owner fell prey to a beast attack, ultimately succumbing to fatal injuries. After seizing the spirit herb, Yhngish coldly remarked, "Your value has diminished, go die in peace," before departing and leaving him alone in the Beast Mountain range. Even now, he could vividly recall the original owner's feelings of resentment and despair in his final moments. "Fear not, I shall deal with that wretched woman," Zhang Yang murmured, empathizing with the plight of the former owner. At that moment, the small cauldron upon his chest, which had been emitting a faint glow, erupted in a blinding radiance. In an instant, Zhang Yang found himself enveloped in a chaotic world. Where am I? He wondered, surveying his surroundings with a look of bewilderment. "You have finally arrived. I was on the verge of perishing." An ancient voice echoed through the space, ethereal and uncertain. "Who goes there?" Realm levels. Entry martial, martial artist, martial warrior, martial master, great martial master, martial sect, martial soul, martial general, martial commander, martial marquis, martial king, martial lord, martial emperor, martial sovereign, martial saint, martial god. Cultivation techniques: sacred, heavenly, profound, and mortal, further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. Entry, grand accomplishment, perfection. Beast levels: 1st to 9th rank, further classified into initial, middle, and advanced tiers. Weapon levels: law artifact, spirit artifact, treasure artifact, spirit treasure, ancient spirit treasure, Shantian spirit treasure, immortal artifact, divine artifact, Tao artifact. Alchemist levels: 1st to 9th rank. Alchemical purity levels: inferior, medium, superior, and supreme. Chapter 2. The unfortunately Zhang Yang cautiously surveyed his surroundings, feeling an unsettling chill run down his spine. Had he stumbled into something sinister? At that moment, a phantom coalesced, appearing somewhat ethereal and elusive. "I have little time. I shall assist you in awakening the chaotic holy body," the apparition declared, pointing a finger, directing a surge of energy into Zhang Yang's body. Zhang Yang barely had time to register the event before he sensed a cataclysmic transformation occurring within him, an experience both wondrous and inscrutable. Soon, however, the tumultuous change subsided. "By the heavens, I have attained the martial artist realm," he exclaimed, astonishment etched across his face. From his memories, he recalled that he had previously only been at the second layer of entry martial, and for an ordinary individual to ascend to the martial artist realm would typically require at least 2 years of dedicated effort. Even Qingjianshan City's most gifted Qyngmng had taken half a year to achieve such a breakthrough. Yet, he had accomplished it in an instant. How utterly absurd. "What is the chaotic holy body?" Zhang Yang inquired, puzzled. The chaotic holy body, also known as the celestial body, is the most formidable physique in the annals of Hungdol. Once fully developed, it embodies an unbeatable existence. Only one individual in the entire history of Hungdol has ever possessed such a body, the Phantom elucidated. "Could it be you?" Zhang Yang asked, his heart racing with excitement. "You guessed correctly. I am the first generation of the Chaos Saint body, and you are the second generation. Each emergence of the Chaos Saint body is born to confront calamity, signifying that darkness and turmoil will soon envelop this realm. You must seize the time to cultivate diligently," the shadow elucidated. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang was taken aback and immediately replied, "Then let someone else awaken the Chaos Saint body. I cannot bear this burden of fate. I am on the brink of demise, and you still chatter on. My time is limited. Explore the Chaos Cauldron on your own. However, you must remember, the Chaos Cauldron is a primordial artifact birthed at the dawn of the universe. Do not expose it lightly before powerful beings, or else. What? Complete your thought before vanishing." Zhang Yang watched as the shadow dissipated, feeling a deep sense of loss for missing critical information. "This first generation of the Chaos Saint body feels like a lecherous old man," Zhang Yang muttered, shaking his head, before exiting the chaos space. Upon leaving the chaos space, he meticulously examined the small cauldron hanging from his chest, but after a while, he found nothing of significance. Just as he was on the verge of despair, he recalled the method of blood recognition and promptly dripped a drop of his blood onto the cauldron. A chaotic mist enveloped the cauldron, lifting it into the air, while fragmented information began to surface in Zhang Yang's mind. Ah, so the chaos cauldron is currently in a damaged state. No wonder it appears so dark and ordinary, much like a typical iron cauldron. Fortunately, some of its functions are still operational, Zhang Yang murmured, and he exited the cave. Outside the cave, the sun shone brightly. It was midday. I shall seek out a fierce beast to test my current strength, Zhang Yang pondered, making his way into the depths of the forest. Before long, he encountered a large gray wolf, towering at twice Zhang Yang's height, a first-tier low-level beast known as Huitai. Is it this beast? Zhang Yang was somewhat surprised, as his previous incarnation had been ambushed and injured by this very wolf. The moment Huitai spotted Zhang Yang, it lunged at him with lightning speed despite its massive size. Truly cunning, Zhang Yang cursed, brandishing the chaos cauldron and striking down upon the wolf's head. Bang! Huitai skull shattered upon impact with the cauldron, meeting a gruesome demise before Zhang Yang. Is it really this weak? Zhang Yang questioned, feeling perplexed. In his memories, a first-tier low-level beast was much sturdier than a human, and even a third-level martial artist would flee at the sight of one. Yet, he had merely struck it once with the cauldron, and Huitai lay dead. I shall try without the cauldron next time, Zhang Yang murmured, proceeding to dissect the wolf to retrieve its beast core and fur. Both the beast core and fur were valuable commodities. Suddenly, Zhang Yang had a thought and glanced at the chaos cauldron. I wonder if it can refine the beast core? With that, he tossed the core into the cauldron. In mere moments, a drop of milky liquid emerged from the cauldron, exuding a faintly sweet aroma. What is this? Zhang Yang pondered, cautiously tasting it. It's pleasantly tangy and sweet, he remarked in surprise, before swallowing the liquid whole. In the next instant, he felt a surge of pure energy entering his body, coalescing within his dantian. Zhang Yang's face lit up with joy. Typically, a beast core required a skilled alchemist to refine it and remove impurities before it could be consumed. However, this process often disrupted the energy balance within the core, significantly diminishing its efficacy. Despite this, even refined cores remained among the most sought-after materials for human cultivators. The drop he had ingested was evidently more refined and potent than a typical core. I must find another beast to test, Zhang Yang exclaimed excitedly, spotting an abandoned iron sword on the ground, which he picked up along with the wolf's pelt. Soon, Zhang Yang encountered another Huitai. Armed with the iron sword, he charged at the beast, dispatching it with just 2 swift strikes. The chaos saint body truly is remarkable, Zhang Yang shouted with exhilaration. Realizing the elder's words held truth, the chaos body was indeed an invincible constitution. In the following hours, Zhang Yang specifically sought out first-tier low-level beasts to slay, reveling in his newfound prowess. Within half a day, he achieved a breakthrough to the 2nd level of martial arts. It's time to depart. After slaying his final beast and expertly extracting its core and pelt, Zhang Yang prepared to leave. As he wandered through the woods, his ears perked up at the sound of clapping. It seemed familiar, reminiscent of a sound he had vaguely heard in the cave. Zhang Yang swiftly approached the source of the sound, soon spotting a pair of snow-white figures entwined in the woods. Li Feng. The man was Li Feng, a member of the Li family, one of the 4 prominent families in Qingshan City. Previously, he had bullied Zhang Yang's predecessor, leaving him with numerous wounds. What a delightful scene you two create, frolicking in the woods under broad daylight. Are you not worried about catching a chill? Zhang Yang called out loudly that he did so intentionally. The sudden voice startled Li Feng, causing his bravado to evaporate in an instant. How dare you interrupt my moment? I'll kill you. Li Feng's rage flared upon recognizing Zhang Yang, and he hastily donned his clothes and charged at him. Little did he know, the Zhang Yang before him was no longer the same victim he once tormented. Bang! Caught off guard by his own anger, Li Feng barely had time to react before Zhang Yang delivered a powerful kick. Crack! The sound of a breaking egg echoed, indicating that the pain was not limited to one instance. Overwhelmed by agony, Li Feng collapsed to one knee, curling up in a fetal position, his expression contorted with anguish. Zhang Yang, I want you dead. Li Feng roared, but in his fervor, he inadvertently injured himself further, writhing in pain. Zhang Yang ignored him and turned his attention to the woman, who had hastily dressed but could not conceal her three-layered figure. Zhang Yang couldn't help but marvel. Li Feng truly is a formidable character. Maintaining composure, even under such pressure, I find myself somewhat impressed. As Zhang Yang mused, the woman trembled, eyeing him as though he might covet her beauty. Seeing her reaction, Zhang Yang felt exasperated and said, "Rest assured you will always belong to Li Feng. However, he might need urgent medical attention otherwise. Your future happiness may be at stake." With that, Zhang Yang turned and departed. This individual was Zhang Yang's grandfather, Zhang Qingshan, the patriarch of the Zhang family. "I went to the Beast Mountain Range for some training," Zhang Yang replied softly. "What? You, a mere second-level martial artist, dared to venture into the Beast Mountain Range for training? You want to give me a heart attack?" Zhang Qingshan was instantly enraged, rising to strike Zhang Yang. "Grandfather, don't be agitated. Look, I'm perfectly fine," Zhang Yang exclaimed, swiftly dodging. The Zhang family had only Zhang Yang as its sole heir should he perish. Would Zhang Qingshan have to bear the burden of starting anew? In the family hall, an extraordinary scene unfolded, with the venerable patriarch chasing his grandson around, preparing to strike him. "Master, Patriarch Yu Ping has come to pay a visit with his granddaughter." A guard burst into the hall, momentarily taken aback upon witnessing the condition of Zhang Qingshan and Zhang Yang. "It is that vile woman." Upon hearing this, a cold expression emerged on Zhang Yang's face. Chapter 3. Lan Luofei. Moments later, Yu Ping arrived in the grand hall with Yu Hongshi. Upon seeing Zhang Yang, Yu Hongshi's face displayed a fleeting expression of surprise, which she promptly concealed. "What brings the Yu family here today?" Zhang Qingshan inquired with a smile, noting that the two families had previously entered into a marriage pact, thus establishing a semblance of kinship. Yu Ping's countenance betrayed hesitation. The Yu family had thrived under the support of the Zhang family, and now, to come and withdraw from the engagement felt somewhat unutterable. Observing this, Zhang Yang could not help but smirk inwardly, having surmised the purpose of their visit. Noticing her grandfather's discomfort, Yu Hongshi boldly produced the marriage certificate from his possession, declaring, "We are here to annul the engagement." Bang! "What did you say?" Zhang Qingshan slammed the table, rising abruptly, his face flushed with anger. "The Yu family intends to nullify this marriage pact. We have merely come to inform you," Yu Hongshi stated firmly. "You insolent wretch. A marriage pact cannot simply be discarded at your whim." Zhang Qingshan's face darkened, his gaze shifting towards Yu Ping. Yu Ping, feeling the pressure, averted his eyes, realizing the inappropriateness of the situation. "I have already been favored by an elder of the Shaoxian sect, and shall soon be joining them. Zhang Yang is unworthy of me," Yu Hongshi scoffed, her arrogance rendering Zhang Qingshan inconsequential. As Zhang Qingshan prepared to respond, Zhang Yang interjected, "Bring forth the marriage certificate." Yu Hongshi handed it over, and Zhang Yang, without hesitation, tore it to shreds. "What do you mean by this?" Yu Hongshi exclaimed in anger. "It signifies that I have no interest in you. Be gone and cease to be a nuisance," Zhang Yang retorted. "You worthless fool, how dare you tear the marriage certificate? This does not prove our engagement is dissolved." Yu Hongshi's expression darkened. "Rest assured, by tomorrow everyone shall know of our annulment," Zhang Yang replied, leaning closer to whisper in her ear, "I will not forget what transpired in the Yaoshu mountain range. We will settle this score in due time." He then stepped back, commanding, "See them out." He cast a calm glance at the guards. "You think you can come after me for retribution? If you dare, come to the Shaoxian sect and face me," Yu Hongshi replied disdainfully, leaving the Zhang family with an air of arrogance alongside Yu Ping. "Yanger, what are you planning to do?" Zhang Qingshan asked with concern, aware of his grandson's affection for Yu Hongshi. "Grandfather, spread the word in Qingshan City that I have divorced Yu Hongshi," Zhang Yang replied with a smile, his spirits unaffected by the incident. Compared to Hua Jinyan, Yu Hongshi is utterly insignificant. Zhang Qingshan's eyes gleamed. Zhang Yang's idea was indeed astute, and he immediately dispatched someone to spread the news. "I heard yesterday that Yu Hongshi experienced some fortuitous event, suddenly advancing 2 levels in her cultivation to reach martial artist level 8, and now she has caught the eye of the Shaoxian sect." Zhang Qingshan remarked with a frown. What does her sudden advancement matter? I will certainly join the Shaoxian sect, and I will settle the score with her gradually. Zhang Yang thought with a cold smile, knowing her progress was due to that spirit herb. Oh, by the way, the Shaoxian sect recruitment examination will commence in a month, but with your current level, you may not have much hope. Zhang Qingshan sighed. Although pleased with Zhang Yang's change in demeanor, he was still aware of his grandson's pitiful cultivation level. Rest assured, grandfather, I will surely pass the examination, Zhang Yang declared with a smile before departing the Zhang family home. His primary aim in joining the Shaoxian sect was to ascertain the whereabouts of the Taishan sect and to confront Yu Hongshi. This boy, who was once timid, has returned from the Yaoshou mountain range transformed into a figure of confidence, Zhang Qingshan mused, perplexed by the stark contrast in his grandson's demeanor. After leaving the Zhang family, Zhang Yang headed straight to the Zhenbaoge. Unlike the four great families, Zhenbaoge possessed a formidable overall strength. Shopkeeper, do you accept beast skins? Zhang Yang inquired at the counter. We accept all that you bring. The shopkeeper replied with a smile. Zhang Yang then produced 20 high-quality beast skins. How much can these sell for? He asked. The shopkeeper's eyes widened at the sight of the skins. These were all from first-tier demon beasts, and collectively, they could fetch approximately 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. 500 low-grade spirit stones, the shopkeeper declared, his eyes glimmering with greed. He felt emboldened to offer this price. Having recognized Zhang Yang and eager to exploit the opportunity to take advantage of him, given his reputation as a coward. I refuse to sell, Zhang Yang replied coldly, aware of the true value of the skins. What do you mean? Zhang Yang frowned. These skins are mine now. Take your spirit stones and leave. The shopkeeper scoffed, tossing a pouch of spirit stones at Zhang Yang with disdain. A blatant robbery? Zhang Yang narrowed his eyes, a murderous intent brewing within him. Throw him out. The shopkeeper commanded, dismissing Zhang Yang. This was Zhenbaoge, and not just anyone could cause a ruckus here. Even members of the four great families were treated with respect. In moments, several guards from Zhenbaoge rushed in, and Zhang Yang noticed that one of them was a martial artist level expert, highlighting the wealth of Zhenbaoge. Just as the guards were about to seize Zhang Yang, he coldly snorted and engaged them in combat. With swift movements, he dispatched all the guards with apparent ease. How can this be? The shopkeeper was alarmed. He had believed Zhang Yang to be a mere waste, having only reached the second level of martial artist at 16 years of age. The reality before him compelled him to question the veracity of those rumors. Bang! Zhang Yang delivered a punch to the shopkeeper, sending him crashing to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. Who dares to cause a disturbance in my Zhenbaoge? A captivating voice resonated from deep within the establishment. Zhang Yang turned to see a woman in a flowing purple gauze dress emerge, her fair legs subtly visible with each graceful step. This woman is truly enchanting. Her attire is utterly captivating, Zhang Yang thought, unable to suppress his admiration. He recognized her as Lan Luo Fei, the master of Zhenbaoge, a formidable figure indeed. You had better explain why you have resorted to violence in my Zhenbaoge, or no one will be able to save you, Lan Luo Fei stated, her alluring visage now tinged with a hint of coldness. Chapter 4. The black gold sword that would require an inquiry with the staff of Zhenbaoge. Zhang Yang replied unflinchingly. Lan Luo Fei's brows furrowed slightly as she summoned the guards outside to gather information regarding the situation. Meanwhile, a crowd had amassed outside Zhenbaoge, drawn by the commotion within. Master Lan remains as alluring as ever, truly a source of endless speculation, the onlookers murmured. I see you are courting death. Have you not heard the rumor that men who become close to Lan Luo Fei rarely survive beyond 3 years? It is said she drains them dry. You too are seeking death. If Master Lan hears you, beware of being castrated. I must say, Zhang Yang has quite the audacity to cause a ruckus in Zhenbaoge. Indeed, I remember him as a timid boy. I wonder what has happened to provoke such a change. With a grandson like Zhang Yang, the Zhang family is bound to face ruin, given Lan Luo Fei's temperament. She will not let him off easily. The men outside Zhenbaoge exchanged whispers. Lan Luo Fei quickly gathered the facts from the guards and surveyed the throng gathered outside. Take the shopkeeper away and deal with him according to the rules of the establishment, she commanded. Upon hearing her words, the prostrate shopkeeper trembled, struggling to rise as he knelt in supplication. Master, I was wrong. Please spare me. Zhenbaoge's rules are notoriously ruthless, and he is acutely aware that should he truly be dragged down, his life would be in jeopardy. However, his pleas fell on deaf ears, and he was unceremoniously hauled away by the guards, with cries for mercy reverberating from the depths of Zhenbaoge. In an attempt to smooth things over, Lan Luofei charmingly offered, "Consider the 500 inferior spirit stones a gift from Zhenbaoge, while the price of these beast pelts can be discussed separately. What do you think?" Her voice was enchanting, sending shivers down Zhang Yang's spine. What a captivating enchantress. Thankfully, Zhang Yang had watched countless films from Blue Star, encompassing both Western and Eastern cinema, leaving him impervious to Lan Luofei's wiles. "No thanks, I cannot afford to provoke Zhenbaoge," Zhang Yang stated, preparing to depart with the beast pelt in hand. Lan Luofei's expression shifted slightly. As a merchant, reputation was paramount, and she knew that his departure would undoubtedly tarnish Zhenbaoge's name. "Wait a moment, little brother. Accompany your sister to the second floor. I shall freely gift you something you desire," she called out, realizing that she needed to make a concession this time. Zhang Yang paused, casting a wary glance at Lan Luofei. "Are you certain you're offering me a gift and not harboring ulterior motives? Rest assured, with so many eyes upon us, how could I entertain such thoughts?" Lan Luofei replied, leading Zhang Yang towards the second floor, secretly impressed by his caution given his youth. As Zhang Yang ascended the stairs, he initially assumed that Lan Luofei would seek to resolve the situation with him directly for the sake of Zhenbaoge's reputation. To his surprise, she was offering compensation instead. Being alone together on the second floor posed a significant risk. Lan Luofei, in her prime, clearly intended to ensnare Zhang Yang. Poor boy, so young and yet already facing such exploitation. Onlookers outside gazed in astonishment as Zhang Yang and Lan Luofei ascended, while she appeared alluringly seductive on the surface. Those in the know recognized her as a formidable character, worthy of her position as the head of Zhenbaoge. "What would you like, little brother? Choose freely." Lan Luofei cooed. Zhang Yang, ever vigilant, responded, "Are you truly allowing me to choose?" "Of course, sister's word is her bond," she assured him. With that, Zhang Yang proceeded to select items on the second floor without hesitation. It was evident that the wares on the second floor far surpassed those on the first. While the first floor catered to average cultivators, the second floor showcased treasures for the affluent and powerful. Zhang Yang was dazzled by the array of items, but was ultimately drawn to a sword. This sword, entirely black, appeared unremarkable. Yet Zhang Yang found himself inexplicably fond of it. "I want this sword," he declared, grasping in his hand, a chilling sensation coursing through his palm. "Little brother, your taste is impeccable. This sword is named He Jin Jian, a medium-grade spirit weapon. However, it is rather peculiar and exceedingly heavy, making it impractical for most to wield in combat. Perhaps you should consider a different weapon." Lan Luofei laughed. "Medium-grade spirit weapon." Zhang Yang was astounded. Once a weapon reached the spirit weapon classification, cultivators could infuse their own spiritual energy into it, significantly enhancing their combat prowess. Spirit weapons were far more precious and costly than ordinary magical artifacts. His grandfather wielded a low-grade spirit weapon, the sole one in the entire Zhang family, regarded as their treasured heirloom. As for the weight Lan Luofei mentioned, Zhang Yang felt no discomfort. "I will take the He Jin Jian," he said, caressing the sword with affection. "Since you are so determined, I shall not dissuade you further," Lan Luofei replied, knowing that the He Jin Jian had been gathering dust for quite some time without any interest. Zhang Yang presented the beast pelts and the 500 inferior spirit stones to her, inquiring, "How much for this He Jin Jian?" "These beast pelts should offset some of the cost. The He Jin Jian is priced at 30,000 inferior spirit stones. I fear your stones may fall short." Lan Luofei chuckled. "Farewell." As Zhang Yang turned to leave, Lan Luofei observed his retreating figure with keen interest, pondering. "This lad from the Zhang family hardly resembles the waste that rumors suggest. He is more enigmatic than I anticipated." Zhang Yang opened a sword manual, discovering it to be a yellow-grade, medium-level sword technique, the highest tier currently within the Zhang family's repertoire, known as the PL sword technique. The most notable feature of the PL sword technique was its astonishing speed. Once mastered, one could unleash 3 consecutive thrusts in a remarkably brief period. "This manual aligns perfectly with my He Jin Jian," Zhang Yang mused, subsequently immersing himself in training the technique within the courtyard. Merely an hour later, Zhang Yang thrust the He Jin Jian at a massive stone, unleashing 2 successive strikes with such speed that afterimages appeared, easily penetrating the stone's surface. Did grandfather not say that the PL sword technique is exceedingly difficult to master? He spent decades achieving perfection. While I have reached a high level in just 1 hour, Zhang Yang pondered, withdrawing the He Jin Jian from the stone with a hint of confusion. Now that I am a second-level martial artist, combined with the He Jin Jian, I believe I could contend with a fifth-level martial artist, and even escape unscathed from a sixth-level martial artist, provided they are not exceptionally gifted, Zhang Yang murmured, a smile creeping onto his face. Master, trouble is brewing. Clan leader Li and his 2 sons are here to cause you trouble. The master instructs you to find a place to hide. A guard rushed into Zhang Yang's courtyard. Panic etched across his face. I understand, Zhang Yang replied, his expression turning cold as he proceeded towards the main hall. Master, the main entrance is not that way, the guard shouted, alarmed to see Zhang Yang heading towards the door. Just as he reached the entrance, he could hear the heated argument from within the hall. Hand over your grandson, Zhang Qingshan. He shattered my grandson's egg. This matter cannot stand. Li Yunshang's furious voice boomed from inside, referring to his grandson, Li Feng. Enough of your nonsense. Zhang Yang is merely a second-level martial artist. How could he possibly possess the strength to shatter your grandson's egg? If you wish to cause trouble for the Zhang family, at least present a more suitable reason. Zhang Qingshan retorted vehemently. Li Yunshang faltered, realizing that his anger had clouded his judgment. Are you certain your grandson's egg was shattered by Zhang Yang? He inquired, turning to Li Feng. It's him. He ambushed me when I was unprepared. Otherwise, how could this waste have possibly struck me? I demand a life-and-death duel with this bastard. Li Feng's legs clamped tightly together, the fury aggravating his injury, causing his face to contort in pain. Are you sure it was an ambush, or did you inadvertently provoke me into kicking you? Zhang Yang's voice rang out as he strode into the hall. Zhang Qingshan's expression changed. While Li Feng erupted with curses, spare me your words. I have come today to settle this matter with a life-and-death duel. You will agree to it whether you want to or not. This is the Zhang family. It is not your place to behave so recklessly. Zhang Qingshan slammed his hand on the table, rising in indignation. Your grandson has already admitted to shattering my grandson's egg. This life-and-death duel must proceed. Should you refuse, it will be interpreted as a declaration of war against my Li family. Li Yunshang declared coldly, confident that his grandson could easily eliminate Zhang Yang. Let us fight. I'm not afraid of you. Zhang Qingshan retorted defiantly, showing no signs of backing down. I accept the life-and-death duel. Zhang Yang interjected suddenly, his voice cutting through the tension. You foolish boy, are you out of your mind? Zhang Qingshan exclaimed, shocked by Zhang Yang's level of skill. Ha ha ha, splendid. A true hero emerges in youth. Li Yunshang exclaimed, surprised that Zhang Yang would agree to a duel with so little chance of victory, realizing that while Zhang Qingshan had been a hero, his grandson was a foolhardy bear. Let us go. Li Feng rejoiced inwardly, finally seizing the opportunity for revenge, as he limped toward the Zhang family courtyard. Zhang Yang cast a reassuring glance at Zhang Qingshan before also making his way into the courtyard. I shall clarify in advance that, regardless of life or death, neither party shall seek retribution against the other's family, Zhang Yang proclaimed. Upon hearing this, Li Yunshan chuckled, appreciating Zhang Yang's consideration for the Li family. In stark contrast, Zhang Qingshan furrowed his brows, remaining silent. Zhang Qingshan, did you hear that? This is your grandson's declaration. I hope you will honor it, Li Yunshan remarked. What audacity! Zhang Qingshan retorted angrily, though he was already calculating his next move. Should Li Feng fail to eliminate Zhang Yang with a single strike, he would immediately interrupt the duel and concede. Although this would plunge the Zhang family into a maelstrom of public opinion, he could not afford any mishap. The Zhang family had only this one scion left. Let the contest commence, Zhang Yunshan said with a relaxed demeanor, a stark contrast to the tense expression of Zhang Qingshan. Today, I shall allow you to experience the agony of shattered dreams before you find yourself bereft of hope. Li Feng's face twisted into a cruel smile as he unsheathed his sword. In the next instant, his expression froze. The black blade had pierced his forehead, a stream of blood trickling down as terror engulfed his features. Fool, engaging in idle chatter during a life-and-death battle, you deserve this fate. Zhang Yang scoffed, swiftly withdrawing his blade, leaving Li Feng to collapse on the ground. The arena fell into a profound silence. Ha ha, well done. Not long after, Zhang Qingshan emerged from his stupor, astonished that Zhang Yang had slain Li Feng with a single stroke. Contrasting Zhang Qingshan's laughter, Li Yunshan's countenance darkened. He had been prepared to witness Zhang Qingshan's despair, yet it was he who ended up grieving. I seek a life-and-death duel with you, Zhang Yang. Dare you accept? Li Xian, who had remained silent until now, interjected. Li Xian was Li Feng's elder brother and the most formidable youth of the Li clan, having already attained the 6th level of martial prowess. Is your Li family never satisfied? Zhang Qingshan fumed. If Zhang Yang agrees to the duel, and should Li Xian lose, our Li family is willing to relinquish a mining vein, Li Yinshan stated with a grim gaze. A mining vein? Zhang Qingshan's expression shifted in shock. A mining vein was the lifeblood of a great family, an unending source of wealth. The 4 prominent families each operated mining veins, and he was taken aback that the Li family would offer such a substantial price to eliminate Zhang Yang. I accept. 3 days hence, at the center of Qingshan City, I shall await you, Zhang Yang declared. It is settled then. Li Xian smirked, pleased with Zhang Yang's acceptance, and departed with Li Yinshan. Enraged by Zhang Yang's unilateral decision to engage in a life-and-death duel, Zhang Qingshan stormed forward and delivered a beating. You insolent boy! I shall teach you a lesson. He bellowed, fists flying. Grandfather, allow me to explain. Zhang Yang pleaded, shielding his head. Explain what? Li Xian is at the 6th level of martial prowess. Your actions clearly signal a desire to sever the Zhang family's lineage. Zhang Qingshan's ire escalated, his strikes growing fiercer. Rest assured, I will certainly defeat Li Xian. Zhang Yang insisted, breaking free from Zhang Qingshan's grasp. What is your current level? How can you not even perceive my strength? Zhang Qingshan demanded. I am currently at the 2nd level of martial prowess. With further training, I shall soon reach the 3rd level, Zhang Yang replied. What? Zhang Qingshan was taken aback. When had his grandson reached the 2nd level? However, considering Zhang Yang's ability to slay Li Feng, he realized Zhang Yang was not lying. Being perceptive, Zhang Qingshan quickly deduced that Zhang Yang must have encountered some fortuitous event. Otherwise, such a transformation would be inexplicable. What grade is your sword? Zhang Qingshan inquired, having noticed the sword's exceptional quality. It is a medium-grade spirit weapon, Zhang Yang responded. What? You insolent child, speak the truth. Where did you acquire this sword? Zhang Qingshan demanded. Visibly agitated, it was well known that the Zhang family's ancestral treasure was merely a low-grade spirit weapon. Yet, Zhang Yang had suddenly produced a medium-grade spirit weapon, superior even to that of the clan leader. It was given to me by Lan Luofei, Zhang Yang explained. Zhang Qingshan's expression turned grave upon hearing this, and he immediately began to examine Zhang Yang's well-being. Stay away from that woman. There are rumors in Qingshan City that no man who gets close to her has lived beyond 3 years. Do not believe or spread rumors, Zhang Yang retorted. Zhang Qingshan kicked Zhang Yang in the rear, scolding, enough of your nonsense. You are still young and need to ensure the continuation of the Zhang family line. I do not wish for you to be drained by that woman at such a tender age. Chapter 6 Seeking Help from Lan Luofei, Returning to the Demon Beast Mountains. If I kill Li Xian, will the Li and Qi families unite to take revenge against us? Zhang Yang asked, his greatest fear now being this very scenario. He was aware that the relationship between the Qi, Li, and Zhang families had always been strained, but had never escalated to a united front against the Zhang family. The primary reason for this was the Li family's unwillingness, for if the Zhang family were to fall, the Qi family would dominate Qingshan City. There is indeed a possibility. Zhang Qingshan replied, his brow furrowed at Zhang Yang's words. Grandfather, I shall be stepping out for a while, Zhang Yang stated before leaving the Zhang residence. Zhang Qingshan made no effort to stop him. He understood that he needed to prepare in advance after Zhang Yang's warning. After departing the Zhang family, Zhang Yang went directly to the Zhenbao Pavilion, where he sought out Lan Luofei through the newly appointed manager. What brings you to me, little brother? Lan Luofei languidly reclined in her chair, her alluring figure on full display. Is there a pill that can help my grandfather swiftly break through to the 6th level of martial prowess? Zhang Yang inquired. He understood that his grandfather had been stuck at this level for quite some time. If he could break through, it would provide some safety in case of unforeseen events. The Bafang pill can assist your grandfather in breaking through smoothly, but it comes at a steep price, Lan Luofei replied. How many spirit stones are required? Zhang Yang asked. Each pill costs 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. Given your grandfather's age, he will need to replenish his vitality, so it is best to take 2 at once. Lan Luofei explained. So expensive. Zhang Yang had anticipated a high cost, but he was taken aback at the price for 2 pills. Please reserve them for me. I will return to purchase them, Zhang Yang said, realizing he would need to hunt more demon beasts in the Demon Beast Mountains to gather the necessary spirit stones. Lan Pavilion Master, I have a request. Please consider it. Zhang Yang began. What is it? Lan Luofei responded. In the event that my Zhang family faces a crisis in the future, would you be willing to lend your assistance? Zhang Yang asked. He recognized that within Qingshan City, Lan Luofei was not only powerful, but also had a formidable background. She was the safest ally to have. You are quite bold to set your sights on your elder sister, Lan Luofei teased. The Jinbao Pavilion typically maintained neutrality and refrained from engaging in the internal disputes of Qingshan City. Such a beautiful and captivating sister. I believe you would not wish to see your little brother being bullied, Zhang Yang replied with a grin. You are quite sweet-tongued for one so young, Lan Luofei laughed. I would not be opposed to assisting you, but you must agree to one condition, she continued. What condition? Zhang Yang asked, puzzled. We shall discuss it once you pass the admission assessment for the Shaoshuan Zone. If you cannot pass, then I will be unable to assist you, Lan Luofei stated. Rest assured, I will certainly succeed, Zhang Yang asserted confidently. Do not be so certain. As far as I know, Shaoshuan Zone only admits 3 individuals from Qingshan City. And of those 3, 2 spots have already been taken by Yu Hongshi and Qi Yangming. Only 1 spot remains, Lan Luofei informed him. Zhang Yang was taken aback. He had assumed Yu Hongshi and Qi Yangming would not count towards a quota. It seemed that the competition for the Shaoshuan Zone slots would indeed be fierce. Do not worry, Sister Lan. This time, I am determined to secure my place in the Shaoshuan Zone, Zhang Yang declared before promptly leaving the Jinbao Pavilion. What an interesting young man, Lan Luofei chuckled softly, then fell into contemplation. As Zhang Yang exited the Jinbao Pavilion, he overheard discussions regarding the incident where Yu Hongshi had been dismissed by Zhang Yang, which had stirred quite a commotion in Qingshan City. After all, for many, Yu Hongshi's recent admission into the Shaoshuan Zone was a testament to her talent. Zhang Yang was merely a cultivator of little merit, lacking any hope of entering the Shaoxin sect. Now, he had even taken the initiative to sever ties with Yu Hongshi, leaving everyone puzzled by his intentions. In Li Family Hall, Li Yunshan warned, Zhang Yang has slain your brother. Do not underestimate him, lest he exploits your weaknesses. Rest assured, Grandfather, Li Xian replied confidently. Zhang Yang's victory over my brother is solely due to the sword he wields. Besides, I am on the verge of a breakthrough. Dealing with him will be effortless. Hearing of Li Xian's impending advancement, Li Yunshan felt a slight relief, yet he cautioned, it is prudent to be cautious. That sword in Zhang Yang's possession appears to have reached the level of a spiritual weapon. I wonder where he acquired it. Bring along the inferior spiritual weapon, the Sha Dao, from our clan to ensure greater security. Li Xian was taken aback. The Sha Dao was the Li family's treasured heirloom. The fact that his grandfather intended to use it against Zhang Yang demonstrated the seriousness with which he regarded this life-and-death confrontation. Very well, Li Xian agreed. Once we eliminate Zhang Yang, the Zhang family will be finished. Li Yunshan's gaze turned cold as he declared, to kill my grandson, he must pay a price. After departing from Qingshan City, Zhang Yang ventured into the Beast Mountain range, seeking both experience and profit. He swiftly delved into the depths of the mountain, soon encountering his first foe, a mid-level first-tier beast, the Iron Claw Bear. This creature possessed a physique far more formidable than that of a gray wolf, coupled with immense strength, far exceeding that of its counterpart. Had anyone known that Zhang Yang, a practitioner at the second tier, dared to target the Iron Claw Bear, they would have deemed him insane. As the Iron Claw Bear was feasting, it sensed movement behind it, turning its massive body, remnants of flesh clinging to its jaws, blood dripping menacingly. Upon spotting Zhang Yang, it opened its gaping maw and lunged at him. Zhang Yang, unhesitant, brandished his black gold sword and thrust it toward the bear. Clang! The sword struck the bear's paw, sending sparks flying as Zhang Yang was knocked back. No wonder they call it the Iron Claw Bear. Its paws are incredibly tough. Zhang Yang exclaimed, channeling spiritual energy into his black gold sword and striking again. Having just been repelled, the Iron Claw Bear stood upright and roared furiously, slamming its paws down toward Zhang Yang. With a swift motion, Zhang Yang severed both of the bear's paws, eliciting a pained howl from the creature. He then unleashed another thrust, the black gold sword leaving a trail of shadow as it struck the bear's head. Thud! No matter how resilient, the bear's head could not withstand the might of Zhang Yang's strike, and its colossal body collapsed with a resounding crash. The black gold sword proved its superiority. Without it, subduing the Iron Claw Bear would have been a formidable challenge. Zhang Yang, elated, caressed his weapon, realizing it was perfectly suited for him. Skillfully, he dissected the iron claw bare, extracting the beast's core and skin, storing everything in his chaos cauldron. Just as he prepared to continue his exploration of the mountains, a melodic laughter echoed in the air. "Little brother, hand over the beast's skins and cores, or else sister will have to resort to force." Chapter 7. The Black Bear Mercenary Corps. Upon hearing the taunting voice, Zhang Yang turned to see an alluring woman, clad provocatively, emerging from the woods, flanked by dozens of men. However, upon witnessing her heavily made-up face, he nearly retched. She was clearly aging, desperately attempting to mask her wrinkles with makeup. "Who are you?" Zhang Yang inquired. "We are members of the Black Bear Mercenary Corps. You would do well to surrender your possessions, or our sister will ensure you suffer a fate worse than death tonight." A man beside her flattered. The Black Bear Mercenary Corps was notorious for their activities in the Beast Mountain Range, primarily profiting from slaying beasts and robbing cultivators who ventured there for training. A chill ran down Zhang Yang's spine upon hearing this. Drawing his black gold sword, he addressed the mercenaries. "What if I refuse?" "You shall wish for death, my dear." The leading woman giggled, her makeup beginning to crumble. "You should take a look at yourself. Those wrinkles could trap flies, yet you pretend to be youthful," Zhang Yang retorted, disgusted by her presence. At his words, the woman's smile vanished, her voice turning razor-sharp. "Seize him. I shall personally dismember him and feed him to the beasts." Her appearance was her Achilles heel. Anyone who dared to comment on it faced dire consequences. Those who had previously gossiped about her met gruesome fates, publicly dismembered in a bloody spectacle. As the mercenaries charged at him, Zhang Yang felt no fear. Instead, he charged directly into their ranks, igniting a fierce battle. Swish! Sword light flashed as several mercenaries' heads flew from their bodies. "Finish him quickly. This boy possesses formidable strength." A mercenary roared. Swish! 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 More mercenaries fell to Zhang Yang's might, clearly outmatched. "We are no match for him," one mercenary exclaimed in terror. "You worthless fools!" The woman screamed, then struck out at Zhang Yang with an open palm. Zhang Yang had been closely observing her movements, knowing she was the strongest among the mercenaries. Having reached the 4th tier of cultivation, "I've been waiting for you," Zhang Yang sneered, thrusting his sword toward her with remarkable speed. Swish! The swirling energy in her palm was effortlessly pierced by Zhang Yang's blade, which plunged through her hand and into her skull. Her eyes dulled, fear etched across her face. "Big sister is dead. Run." The remaining mercenaries fled in panic. However, none escaped. One by one, they fell to Zhang Yang's wrath. Once the battle concluded, Zhang Yang adeptly began to loot the fallen mercenaries. 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. That's not too shabby, he mused, surveying the spoils. "It's time to continue my training. I still need 3,000 spirit stones," Zhang Yang declared, plunging deeper into the mountains, hoping for another encounter with would-be robbers. 3 days swiftly passed. Zhang Yang's hopes were dashed. Apart from that mercenary corps, he encountered no other living souls. Swish! With a decisive stroke, he felled another mid-level 1st-tier beast, deftly skinning it and extracting its core. His movements grew increasingly proficient. "I have perfected the Thunderbolt sword technique. It is time for a breakthrough," Zhang Yang mused to himself. He placed numerous beast cores into the chaos cauldron, and soon, a fragrant liquid began to flow from it. Without hesitation, he consumed the liquid and entered a meditative state. Boom! Shortly after, a thunderous sound emanated from within him. He had made a breakthrough. Yet, he did not cease his cultivation, as he had yet to fully absorb the energy from the liquid. Boom! Moments later, another roar echoed from within, and Zhang Yang opened his eyes. Having executed 2 consecutive breakthroughs, he now stood at the 4th tier of cultivation. A smile spread across his face. If Li Xian remains at the 6th tier, he will be no match for me with just a single sword stroke. I hope he can surprise me, Zhang Yang thought. Rising to his feet, he hastened to the treasure pavilion, where he fortuitously found Lan Luofei at the counter. Zhang Yang presented 3,000 spirit stones, along with a considerable pile of beast skins, which resembled a small mountain on the platform. "This should be enough to purchase 2 Ba Fong Dawn," he stated. "Go fetch 2 Ba Fong Dawn for this little brother," Lan Luofei smiled, not even bothering to count the skins. The new shopkeeper gazed in astonishment at the piles of demon beast pelts before him. It is typical for ordinary individuals to sell only a few pieces, yet Zhang Yang had filled the entire counter. Shortly thereafter, the shopkeeper presented a brocade box to Zhang Yang, within which lay 2 Ba Fong Dawn. Zhang Yang accepted the box and departed from the Jinbao pavilion. Master Lan, I heard that Zhang Yang is to engage in a life-and-death battle with Li Xian today at the central arena. Would you care to witness the spectacle? The new shopkeeper flattered. Is that so? Lan Luofei responded, genuinely unaware of this development. Without hesitation, she left the Jinbao pavilion, eager to observe Zhang Yang's growth over the past few days. Should Zhang Yang prove incapable of defeating Li Xian, she would reconsider her intention to assist him. Grandfather, I have brought you a splendid gift, Zhang Yang said, smiling as he handed the brocade box to Zhang Qingshan. Zhang Qingshan eyed Zhang Yang with suspicion. This was the first time Zhang Yang had presented him with a gift. Although his face betrayed little, he felt a surge of happiness within. Upon opening the box, he was met with the sight of 2 white pills, the rich aroma of elixir wafting towards him. Bafang Dan, Zhang Qingshan exclaimed, astonishment evident on his face. Where did you acquire these? Given that the Zhang family had been in decline for years, and Zhang Qingshan's own cultivation had stagnated, he had refrained from purchasing the Bafang Dan, fully aware of its benefits, yet unable to afford it. Naturally, I purchased them, Zhang Yang replied with a grin. Where did you procure such funds? Zhang Qingshan questioned. By slaying demon beasts, Zhang Yang stated. Keep the elixirs for yourself. At my age, it would be a waste for me to consume such pills, Zhang Qingshan insisted, pushing the pills back to Zhang Yang. Grandfather, I must implore you. Could you refrain from being so hesitant? A true man should not be so indecisive, Zhang Yang urged, returning the pills to Zhang Qingshan. The life-and-death battle is about to commence. If I slay Li Xian and acquire the Li family's mining rights, I believe our Zhang family will soon flourish. And such elixirs will become abundant, Zhang Yang declared with a smile. Excellent. Indeed, you are my grandson, Zhang Qingshan exclaimed joyfully, having not felt such happiness in a long while. Come, grandfather, it is time to confront Li Xian, Zhang Yang said, sharing in his grandfather's joy. Let's go. Zhang Qingshan laughed heartily. Together, they departed the Zhang residence, heading towards the already crowded central arena. In the central square of Qingshan City, the atmosphere was electric, filled with the clamor of spectators who had gathered in anticipation of the impending duel between Zhang Yang and Li Xian. Have you heard? Li Feng was slain by Zhang Yang. Today's life-and-death match is Li Xian's attempt at avenging his brother. It is said he has staked a mining claim on the outcome. Rumor has it that Li Xian has broken through to the 7th level of martial artists, making his chances of securing a spot in the recruitment examination for the Shaoxian sect quite promising. It appears that Zhang Yang has recently encountered some fortuitous event, significantly enhancing his strength. Now facing Li Xian, he is surely doomed, many in the crowd speculated. Look, the Li family has arrived, a man exclaimed. As Li Yinshan approached with Li Xian, the crowd parted to make way. That knife in Li Xian's hand looks somewhat familiar, one onlooker mused. Of course, it is the Li family's treasured Sha Dao, a low-grade spiritual weapon. Zhang Yang is finished, another replied. Li Xian leaped onto the arena, confidence radiating from his demeanor. Just as he ascended the platform, Zhang Qingshan and Zhang Yang arrived, and without hesitation, Zhang Yang jumped onto the stage. You have finally arrived, Li Xian sneered. Patriarchally, does our agreement still stand? Zhang Yang ignored Li Xian and addressed Li Yinshan instead. Of course it stands. Should you win, the mining rights of the Li family will be yours, Li Yinshan replied, unconvinced that Li Xian would lose. If I were to slay your grandson, would that deter anyone else from engaging in life-and-death battles with me? Zhang Yang inquired once more. Gasps rippled through the crowd at Zhang Yang's bold words. A clear mockery of the Li family. That will not happen. Li Yunshan's expression darkened. He understood the implications of Zhang Yang's statement. After all, he had only 2 grandsons. And if Li Xian were to perish, the Li family would be left without challengers for Zhang Yang. There is no need for you to delay, Zhang Yang. Today's arena will be your grave. Li Xian, growing increasingly frustrated at Zhang Yang's disregard, declared. Shall we begin? Zhang Yang asked, still ignoring Li Xian, who was seething with anger, vowing to exact revenge on Zhang Yang. Then let it commence, Li Yinshan huffed, eager to oblige Zhang Yang's apparent desire for death. The moment Li Yinshan announced the start, Zhang Yang vanished, lunging forward to thrust his sword at Li Xian. I anticipated this move. Li Xian scoffed, retreating while slashing at Zhang Yang. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of metal clashing echoed as Li Xian was sent reeling by Zhang Yang's strike. Thunder sword technique perfected. Zhang Qingshan watched in awe as Zhang Yang executed the technique, having only recently reached mastery himself, yet his grandson had surpassed him. As Li Xian struggled to rise, his countenance darkened. He had not expected to find himself at a disadvantage so quickly, especially after having attained the 7th level of martial artists. Just as he regained his footing, Zhang Yang charged forward again, his speed breathtaking. Li Xian bellowed, swinging his blade at Zhang Yang, only to discover the Sha Dao had become riddled with cracks. How is this possible? Li Xian was filled with dread. Your weapon is merely a low-grade spiritual tool, while my Heijin sword is a mid-grade spiritual weapon. Zhang Yang's voice rang in Li Xian's ears. What? With a single strike, Zhang Yang shattered the Sha Dao, the Heijin sword slicing through the air toward Li Xian's neck. Swish! The Heijin sword pierced Li Xian's throat, and his expression froze in disbelief. As Zhang Yang withdrew his blade, Li Xian's body crumpled to the ground. Good heavens, I must be dreaming. The so-called waste, Zhang Yang, has effortlessly dispatched Li Xian with 2 strikes. Not just that, did you not see? He shattered the Li family's Sha Dao with a single blow. The crowd below the arena was left in shock at Zhang Yang's performance. A once inept youth had slain the Li family's prodigy, an occurrence so astounding that it would be met with disbelief if not witnessed firsthand. Patriarchally, you would not go back on your word, would you? Zhang Yang approached Zhang Qingshan, addressing Li Yinshan. Of course not. Li Yinshan gritted his teeth before swiftly exiting the arena. When will you transfer the mining rights to my Zhang family? Please set a date so we may claim them, Zhang Yang shouted. 3 days hence, Li Yinshan asserted, vanishing around the corner, his form visibly trembling with rage. This young man's rate of growth is rather alarming. At this pace, he may well pass the Shaoxian sect's recruitment examination. In a nearby tavern, Lan Luofei stood at the window, observing the match between Zhang Yang and Li Xian. In the Zhang family's side courtyard, Zhang Qingshan scolded, "You brat, how long have you been practicing the Thunder Sword technique? I have only just reached mastery, yet you have already attained perfection." Zhang Qingshan scolded, though a smile betrayed his delight. "I have only practiced for a few days," Zhang Yang replied candidly. "This implies that my comprehension is lacking." Zhang Qingshan's face darkened. "That is not what I meant. It is not your understanding that is in question, but rather my exceptional talent," Zhang Yang clarified. Your words still imply that my comprehension is inadequate," Zhang Qingshan angrily exclaimed, preparing to strike Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang swiftly turned and fled, explaining, "I truly did not mean it that way." Naturally, Zhang Qingshan would never genuinely strike Zhang Yang. After all, Zhang Yang's sudden rise was a glimmer of hope for the Zhang family. "There is still a month until the enrollment assessment. Focus on your training," Zhang Qingshan said with a serious expression. "I will. If I join the Shaoxian zone, the Qi and Li families should not be able to trouble us, right?" Zhang Yang inquired. "Not necessarily. The Qi family has long had members in the Shaoxian zone, and now there is Qi Yangming. Even if the Qi family does not ally with the Li family, he will eventually target our Zhang family, or even completely swallow the remaining 3 great families." Zhang Qingshan replied, furrowing his brow. "It seems the situation is far more complicated than we imagined," Zhang Yang thought to himself. At that moment, a guard rushed into the courtyard, his face filled with anxiety. "It's bad. Qi Yangming has announced he will forego entering the Shaoxian zone early and will instead participate in the enrollment assessment." Upon hearing this news, both Zhang Qingshan and Zhang Yang frowned. The revelation was indeed unexpected, leaving them puzzled about the Qi family's intentions. "Understood. You may leave," Zhang Qingshan commanded. "There is another piece of news I haven't mentioned," the guard stammered. "Speak quickly," Zhang Qingshan urged. "According to reliable information, Yu Hongshi has already become engaged to Qi Yangming," the guard revealed. "It appears this was premeditated. The Yu family clearly had this planned. After breaking off the engagement with me, they directly allied with the Qi family," Zhang Yang reflected after a moment of contemplation. "What a treacherous wolf. If it weren't for my Zhang family's assistance to them in the past, how would the Yu family be where they are today?" Zhang Qingshan exclaimed in anger. Although the 2 families had long since severed ties, such news still left Zhang Qingshan feeling disgusted. "Yanger, fortunately, you made it known throughout the city that it was you who ended things with that shameless woman. Otherwise, with the Yu family's actions, outsiders would mock the Zhang family," Zhang Qingshan said. Zhang Yang, however, was unconcerned about this and instead analyzed. "It seems Qi Yangming's participation in the Shaoxian zone enrollment assessment is indeed instigated by Yu Hongshi. They must have already learned of my impending life-and-death battle with Li Xian. Perhaps you should refrain from participating. Qi Yangming has reached the 9th level of martial arts. and he will surely strike at you. Zhang Qingshan cautioned. It's fine. Such opponents only serve to motivate me further, Zhang Yang replied. Given that Qi Yangming was 5 small realms above him, Zhang Yang was currently no match for him. He needed to push himself to the limits. Go on, Zhang Qingshan said, casting a deep glance at Zhang Yang. In that moment, he finally felt his grandson had matured. This is how a man of the Zhang family should be. After leaving the Zhang family, Zhang Yang swiftly returned to the Demon Beast mountain range. To ascend quickly, his only option was to hunt demon beasts, with no alternatives available. As he traversed the forest, dozens of figures suddenly emerged, surrounding Zhang Yang. I've been waiting for you here for a long time. You finally arrived. The leading man sneered. Zhang Yang was surprised to see the man's face, as he bore a striking resemblance to the woman he had slain. How ugly you look. Find him. I will personally kill him in front of my sister's grave and use his blood to honor her, the leader declared ominously. This man was the leader of the Black Bear Mercenary Corps, He Xiong, a martial artist at the 7th level. Soon, members of the Black Bear Mercenary Corps bound Zhang Yang, who surprisingly did not resist. An hour later, Zhang Yang was brought to a stronghold, where a grave stood at the entrance, surrounded by white paper, clearly a recent offering. Zhang Yang was soon brought before the grave, and He Xiong bowed before it, saying, Sister, I have found the killer who took your life. I will use his blood to honor your spirit. Kid, if you bow a few times voluntarily, I can make your death a bit more comfortable. He Xiong taunted Zhang Yang. However, Zhang Yang ignored him. You refuse to bow to my sister? Hold his head down. I'll help him. He Xiong commanded coldly. Just as He Xiong reached to grab Zhang Yang's head, Zhang Yang roared, and the ropes binding him snapped apart, sending He Xiong staggering backward. Not only did your sister seek to take my demon core, but she also wanted to kill me. Today, I will send you to meet her. Zhang Yang sneered as he brandished his black gold sword. Do you think a mere 4th-level martial artist can kill me? You must be dreaming. He Xiong scoffed, launching a punch at Zhang Yang, his fist encased in a black glove studded with steel spikes. With a clang, Zhang Yang swung his sword, and upon contact with He Xiong, the latter was forced back, blood spilling from his mouth. What kind of sword is this? Why is it so heavy? He Xiong's expression darkened as he realized the sword in Zhang Yang's hand was extraordinary. Ignoring He Xiong, Zhang Yang lunged forward with another strike, his speed reaching its peak. He Xiong's expression changed as he simultaneously swung both fists at Zhang Yang. With a clash, He Xiong's attack shattered. In an instant, Zhang Yang pierced He Xiong's chest with his sword. You! He Xiong attempted to utter a word, but Zhang Yang withdrew the black gold sword, causing He Xiong to cough up another mouthful of blood, his expression freezing in shock. He has killed our leader. We must avenge him, a mercenary with bloodshot eyes declared. Under his leadership, the remaining mercenaries charged at Zhang Yang. The battle erupted in an instant, but these mercenaries were clearly no match for Zhang Yang, quickly falling victim to his onslaught. Soon, Zhang Yang had slain the last mercenary, leaving the ground littered with the corpses of the mercenary corps, having single-handedly annihilated an entire group. Had anyone witnessed Zhang Yang's actions, they would surely have applauded, for the mercenary group lurking in the Demon Beast mountain range was notorious, with countless cultivators having perished at their hands. Zhang Yang quickly searched the bodies for spirit stones and discovered a key on He Xiong. He surmised that this key must lead to the mercenary corps treasury and promptly entered the stronghold. Before long, Zhang Yang located the treasury, which was filled with many low-grade spirit stones and even dozens of medium-grade spirit stones. This discovery thrilled him, for a single medium-grade spirit stone was worth 1,000 low-grade ones. However, what excited him even more was the discovery of a high-quality yellow-tier sword technique, the 100 Refinements sword technique. This technique's characteristic was that the speed of drawing the sword would increase as the battle progressed. When cultivated to perfection, it would be equivalent to a low-quality shan't technique. This sword technique could indeed be used in conjunction with the Thunderbolt sword technique. After contemplating, Zhang Yang began to absorb the spirit stones, deciding to practice the sword technique during actual combat with demon beasts to accelerate his understanding. In the evening, within the Qi family residence, Qi Peishan smiled and said, "Why is the Li clan leader here today?" Qi Peishan was the head of the Qi family. I believe you're already aware of many matters. I have heard that the Yu family has formed a union with your Qi family. It appears they have joined your camp, Li Yunshan remarked. Indeed, the Li clan leader is quite astute. Nothing can remain hidden from you, Qi Peishan replied with a smile. If you agree to one request of mine, my Li family can also join your Qi family, and in the future, Qingshan City will belong solely to your chief family, Li Yunshan said through clenched teeth. What is your request? Qi Peishan's heart leaped with joy. He had not anticipated such smooth sailing recently, first with the Yu family's union and now with the Li family proactively seeking to join. Was fortune finally smiling upon the Qi family? During the Shao Xianzong enrollment assessment, help me kill Zhang Yang. After the assessment, we shall jointly annihilate the Zhang family. Li Yunshan stated with a grim expression, revealing his willingness to forsake even the foundation established by their ancestors for revenge against the Zhang family. Rest assured, Brother Li, destroying the Zhang family is also the wish of my Qi family. When the time comes, with our two families united, the Zhang family will undoubtedly be eradicated. Qi Peishan's eyes gleamed as he felt a surge of excitement. He had not anticipated that Li Yunshan would propose exactly what he desired. It appears that the auspicious fate of the Qi family is indeed approaching. Chapter 10. The examination begins as time passes. The day before the recruitment examination of the Shaoxian sect has arrived. In the Beast Mountain range, Zhang Yang awakens from his cultivation. He has finally broken through to the 6th level of martial artist, and the Balian sword technique has also reached great mastery. With my current strength, I can certainly contend with a normal 9th level martial artist. A smile graces Zhang Yang's face. Over the past 20 days, Zhang Yang has been relentlessly immersed in his training, battling fierce beasts by day and refining beast cores with the Chaos Cauldron by night, achieving astonishing progress. It is worth noting that Qi Yangming, recognized as the #1 prodigy of Qingshan City, took 2 years to reach the 6th level of martial artist under the abundant resources of the Qi family, while Zhang Yang accomplished it in just 20 days. However, what brings Zhang Yang the greatest joy is not merely the breakthrough in his realm, but the discovery that he has awakened the unique secret technique of the Chaos Sacred Body, the Chaos Void Technique. This technique allows Zhang Yang to temporarily gain immense combat power and easily discern his opponent's weaknesses. If I activate the Chaos Void Technique, my strength may rival that of formidable warriors. Zhang Yang feels a surge of excitement. Why is the Zhang family so eerily quiet today? As he steps through the gates of the Zhang family, he notices an unusual stillness, with even the guards absent. Zhang Yang rushes into the main hall, and upon arrival, he finds numerous corpses lying within. Many of the Zhang family guards are bound in bandages, clearly having recently endured a fierce battle. His grandfather, Zhang Qingshan, sits in the hall, his complexion pale and his expression grim. What on earth has happened, grandfather? Zhang Yang furrows his brow. Hearing Zhang Yang's voice, Zhang Qingshan looks up and, for the first time, displays a hint of joy on his face. Sighing as he surveys the fallen guards, Zhang Qingshan explains, after you left, I took people to demand the mining rights from the Li family, but they kept making excuses to delay us. It wasn't until this morning that I sensed something amiss and led a team to forcibly breach the Li family's mine. Upon entering, we discovered that those rascals were destroying the mine. By the time I arrived, they had already ravaged the majority of it, and, in my fury, I engaged them in battle. Zhang Qingshan slams his hand on the table in anger, clearly infuriated. Grandfather, do not fret. Let us first tend to everyone's injuries. Zhang Yang reassures him. The Zhang family currently has little excess funds. Zhang Qingshan replies helplessly. Zhang Yang's heart sinks, although his grandfather does not say it outright. Zhang Yang understands that the dire state of the Zhang family is undoubtedly the work of the Qi family. It's all right, I have money, Zhang Yang states. Quickly departing the Zhang family estate and heading towards the treasure pavilion, Zhang Yang distributes medicine to the guards, who express their gratitude before beginning their healing. Grandfather, here are 30,000 spirit stones. While it may not be much, it should suffice for the time being. Zhang Yang hands the spirit stones directly to his grandfather. Zhang Qingshan graciously accepts the spirit stones without hesitation. Tomorrow is the recruitment examination for the Shaoxian sect. As long as you can enter, I believe the Zhang family situation will improve significantly. Zhang Qingshan states gravely, looking at Zhang Yang. He did not wish to pressure Zhang Yang, but the Zhang family is at a critical juncture. If this continues, they will surely be exhausted. Rest assured, grandfather, with me here, the Zhang family shall endure for eternity. Zhang Yang declares earnestly. On the following morning, the entirety of Qingshan City awakens to a tremendous bustle. For today marks the grand day of recruitment for the Shaoxian sect, held once every 2 years. Let's go, grandfather. I am eager to witness just how challenging this examination truly is, Zhang Yang says with a smile, as the two make their way towards the outskirts of the city. Soon, Zhang Yang arrives at a grove outside the city, where a pavilion stands. Inside, the leaders of the other 3 prominent families have already gathered, surrounding a middle-aged man who is engaged in lively conversation with them. This man is responsible for overseeing the recruitment examination for the Shaoxian sect. Zhang Qingshan explains as he enters the pavilion. Meanwhile, residents of Qingshan City have set up chairs in the outer area of the grove. Some are casually snacking on sunflower seeds, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the examination. How intriguing. I did not expect Qi Yangming to forego his opportunity for early entry into the Shaoxian sect and choose to participate in the examination instead. You may not be aware, but I heard it was Yu Hongshi's request, seemingly to confront Zhang Yang. If that is the case, Zhang Yang is indeed rather unfortunate. It seems that this year, he is destined to be at odds with the Shaoxian sect. A few individuals in the crowd chatter while munching on seeds. Zhang Yang enters the waiting area, where all the participants of the examination are gathered, including Yu Hongshi. Zhang Yang, I advise you to withdraw from the examination. With your current realm, there is no way you can pass. Yu Hongshi cannot help but taunt upon seeing Zhang Yang. Just moments after being rejected by me, you have turned around and gotten engaged to someone else. I have no desire to converse with a fickle woman like you. Zhang Yang replies coolly. What did you say? Yu Hongshi retorts angrily, clearly affronted by Zhang Yang's words, which tarnish her reputation. Boy, you should watch your words. Otherwise, I will surely tear your mouth apart during the examination. Qi Yangming approaches at this moment, wrapping his arms around Yu Hongshi's waist. I don't know how to compliment you. The goods I do not want seem to excite you so much. Zhang Yang shakes his head. The moment these words leave his mouth, both Qi Yangming and Yu Hongshi's expressions darken. Zhang Yang's sharp tongue has managed to provoke both Qi Yangming and Yu Hongshi. What good is a sharp tongue? Such behavior will only make the examination more difficult for him, and he may even face life-threatening risks. Qi Yangming will undoubtedly seek revenge. The onlookers, who were snacking on sunflower seeds, find Zhang Yang's audacity even more entertaining, unable to stop themselves from munching. Inside the pavilion, the middle-aged man from the Shaoxian sect notes that everyone has arrived and declares, the number of participants is complete, and I shall now explain the examination rules. Chapter 11. The second round of the examination, the middle-aged man, named Tang Ji, is specifically responsible for recruiting disciples in the Qingshan City area and is an elder of the Shaoxian sect. The examination is quite simple. It consists of 2 rounds. The first round tests your physical endurance. You must withstand pressure, and the last 10 remaining will advance to the second round. The second round will be a competition on the arena to determine the final 2 candidates for advancement. Tang Ji addresses the young cultivators participating in the examination. Everyone take a moment to rest. The examination will begin shortly, Tang Ji instructs. Observing the participants, Tang Ji remarks with a smile, unless something unforeseen occurs. Qi Yangming will undoubtedly advance. Who do you think will be the remaining participant? Naturally, it will be Qi family's second son Qi Bin, along with Li Quan and Yu family's Yu Hang. Yu Ping chuckles, clearly disregarding Zhang Yang. Tang Ji, being astute, perceives the underlying issues and turns to Zhang Qingshan. Who do you believe will advance? Without hesitation, Zhang Qingshan replies, naturally, it will be my grandson, Zhang Yang. Among all the participants, your grandson is the one least likely to advance, and there may even be unexpected mishaps, Li Yinshan scoffs. My grandson told me to refrain from conversing with fools, lest it affects my intelligence. Zhang Qingshan remains unfazed, exuding a calm and leisurely demeanor in the pavilion, confident in Zhang Yang's abilities. What did you just say? Li Yinshan exclaims angrily. Qi Peishan intervenes, his expression teasing. Zhang Qingshan, your pride will not last long. Cherish these final moments. With that, he drags Li Yinshan away to another side. Zhang Qingshan furrows his brow. Qi Peishan's words carry a deeper meaning. Sensing the tension in the atmosphere, Tang Ji promptly announces, the competition officially begins. He then tosses a formation plate into the air. The formation plate instantly weaves a massive blue light curtain, enveloping everyone within. Zhang Yang immediately feels a gravitational force acting upon him, yet this weight is insignificant to him. After half an hour, Zhang Yang distinctly senses that the gravity has doubled since before, and half of the participants can no longer withstand the pressure and have exited the formation. Another hour passes. At this moment, only 11 individuals remained on the field, with gravity having intensified tenfold compared to before. Sweat adorned the foreheads of nearly everyone present, including Qi Yangming. However, one exception stood out, Zhang Yang, who maintained an air of nonchalance. Astonishingly, this fellow managed to endure for so long and appeared utterly at ease. The onlookers quickly noticed Zhang Yang's peculiarity. While others exhibited expressions of agony, he remained calm, even seemingly enjoying the situation. Half an hour later, the last contender could no longer withstand the pressure and collapsed under the weight of gravity, spitting blood onto the ground. The first round of the contest concluded, leaving 10 participants who took a moment to rest before proceeding to draw lots. Tang Ji stated that those who advanced to the top 10 immediately began to sit cross-legged to recuperate, with members from the 4 prominent families among them. After a brief period, the participants recovered. Qi Yangming approached Zhang Yang with Li Quan and Yu Hang, declaring, "You dare to insult my fiancée. From now on, whoever you encounter will ensure your elimination." Zhang Yang admonished him, "Listen to my advice. Just break off the engagement. If she can treat me this way, she will undoubtedly do the same to you when she encounters a stronger genius in the Zioxuanzong. Stop uttering nonsense." Qi Yangming retorted angrily, "I will surely kill you on the stage for insulting my sister." Yu Hang added furiously. Inside the pavilion, Yu Hongshi's expression darkened at Zhang Yang's words. And even Yu Ping and Qi Peishan appeared displeased. Despite my skepticism regarding Zhang Yang, I can't shake the feeling that his words hold some truth. A man murmured while cracking sunflower seeds, and those beside him nodded in agreement. Zhang Yang turned to Yu Hang, shaking his head. "Do not shout at me. I have feared dogs since childhood." Yu Hang was momentarily stunned before realizing Zhang Yang was mocking him, which infuriated him to the point of raising his fist to strike. "Do not act rashly. Doing so will result in disqualification," Qi Yangming intervened. After hearing this, Yu Hang nodded apprehensively, while Zhang Yang looked at him with a smile. "Quickly draw lots," Tang Ji's voice echoed. "You will regret this." Qi Yangming shot a threatening glance at Zhang Yang. Unbothered, Zhang Yang swiftly took a bamboo stick from Tang Ji, revealing the number 1. Once everyone had completed the draw, Tang Ji announced, "Those with matching numbers will face each other." Zhang Yang, having drawn number 1, ascended the stage, which had been hastily constructed from wood while the others rested. Unexpectedly, Yu Hang appeared on the stage. Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow and chuckled. "What a coincidence. I didn't expect you to rush to your demise." Yu Hang's expression froze, and he coldly replied, "Bravado is useless. Strength is what matters." "You are correct," Zhang Yang nodded. He then turned to Tang Ji in the pavilion, asking, "It's permissible to kill him, right?" He needed to confirm. Of course, Tang Ji assured him. Although he had previously disregarded Zhang Yang, he had witnessed how Zhang Yang verbally outmaneuvered the other 3 families, remaining so composed amidst the onslaught from the top talents of the 3 major families. This individual was either a fool or genuinely powerful, which piqued Tang Ji's interest in Zhang Yang even further. "Do you think you can kill me?" In a fit of rage, Yu Hang lunged at Zhang Yang with his sword. Naturally, he had caught wind of Zhang Yang's question, which was undeniably an insult. With a swift motion, Zhang Yang severed Yu Hang's head from his body. Pathetically weak, Zhang Yang remarked coolly. Gasps erupted from the crowd as they witnessed Zhang Yang effortlessly slay Yu Hang. It was essential to note that Yu Hang had reached the 7th level of martial arts, making him formidable. Aside from Qi Yangming, he belonged to the elite tier among the younger generation. After dispatching Yu Hang, Zhang Yang cast a glance at Yu Hongshi before closing his eyes, awaiting the conclusion of the remaining matches. Yu Hongshi's complexion turned ashen as she approached Qi Yangming, stating, "Zhang Yang has killed my brother. You must avenge him." Qi Yangming's expression was equally grim as he nodded. "I will personally cripple him and deliver him to you for retribution." The subsequent matches unfolded with little suspense, as both Li Quan and Qi Yangming emerged victorious with ease. Next came the second round of the draw, which proved to be quite fortuitous, as Zhang Yang drew Li Quan. Upon ascending the stage, Li Quan wore an expression of grave concern, fully aware that his strength was comparable to Yu Hang's. Had he not trained for a longer duration, he would have lacked the qualifications to participate in the assessment. He had witnessed Zhang Yang's previous effortless victory over Yu Hang. "Let's bid farewell. Once I strike, you will have no chance," Zhang Yang said nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Li Quan trembled slightly, fear spreading within him. "If you choose not to speak, then perish." Zhang Yang lunged at Li Quan with his sword. "I concede," Li Quan shouted desperately. Zhang Yang's sword halted just a finger's breadth from Li Quan's forehead, causing cold sweat to bead on Li Quan's brow. "You should have spoken sooner," I nearly lost control, Zhang Yang said, patting Li Quan on the shoulder before departing the stage. Li Quan inhaled deeply, feeling a sharp pain in his forehead, which snapped him back to reality. The Li family had provoked a monster like Zhang Yang. If given time to grow, my family would be in peril. He muttered to himself as he exited the stage. He was not a direct descendant of the Li family. He was only compelled to step in due to Zhang Yang's previous slayings of Li Feng and Li Xian, leaving the family no choice but to push him forward. You disgraceful coward! How could you concede? You've brought shame upon the Li family. Li Yinshan seethed, seizing Li Quan's shoulder in anger as he berated him. Li Quan shrugged off Li Yinshan's grip, retorting, "My strength was forcibly augmented through elixirs. I am inherently weak. If I do not concede, do you expect me to throw my life away?" Though Li Yinshan knew Li Quan spoke the truth, he still scolded, "If you must die, then die. The Li family has no use for such a useless member. Then I will leave the Li family," Li Quan declared, departing without hesitation. Zhang Yang silently observed the unfolding drama. The next match concluded swiftly, with the victor being a girl named Qian Duoduo, hailing from the Qian family, a second-tier family in Qingshan City. As Qian Duoduo exited the stage, her family erupted with excitement, having never anticipated that she would reach the top 3. A source of immense pride. It was essential to note that the Xiaoxuanzong recruited disciples every 2 years, and their family had never placed in the top 5. After celebrating with her kin, Qian Duoduo approached Zhang Yang, her expression earnest. "Thank you. Without you, I would never have made it to the top 3. That is only possible because you possess sufficient strength," Zhang Yang replied with a smile. He understood Qian Duoduo's implication. Anyone with insight could see that the drawing had been rigged, as Zhang Yang had drawn the stronger adversaries toward himself, granting her a chance to enter the top 3. "Regardless, I must still express my gratitude," Qian Duoduo insisted. "Do you wish to claim first place?" Zhang Yang inquired suddenly. "First place?" Qian Duoduo shook her head. "I am well aware of my own capabilities. Reaching the top 3 is my limit. I say you can. Thus, you shall," Zhang Yang encouraged with a smile. Upon hearing Zhang Yang's words, Qian Duoduo's heart raced. Who would not desire to achieve first place? "There is one final round left. Let us proceed with the draw. One individual will receive a bye," Tang Ji announced. "Elder Tang, I will not draw lots. I demand a life-and-death battle with Qi Yangming," Zhang Yang declared suddenly, silencing the entire venue. "Did I hear that correctly? Zhang Yang dares to challenge Qi Yangming to a life-and-death duel. Although I acknowledge that I previously underestimated Zhang Yang, Qi Yangming is renowned as the greatest talent in Qingshan City. Zhang Yang's recent surge in strength seems to have greatly inflated his confidence. Excessive self-assurance will only lead to his downfall," a voice coldly remarked from the crowd. In the entire arena, hardly anyone had faith in Zhang Yang. "Zhang Qingshan, your grandson is courting death. This is entirely on him, not on Qi Yangming." Qi Peishan laughed heartily. Zhang Qingshan paid no heed to Qi Peishan. If there was anything he feared in this assessment, it was Zhang Yang facing off against Qi Yangming. "What do you think?" Tang Ji looked towards Qi Yangming. "Since he seeks death, I shall grant it to him." Qi Yangming sneered. "Let the final match commence. Zhang Yang versus Qi Yangming," Tang Ji announced, eliciting cheers from the onlookers as the climax of the assessment was finally at hand. Zhang Yang and Qi Yangming ascended the stage together. "The humiliation you inflicted upon my fiancé, you will be repaid 100-fold," Qi Yangming declared coldly. "What a pitiable soul, blinded by such a woman," Zhang Yang sighed softly. This sigh rendered the members of the Qi and Yu families visibly displeased, particularly Qi Yangming and Yu Hongshi. "You are merely a mere martial artist at the 6th level. What right do you have to speak so arrogantly?" Qi Yangming retorted angrily, drawing a battle knife that shimmered with golden light. It was indeed a low-grade spiritual weapon. The flowing blade. This was the first time everyone present had laid eyes on this knife. With Qi's 9th-level martial artist paired with the flowing blade, how could a mere 6th-level Zhang Yang hope to contend with my grandson? "Ha ha ha!" Qi Peishan guffawed. Zhang Qingshan clenched his fists, his heart filled with immense worry. "So it is a low-grade spiritual weapon. But did no one inform you that my sword is a medium-grade spiritual weapon?" Zhang Yang brandished his black gold sword. "So what? You are still no match for me." Qi Yangming scoffed, though inwardly he was astonished that Zhang Yang possessed a medium-grade spiritual weapon, a mystery that puzzled him greatly. "What a foolish bird," Zhang Yang muttered, then lunged at Qi Yangming with a thrust of his sword, executing the thunderbolt sword technique. Clang! 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 Yet all three of Zhang Yang's strikes were deftly parried by Qi Yangming. I thought you were strong. Turns out you are merely mediocre. Qi Yangming mocked, then swung his sword at Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang activated the 100 Refinements sword technique and engaged Qi Yangming in combat. Initially, Zhang Yang found himself at a disadvantage. But as time passed, the onlookers were astonished to witness Zhang Yang's sword strikes accelerating, causing Qi Yangming to gradually fall behind, eventually becoming thoroughly suppressed by Zhang Yang, leaving everyone bewildered. Zhang Yang seized the opportunity, unleashing the Thunderbolt sword technique once more, aiming a lethal thrust at Qi Yangming. Hiss! Qi Yangming, alarmed, managed to evade this deadly strike just in time. Nevertheless, Zhang Yang's blade still grazed his face, leaving a gash for which blood flowed. Qi Yangming touched the blood trickling down his face, his expression darkening. I had no intention of revealing my trump card, but Zhang Yang, you have thoroughly provoked me. As soon as Qi Yangming finished speaking, an immense aura erupted from him, an invisible pressure radiating outward. Martial artist realm. Everyone gasped in astonishment, never expecting Qi Yangming to possess such a hidden card. Zhang Yang's eyes narrowed as he sensed the immense pressure emanating from Qi Yangming. Die Zhang Yang! Qi Yangming roared, without hesitation striking down at Zhang Yang. Bang! Zhang Yang crossed his sword to block, yet his figure was still sent flying by the blow. Clang! 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 The battle reignited, but this time Qi Yangming mercilessly crushed Zhang Yang. Soon, Zhang Yang's mouth began to bleed from the sheer force of the strikes. Yanger! Zhang Qingshan shouted, his eyes turning bloodshot. Kill Zhang Yang! Qi Peishan laughed heartily, finally feeling a sense of relief after witnessing Zhang Yang's dire condition. Bang! Zhang Yang was once again sent flying by Qi Yangming's strike, now drenched in blood. It seems that breaking off my engagement with Zhang Yang was the wisest decision. This waist's rise is merely temporary, Yu Hongshi thought, feeling immensely pleased. Qi Yangming refrained from attacking again, wishing to savor Zhang Yang's torment, believing it would ease his deep-seated resentment. But just then, Zhang Yang propped himself up with his sword, wiped the blood from his lips, and revealed a sinister smile. I thought you were strong. You have left me thoroughly disappointed. Zhang Yang grinned, blood continuing to trickle from his mouth. You are at death's door and still dare to speak defiantly. Qi Yangming derided, dismissing Zhang Yang's state, convinced that he only needed a single strike to sever his head. You have a trump card. Do you think I lack one? Zhang Yang laughed madly, his face alight with frenzy. Chaos Void Technique. Zhang Yang's lips moved slightly. In an instant, an overwhelming aura erupted from Zhang Yang, a golden mist soaring into the sky. Zhang Yang's injuries visibly healed at an astonishing rate, his long black hair gradually transforming to white under the golden energy's embrace. Such a powerful energy fluctuation. The spectators were awestruck by the sudden transformation in Zhang Yang. As the golden energy dissipated, Zhang Yang stood with his black gold sword, his black cloak billowing as if caught by an unseen wind. The white hair adding a touch of devilish allure to his presence. Qi Yangming's expression turned grave, for he could sense no trace of spiritual energy emanating from Zhang Yang. Do not attempt to deceive me with tricks. You remain no match for me, Qi Yangming asserted before launching another strike at Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang remained unmoved, simply raising a hand to lightly wave, and the black sword light sliced through the air like lightning. Clang! Qi Yangming's flowing blade was effortlessly shattered by Zhang Yang's single strike. How is this possible? Qi Yangming was stunned. The flowing blade was a low-grade spiritual weapon. How could it be so easily destroyed? The game is over. Zhang Yang's deep voice echoed in Qi Yangming's ear. Before Qi Yangming could fully comprehend, a flash of black light passed, and his body was cleaved in two, Zhang Yang having already appeared behind him. Silence. An unprecedented stillness enveloped the arena. The outcome of this fierce battle astonished everyone. They had believed that once Qi Yangming revealed his trump card, Zhang Yang's fate was sealed. Little did they know, Zhang Yang also possessed a hidden card, one that outmatched Qi Yangming's in strength and ferocity. A single strike shattered the flowing blade. A single strike decapitated Qi Yangming. In that moment, everyone realized that Zhang Yang was indeed the strongest prodigy in Qingshan City. Zhang Yang wins. Tang Ji, emerging from his shock, promptly declared. In that instant, he recognized that he had discovered a remarkable talent for the Shaoxuan zone. As Tang Ji announced the results, the audience ceased their snacking and erupted into fervent applause for Zhang Yang. At that moment, Zhang Yang's condition fully reverted. His hair returned to its original black. and an inexplicable sense of emptiness washed over him, nearly causing him to falter. It appeared that the chaos void technique must be wielded with caution. Zhang Yang had only used it for a few breaths, and already he felt his body straining, needing to lean on his sword for support. There is one final battle. Zhang Yang, my friend, will you continue? Tang Ji inquired with a smile, even altering his address for Zhang Yang. I shall not, Zhang Yang replied with a smile. Excellent. The first place in this assessment is Qian Duo. Second place, Zhang Yang, Tang Ji announced directly. Everyone understood that Zhang Yang's second place was merely superficial. In reality, he was the true victor. Qian Duo excitedly rushed onto the stage, embracing Zhang Yang and leaping in joy. Thank you, Zhang Yang. I can enter Xiao Xuanzong now. I never even dreamed of this. Zhang Yang struggled to breathe as Qian Duo's exuberance pressed against him. Please stop jumping. I might suffocate, he managed to say. Upon hearing this, Qian Duo's face flushed crimson, and she immediately released Zhang Yang, realizing she had indeed gotten carried away. The clan leader of the Qian family also approached, incessantly expressing gratitude to Zhang Yang, his smile unwavering. Zhang Yang, Qian Duo, and Yu Hongshi, I grant you 2 days to bid farewell. After 2 days, you must embark on your journey to Xiao Xianzong. I have other matters to attend to and will not accompany you on this journey, Tang Ji declared before departing. At that moment, Zhang Qingshan stepped forward, excitedly gripping Zhang Yang's shoulders. You clever lad, you have hidden your true self well, even deceiving me. I have always claimed that I would surely enter Xiao Xianzong. Zhang Yang chuckled, recognizing that his grandfather was genuinely delighted today. The others could only sigh, realizing that with Zhang Yang's rise, the future landscape of Qing Shancheng would inevitably change, and soon they all departed. Ultimately, only the 3 prominent families remained, though the atmosphere was profoundly somber. He could not have anticipated that Qi Yangming would be slain by Zhang Yang. This grudge must be avenged. All right, Li Yinshan responded. The two then exited together. Let us go, sure, Yu Ping sighed. His emotions were exceedingly complex. No one could have predicted that a once downtrodden individual would suddenly ascend, becoming the foremost prodigy of Qing Shancheng. Yu Hongshi remained rooted in place, seemingly oblivious to Yu Ping's words. Everything she had witnessed today left her in turmoil. Her initial decision to break off her engagement with Zhang Yang stemmed from her disdain for him as a failure, while her engagement to Qi Yangming was due to his status as the most distinguished prodigy of Qing Shancheng, fulfilling her vanity. Now, events had far exceeded her expectations, as the person she once scorned suddenly rose with incredible speed to become the pinnacle of Qing Shancheng. That evening, the Zhang family rejoiced. Even the servants were exhilarated upon hearing of Zhang Yang's slaying of Qi Yangming. Eventually, Zhang Yang feasted until midnight, as Zhang Qingshan presented him with 3 sumptuous meals before he was barely satiated. As the clock struck midnight, the Zhang family members fell into slumber, while a chilling air of impending doom began to envelop Qing Shancheng, foreshadowing significant events to come. Chapter 14. Farewell at dawn, with the sun just rising. The tranquil streets lay deserted. Suddenly, a large troop appeared at the end of the street, their target unmistakably the Zhang family residence. This is bad, young master. The Qi and Li families have surrounded us. The voice of the guard roused Zhang Yang from his sleep. So it has come. Zhang Yang sprang from his room and quickly arrived at the entrance. There he saw his grandfather, his expression grave as he regarded the formidable force outside. With all the guards of the Zhang family positioned behind him, their injuries still unhealed, each bearing a serious countenance. Our family has reached a critical moment of life and death. Yang I will do everything in my power to ensure your escape, Zhang Qingshan said, casting a glance at Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang represented the future hope of the Zhang family. As long as he could flee, there remained a chance for revival. The guards fixed their eyes on Zhang Yang, their faces revealing their readiness to fight to the death. Do not worry, grandfather. The Zhang family will not come to harm today, Zhang Yang reassured him. Just as Zhang Qingshan was about to speak further, a sinister voice rang out from beyond the door. Come out quickly. None of you will escape today. The Zhang family must be annihilated, and Zhang Yang must die. Qi Peishan declared malevolently. I would like to see how you intend to destroy my Zhang family. Zhang Qingshan retorted angrily, immediately charging at Qi Peishan. You seek your own demise. Qi Peishan scoffed, likewise rushing toward Zhang Qingshan. Li Yinshan did not advance to assist. as it was well understood that Qi Peishan held the highest cultivation among the four clan leaders. Zhang Qingshan's actions would only hasten the Zhang family's demise. The fierce battle erupted instantly. However, it was not long before Qi Peishan sensed something was amiss. Zhang Qingshan was holding his own in their confrontation, at times even gaining the upper hand. "You have broken through." Qi Peishan frowned. Indeed, Zhang Qingshan laughed heartily, yet each movement he made was lethal, as if he wished to eliminate Qi Peishan immediately. "Act quickly." Qi Peishan felt a chill. Had it not been for the alliance with the Li family today, he might have perished here. Li Yinshan, realizing the gravity of the situation, was equally astonished that Zhang Qingshan had achieved a breakthrough, his vitality surpassing all previous levels. "Let us first eliminate Zhang Qingshan. Once he is dead, the Zhang family will surely fall," Li Yinshan declared, charging at Zhang Qingshan, only to be intercepted by Zhang Yang. "Have you no shame? 2 against 1 against my grandfather," Zhang Yang exclaimed. "If you insist on this, then I shall kill you first," Li Yinshan sneered. Though Zhang Yang was a genius among the younger generation, to Li Yinshan, he was but an easy target to dispatch with a single strike. "Old man, if you possess the ability, allow me one strike, and I shall end you." Zhang Yang shot back. Despite his bravado, he felt a wave of anxiety. "Stalling for time while awaiting reinforcements. I will ensure your demise. Act swiftly, as I shall not grant you a second chance." Li Yinshan mocked, knowing he far outmatched Zhang Yang. The young man, despite his talent, would stand no chance against him. "I hope you keep your word." Zhang Yang's aura surged, his legs propelling him forward with explosive force, shattering the stone beneath him, as he charged at Li Yinshan with a fierce determination. Li Yinshan regarded him with disdain, yet internally resolved that this young talent must be eliminated, for he posed a future threat. "Prepare to meet your end," Zhang Yang bellowed, launching a punch at Li Yinshan's chest. Li Yinshan stood unmoved, confident that even without defense, Zhang Yang's attack would inflict no harm. Just as Zhang Yang's fist was about to connect with Li Yinshan, he suddenly opened his hand, scattering a mixture of white and yellow powder directly into Li Yinshan's face. Taken by surprise, Li Yinshan was caught off guard, and the powder quickly found its way into his eyes. "Achoo!" Li Yinshan fumed with rage, repeatedly sneezing as excruciating pain compelled him to clutch his eyes, never expecting to be outmaneuvered by Zhang Yang, whom he considered insignificant. "I will kill you," Li Yinshan roared. But at that moment, he could barely discern Zhang Yang's location. Having passed through the kitchen, Zhang Yang had fortuitously seized flour and pepper, discovering their unexpected utility. "Sister Lan, hurry. If you do not come soon, your brother will be lost." Zhang Yang prayed silently. Before long, Li Yinshan regained partial vision, though his sight remained blurred. "You little brat, I will tear you limb from limb," he shouted, lunging toward Zhang Yang, albeit blindly. Today, he had been utterly humiliated, toyed with by a mere martial artist. Zhang Yang, prepared to flee, was taken aback when he realized Li Yinshan was not charging at him, but rather in the opposite direction. Coincidentally, Lan Luofei was approaching from that very direction, and tragedy ensued. Bang! Li Yinshan reached out to grab Lan Luofei, who furrowed her brows and delivered a powerful strike to his chest, sending him flying as he coughed up blood, finally recognizing her as Lan Luofei. "Lan, the pavilion master," Li Yinshan exclaimed, astonished, as he had not noticed her arrival. Lan Luofei wasted no time on dialogue. Recalling the direction in which Li Yinshan had reached for her, a wave of dread washed over her, reigniting her fury as she advanced to deliver another thrashing. "Pavilion master, stop. If you continue, he will die," Qi Peishan shouted from a distance, fully aware of Lan Luofei's terrifying capabilities. At that moment, Li Yinshan was left barely clinging to life after Lan Luofei's relentless assault, and she finally ceased her onslaught. "I will protect the Zhang family. You all must leave at once," Lan Luofei declared. "What?" Qi Peishan's expression shifted dramatically, as he immediately retorted. "Isn't your Zhenbao pavilion supposed to remain uninvolved in the affairs of our 4 great families? I wish to intervene now. Do you have any objections?" Lan Luofei remarked softly, casting a glance at Qi Peishan. "Very well," Qi Peishan replied through gritted teeth, subsequently departing with Li Yinshan and the others. Zhang Qingshan, however, surveyed the space between Zhang Yang and Lan Luofei with suspicion, unable to comprehend why the usually neutral Zhenbao Ge would extend assistance to the Zhang family. Could it be that Zhang Yang sacrificed his appearance? As far as I know, the Qi family has backing, They will not relent easily. I can only protect your Zhang family temporarily, Lan Luo Fei stated. I shall set off immediately for Xianzong. Once I establish a foothold there, I believe the Qi's backing will not dare to act against my Zhang family. Zhang Yang declared, that is indeed a viable plan. My daughter is also cultivating at Xianzong. I hope you can look after her, Lan Luo Fei added. Sister Lan, you truly hold me in high regard. Your daughter has advanced earlier than I. Her talents must be extraordinary. She would be more suited to care for me. Zhang Yang replied with a wry smile. Young man, this is a long-term investment. I have great faith in your future prospects. Xianzong is merely the beginning. Oh, by the way, my daughter's name is Lan Chu, Lan Luo Fei mentioned. Zhang Yang reluctantly agreed. Following this, he bid farewell to his grandfather and Lan Luo Fei. Mounting a swift steed and departing from Qingshan City, Zhang Yang understood that as long as the Qi and Li families existed, they would continuously eye the Zhang family with hostility. He needed to hasten his strength to safeguard the Zhang family. Chapter 15. Xianzong. A day later, Zhang Yang rested by the riverside. After a day of travel, he had distanced himself several hundred miles from Qingshan City, with 2 days still remaining to reach Xianzong. Zhang Yang muttered while studying the map in his hand. Due to the remote location of Xianzong, he had encountered very few people along the way. At last, I have caught up to you. Suddenly, Zhang Yang heard the sound of galloping hooves from afar, and he saw a dozen riders charging in his direction. They're all from the Qi and Li families. Zhang Yang scoffed. You dare pursue me? Are you not afraid of Lan Zhu seeking retribution? He discerned that these individuals were not weak, with nearly all reaching the 9th level of martial prowess, making them the elite of the Qi and Li families. The clan leaders did not come, and even if Lan Zhu knew, it would not change anything. The leader sneered. After being forced to retreat, the Qi and Li families had secretly conspired. While the Zhang family could temporarily remain, Zhang Yang must die. They were aware that Zhang Yang would leave Qingshan City in the next 2 days, so they had arranged an ambush for him. They had long perceived that Zhang Yang's slaying of Qi Yangming was due to some secret technique that could not be sustained for long. Today, with their elite dispatched, they believed that no matter how formidable Zhang Yang was, he could not withstand their united assault. Do you believe you have me at your mercy? Zhang Yang retorted coldly. Today, we shall present your head and hang it at the entrance of your Zhang family, the leader declared with a sneer, signaling for all to draw their weapons and charge at Zhang Yang. Observing this, Zhang Yang transformed into a wraith, plunging into the fray. With each sword thrust, an adversary fell before him. How can he be this strong? The leader gasped in horror, as within mere moments, Zhang Yang had slain half of their number. Since you have come, you shall all remain, Zhang Yang declared coldly, the black sword light weaving through the crowd. Soon, all of these individuals were vanquished, and the leader was beheaded in his unwillingness. It seems I must leave swiftly to avoid any unforeseen complications, Zhang Yang thought, sheathing his black gold sword before mounting his steed and departing hastily. 2 days later, Zhang Yang stood before a sprawling mountain range, at the foot of which lay a stone tablet inscribed with the 3 characters, Xianzong. I have finally arrived. Zhang Yang swiftly entered the mountains and soon reached the entrance of Xianzong, where he was halted by disciples guarding the gate. This is Xianzong. Outsiders are not permitted entry, one disciple stated. I come from Qingshan City and have passed Elder Tang Ji's assessment, Zhang Yang explained. Ah, a newcomer. Follow me. The disciple replied, leading Zhang Yang to a small square where several youths were gathered. These individuals are like you, hailing from various cities. Wait with them, the disciple remarked before departing. Zhang Yang glanced at the waiting youths and approached one who appeared amiable. What are we waiting for? He inquired. The youth explained, we are awaiting the assessment of our spiritual roots. Only after testing will it be decided whether we are accepted. I see, Zhang Yang muttered, then joined them in waiting. Shortly after, a disciple approached the square, gazing at the assembled youths. We shall commence the assessment of spiritual root aptitude. Those who do not qualify will be sent back. The male disciple announced, producing a crystal stone. The youths then formed a line to undergo testing. Xiongda, low-grade spiritual root. Xiong'er, medium-grade spiritual root. Xiongsan, low-grade spiritual root. As long as one possessed a low-grade spiritual root, they could enter the servants' hall. Those with a medium-grade spiritual root could directly enter the outer sect. While entering the servants' hall still posed a risk of elimination, entering the outer sect was akin to a carp leaping over the dragon gate. granting one the status of a true disciple of Xiao Xianzong. Even if they left Xiao Xianzong in the future, they would still thrive, being sought after by many. The testing proceeded swiftly until it was Zhang Yang's turn. He placed his hand upon the crystal stone, yet after a moment, it showed no response. Zhang Yang felt disheartened. Logically, as the only chaos saint body in the world, how could there be no reaction at all? He placed his hand upon the stone once more, but still, it yielded no response. Zhang Yang, waste spiritual root, the disciple announced. In that moment, Zhang Yang was utterly speechless, even questioning whether the elder had made an error during his awakening of the chaos saint body. Watching the other disciples depart joyfully, Zhang Yang grasped the departing disciple's arm. Hurry and leave. Xiao Xianzong does not accept waste spiritual roots, the disciple urged. The disciple's eyes gleamed at the sight of 10 medium-grade spiritual stones, which he quickly collected, whispering, I enjoy conversing with smart individuals like you. I believe that even if you cannot enter the outer sect, you will thrive in the servants' hall. He then altered his record, changing Zhang Yang's waste spiritual root to a low-grade spiritual root. Come, I will take you to the servants' hall, the disciple grinned. The servants' hall lay at the foot of the mountain, and soon, the two arrived at its entrance. This is the servants' hall. You may enter, the disciple said, handing Zhang Yang a token for the servants' hall before departing. Upon entering, Zhang Yang discovered several youths who had completed their assessments. Upon seeing Zhang Yang's arrival, their faces displayed expressions of surprise. They were aware that Zhang Yang was a waste spiritual root. This fellow must have bribed that senior brother. How shameless. Xiong seethed. Zhang Yang, unfazed, replied, what of it? If you have the ability, go ahead and bribe someone too. Xiong Da's face turned ashen with rage. Yet he was at a loss for words, knowing he could not afford to do so. Now that everyone is here, I will assign your tasks, a youth approached. Clearly an elder of the servants' hall. Xiong Da, you will clean the toilets. Xiong Er, you will gather dung. As for you, Zhang Yang, just follow me for now. The youth quickly assigned tasks to everyone. Why is Zhang Yang different from us? Xiong Da exclaimed with some frustration. Do I owe you an explanation? The youth retorted coldly. Remember, the servants' hall conducts elimination assessments each month. Those who do not pass will be expelled. Understand? Chapter 16. A chance encounter with Qian Duo Zhang Yang followed the disciple, leaving behind Xiong Da's seething glare. What is your surname, senior brother? Zhang Yang inquired with a smile, genuinely curious, as this person was evidently assisting him. I am Luo Dafeng, one of the overseers of the servants' hall, he replied. Someone asked me to take care of you in the ZYUN for a while. Your background is quite extraordinary, isn't it? Luo Dafeng chuckled. Zhang Ying was taken aback, and then recalled the outer sect disciple who had brought him here. He realized that it was likely that this person had instructed Luo Dafeng. The purpose was to eliminate those with insufficient talent, thereby allowing for a fresh influx of blood. You must strive diligently. I can assist you during your usual training, but I cannot help you during the assessments. Luo Dafeng advised. Zhang Ying nodded and asked again, if one performs well in the assessments, is there a chance to enter the outer sect? He did not wish to remain indefinitely. Of course, but you must at least place in the top 3, Luo Dafeng explained. Subsequently, he elaborated on how to cultivate within the ZYUN. Before departing, he specifically cautioned Zhang Ying not to provoke Hu Zhu, as this person was his bitter rival and held considerable influence. The ZYUN only offered one low-grade spiritual stone daily, making it apparent that in order to train effectively, one must undertake tasks. Zhang Ying sighed and made his way toward the task hall. Xiao Sun Zong established task halls for both the outer sect and the ZYUN to encourage cultivation. Even it could seize an opportunity for advancement. Upon entering the task hall, Zhang Ying noticed the walls adorned with numerous tasks. He quickly found a suitable task, to eliminate bandits at NIXNSHN, and promptly submitted the task token to the elder. Zhang Ying nodded. You should consider a different task. This one, though it offers 1,000 points and a yellow-gray cultivation technique, is too challenging for you, the elder advised. Thank you for the reminder, but I still wish to proceed with it. Zhang Ying replied with a smile. The elder sighed and registered the task for him, after which Zhang Ying left the hall. The reason Zhang Ying was determined to undertake this task was that he currently lacked a suitable footwork technique, and this task could fulfill that need. He went directly to the stables, where individuals undertaking tasks could claim mounts. Senior brother, I would like to claim a mount, Zhang Ying said to the stable attendant upon arrival. Are you the Zhang Ying who came in through connections? The attendant asked sarcastically, refusing to lead out a horse. Do not speak without evidence, Zhang Yang retorted. There are no horses here. Find a way yourself, the attendant replied bluntly. Zhang Yang glanced at several spirit horses in the stable and said, Aren't there several inside? I said there are none. Now leave before you become a nuisance. The attendant replied with hostility. Bang! Zhang Yang directly knocked the attendant down with a punch and coldly remarked, What a wretched individual. You refuse to listen when spoken to kindly. You deserve a beating. Not satisfied, Zhang Yang kicked the attendant once more before riding off on a spirit horse. Shortly after Zhang Yang departed, the attendant struggled to rise, blood streaming from his broken nose. You dare to strike me? Just wait, he shouted, limping away without looking back at the stables. A day later, guided by the map, Zhang Yang arrived at Nix in Shan. Such a vast mountain range. Where shall I find those bandits? He pondered, gazing in awe at the massive peaks. It seemed he would have to resort to a particular method. He found a conspicuous boulder, lay upon it, and piled all his valuable possessions around him. As the saying goes, the willing shall take the bait. An hour later, a few men indeed emerged from the mountains. Look at this fool lying on a rock and sleeping, one remarked. Let's just kill him and take his stuff. Another sneered, thinking it a convenient opportunity. Just as they approached Zhang Yang, he suddenly sprang up, a black sword light flashing, and several heads rolled away, leaving only one man paralyzed in fear on the ground. Who is the fool? Zhang Yang inquired, tapping the man's face. I am the fool. I am the fool. The man stammered, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Tell me, how many bandits are there at Nix in Shan? Zhang Yang demanded. There's only one bandit stronghold, Nix in Zhi, but it houses over 200 individuals. The stronghold is at the mountaintop, the man replied. What is the realm of the stronghold leader? Zhang Yang asked. Martial artist, level 9, the man answered. Zhang Yang's eyes narrowed, and he swiftly severed the man's head. He had been observing the man's eyes, which had flickered evasively when he mentioned the leader's realm, clearly indicating deceit. I will investigate further. Zhang Yang charged up the mountain, encountering and swiftly dispatching several bandits along the way. Before long, Zhang Yang reached the summit of Nix in Shan, and after some searching, he discovered Nix in Zhi. What a coincidence! Could today be the day of the leader's wedding? Zhang Yang thought as he concealed himself behind a large tree. The stronghold was festooned with celebratory decorations, filled with red lanterns, and numerous people were drinking and appearing quite joyous. Suddenly, a door swung open in one of the buildings, and a woman in wedding attire emerged, being pushed forward by another woman. Zhang Yang was taken aback. He could not comprehend why Qi was present here. At that moment, he noticed that Qi hands were bound, and traces of tears remained on her face. Inside the stronghold, a burly man with a fierce appearance saw Qi approaching, his eyes filled with desire. Come here, my dear, and let us wed. Afterwards, I shall introduce you to the greatest pleasures of life, the brutish man leered, prompting his companions to jeer along with him. Soon, Qi was pushed before the brute, her face etched with despair. Bow to heaven and earth, the woman commanded. The brute bowed, while Qi remained unresponsive. Bow quickly, the woman insisted, forcing her head down. Bow to your parents, she shouted again, pushing Qi head down once more, despite her desperate resistance. Bow to each other as husband and wife, the woman declared, preparing to force Qi head down again. Swoosh! A shadow darted through the air, and the woman's head flew off. By the time the onlookers realized what had transpired, the figure had already whisked Qi away from the stronghold. The intruder was none other than Zhang Yang. Chapter 17. The Annihilation of Nix in Zhi. What are you doing here? The Xiao Sun Zong should not be in this direction. Zhang Yang frowned. Upon seeing Zhang Yang, Qi eyes welled up with tears once more as she choked out. I was ambushed shortly after leaving Q in Shan City and woke up here. Do you know who was responsible? Zhang Yang inquired, his brow furrowing. It could be the Q family, Qi speculated softly. You must leave quickly. It is very dangerous here. Zhang Yang handed her the map. You two will not escape. The burly man was already leading his men toward Zhang Yang. But what about you? Qi shook her head. They are no match for me. You need to leave quickly. Zhang Yang untied Qi bindings and pushed her away. At that moment, a figure dashed toward Qi prompting Zhang Yang to thrust his sword forward, piercing the assailant's back. Meanwhile, the remaining bandits launched their attacks from behind Zhang Yang. He rolled sideways and then plunged into the fray. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Zhang Yang, like a god of slaughter, relentlessly reaped the lives of the bandits. With each swing of his black gold sword, several heads would fly away. This kid possesses some strength. The burly man scoffed, drawing a battle axe and swinging it at Zhang Yang. Bang! Zhang Yang was struck back several steps, blood spilling from his hands. Martial artist. Without hesitation, Zhang Yang activated the Chaos Dongshu technique. Otherwise, he might truly lose his life here today. Boom! A golden light shimmered around Zhang Yang, and his hair turned white once more. In the next moment, the figure vanished from the original spot. Bang! Zhang Yang swung his sword towards the burly man. Although the man reacted swiftly to block with his battle axe, he was still sent flying by Zhang Yang's strike. Just as the man attempted to rise, Zhang Yang was already before him, his black gold sword transforming into 3 sword shadows that pierced towards the burly man. Clash! The sword shadows pierced through the battle axe. Swoosh! The black gold sword penetrated the man's skull. Witnessing their leader's demise, many of the remaining bandits fled in panic, while a handful of more loyal followers attempted to avenge their chief, only to be slaughtered by Zhang Yang. As Zhang Yang dispelled the chaotic void technique, an overwhelming sense of weakness enveloped him. He needed to find something to eat to recuperate. Leaning on his black gold sword, Zhang Yang wandered around the mountain stronghold, ultimately discovering a spirit ginseng and over 100 low-grade spirit stones. What a wretched stronghold, so impoverished. Zhang Yang felt utterly speechless. Yet he promptly consumed the spirit ginseng and smashed the spirit stones to absorb their energy simultaneously. Moments later, Zhang Yang opened his eyes, his gaze filled with delight. I actually broke through. He was astonished to find that the spirit ginseng contained an extraordinarily rich energy. Unbeknownst to him, the stronghold's impoverishment stemmed from the burly man purchasing the majority of its wealth to acquire the spirit ginseng for his own cultivation. However, even after his breakthrough, the feeling of weakness within him had barely diminished. It appeared he needed further nourishment. Zhang Yang muttered to himself, then rose and ventured deeper into the mountains. Through the continuous absorption of a white liquid, although his cultivation did not break through, he experienced another surge in strength. Just then, a woman suddenly emerged from the water's surface, her long black hair glistening with droplets, her figure radiantly white. Zhang Yang, initially prepared to embrace the lake's water, was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the woman, his eyes widening in astonishment. Splash! As the woman surfaced, Zhang Yang instinctively wrapped his arms around her, and they both fell into the water. So soft, Zhang Yang felt as if he had crashed into a sea of softness, something pressing against him. Curiosity piqued. He reached out, feeling a springy sensation, and sensed that the object seemed to quiver slightly. Bang! In the next moment, the lake erupted, and Zhang Yang's bare body shot out of the water like a streak of light, soaring towards the distant woods. Simultaneously, the woman emerged from the water, her delicate, fair face etched with fury, a blush still lingering on her neck. This bastard dared to take advantage of me. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Quickly donning her clothes and preparing to fly into the woods. What happened, Lon Shimmy? I heard an explosion. A man rushed out from the woods. It's nothing, the woman replied coldly. That's good. The woman glanced at the distant woods, secretly resenting herself for not even getting a good look at the lecher's face. However, she had memorized his scent, believing she would quickly recognize him upon any future close encounter. Damn, that woman was ruthless. It was just a touch, and I didn't mean to do it. Zhang Yang climbed to his feet, rubbing his chest. I wonder if that woman has left. I don't have any extra clothes with me. Zhang Yang used leaves to cover his lower half and stealthily approached the riverbank. Upon discovering the woman had already departed, he breathed a sigh of relief, swiftly washing his clothes and putting them back on. A day later, you actually did it. The elder looked at Zhang Yang in astonishment. Disbelief etched across his face. Just luck, Zhang Yang replied with a smile. Naturally, the elder could not believe such nonsense, promptly handing Zhang Yang the points and a high-grade yellow tier stepping technique. This experience in Neo Xian Mountain had made Zhang Yang acutely aware of his speed disadvantage. Zhang Yang, come with me. A man suddenly approached Zhang Yang, appearing quite amiable, and pulled him away towards the distance. Zhang Yang furrowed his brow, quickly noticing several shadowy figures lurking around the corner. Chapter 18. Zhang Yang followed the man around the corner, eager to see what these individuals were up to. Upon arriving, he recognized a familiar figure, the man from the horse stable, now wrapped in a sandcloth, glaring menacingly at Zhang Yang. Do you know who we are? The man who brought Zhang Yang pushed him with a vicious intent, only to find he could not budge him. A menial worker, Zhang Yang replied. The crowd responded. Of course, we're menial workers in the menial worker courtyard. I was asking if you know who we are. The man shouted angrily, clearly incensed by Zhang Yang's retort. People of Huazhua? Zhang Yang speculated. Knowing that, you still dare to touch our people. Are you seeking death? The man fumed. Having associated with Huazhua for so long, they had never encountered a newcomer willing to challenge an elder. Then you should ask him. I want a spirit horse. But he refuses. Zhang Yang pointed at the man wrapped in the sandcloth. He can refuse you. If he strikes you, you must endure. The man coldly declared. Are you bullying newcomers? Zhang Yang sneered. This group reminded him of a gang from his past life. What can you do about it if we bully you? The man laughed arrogantly. Bang! Zhang Yang delivered a punch to the man, sending him flying, unconscious upon impact. You dare to strike. The remaining few stared in shock, not expecting Zhang Yang to take the initiative. Bang! 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 Zhang Yang unleashed a flurry of punches, knocking the rest out in a pitiful heap, leaving only the disciple with the sandcloth. Do not come any closer, the disciple stammered, retreating involuntarily. Come here and tell me. Who gave you the confidence to think you could hit me twice? Zhang Yang approached. Huazhua is the first disciple of the menial worker courtyard, also the most sought-after disciple in the outer sect. I am a follower of Huazhua. If you dare to touch me, he will not spare you. The man was genuinely frightened and could only invoke Huazhua to threaten Zhang Yang. Bang! Zhang Yang landed another punch squarely on the man's nose, blood gushing from beneath the sandcloth, causing him to faint from the pain. Qing Zhu Wuing stepping technique. Zhang Yang gazed at the high-grade yellow-tier technique he had just acquired, his face radiating anticipation. 5 days later, Zhang Yang's figure moved swiftly within the courtyard, his speed so great that it left behind residual shadows. At last, he had mastered the Qing Zhu Wuing stepping technique. Zhang Yang was immensely satisfied, which also served as a testament to the terrifying nature of the chaos sacred body. In just 5 days, he had traversed what would take others 2 years. Bang! At that moment, the main door of Zhang Yang's courtyard was kicked open, splintering the wooden door. Several men entered. You are Zhang Yang? The leading man appeared slightly older than the others. You dare to touch my people? Today, let me see what gives you the audacity to be so arrogant. The man sneered, commanding his companions to attack Zhang Yang. He himself refrained from joining, intending to gauge Zhang Yang's strength. Bang! 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 As the men charged, Zhang Yang swiftly dealt with them, leaving them sprawled on the ground in a state of despair. No wonder he had the audacity. He indeed possessed some strength. The man mused. You must be Huazhua, Zhang Yang remarked. Knowing that, you still dare to act this way. Today, I will cripple you, Huazhua declared, preparing to strike Zhang Yang. Stop! A voice rang out from outside the courtyard as Luo Dafeng rushed in. Huazhua glanced at Luo Dafeng, then at Zhang Yang. Before sneering, no wonder you are so bold. It turns out you have someone backing you. This is my territory, Huazhua. Leave now? Luo Dafeng's expression darkened. Then let you experience the responsibilities of managing for a few more days. After the assessment, this position will surely be out of your reach. Huazhua retorted with a cold laugh. Luo Dafeng's expression turned extremely grim upon hearing Huazhua's words. And you, be cautious during the assessment, he warned. Huazhua laughed heartily before striding out of Zhang Yang's courtyard. The few individuals lying on the ground attempted to follow, but were halted by Zhang Yang. Fix the door. Zhang Yang stated coldly. The group exchanged glances at the already departed Huazhua, then at the icy gaze of Zhang Yang, and promptly scurried off to retrieve tools to repair the door before daring to leave the courtyard. You've stirred up trouble, and I may not be able to protect you for long, Luo Dafeng sighed. What do you mean? Zhang Yang inquired. You must understand that Huazhua is the foremost figure in the Xiyu Academy, Luo Dafeng explained. Zhang Yang nodded in acknowledgement. Despite Huazhua's formidable strength, his innate talent was rather mediocre. Under normal circumstances, he should have been eliminated from the Xiyu Academy long ago. The only reason he remained was due to his brother, who was among the most powerful disciples in the outer sect, supporting him. No wonder he is so arrogant, Zhang Yang realized. You have not grasped my meaning. During the assessment, it is highly probable that Huazhua will try to kill you. Many who have offended him before have met their end at his hands. Luo Dafeng reiterated, observing Zhang Yang's nonchalant demeanor. I understand, thank you. Brother Luo, you mentioned you might not be able to protect me for long. Are you being replaced? Zhang Yang asked curiously. Upon hearing this, Luo Dafeng sighed again. Recently, Huajua's faction has cultivated another martial artist at the 9th level, and I will likely not be able to contend with him. If I lose my position, I will have to yield it, and the Xiao Academy will probably fall completely under Huajua's control. These individuals are quite ambitious, Zhang Yang thought to himself. By the way, Zhang Shidi, I heard you completed that extremely challenging task and earned a considerable number of points. I suggest you train at the Bailian Pavilion. The spiritual energy there is incredibly dense, which can provide you with significant improvement in a short time, Luo Dafeng advised. Zhang Yang was somewhat astonished. Despite his own dire situation, Luo Dafeng still expressed concern for him, which altered Zhang Yang's perception of him. Subsequently, Zhang Yang bid farewell to Luo Dafeng and headed straight to the Bailian Pavilion for training, where his strength was rapidly advancing. On the day of the assessment, Zhang Yang emerged from the Bailian Pavilion, having broken through to the 8th level of martial arts and perfected the Qingzhu Wuing step. If only I had more points. I might even have reached the 9th level by now, Zhang Yang murmured, though he felt a sense of satisfaction nonetheless. At present, he was invincible within the Xiao Academy. It's nearly time. I should head to the assessment, Zhang Yang murmured, making his way to the assessment location. Chapter 19. The Xiao monthly assessment begins upon arriving at the assembly point situated before a mountain outside the Xiao Academy. Zhang Yang found that most of the disciples had already gathered. At that moment, a middle-aged man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, eyes closed. Who is he? Zhang Yang asked Luo Dafeng, who stood beside him. He is an elder of our Xiao Academy, primarily responsible for managing our affairs. But he is usually preoccupied with his own cultivation and thus seldom intervenes, Luo Dafeng whispered. As Huajua noticed Zhang Yang's arrival, he approached and said, Remember to have someone prepare for your funeral before laughing and leaving. Foolish bird, Zhang Yang retorted, not indulging him. Huajua paused, but did not take offense. He had already regarded Zhang Yang as a dead man walking. Who is this person who dares to insult Huajua? He must be new and utterly unaware of Huajua's character. This fellow likely won't survive the assessment, several Xiao disciples murmured among themselves, many of whom did not recognize Zhang Yang. Now that everyone is nearly present, I will briefly explain the competition rules. The elder opened his eyes and addressed the crowd. The Xiao disciples immediately fell silent, attentively listening. In this assessment, you will enter the cave behind me. As long as you exit the cave within the specified time, you will pass. Those who exceed the time limit will be eliminated from the Xiao Academy, the middle-aged man declared. Upon hearing the rules, unease spread across the faces of the disciples, as previous assessments had only eliminated the last 10 participants. They had not anticipated such stringent criteria this time. Of course, the top 3 will be permitted to enter the outer sect directly. You may now proceed. I will await you at the exit, the elder announced. All the disciples moved toward the cave, while Huajua cast a cold smirk at Zhang Yang before entering. Zhang Yang, be careful. Huajua will undoubtedly strike at you within the cave, Luo Dafeng warned. He is likely the individual who will replace me. It appears he has set his sights on you as well, Luo Dafeng frowned. With 2 9th-level martial artists focused on Zhang Yang, even Luo Dafeng felt that Zhang Yang's chances in this assessment were grim. Such small fry cannot pose a threat to me. Zhang Yang laughed, boldly entering the cave. This Zhang Shidi, despite being a waste of spiritual roots, seems inexplicably confident. Luo Dafeng shook his head, following suit into the cave. Once inside, Zhang Yang surged forward with great speed, but barely had he covered 100 meters when a slender figure blocked his path. It was the 9th-level martial artist. You should not have provoked Huajua, the man stated coolly. Just then, Luo Dafeng arrived beside Zhang Yang, his expression grave. Zhang Shidi, I will fight alongside you, he declared, sensing the impending conflict. What is your name? Zhang Yang asked. It seems you wish to know. I can oblige. My name is Lin Yi. Remember it well. The slender man replied coldly. I believe you have misunderstood. I only asked your name for your benefit, so that when you perish, someone might erect a tablet in your memory. Zhang Yang retorted with a mocking smile. Your bravado is futile. Both of you will perish here today. Lin Ye's face twisted into a bloodthirsty grin. Zhang Shidi, let us attack together. This gives us a slim chance of defeating him. Luo Dafeng warned, brimming with trepidation. No sooner had he spoken than Lin Ye's figure flickered, lunging toward Zhang Yang with a swift slash. So fast, Luo Dafeng gasped in shock. However, in the next instant, Luo Dafeng's expression shifted dramatically as he witnessed Lin Ye's blade aimed at Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang suddenly sidestepped, and in a flash, a black sword light swept through the air, severing Lin Ye's head from his body. This, Luo Dafeng stood frozen, disbelief etched across his face. "Brother Luo, let's go," Zhang Yang declared, already dashing deeper into the cave. Impressive, was the sole thought racing through Luo Dafeng's mind. Suddenly realizing that by closely following Zhang Yang, he too might gain entry into the outer sect, he felt a surge of excitement and quickly pursued Zhang Yang. As Zhang Yang ventured further into the cave, he discovered the true nature of the trial. The cave was filled with numerous bronze figures, each extremely resilient and possessing formidable attack power. Many disciples found themselves ensnared by these bronze figures, unable to advance. Although these bronze figures were strong, they posed no obstacle to Zhang Yang, who bulldozed through them, sending them flying with his black gold sword, sparks flying in every direction. Witnessing this, many disciples gasped in astonishment. Zhang Yang was astonishingly formidable. Due to Zhang Yang leading the charge, the pressure on the other disciples diminished significantly. They were clever enough to stick closely behind him. Zhang Yang was well aware that the disciples behind him were using him as a shield, yet he was indifferent to their motives. As Zhang Yang barreled forward, he drew closer to the cave's exit, and the number of disciples trailing behind increased. At that moment, Huajua's figure appeared before Zhang Yang, gripping a battle knife, clearly waiting for him. However, upon seeing the throng of disciples following Zhang Yang, Huajua's expression shifted to one of astonishment. He had not anticipated so many individuals would reach this point. Zhang Yang halted upon encountering Huajua, casting a glance back at his disciples, who promptly came to a standstill as well. "Fear not the battle. We do not seek the top 3. Merely passing the assessment suffices," one of them remarked, with the rest nodding in agreement. "You have truly exerted yourself, waiting here for me," Zhang Yang acknowledged. "I have declared that you shall not leave this cave alive today." Huajua retorted with a cold smirk. "I intend to walk out, and I shall do so over your corpse." Zhang Yang scoffed before charging toward Huajua, seeking death. Huajua's expression turned icy as he swung his blade toward Zhang Yang, flames flickering along the weapon. "This is a low-grade Xian-tier martial technique," Luo Dafeng among the crowd exclaimed in astonishment. Such techniques were unattainable for the disciples of the outer sect, reserved solely for those who had entered the outer ranks. It was evident that this skill had been bestowed upon Huajua by his brother. Clang, clang, clang. Zhang Yang's sword struck against Huajua's battle blade, sending flames scattering in all directions, forcing Huajua to stagger back. "This technique seems to be of a much higher caliber than my thunder sword art," Zhang Yang realized instantly. "If I cannot pierce through, I shall cleave you apart." Before Huajua could regain his footing, Zhang Yang was upon him, the black gold sword raining down blows like a tempest. Clang, clang, clang. The spectators beheld as Zhang Yang relentlessly assaulted Huajua, who was rendered utterly defenseless, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth, clearly gravely injured. "Goodness, Zhang Yang is monstrous. Huajua stands no chance against him," a disciple in the crowd gasped. They were left dumbfounded, witnessing a one-sided massacre. Clang, clang, clang. Huajua fought desperately to withstand Zhang Yang's onslaught, yet the sword was exceedingly heavy. Each impact reverberated through his very core. Crack! At that moment, a shattering sound arose, revealing numerous fissures across Huajua's battle blade. He realized the dire situation, but it was too late. Swoosh! The blade shattered, and Zhang Yang cleaved Huajua in two, blood splattering across the ground. Zhang Yang sheathed his black gold sword and charged toward the cave exit. The disciples behind him quickly followed, knowing that with a stroke of luck, they might secure a place among the top 3. Before long, Zhang Yang burst forth from the cave, prompting the elder to glance at the time and smile. "Congratulations. You have secured first place." No sooner had he spoken than Luo Dafeng emerged, leaving the elder momentarily stunned. In his recollection, Luo Dafeng was not supposed to achieve second place. "Luo Dafu is second," the elder announced. However, what transpired next left him utterly bewildered as a throng of disciples surged forth from the cave. "What is going on?" The elder was genuinely perplexed. This crowd encompassed nearly all the disciples participating in the assessment, indicating that very few had been eliminated, a most unprecedented occurrence in the history of the assessment for the outer sect. Congratulations on passing the assessment. The top 3 can proceed directly to the outer sect, the elder proclaimed with a smile, distributing an outer sect token to the top performers before departing, intent on resuming his cultivation. As for the peculiarities of this assessment and Huajua's absence, it was of no concern to him. Cultivation remained paramount. With the elder's departure, the disciples approached Zhang Yang to express their gratitude, aware that this assessment was far more stringent than previous ones, and typically, many would be expelled from the sect. Yet, thanks to Zhang Yang's rampage within the cave, numerous disciples had managed to pass. However, it was Luo Dafu who was most exhilarated, grasping Zhang Yang's hands tightly. Brother, I genuinely thank you. Without you, I would never have entered the outer sect. Tonight, I shall treat you to a place to unwind. What place? Zhang Yang inquired. Curiosity piqued. A place of exquisite beauty, perfect for alleviating stress. Luo Dafu replied mysteriously. Forget it, you go alone. Zhang Yang declined outright, having gleaned the nature of the venue. What a pity. I had envisioned us 2 brothers commandeering the establishment, ensuring none could leave their quarters, Luo Dafu lamented. Subsequently, the crowd dispersed, many disciples heading off to celebrate, while Zhang Yang prepared to make his way to the outer sect with his token in hand. The outer sect lay apart from the outer disciples' precinct, and as Zhang Yang ascended the mountain, he soon encountered a grand gate, behind which a scattering of structures was concealed among the mountains. Upon reaching the mountain gate, 2 disciples barred his path. Displaying his outer sect token, they finally allowed him passage. Zhang Yang did not dwell on matters too deeply. Upon entering the outer sect, he first went to receive his outer sect disciple attire, as per the elder's instructions. He then intended to wander about the outer sect to familiarize himself with the environment. Upon arriving at the central plaza of the outer sect, he was abruptly halted by a voice. Are you Zhang Yang? A young man, seemingly of similar age, inquired. And you are? Zhang Yang responded, puzzled, as he had just arrived and should not be recognized. I am Huabuyu, the brother of Huajua. Upon hearing Zhang Yang's acknowledgement, the young man's expression darkened immediately. So you are Huajua's brother. Zhang Yang had not anticipated this possibility, for the 2 bore no resemblance to one another, indeed appearing entirely unrelated. Zhang Yang even harbored suspicions regarding Huabuyu's mother, questioning her fidelity, given their starkly different appearances. Where has my brother gone? Huabuyu demanded ominously. How would I know? Zhang Yang replied. Do not feign ignorance. I have received word that you are the one who killed my brother. Huabuyu's tone grew more intense. Your brother sought to kill me. I was compelled to retaliate, and who knew he would be so feeble? Zhang Yang countered. Do not seek excuses. You have slain my brother, and here in the outer sect, no one can protect you. Huabuyu declared, disregarding the many onlookers in the plaza, and prepared to strike Zhang Yang. In response, Zhang Yang summoned his black gold sword, knowing full well he was not Huabuyu's match at present. Yet, if Huabuyu sought to engage him, he would not shy away. He was prepared to unleash the chaos void technique, willing to fight to the bitter end. Stand down. A commanding voice resonated. Zhang Yang turned to regard the newcomer, momentarily stunned to see it was Tang Ji. Huabuyu, it would be wise for you to temper your conduct. This is Shao Xianzong, not your home. Tang Ji admonished coldly. Upon seeing Tang Ji, Huabuyu's raised hand fell back down, his expression shifting before he said, Elder Tang, I am a disciple of Elder Qian. Speaking to me in such a manner will surely displease my master. Tang Ji's countenance darkened considerably, and he barked, Get out! Though Huabuyu's master was formidable, he himself could not contend with Tang Ji, fearing that he might truly provoke Tang Ji into delivering a public thrashing before all present. He could not afford such humiliation. In 2 months, the outer sect grand competition will be held, and all outer sect disciples must participate. Zhang Yang, pray that you do not cross paths with me, for I shall surely slay you. Huabuyu huffed before departing. With Huabuyu's exit, Tang Ji's expression softened slightly, and he then guided Zhang Yang to acquaint him with the outer sect surroundings. After the 3 departed, the plaza erupted into lively chatter. Who is this fellow? He dares to provoke Huabuyu, one of the top 3 in the outer sect. Did you not hear? This man is Zhang Yang, just promoted from the outer disciple precinct. The outer sect disciples engaged in animated discussions, and soon, Zhang Yang's name echoed throughout the entire outer sect. even being recognized by the most casual of listeners. However, the reputation that spread was far from favorable, as nearly all outer sect disciples speculated on the manner of Zhang Yang's demise during the grand competition. Chapter 21. The Manual of Youth Cultivation. Tang Ji strolled along the outer gate streets with Zhang Yang, enlightening him about the fundamental aspects of the outer gate. Elder Tang, to what realm has Huabu ascended, and who is his master? Zhang Yang inquired, sensing that Tang Ji held a certain apprehension towards Huabu's master. Huabu currently stands at the 5th level of the warrior realm, recognized as one of the 3 strongest in the outer gate, Tang Ji elucidated. As for his master, he is named Ma Kan, an elder of the inner gate. Shouldn't inner gate elders be recruiting inner disciples? Zhang Yang expressed his confusion. Huabu is not yet a formal disciple of Ma Kan, but the entirety of the outer gate is aware that Ma Kan has taken a keen interest in him, intending to take him as a disciple ahead of time. This news once stirred the entire outer gate, Tang Ji replied. Zhang Yang nodded, deep in thought. You were the one who invited me to the Shaoxian sect. Now that you've provoked Huabu, I am unable to assist you. Tang Ji sighed, appearing quite helpless. If I were to kill Huabu during the outer gate competition, would Ma Kan seek revenge on me? Zhang Yang asked. Upon hearing this, a peculiar expression crossed Tang Ji's face. You acknowledge your extraordinary talent, yet you are currently 7 realms apart from him. Are you out of your mind? I have already reached the 8th level of the warrior realm. I only lack 6 more realms, Zhang Yang asserted. What? Tang Ji's eyes widened in disbelief. You were merely at the 7th level a month ago, and now you have advanced another realm? Zhang Yang nodded. Thus, I believe that with 2 months of diligent effort, I might be able to defeat him during the competition. This fellow is truly monstrous. Tang Ji felt as if his mind was reeling. If you truly can achieve that, I suggest you strive to enter the top 3. This way, you can directly enter the inner gate and take a master. Once you have a master, Ma Kan would not dare to act against you lightly, Tang Ji advised. Zhang Yang nodded in agreement and subsequently parted ways with Tang Ji, heading directly to the Points Exchange Hall, a designated place for the redemption of items. Shortly after entering the Grand Hall, Zhang Yang's eyes fell upon a particular cultivation technique, the Supreme Yin Sword Art. Upon glancing at the introduction, he learned that the Supreme Yin Sword Art required the absorption of extreme Yin energy to condense Yin pearls, necessary for its cultivation. Once fully mastered, its power could cleave mountains and, when perfected, would equate to an earth-level technique. Just the name of this sword art sounds extraordinary, Zhang Yang mused, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Young lad, do not gaze too long. You cannot afford it. An elder approached Zhang Yang. How many points does this technique require? Zhang Yang inquired. 20,000 points, the elder replied with a smile. What? Zhang Yang couldn't help but exclaim, realizing he truly could not afford it. Possibly for the rest of his life. This technique is exceedingly difficult to cultivate. Merely condensing the Yin pearl is a challenge. I advise you to abandon the idea. The elder kindly cautioned. Zhang Yang gritted his teeth, declaring, I must cultivate this technique. You should heed the elder's words. Many have tried to acquire this technique. Some can afford it, yet no one in the Shaoxian sect has ever successfully trained in it, the elder remarked. Zhang Yang's heart trembled at this revelation, realizing the daunting challenge ahead. However, with his chaos sacred body, he believed he could succeed, albeit with some trouble in condensing the Yin pearl. Elder, do you know of any methods to quickly earn 20,000 points? Zhang Yang inquired, a grin on his face, exuding a flattering demeanor. The elder sighed, replying, You may go directly to the task hall. There are 2 extremely challenging tasks available. Completing them will earn you the requisite points. As soon as the elder finished speaking, Zhang Yang dashed out of the Points Exchange Hall, racing towards the task hall. The elder could only shake his head, lamenting the audacity of youth. In no time, Zhang Yang arrived at the task hall and swiftly located the 2 tasks, each worth 10,000 points. He approached the elder in charge of the tasks to register. Upon seeing the tasks, the elder's expression turned one of astonishment, and after a careful look at Zhang Yang, he earnestly advised, Young man, there is no need to be reckless. Seeking death should not be done this way. Elder, I am undertaking tasks, not seeking death, Zhang Yang retorted, somewhat exasperated. Have you carefully examined the difficulty of these tasks? The elder inquired. I have. They are rated as difficult, the kind where one could easily perish, Zhang Yang replied. Are you afraid of dying? Hence choosing 2 tasks? Moreover, I see you are merely at the warrior realm. Is this not courting death? The elder questioned. Elder, could you not speak so ominously? I feel as though you are cursing me, Zhang Yang couldn't help but say. With a resigned sigh, the elder ultimately registered Zhang Yang for both tasks and reminded him, the task of eradicating the demonic cultivator's base is a group task. With you, the number is sufficient. I will notify the other participants, and you shall gather here at the hall entrance tomorrow. Zhang Yang expressed his gratitude to the elder and departed the task hall. I believe they will surely appreciate this. Zhang Yang admired the illustrations of the snow-white figures, alongside the thrilling text, and chuckled as he placed the paper inside a bamboo tube, labeling it with the grand title, The Manual of Youth Cultivation. He then promptly exited the cave dwelling. Before long, Zhang Yang arrived at the central square of the outer gate, a bustling hub filled with various facilities dedicated to serving the outer gate disciples. In a corner of the square, numerous vendors displayed an array of peculiar items, making it a prime gathering place for disciples seeking bargains. Zhang Yang found an empty spot, seated himself cross-legged, and placed 3 bamboo tubes before him. Walk by and do not miss out. The Manual of Youth Cultivation is something you deserve, Zhang Yang called out loudly. Within moments, a disciple approached, curious. The Manual of Youth Cultivation? What on earth is that? And it costs 100 points. Brother, it is evident upon a glance, Zhang Yang said, leaning in mysteriously as he opened one of the bamboo tubes to reveal the contents to the disciple. Upon seeing the illustrations, the disciple's nose bled profusely, and he quickly shoved the paper back into the tube, whispering to Zhang Yang, Bro, this is fantastic. Where did you acquire this? The disciple was astounded by the tantalizing content within, which not only ignited passions, but also included many movements, some of which he had never encountered before. I drew them myself, Zhang Yang explained. You are truly a genius. I will buy this, the disciple declared. But do not rush off yet. What you have there is the first volume. The other 2 bamboo tubes contain the second and third volumes, Zhang Yang whispered. Wait, there are sequels? The disciple's eyes sparkled with excitement as he immediately purchased the other 2 volumes from Zhang Yang. Will there be more updates? He inquired. Indeed, and there will be variations in skin tones. The Manual of Youth Cultivation will be continuously updated. Zhang Yang winked at the disciple. Thank you. You are like a second parent to me, reviving my spirit to venture forth in the world. The disciple exclaimed. If I may ask, where did you learn these movements? He hesitated before asking. These are insights I stumbled upon. If you master those movements, you will undoubtedly experience a different kind of thrill, such as the splits. Zhang Yang chuckled. I have lived for so long and never realized there were so many variations to explore. My life has truly been in vain. After spending considerable time, Zhang Yang, now more adept, created 10 more copies, each containing 3 volumes. He felt that earning points had become rather effortless. Zhang Yang, in a mere day, amassed a remarkable 300 points, reaching a point where he felt disinclined to undertake any further tasks. Elder, I require the Bao potion, Zhang Yang stated. Elder Zhang handed him a vial containing a verdant liquid, remarking, This elixir is indeed beneficial for you. It can swiftly restore your injuries and spiritual energy. Although each vial comes at a steep cost. How many points is it? Zhang Yang inquired. 300 points per vial, the elder replied. Then I shall take 11 vials, Zhang Yang declared, promptly transferring the points to the elder. The elder was taken aback, pondering how a novice disciple from the outer sect could possess such an abundance of points. Nevertheless, he dismissed the thought and promptly provided Zhang Yang with the 11 vials. Pouring a portion of the green liquid onto his wounds, Zhang Yang soon felt a refreshing sensation accompanied by a slight itch. Moments later, he checked the injury on his backside and was astonished to find it completely healed, the skin smooth and supple, as if it had never been wounded. Truly a remarkable item, albeit somewhat pricey, Zhang Yang exclaimed in delight. The following morning, Zhang Yang arrived at the task hall as agreed. Upon his arrival, he spotted a familiar figure. Shan't, he greeted. A band of rogues is nothing to worry about, Zhang Yang chuckled. After joining the outer sect, I attempted to find you, but no one seemed to have heard of a Zhang Yang. Why is that? Shan't queried, unable to fathom that such a prodigy had previously been relegated to the Servants' Institute. This is inconsequential. Have you seen Yu Hongshi? I have yet to encounter her since arriving at the Shaoxian sect. Zhang Yang expressed his curiosity, eager to confront Yu Hongshi. I heard that after testing her spiritual roots, she directly entered the inner courtyard, Shan't informed him. A talent like you should also be in the inner courtyard. Shouldn't you? She asked, puzzled. What you don't understand is that I could have entered the inner courtyard, but I chose to start from the Servants' Institute to better hone my skills, Zhang Yang replied with utmost seriousness. I see. Zhang Yang, you are truly impressive. I wish to learn from you in the future, Qian Duoduo said, gazing at him with admiration. Zhang Yang smiled awkwardly. Junior Sister Qian, may I ask who this is? At that moment, a man in white robes approached with a smile. This is my good friend. He hails from Qingshan City, just like me, Qian Duoduo introduced. Zhang Yang. This is senior brother Ding Song. He has achieved the second level of warrior and has been very supportive of me, she added. Ding Song glanced at Zhang Yang, and, upon discovering that he was merely at the 8th level of warrior, a flicker of contempt flashed in his eyes. Has our companion for the task arrived yet? Ding Song inquired, clearly disregarding Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang remained unfazed by this display of disdain, having encountered such arrogance before. Not yet, Qian Duoduo replied. Just then, another man approached. You must be the ones here for the mission to eliminate the demon cultivator's base. Ding Song assessed the newcomer and, noticing that their level was comparable to his own, responded with a smile. Indeed. I am Bai Diyong. We're just waiting for one more person to set off. The man said, No need to wait. I am that last person, Zhang Yang interjected suddenly. So it's you. This is wonderful news, Qian Duoduo exclaimed, visibly pleased. Bai Diyong's brow furrowed slightly, but soon relaxed. Ding Song, however, frowned deeply and remarked, You must be jesting with your level. Taking on such a challenging task is akin to courting disaster. The atmosphere grew tense and awkward. Senior brother Ding, Zhang Yang, is quite formidable, Qian Duoduo hastily defended him. No matter how formidable, his level is still too low. A person like him could jeopardize our entire team. Ding Song expressed his dissatisfaction. Mind your own business, Zhang Yang retorted before being the first to leave. After Zhang Yang departed, the others quickly followed, leaving Ding Song with a dark expression. He had always considered himself among the upper echelons of the outer sect, and being mocked by a mere Servants' Institute graduate infuriated him. Once we reach the task location, I will find a way to take him down, Ding Song vowed, hastily following behind. As their task location was quite distant, Zhang Yang and the others needed to utilize the teleportation array to reach it. The teleportation array requires a fee of 10 points, announced the guard stationed by the array. The other three promptly paid the fee, leaving Zhang Yang awkwardly standing in place, feeling utterly embarrassed as he had no points to his name. Why did no one mention that the teleportation array requires points? Zhang Yang lamented internally. Qian Duoduo noticed Zhang Yang's predicament and quickly offered to pay the 10 points on his behalf. You truly are kind, Duoduo, Zhang Yang expressed his gratitude. Hearing Zhang Yang speak so warmly made Qian Duoduo's cheeks flush. A team should help each other, she stated. A grown man, and you're allowing junior sister Qian to pay your fees. You are bringing shame upon us male disciples of Shaoxian sect. Ding Song's sarcastic voice rang out. Fool! Zhang Yang shot back, stepping into the teleportation array. Qian Duoduo and Bai Diyong soon followed suit. As Bai Diyong stepped into the array, he muttered, This Zhang junior brother has quite a sharp tongue, though it seems difficult to counter. Ding Song overheard Bai Diyong's comment, and his expression darkened further. Wishing to strike Bai Diyong, but knowing they were evenly matched, he could only channel his resentment toward Zhang Yang. Enjoy your moment of pride. Your time to regret will come, Ding Song thought as he entered the teleportation array. When Zhang Yang and the others emerged from the teleportation array, they found themselves outside a small village. Their task was to locate the demon cultivator's base, and this place had recently suffered an attack from them. They were there to search for clues. What a strong smell of blood. Zhang Yang frowned, rushing towards the village. The other three quickly sensed that something was amiss and followed suit. Upon entering the village, the sight of numerous corpses caused Zhang Yang's brow to furrow deeply, as a foul stench of decay permeated the air. Upon her arrival, Qian Duoduo immediately turned pale and retched upon seeing the rotting bodies. These demon cultivators are nothing but beasts. They actually use the blood of ordinary people to cultivate. Bai Diyong's expression was grave. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang also realized that while the corpses were indeed bloodied, the amount of blood was surprisingly scant. Are demon cultivators truly using the blood of others to cultivate? Zhang Yang asked, unfamiliar with the practices of demon cultivators. Indeed, their cultivation technique is a form of evil art that requires blood for advancement. The blood of cultivators is particularly favored, Bai Diyong explained. Zhang Yang frowned, having never encountered such dark practices before. Senior brother Bai, are we the first from Shaoxian sect to learn of this? Zhang Yang inquired. This area falls under the jurisdiction of Shaoxian's sect. So we are undoubtedly the first to gain this intelligence, Bai Diyong responded. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Yang cautioned, Senior Brother Bai, we must remain vigilant. These corpses likely died only the previous night, meaning the demon cultivators may not have left yet. In his mind, if they favored the blood of cultivators, it was entirely plausible that they might be lying in wait to ambush the first group of cultivators that arrived. That is mere conjecture. Why should we believe you? Ding Song scoffed. Besides, with your level, what qualifications do you have to instruct us? I merely wish to remind everyone to take precautions. I never claimed there would definitely be demon cultivators here. Moreover, what does my strength have to do with it? Am I not allowed to speak simply because I am weaker? Zhang Yang retorted with a cold snort. How dare you speak to a senior brother in such a manner? Ding Song fumed. Zhang Yang ignored him, instead focusing on examining the village with Bai Diyong for any remaining clues. Senior brother Ding. Zhang Yang did not mean it that way. Qian Duo, having finally regained her composure, weakly tried to console Ding Song. Gazed at Qian Duo with gratitude, remarking, Qian Shimmy, you possess such kindness, unlike certain individuals who show not the slightest respect towards their elder brother. Qian Duo could only respond with an awkward smile. Zhang Yang, merely a waste emerging from the Zai Yuan, held an unfounded confidence. Furthermore, given the current state of this place, it was implausible that any demonic cultivators could still exist. Ding Song scoffed disdainfully. Barely had Ding Song's words left his lips when 20 shadowy figures suddenly surged forth from the surrounding structures, encircling the four of them. Clad in loose robes with their faces obscured by hoods, they had initially come merely to test their luck, never anticipating that they would actually encounter adversaries. The leader among the black-robed figures spoke in a sinister tone, a waft of bloodlust emanating from his presence. It seems your disciple has guessed correctly, Bai Diyong remarked, his expression tense as he surveyed the black-robed figures. Ding Song's countenance darkened. He had just proclaimed the impossibility of any demonic cultivators being present, only to be swiftly contradicted. You villagers are the ones they have slain, Zhang Yang declared coldly, sensing that the leading figure among the black-robed men possessed the strength of a third-level warrior, while the others were comparatively weaker. Indeed, we're the ones who did the killing. However, the blood of these mere mortals cannot possibly compare to that of cultivators. The black-robed man replied with a chilling laugh. Brother, cease this trivial chatter and eliminate them. My brethren have not tasted the blood of cultivators in quite some time, urged another black-clad figure, displaying an impatient demeanor. Zhang Yang promptly unsheathed his Heijin sword, instructing the other three, Qian Duo, stand in the center. The black-robed leader is mine. How dare you, the weakest among us, dictate our actions? Ding Song retorted angrily. Yet, as soon as he finished his outburst, he found himself forced into combat with the approaching black-robed leader. The remaining black-clad figures charged toward Zhang Yang and the others in overwhelming numbers. Bai Shixiang, protect Qian Duo. Zhang Yang shouted, immediately advancing towards the black-clad man. This fool is courting death. The black-clad figures expressed mockery upon witnessing Zhang Yang's bold advance. With a swift motion, Zhang Yang's silhouette flickered, and in an instant, one of the black-robed men was pierced through the skull. Before they could react, Zhang Yang vanished from sight. Kill him. One of the black-clad men yelled in anger, feeling humiliated that one of their number had already fallen to Zhang Yang. However, before he could finish his command, a black sword emerged from his throat, extinguishing his life in an instant. Zhang Shidi appears to be even more formidable than I anticipated, Bai Diyong mused. Taken aback by Zhang Yang's prowess, at this moment, he realized that despite Zhang Yang's lower cultivation level, his strength was terrifying. As the black-robed men were drawn to Zhang Yang, he and Qian Duo found themselves in the safest position. I told you Zhang Yang is exceptionally strong. Qian Duo whispered softly. Zhang Yang moved like a shadow, evading the attacks of the black-robed men, many of whom were of a higher cultivation level, but could not land a single blow on him. With each strike, another black-robed figure fell, and within moments, 10 lay lifeless at his feet, causing the remaining black-robed men to gradually lose their composure. Run, one of them shouted, their morale shattered. You shall not escape, Zhang Yang declared, halting his evasive maneuvers and charging at the remaining few. With ease, he dispatched the terrified black-robed figures. The black-robed leader, once engaged with Ding Song, now found himself overwhelmed. Ding Song was battered and bruised, gasping for breath as the disparity in their cultivation levels rendered him helpless. They've all been killed. The black-robed man exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Seeking death, he growled, breaking free from Ding Song's grasp and lunging at Zhang Yang in rage. Bai Daong reacted swiftly, throwing a punch at the black-robed man while calling to Ding Song, "Hurry and lend a hand. Get lost." The black-robed man barked, retaliating with a punch that sent Bai Daong flying. "Ding Shixiang, we need your help," Qian Duo cried, quickly assisting Bai Daong in mitigating the force of his impact. Meanwhile, Ding Song was in a state of turmoil. He had sustained serious injuries, and rushing to assist could very well lead to his demise. "No one shall leave today," the black-robed man bellowed, launching another punch towards Bai Daong. Seeing this, Bai Daong pushed Qian Duo away, but the punch was already upon him. Just then, a black sword flashed through the air, severing the black-robed man's hand. "Bai Shixiang, let us strike together," Zhang Yang urged, thrusting his sword once more at the black-robed figure, prompting Bai Daong to follow suit. The black-robed man clutched his wound, pale and shaken. He had not anticipated Zhang Yang's speed. Caught off guard, he had lost an arm and significantly weakened his combat capability. Now, he was keen to flee and dashed towards the outskirts of the village. Bai Daong attempted to pursue but was stopped by Zhang Yang, who advised, "Let us recover first." Zhang Yang produced a vial of Bao liquid and handed it to Bai Daong. Bao liquid. Bai Daong's eyes sparkled. Recognizing its value, he drank it without hesitation. Zhang Yang also consumed a vial and promptly began recuperating. In mere moments, the two were fully restored. "Give me a vial," Ding Song pleaded, his gaze evasive as he approached Zhang Yang. His injuries were severe, and ordinary elixirs could not aid him. "You are unworthy," Zhang Yang replied bluntly. "We are a team. You provided Bai Daong with one, so why not me? I even held off the black-robed man for you. Without my assistance, you would have perished." Ding Song retorted angrily. "You did not intervene because the black-robed man had fixated on you. Besides, when Bai Shixiang called for help, why did you not respond? You nearly endangered us all." Zhang Yang scoffed. "I was injured and unable to assist." Ding Song's gaze faltered. He had indeed hesitated out of fear. "You have gone too far, Ding Song," Bai Daong reprimanded, unable to tolerate his behavior any longer. "What of it? It is Zhang Yang's refusal to grant me Bao liquid that has left me unable to heal." Ding Song's demeanor became increasingly frantic. In this perilous location, who could predict if more demonic cultivators would arrive? If he did not hasten his recovery, he might very well fall prey to the jaws of a beast. "The Bao liquid is mine. I shall give it to whomever I choose," Zhang Yang declared, gesturing for Bai Daong and Qian Duo to leave. Upon hearing this, Ding Song hesitated. "You understand fear. Thus, you should hasten to surrender the Bao liquid," Ding Song roared, now completely deranged. In an instant, Ding Song's head flew from his shoulders. Zhang Yang sheathed his Heijin sword, coldly stating, "I initially wished not to stoop to the level of clowns such as yourself, but dare to threaten my family, and your fate shall be death." With that, Zhang Yang departed. Bai Daong felt a tremor of unease upon witnessing Zhang Yang's lethal action against Ding Song. He had sensed a profound aura of killing intent emanating from Zhang Yang, indicative of a man who had taken many lives. Zhang Shidi is far from what he appears. Bai Daong marveled at Zhang Yang's decisive demeanor, feeling an immense respect for him. Were the roles reversed, he would not have had the courage to eliminate Ding Song. Soon, Qian Duo and Bai Daong caught up with Zhang Yang. "Where are we headed, Zhang Yang?" Bai Daong inquired, for Zhang Yang had evidently become the spiritual pillar of their small team. "To seek the lair of the demonic cultivators," Zhang Yang replied. "Do you know where it is?" Bai Daong asked with curiosity. "I left a mark on that man. I can sense the direction in which he lies," Zhang Yang explained. This is, in fact, a minor technique that appeared in his mind when the mixed chaotic sacred body awakened. It had been of little use until now, but finally proved its worth. Subsequently, Bai Daong and Qian Duo followed Zhang Yang toward the mountains near the village. Zhang Yang quickly located the individual based on the markings on his body. Frowning at the corpse on the ground, Zhang Yang noted that the man in the black robe was already dead. Could there be others here? Bai Daong scanned the surroundings with caution. Just as he spoke, the sound of battle reached their ears. Zhang Yang swiftly moved toward the area of conflict, and soon the three approached the site of the skirmish. They beheld a group of black-robed figures surrounding a man and a woman. The man, clad in white robes, appeared strikingly handsome, while the woman, with her long black hair cascading to her waist, wore a short black skirt that accentuated her fair skin and revealed her long, graceful legs, exuding vibrant youthfulness. Zhang Yang pondered, feeling a sense of familiarity with the woman. And soon a flash of realization struck him. She was the one who had sent him flying with a single palm strike at Neo Exine Shanhe. Chapter 25. The Demon Cult's Lair by Daong. Overhearing Zhang Yang's murmurs, could not help but interject, "That's Senior Sister Lan from the inner courtyard. How could you not recognize her?" "Senior Sister Lan? What is her full name?" Zhang Yang inquired, wondering if it was merely a coincidence. "Are you unaware of the first beauty of Shao Xuanzong, Lan, Chu?" Bai Daong exclaimed, displaying a look of exasperation. "Indeed, Senior Sister Lan is exceptionally beautiful," Qian Duo added, unable to restrain her praise. This is rather awkward, Zhang Yang thought. He recalled having accidentally touched her before and resolved to keep his distance in the future to avoid being recognized. As for the commission from Lan Luofei, he decided to postpone that matter for later. His life was of utmost importance. "Let us depart," Zhang Yang declared, turning away. "Shouldn't we lend a hand?" Bai Daong queried, puzzled, as opportunities to impress Senior Sister Lan were exceedingly rare. "Help? Have you considered the strength of those black-robed figures?" "You would be courting death," Zhang Yang replied, exasperated. The presence of so many black-robed individuals indicated that their lair was likely nearby. "Let's raid their lair," Zhang Yang suggested with a grin. "Excellent idea." Bai Daong and Qian Duo's eyes brightened in unison. The three swiftly moved on, carefully searching for their stronghold in the forest. Before long, they discovered a concealed entrance on a steep cliff, hidden so well that an ordinary person would find it difficult to notice. "This must be the place. Let's investigate," Zhang Yang said, leaping into the cave. Bai Daong and Qian Duo followed closely behind. Upon entering, Zhang Yang realized that the cave was much deeper than he had anticipated. The bottom was shrouded in darkness. Soon, Bai Daong and Qian Duo arrived at the cave's depths. "This place hardly seems suitable for a lair," Bai Daong remarked, surveying the inky surroundings, which revealed only vague outlines of rocks. "Let us delve deeper," Zhang Yang suggested. They continued their exploration until Zhang Yang discovered another deep cavern, illuminated by flickering flames. The three cautiously peered inside, observing a fire pit surrounded by several black-robed men, with numerous wooden crates nearby. "We just slaughtered a small village. And yet the people from Shao Xuanzong have arrived so quickly," one of the black-robed men murmured. "The boss anticipated someone would come, so he has been waiting for them. However, I have heard that the two who came possess remarkable strength. I wonder if the boss can capture them. If so, through their blood?" "I believe the boss's realm could be enhanced," another replied. "Fortunately, we encountered Senior Sister Lan. Otherwise, this task would have been beyond our capabilities," Bai Daong thought, feeling a sense of trepidation. He had witnessed the demon cult leader's unfathomable strength and could not fathom it. However, given that one of the black-robed men had already attained the third level of warrior status, it seemed exceedingly difficult for the three of them to take down their lair. Qian Duo cautioned, "Leave these black-robed men to me. You two quickly retrieve the items from the crates and wait for me outside," Zhang Yang instructed. "Impossible. You are no match for those black-robed men," Bai Daong flatly refused. Despite Zhang Yang's strength, he understood that Zhang Yang could not contend against the black-robed figures. With a firm resolve, Bai Daong and Qian Duo charged into the depths of the cave, albeit in a different direction toward the treasure chests. Intruders. At the moment Zhang Yang entered the cave, the black-robed men immediately stood alert. "You handle the other two. I'll take care of this one," the strongest black-robed man commanded. Recognizing Zhang Yang's intentions, "Your opponent is me," Zhang Yang declared, golden light swirling around him, transforming his hair to pure white. "To dare invade our lair. Even if you can transform, you shall not leave alive," the black-robed man sneered, charging at Zhang Yang. He could see that Zhang Yang was merely at the 8th level of warrior. Even with his secret technique, he would not be a match for him. Clang! Zhang Yang's sword clashed against the black-robed man's weapon, shattering it with a single stroke. Swish! Zhang Yang moved with incredible speed. As soon as one strike ceased, another followed. And before the black-robed man could react, he was swiftly slain by Zhang Yang. The remaining black-robed men wore expressions of horror. Their strongest comrade had been effortlessly defeated, leaving them no desire to fight. They all fled toward the cave's entrance. "You shall not escape," Zhang Yang shouted, fully aware that they were seeking reinforcements. In mere moments, several black-robed heads rolled as Zhang Yang's figure flickered through the space. His hair returned to its original black hue. "Just as I suspected, this state requires swift resolution. The shorter the duration, the weaker the feeling of fatigue becomes," Zhang Yang mused, then rushed toward the treasure chests. At that moment, Bai Daong stood frozen in place, awestruck by Zhang Yang's prowess. What other secrets does this brother possess? How can he transform? Yet that white hair is truly striking. Bai Daong marveled internally, momentarily forgetting the most critical task at hand. What are you dawdling for? Move quickly, Zhang Yang called out, noticing Bai Daong's stupor. Only then did Bai Daong snap back to reality, and the three moved swiftly to empty the contents of the chests. Let's hurry, Zhang Yang urged, and the trio dashed toward the cave's exit. Once outside, Bai Daong asked, "Where shall we go now?" "Into the depths of the mountains," Zhang Yang replied. "The deep mountains are perilous, teeming with second-tier demon beasts," Bai Daong cautioned. "The most dangerous places are often the safest," Zhang Yang asserted. Charging into the heart of the mountains. Zhang Yang's words are indeed profound, Bai Daong murmured, his understanding reshaped. "I told you Zhang Yang is formidable," Qian Duo remarked. Following closely behind, it appeared that he would need to learn from Zhang Yang in the future, Bai Daong resolved, and promptly joined him. Soon, the trio arrived deep within the mountains, with the chilling roars of demon beasts echoing around them, the sounds terrifying and jarring. "This shall suffice," Zhang Yang declared, entering a smaller cave that appeared relatively safer. Bai Daong and Qian Duo quickly followed suit. Once inside, they laid out their haul, filling the cave with a plethora of spirit stones and other precious items. "I had not anticipated these fellows to be so wealthy," Zhang Yang exclaimed, astonished. "They must have stolen it. These brutes have undoubtedly slain many," Bai Daong remarked. At that moment, Zhang Yang noticed a black orb among the pile of spirit stones, emanating an icy aura, which had coated the ground with a layer of frost. Chapter 26 Continuous Breakthroughs. Zhang Yang carefully picked up the bead and examined it closely. It turned out to be a xianin. Bai Daong exclaimed in surprise. "You know about this?" Zhang Yang responded with confusion. "What is it?" "This type of bead contains an exceptionally dense cold and yin power. It is a rare treasure. However, despite its value, many individuals cannot utilize it," Bai Daong explained. "This bead was found in the lair of the devil cultivators, indicating a strong possibility that those cultivators discovered it within this mountain range." Upon this realization, Zhang Yang felt a surge of excitement. He was in dire need of these xianin. "Let us begin cultivating right away," Zhang Yang declared. He shattered all the spirit stones and sealed the cave entrance, instantly filling the cavern with spiritual energy, which created a mist of dense aura. "What an extravagant method of cultivation, but I quite like it," Bai Daong remarked, as it was his first time experiencing such a practice. As he usually absorbed spirit stones one by one, Zhang Yang, however, directly grabbed a handful of spiritual herbs from the ground and swallowed them, immediately sitting cross-legged to commence his cultivation. Bai Daong and Qian Duo mimicked Zhang Yang's actions and began their own cultivation. Inside the lair of the devil cultivators, a man and a woman were present. "Junior sister, it appears we have arrived too late. The devil cultivator lair has already been plundered," the man in white said, frowning at the empty boxes. "That is of little consequence. It is a pity that the xianin is gone," Lan Chuchu sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. "Shall we delve deeper into the mountains? Those devil cultivators must have acquired the xianin from within this range," the man suggested. "Let go. With my current strength, I cannot enter a place where xianin exists," Lan Chuchu replied, maintaining a more open-minded perspective. However, the man in white seemed poised to say more. At this moment, Shi Jing was rendered speechless, as Lan Chuchu's smile was akin to a gentle spring breeze, accompanied by a faint, alluring fragrance that stirred his heart. "I will certainly pursue you," Shi Jing vowed, gazing adoringly at Lan Chuchu's departing figure. Within the cave, the previously abundant spiritual energy had completely dissipated, and the treasures on the ground had been consumed by the three. Boom! A thunderous sound reverberated within Zhang Yang's body. He had made a breakthrough. He had finally reached the martial artist realm. Zhang Yang felt immense joy in his heart, as he had ascended 2 levels thanks to the treasures. At this moment, Bai Daong and Qian Duo also opened their eyes, having both achieved breakthroughs. "Apologies. I may have absorbed a bit more than necessary," Zhang Yang chuckled, aware that he had consumed most of the spiritual energy in the cave. "What is there to apologize for? These treasures were earned through your efforts. Without you, we could never have obtained them," Bai Daong said. Qian Duo nodded in agreement. "I have reached the 3rd level of martial artist," Bai Daong said with a hint of pride. "I too have made a breakthrough," Qian Duo exclaimed joyfully, then turned to Zhang Yang, asking, "What level are you at now?" "I have ascended 2 levels, and I am now also a martial artist." Zhang Yang replied with a smile. "Wow, you have advanced 2 levels." Bai Daong exclaimed in astonishment, though his expression quickly dimmed, losing some of its earlier excitement. "What's wrong, senior brother Bai?" Qian Duo noticed Bai Daong's strange demeanor and quickly inquired. "I feel rather disheartened. This life is becoming increasingly tedious." Bai Daong lamented with a sigh. Qian Duo intended to offer comfort, but at that moment, Zhang Yang stepped forward and gently patted Bai Daong's shoulder, speaking earnestly. "Senior brother, you must remain strong. Life still holds much interest, and setbacks are an everyday occurrence." Qian Duo stifled a laugh at this remark. "What mission do you have? Perhaps we can assist you," Bai Daong suggested. "I have a task to eliminate 1000 second-tier demon beasts," Zhang Yang stated. "Perhaps it's best to pass on that." Bai Daong thought, startled at Zhang Yang's audacity in taking on such a challenging mission. "Zhang Yang, please ensure your safety," Qian Duo urged as the 3 departed the cave. "Rest assured, you both take care as well." Zhang Yang waved goodbye to them. After parting ways with the 2, Zhang Yang immediately unsheathed his black gold sword and headed towards the demon beasts. This is true training. A subtle smile graced Zhang Yang's lips as he charged towards the first demon beast he encountered. The second-tier junior demon beast, upon seeing Zhang Yang, bared its fangs and lunged at him. Swish! Zhang Yang swiftly severed the demon beast's claw with a single stroke, causing it to emit a piercing cry of pain that echoed throughout the forest. Its eyes now blood-red, it lunged at Zhang Yang once more. Swish! Zhang Yang evaded the beast's attack and delivered another strike, decapitating the demon beast. Zhang Yang skillfully stripped the beast of its hide, expertly cutting away the most valuable meat, and retrieved the demon core, continuing his search for the next demon beast. Half a month later, indeed, just as I anticipated, this task may be arduous for others. But for me, it has proven relatively simple and immensely rewarding. Zhang Yang felt a surge of excitement. After a month of frenzied slaughter, he had once again ascended 2 levels, now reaching the 3rd level of martial artist. His strength had significantly increased, and his physique was now more robust than ever, with a richer blood vitality coursing through him. All of this was thanks to the demon beast meat, which he had consumed for half a month. There remained only one last demon beast. This thought caused Zhang Yang some distress. He had slain too many demon beasts recently, leading to their near extinction in the vicinity, and now he was left with no choice but to venture deeper into the mountains. Moments later, Zhang Yang arrived at a pond, its water appearing remarkably clear. However, upon gazing deeper, he noticed the bottom of the pond enveloped in endless darkness. What a dense chill! Zhang Yang felt a hint of cold despite his vigorous blood vitality. Just then, he noticed something writhing in the depths of the pond. He widened his eyes and saw the shadow growing larger. Not good. Zhang Yang instantly realized the shadow was approaching him, and he quickly retreated to a safe distance to observe the pond. Chapter 27 Fish Demon Zhang Yang had barely distanced himself for 2 breaths when a thunderous explosion erupted from the water's surface, followed by a massive creature bursting forth. Its body was covered in black scales, with 2 whiskers fluttering in the air. "What a gigantic fish, and it can fly!" Zhang Yang exclaimed, recognizing it as resembling a goldfish from his past life. The fish demon soared out of the water and headed straight for Zhang Yang, its massive body toppling surrounding trees. Zhang Yang, quick on his feet, did not retreat but charged towards the fish demon's belly, recalling his previous life's experience that the belly was the most vulnerable spot. Clang! Zhang Yang struck the fish demon's belly, sparks flying, but only leaving a scratch on its surface. The fish demon, sensing the intense pain, soared into the air once more and expelled several bubbles toward Zhang Yang. These bubbles appeared transparent and unremarkable. Boom, boom, boom. As the bubbles approached Zhang Yang, they suddenly burst, releasing a wave of chilling energy that engulfed the entire forest. Zhang Yang reacted swiftly, but was still swept away by the explosive force. A bone-chilling sensation coursing through his body. Seeing that this attack had failed to subdue Zhang Yang, the fish demon opened its mouth again, releasing countless bubbles into the forest, instantly filling the area. Oh no! At this moment, the bubbles in the forest began to emit a white glow. Zhang Yang's mind raced. He realized that he could not escape the onslaught of bubbles. I have an idea. A plan formed in Zhang Yang's mind. Although he was unsure of its efficacy, he had no choice but to proceed with it. Boom! Boom, boom, boom. As the bubbles burst one after another, a chilling aura swept through the entire forest, instantly freezing the trees into ice sculptures. The ground lay blanketed in a pristine layer of snow, with frost coating the weeds. Amidst this alabaster world stood a ding, unscathed by the frigid air. With a crack, Zhang Yang lifted the lid of the ding and emerged. Upon witnessing the snow-white forest, he felt an overwhelming shock and silently rejoiced at his quick thinking, for had he not acted swiftly, he too would have been transformed into an ice sculpture. Zhang Yang dismounted, but just as he prepared to stow the shan't, he suddenly noticed a faint crack appearing on its surface, something that had not been there before. Could it be that it had sustained damage? Rage surged within him as he realized the urgency of retrieving the 12 lost shards of the ding. Otherwise, it would inevitably shatter. "I will fight you," Zhang Yang declared, brandishing me as he charged towards the fish demon, his face etched with fury. It was lamentable enough that he, the embodiment of the world's premier physique, the shan't, faced the risk of losing this single, fragile ding. As the fish demon saw Zhang Yang approach, it opened its mouth and unleashed a stream of black energy towards him, turning everything it touched into ice shards. At that moment, the flew forth, absorbing all the black energy within it, and soon droplets of white liquid trickled out, landing in Zhang Yang's hands. Stunned, he sensed that these droplets were unlike any he had encountered before. They emanated a subtle chill. Without hesitation, he swallowed the liquid, a wave of coldness enveloping him as it coalesced into a small pearl within his body, no larger than a grain of rice. To his astonishment, he had managed to condense in YNZH. Zhang Yang's heart swelled with joy, although he quickly regained his composure, muttering to himself, "This flavor differs from before. It bears a resemblance to ice cream." Meanwhile, the fish demon, momentarily taken aback by the absorption of its attack, soon erupted in fury, spewing another black energy stream at Zhang Yang. Once again, the chilling aura was absorbed by resulting in more white liquid flowing forth. Seeing this, Zhang Yang's expression brightened. As he consumed the liquid, he felt that within him grow slightly larger, now the size of a soybean. Realizing this tactic was ineffective, the fish demon exhaled numerous bubbles. Zhang Yang, seizing the opportunity, leapt into action, positioning the mouth of the over the fish demon's maw. Instantly, the bubbles were swallowed, yielding an even greater quantity of white liquid. In that moment, Zhang Yang recognized that this fish was more akin to a lucky koi than a mere beast. The ensuing scene was dramatic. Zhang Yang pursued the fish demon while the fish demon fled in panic, having realized that its attacks were futile against this human. Reaching the fish demon, Zhang Yang placed the ding over its mouth, and in mere moments, the chilling energy emanating from the fish was entirely absorbed, resulting in a copious amount of white liquid coalescing from within the ding. The fish demon, now significantly diminished in size, was no larger than Zhang Yang's palm and floundered helplessly on the ground. Zhang Yang consumed all the liquid, and soon the within him had swelled to the size of a fist, reaching its limit. "It appears I have reached my maximum capacity," he mused, acutely aware that the could absorb no more chilling energy. He then picked up the now diminutive black fish, regarding it with a smile. "I thank you for the opportunity you have provided me. I shall spare you this time." With that, he prepared to toss the little black fish back into the pond. Suddenly, Zhang Yang noticed a tear trickling from the corner of the fish's eye. "Is it crying?" He pondered, bewildered. Surely, it must be a coincidence. He dismissed the thought and cast the fish into the water. Upon regaining its freedom, the little black fish poked its head above the surface, and in an instant, a jet of water erupted from its mouth, soaking Zhang Yang completely before it dove into the depths of the pond. "Ungrateful, and you dare spray me with water? I should have never let you go," Zhang Yang shouted at the pond. Unbeknownst to him, this fish had been cultivating in the area for decades, absorbing the chilling energy, and now it was all to Zhang Yang's benefit, leaving the fish demon seething with a desire to devour him. Subsequently, Zhang Yang vanquished another beast, completing his task. "Now that I have reached the 3rd level of warrior status, I shall exchange for the Tiyngn. My strength is bound to increase significantly." Reflecting on his encounter with the fish demon, he noted that the Hijngn was becoming insufficient, and he would need to devise a plan. Chapter 28. A band of second-generation prodigals. The elder regarded Zhang Yang with a hint of surprise. "Zhang Yang," he said. Zhang Yang, feeling a sense of exasperation, thought to himself, "Can you not wish me well for once?" Some outer disciples gazed at Zhang Yang in astonishment, aware that he had undertaken two exceedingly difficult tasks, and they had considered him to be courting disaster. "Truly a freak," one disciple murmured. 2,000 points have been credited to you. Please verify for yourself," the elder said with a smile. Zhang Yang checked his token and indeed found that 2,000 points had been added. He then smiled and bid farewell to the elder. Hastening to the points exchange hall, "I would like he stated directly, handing over his token. The elder paused momentarily before inspecting Zhang Yang's token to confirm the points, which indeed amounted to 2,000. Nodding, the elder was shocked and handed over adding, "I must warn you that this sword technique is exceptionally difficult to master. Many spend their entire lives without being able to condense." Zhang Yang smiled slightly, expressing gratitude for the elder's concern. "However, I have already managed to condense one." With that, he departed the points exchange hall. "This little fellow truly has a knack for boasting," the elder thought, shaking his head. "I have yet to condense one myself, and this brat has already done so after just acquiring the technique." As he walked, Zhang Yang suddenly sensed something amiss. He noticed many disciples in the distance pointing and whispering about him, especially among the female disciples, who exhibited a noticeable blush. "What is this? Are they all infatuated with me?" Zhang Yang wondered in confusion. At that moment, a male disciple rushed towards him, visibly excited. "Brother, ever since I read your youth cultivation manual and practiced some of the movements, my combat prowess has greatly increased, and my partner has been much kinder to me as a result," the disciple exclaimed with enthusiasm. Zhang Yang chuckled. "Those movements enhance a man's grandeur and increase one's pure yang energy in battle. The more you practice, the stronger you become." "Is this true?" the disciple asked, eyes wide with delight. Zhang Yang nodded affirmatively. "When will you release a sequel?" "I can hardly wait," the disciple urged, clearly impatient. "Patience is key," Zhang Yang replied with a smile. The disciple, slightly disappointed, nonetheless said, "I'm Wang Heng. If you release a sequel, please inform me first." "Thank you for your support, Brother Wang. I will certainly let you know when the sequel is out," Zhang Yang assured. At that moment, several figures rushed over, filled with admiration upon seeing Zhang Yang. One of them remarked, "Brother, you are truly a genius." Zhang Yang was taken aback, as he did not recognize these individuals. Wang Heng quickly clarified, "These are all enthusiasts of the Youth Cultivation Manual." Understanding dawned on Zhang Yang, and he clasped his fists together, expressing gratitude for their support. "I do have a question for everyone," he stated. Wang Heng, smiling, replied, "We are all brothers here. Feel free to ask." The others nodded in agreement. "Why do those women keep pointing at me?" Zhang Yang inquired, voicing his curiosity. Wang Heng glanced at the female disciples, and then smiled as he explained, "Brother Zhang, you may not be aware that although your youth cultivation manual has not been published in many volumes, it quickly swept through the outer sect upon its release. Inevitably, it has fallen into the hands of some female disciples. Could you please get to the point?" Zhang Yang interjected. "Those female disciples are cursing you, claiming you are a lecher, asserting that you must have harmed many women. Otherwise, how could you have concocted such a thing?" Wang Heng replied, "Brother Zhang, there is something I'm uncertain whether I should mention," a male disciple chimed in. Zhang Yang gestured for him to continue. "Bai Daong, who was on a mission with you, has been injured, and Qian Duo has been captured," the disciple reported. Zhang Yang's expression darkened instantly as he asked, "Who did this?" "It was Ding Chuanxiu, sister of Ding Song. It is said that this occurred due to Ding Song's disappearance," the disciple informed him. "Where is she?" Zhang Yang's killing intent surged forth, overwhelming the others with a palpable fear. "Brother Zhang, do not act impulsively. This woman has attained the 4th level of martial artist and possesses a certain background. It would not be wise for you to confront her recklessly," Wang Heng advised. Zhang Yang quickly regained his composure and soon conceived a better plan. He then addressed the group. "Do you know any disciples with connections within the sect?" "Brother Zhang, you have indeed come to the right place. We all have our backers," Wang Heng chuckled. Zhang Yang was taken aback and asked, "What kind of backgrounds?" "I am the grandson of an elder from the inner courtyard. That fellow is the illegitimate child of an outer sect elder, and the rather plump one among us has the strongest connections, being the late child of the grand elder of the outer sect," Wang Heng elaborated, while those being introduced wore expressions of pride. Zhang Yang was bewildered. It turned out his loyal readers were all young masters, with such profound connections. It was evident that they were not to be trifled with. "If you help me rescue Qian Duo, I will immediately release the 4th volume of my youth cultivation manual, Zhang Yang declared. Is that a promise? Wang Heng exclaimed excitedly, while the others fixed their gazes on Zhang Yang. Once I speak, my words are as binding as a galloping horse, Zhang Yang affirmed. All right, the group chorused, and they promptly made their way towards the cave dwelling where the disciples resided, their faces filled with murderous intent. They soon arrived at one of the cave entrances. Wang Heng shouted, Ding Chunxiu, come out. A young woman soon emerged, bearing a striking resemblance to Ding Song. Before she could speak, Wang Heng barked, hand over Qian Duo Duo. Ding Chunxiu frowned and replied, my brother's disappearance is likely related to her. I still have questions to ask her. Questions? Hurry up and hand her over, or I will demolish your cave. Wang Heng asserted, his demeanor exuding arrogance, a stark contrast to his previous interactions with Zhang Yang. Ding Chunxiu clenched her teeth in frustration. Although she had a background, any one of these individuals had a more significant one, and she could only release Qian Duo Duo. As Qian Duo Duo exited the cave, she appeared pale, with visible handprints on her face and bruises covering her body, clearly having suffered mistreatment. Zhang Yang, witnessing Qian Duo Duo's torment, was consumed with rage and charged towards Ding Chunxiu. Chapter 29. The Little Qian Secret Realm, I have released her. You may leave now, Ding Chunxiu said, her expression grim. She had not anticipated that a single Qian Duo Duo could attract such a group of young masters. With a sudden strike, Zhang Yang slapped Ding Chunxiu across the face, sending her crashing against the cave wall. By the time she got back to her feet, her face was swollen. Brother Zhang, you truly live up to our idol status. You are fiercer than us all, someone marveled. I will fight you, Ding Chunxiu exclaimed, touching her swollen face, her fury boiling over. If you dare harm our brother, we will ensure you vanish from the Little Qian sect. Wang Heng's voice rang out suddenly. Ding Chunxiu's mind cleared instantly, her expression darkening as fear gripped her. She genuinely feared these young masters could make her disappear. Why do you protect such a common girl from a small town? Ding Chunxiu gritted her teeth, bewildered by the young master's defense of this ordinary girl. Because she is our sister. If you dare to lay a hand on her again, you will learn the consequences. Wang Heng warned coldly. Sister? Ding Chunxiu scoffed in disbelief. Yet, knowing that so many young masters were willing to protect her, Ding Chunxiu cast a glance at Zhang Yang, realizing he was the one behind this, as he was the only one acquainted with Qian Duo Duo. I understand now. Ding Chunxiu suppressed her anger. That is more like it. Wang Heng huffed in satisfaction. Zhang Yang then took Qian Duo Duo and the others and left directly. Ding Chunxiu glared at Zhang Yang's retreating figure, her heart seething with anger as she silently vowed, you are protected by those young masters now, but during the outer sect competition, it will be your end. Zhang Yang brought Qian Duo Duo to her cave. Here, take this. It will help you recover faster from your injuries. Zhang Yang handed Qian Duo Duo a bottle of Baobao medicine, knowing that her and Bai Dayong's plight stemmed from his actions. Without hesitation, Qian Duo Duo accepted the Baobao medicine. If that witch dares to trouble you again, seek help from these individuals. Zhang Yang pointed to Wang Heng and the others. Qian Duo Duo looked towards Wang Heng and the others, who smiled warmly at her, a stark contrast to their previous arrogance. She nodded in appreciation. Zhang Yang then departed, delivering a bottle of Baobao medicine to Bai Dayong. Brother Zhang is indeed formidable. I have something new to learn, Wang Heng exclaimed with excitement, handing over his points to Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang glanced at the 8,000 points on the token and inquired, are there any special places in the outer sect suitable for cultivation? The reason Zhang Yang had accumulated so many points was due to the price increase of the 4th volume of the Youth Cultivation Manual. Wang Heng, knowing Zhang Yang was preparing for the outer sect competition, pondered and suggested, I recommend you cultivate in the Little Qian Secret Realm. It is a holy ground for cultivation in the outer sect, though it is a bit pricey. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang bid farewell to Wang Heng and prepared to head to the Little Qian Secret Realm. Be cautious, Hua Buyu is also cultivating there. I have heard that he is likely to break through to the 6th level of martial artist before the competition, Wang Heng warned. The 6th level of martial artist. Zhang Yang was somewhat astonished, not expecting Hua Buyu to advance so rapidly. While Zhang Yang was surprised by others, he completely overlooked his own progress, which had actually been the fastest, reaching a terrifying level. Soon, Zhang Yang arrived at the entrance of the Little Qian Secret Realm. Possibly due to its steep cost, there are not many disciples present. I wish to enter the Little Qian Secret Realm for cultivation, Zhang Yang stated to the elder guarding the entrance. 1 day is 1,000 points, the elder replied. Zhang Yang handed over 8,000 points and stepped into the secret realm. Upon entering, Zhang Yang discovered a world blanketed in ice and snow, while across from it lay a realm engulfed in flames. At the boundary where the two worlds met was a special area where ice and fire intertwined, appearing exceedingly violent. Zhang Yang observed some disciples cultivating in the separate realms, yet only one individual occupied the central area. Huabuyu. Zhang Yang stepped towards the central zone, awakening several disciples who looked on in astonishment. Is he really going to cultivate in the central area? Someone wondered aloud. From the direction he is heading, it certainly seems so. He truly does not know the danger. That area is filled with violent energy, and anyone who enters will be severely injured, except for prodigies like Huabiyu who can barely endure it for a moment. An outer sect disciple sneered, anticipating Zhang Yang's impending misfortune. This individual was named Xiongba, a man of great talent and arrogance. That person looks familiar. Isn't he Zhang Yang? Once again, a person expressed doubt, seemingly having recognized Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang. Xiongba's face displayed shock. Brother Zhang, hold on. Xiongba immediately called out, for Zhang Yang had become his idol, and he could not bear to witness his idol walk to his demise. Zhang Yang looked at the individual with confusion. The energy in the central area is exceedingly violent. Many disciples have incurred grave injuries because of it. Brother Zhang, perhaps you should choose another location, Xiongba kindly suggested. Zhang Yang smiled and cupped his hands in acknowledgement to the individual before proceeding toward the central area. Indeed, he is an idol, so effortlessly embracing danger, Xiongba murmured. Suddenly remembering something, he shouted to Zhang Yang, looking forward to the 4th volume of the Youth Cultivation Manual. Zhang Yang waved his hand, indicating his awareness. As Zhang Yang entered the central area, he quickly felt the tumultuous energy enveloping his entire being. Rather than inflicting pain, it brought him a sense of comfort. Zhang Yang understood that his ability to endure this was undoubtedly due to the chaos sacred body. Without hesitation, he sat cross-legged to begin his cultivation, as dense spiritual energy rapidly converged towards him. A few disciples in the distance gazed at Zhang Yang in astonishment. They had anticipated that he would suffer severe injuries and spit blood upon entering. Yet the reality was that Zhang Yang remained expressionless and remarkably calm. Truly my idol. He is incomparable, Xiongba exclaimed in admiration. From afar, Huabiyu opened his eyes. He sensed a multitude of spiritual energy flowing toward the individual opposite him, causing his brows to furrow in concern, for it was disrupting his own cultivation. Could it be that a certain inner sect disciple has come here? Huabiyu pondered, unable to discern the person's appearance due to the distance. Yet, such a significant disturbance in cultivation could only be caused by a few outstanding individuals from the inner sect. Indeed, there have been instances where inner sect disciples deliberately came here to cultivate. Convinced that the person was undoubtedly an inner sect prodigy, Huabuyu refrained from rashly interrupting, gritting his teeth to continue his cultivation, accepting the diminished spiritual energy as it came. 8 days swiftly passed, and Zhang Yang awoke from his meditation, his eyes akin to a bottomless abyss, with chaotic energy swirling within. I have now broken through to the 4th level of warrior, and the tying sword technique has reached the entry level, Zhang Yang murmured. The tying sword technique was notoriously challenging to cultivate, and even Zhang Yang had only just reached the entry level. It is time to leave. Zhang Yang rose and exited the Shao Xin secret realm. Upon stepping out, he overheard many discussing something. Huabuyu's aura was now far more intense than before. He had likely reached the 6th level of warrior. If this were true, his current strength would probably make him the strongest in the outer sect, capable of entering the inner sect at will. Several disciples wore expressions filled with envy. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang merely shook his head and departed. Even if Huabiyu had reached the 6th level of warrior, he remained confident in his ability to defeat him. Did you see? The one leaving is Zhang Yang. He bears a grudge against Huabuyu for killing his brother. One person noted as Zhang Yang walked away. Such a person is courting death, ascending from the servant academy and daring to offend Huabuyu. It would be as easy for Huabuyu to kill him as crushing an ant. Another coldly scoffed, their face laced with sarcasm. Is there something you need? Zhang Yang inquired, perplexed. Upon hearing this, his expression changed, and he immediately tore open the envelope to examine its contents. Where did this letter come from? Zhang Yang asked, noticing that there was no sender on the envelope. It was sent by my father before the blockade of Qingshan City. Duo replied. He learned from the letter that the Qi and Li families had suddenly decided to attack the Zhang family and had directly sealed off Qingshan City to obliterate them. With even Lan Luofei unable to intervene, Zhang Yang understood that if even Lan Luofei could not prevent this, it was indeed a grave matter. Qingshan City must have undergone significant turmoil, as the Shaoxian sect's teleportation array could not directly reach Qingshan City. Zhang Yang could only teleport to a nearby city and then hasten to Qingshan City. Half a day later, Zhang Yang rode a rented spirit beast swiftly toward Qingshan City, which was now within close proximity. At that moment, an old man, appearing disheveled and unkempt, obstructed Zhang Yang's path. Please step aside. Despite his urgency, Zhang Yang spoke calmly. Young man, there have been great changes in Qingshan City. You should not go, the old man warned. I must go. My family is still inside the city. Zhang Yang asserted resolutely. The old man sighed and finally moved aside. Seeing this, Zhang Yang immediately dashed toward Qingshan City. The old man watched Zhang Yang's retreating figure, muttering, "In all my time, this is the first instance of encountering someone so polite in such disarray. Well, I suppose I shall go take a look as well." After finishing his words, the old man leisurely made his way toward Qingshan City. Zhang Yang quickly arrived outside Qingshan City, only to find the city gates firmly shut, guarded by over a dozen individuals dressed in various attire. People from the Qi and Li families. Zhang Yang instantly recognized them. As the words left his mouth, the group surged toward Zhang Yang. Courting death, Zhang Yang exclaimed angrily, leaping from his spirit beast to slash at the assailants with his sword. With each swing, several heads flew off, and in a matter of moments, Zhang Yang had dispatched them all. After eliminating the attackers, Zhang Yang cleaved his sword, and the city gate was split in two, allowing him to surge inside. At the entrance of the Zhang family, the Qi and Li families had already surrounded the Zhang family, with corpses littering the ground, the majority belonging to the Zhang family. Lan Luofei, I advise you to leave quickly. You can no longer protect the Zhang family. Qi Peishan sneered. Lan Luofei's brow furrowed. Had she not intervened, the Zhang family might have already perished. What right do you have to speak to me? Lan Luofei retorted coldly. At that moment, a young man clad in luxurious garments stepped out from behind Qi Peishan, looking at Lan Luofei with a mocking smile. Why is the Xiong family meddling in this matter? Lan Luofei inquired, her brow knitted. She understood that the Xiong family was a prominent clan in the imperial city and found it perplexing that this Xiongbin would come to such a small place as Qingshan City to aid the Qi family against the Zhang family. Naturally, it is a small favor requested by Brother Wenli. I must lend a hand, Xiongbin replied with a smile, yet his words were laced with veiled threats. This scoundrel, Lan Luofei cursed inwardly, understanding the implication of Xiongben's words. Should she not depart obediently, he would certainly leverage his connections to visit the imperial city, and her position could indeed be at risk. Lan Pavilion Master, you should leave. There is no need to jeopardize your position for my Zhang family, Zhang Qingshan said, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, as he recognized Lan Luofei's predicament. However, Lan Luofei felt deeply conflicted. The Zhang family is grateful for your assistance today. You have already done enough for us. Even if our family perishes today, we shall not blame you, Zhang Qingshan declared. Ha ha, even this old man advises you to leave. Lan Pavilion Master, you should take your leave, Qi Peishan laughed heartily. Qi old dog, even if I were to die today, I will drag you down with me. Zhang Qingshan retorted furiously. I fear you lack the strength. Qi Peishan scoffed, the battle blade in his hand radiating a chilling light. What's this? Lan Luofei, are you still not leaving? You, a mere pavilion master of the Qingshan City Treasure Pavilion. Surely do not believe you can obstruct me? Xiongben remarked, just as an elder approached from a distance, exuding a terrifying aura. A martial master, Lan Luofei's pupils constricted. She had not anticipated that Xiongben would bring a martial master from his clan. It was known that throughout the vast Dali dynasty, martial masters were among the most elite existences. Upon seeing the elder, despair etched the faces of the Zhang family members, and Zhang Qingshan sighed heavily. It seemed that fate had decreed the end of the Zhang family. As Lan Luofei hesitated over whether to abandon the Zhang family, a familiar voice suddenly echoed from the distant street. As long as I am here, no one shall extinguish the Zhang family. Chapter 31. The terrifying elder Zhang Yang, clad in a long black robe and wielding a black gold sword, strode forth from the depths of the street, an aura of murderous intent emanating from him, sweeping toward the Qi and Li families. Zhang Yang. Qi Peishan's gaze darkened. He sensed an extremely dangerous aura from Zhang Yang. Upon seeing Zhang Yang, Xiangbin's face contorted into a mocking expression. Lan Luofei wore a worried look, taken aback by Zhang Yang's sudden appearance. Yang run! Zhang Qingshan shouted urgently. You think you can escape after coming here? Kill him. Qi Peishan laughed heartily, viewing Zhang Yang's arrival as an opportune moment to eradicate the entire Zhang family. The guards of the Qi and Li families received their orders and surged forward, 100 strong, toward Zhang Yang. Yanger. Zhang Qingshan's eyes turned bloodshot. He wished to aid Zhang Yang, but was swiftly blocked by Qi Peishan and Li Yunshan. Do not be anxious. Once Zhang Yang is dead, it will be your turn. Qi Peishan sneered. Zhang Qingshan was not intimidated by Qi Peishan or Li Yunshan. His attention was drawn to the elder behind Xiangbin, who was staring at him, sending a chill down his spine. He knew that any attempt to act would provoke the elder into action, and he was acutely aware that he was no match for the elder. Zhang Yang regarded the advancing guards with a cold detachment. Boom! Zhang Yang's aura erupted. A pressure of martial artist level 4 crashing upon the guards, and in an instant, he plunged into their ranks. Cries of anguish erupted continuously as Zhang Yang swiftly dispatched a majority of the guards, the ground awash with blood. What formidable strength! Li Yunshan's brow furrowed. He had not anticipated Zhang Yang's rapid growth over the past month. Let us strike together. We cannot allow him to escape, or our families will face dire consequences. Qi Peishan, realizing the threat Zhang Yang posed, knew he must not let Zhang Yang survive, lest future troubles arise. Li Yunshan nodded, and together they charged toward Zhang Yang. I must commend your audacity, to dare come alone to rescue the Zhang family. Thus, you shall perish with them. Qi Peishan cackled maniacally, swinging his sword at Zhang Yang. Li Yunshan circled around, preparing to launch a punch at Zhang Yang. The two patriarchs of the Qingshan city united to eliminate this junior. A historical first for the city. You old fools! Zhang Qingshan, witnessing the unfolding scene, prepared to rush out to save Zhang Yang, only to find the elder behind Xiangbin blocking his path, an overwhelming pressure immobilizing him. You cannot kill me, Zhang Yang stated expressionlessly, as a chilling aura erupted from the black gold sword, obliterating the nearby guards into nothingness. Zhang Yang leaped, evading the attacks of both men, and swung his sword at them. An extreme cold energy surged from within the Yin Pearl into the black gold sword, unleashing a wave of dark energy that transformed Li Yunshan and Qi Peishan into ice sculptures, which then shattered into countless icy fragments. The remaining guards, witnessing the demise of their masters, turned to flee, only to be encased in frost, disintegrating into powder. The Qi and Li families were entirely vanquished. How astonishing! Lan Luofei gazed at Zhang Yang in shock. It had only been a short time since their last encounter, and she was astounded by his growth. Zhang Qingshan's eyes widened, realizing that Zhang Yang's strength now surpassed his own. As a scion of a prominent dynasty, he would not have ventured to this remote Qingshan city were it not for the ambition to ally with the newly risen prodigy, Qi Wenli. Seeking death, Xiangbin, utterly enraged, lunged at Zhang Yang with his sword. In the next moment, the elder tasked with his protection blocked Xiangbin's path, saying, "Allow me to handle this. We must not sully the young master's hands." Xiangbin understood the elder's implication. It was clear he doubted his ability to best Zhang Yang, further inflaming his anger. As a disciple of the inner court, he held his own pride, being a martial artist of level 6, far superior to Qi Peishan. "Step aside. I will personally slay Zhang Yang," Xiangbin shouted, his expression twisted with fury. The elder hesitated, but ultimately stepped aside, confident in his strength, believing he could rescue Xiangbin if the need arose. What a pity for a young master of a great family to become a mere dog for Qi Wenli. Zhang Yang was unfazed by Xiangbin's rage. He provoked him deliberately, knowing that this calamity for the Zhang family stemmed from Xiangbin's actions. Yet, his peripheral vision remained vigilant of the elder, sensing a palpable danger from him. Unable to endure Zhang Yang's taunts any longer, Xiangbin charged at him. As Xiangbin closed in, Zhang Yang's gaze sharpened. He knew he had only one opportunity to strike down Xiangbin. Should he miss, the elder would undoubtedly intervene. Boom! A golden aura surged around Zhang Yang, turning his hair completely white. He bellowed, swinging his sword at Xiangbin, the black gold sword swirling with frigid energy. Xiangbin's expression shifted drastically at the sight of Zhang Yang's formidable strike. However, it was too late to flee, and he could only muster all his strength to thrust his sword at Zhang Yang. The elder, sensing the power behind Zhang Yang's strike, also changed his expression, but it was too late. Bang! Upon the collision of their swords, the black energy from the black gold sword erupted, engulfing Xiangbin entirely in a wave of frigid darkness. When the dark energy dissipated, Xiangbin's form had vanished without a trace, not even leaving behind bones. "You little bastard!" The elder's face contorted with shock and rage. He had not anticipated Zhang Yang to unleash such terrifying energy, preventing him from saving Xiangbin. Furious, the elder aimed a palm strike at Zhang Yang, revealing the terrifying aura of a martial master. The might of a martial master was overwhelming. Zhang Yang's expression turned manic, recognizing the vast disparity in their strengths. Knowing he could not evade this strike. "If you wish for my death, you shall at least pay a price." Zhang Yang's golden energy surged, pushing his chaotic techniques to their limits. Boom! The scene was ablaze with golden light, the black energy engulfing the entire street, painting a picture of apocalyptic dread. Chapter 32. The young master of the Shaoxian sect. As the tumultuous energy on the street began to dissipate, the figures of the two combatants gradually emerged. Zhang Yang had returned to his normal form, yet he appeared in a state of utter disarray, his black robe torn and blood streaming from his mouth. What astounded everyone was that, despite facing a martial master-esque strike, Zhang Yang had not fallen. Instead, he propped himself up with his sword, his face still etched with a frenzied expression. "He is still alive." The elder touched his cheek, where a cut from Zhang Yang's sword was bleeding. Seeing the blood on his hand, the elder's expression darkened further. It was a tremendous humiliation for a martial master to be wounded by a mere martial artist. In the next moment, the elder vanished and reappeared before Zhang Yang, his wrinkled face twisted with malice. "D!" he shouted, raising his palm to strike Zhang Yang. "Don't!" Zhang Qingshan cried out in desperation, but the elder's speed was too great. He could not intervene in time. Lan Luofei reacted faster than Zhang Qingshan, yet her strength was insufficient to stop the elder. Zhang Yang's face was filled with a frenzied expression as he prepared to self-destruct. Even if it meant death, he intended to ensure that the elder suffered at least some consequence. Just as the elder's palm was about to make contact with Zhang Yang's head, a frail hand unexpectedly appeared, grasping the elder's wrist firmly. This all transpired with remarkable suddenness. Following the frail hand, Zhang Yang was astonished to discover that the newcomer was the filthy old man he had encountered on his journey. "Seeking death," the elder exclaimed angrily, launching another strike at the frail elder. To the elder's surprise, the frail old man merely deflected his attack with a gentle touch. In the next moment, the frail elder struck the elder with a powerful blow, sending him flying while he spewed blood uncontrollably. "My Dantian!" Upon landing, the elder cried out in terror, realizing that his Dantian had been shattered, rendering him utterly incapacitated. "Who exactly are you?" he inquired with a darkened gaze. Although he had been defeated, the frail elder's power was overwhelming, instilling a fear that prevented him from harboring any resentment. He could only mentally attribute this debt to the Zhang family. "Begone at once," the disheveled elder remarked indifferently. The elder's expression shifted slightly, but he struggled to rise from the ground, clutching his abdomen as he departed. "Thank you for saving me, senior," Zhang Yang said, his face pale and his voice strained. Afterward, he promptly consumed a vial of Ba Bao medicine, and after a brief moment, his complexion improved slightly, though he still felt an overwhelming weakness within. "The Ba Bao medicine is beneficial, but its effects on you are limited," the disheveled elder stated, producing a vial of red potion and handing it to Zhang Yang. "Drink this, it is more suitable for you." Without hesitation, Zhang Yang drank the potion, soon realizing that his weakness was gradually dissipating. "Thank you, senior," Zhang Yang expressed with a respectful bow. At that moment, Zhang Qingshan and Lan Luofei arrived at Zhang Yang's side. Zhang Qingshan continuously expressed his gratitude to the disheveled elder, knowing that without him, Zhang Yang would have undoubtedly met his demise. Lan Luofei observed the disheveled elder with a sense of familiarity, and after a moment, she recalled where she had seen him before. Her face displayed shock as she immediately bowed respectfully, exclaiming, "I pay my respects to Zhongzhu Guming." "Zhongzhu!" Both Zhang Yang and Zhang Qingshan exclaimed in astonishment. Seeing Zhang Yang still in a daze, Lan Luofei lightly tugged at him and whispered, "This is the Zhongzhu of your Shaoxian sect." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang was taken aback, and he quickly bowed respectfully to the disheveled elder, saying, "I pay my respects to Zhongzhu. There is no need for such formalities outside," the disheveled elder replied with a smile. Zhang Qingshan immediately extended a warm invitation for Gu Ming to visit the Zhang family, which Gu Ming graciously accepted as he entered the Zhang residence with everyone. At the dining table, Gu Ming maintained his disheveled appearance. "Do you know why I saved you?" Gu Ming inquired, looking at Zhang Yang. "Disciple does not know." Zhang Yang replied respectfully, "Because you are a disciple of Shaoxian sect, and your talent is remarkable. Surviving a strike from a martial master is no small feat," Gu Ming said with a smile. Zhang Yang merely smiled in response, knowing that without possessing secret techniques, he would likely have perished. Zhongzhu is jesting. The Shaoxian sect has a lineage spanning a millennium. Surely, there must be many disciples with such talent. Your esteem for me must surely stem from other reasons. Zhang Yang responded respectfully. "Ha ha! You are indeed clever, young man. You have seen through my intentions." Gu Ming initially paused before laughing heartily. After his laughter, Gu Ming's expression turned serious as he continued. "Many are aware of my Shaoxian sect, yet they do not realize that within the realm of the Great Xia dynasty, countless sects exist, among which the 4 major sects are the most powerful. Every 10 years, these 4 sects hold a grand competition." "Zhongzhu, are you suggesting that I participate in the grand competition?" Zhang Yang asked in surprise. "Precisely," Gu Ming nodded. "Zhongzhu, you might be overestimating me," Zhang Yang said with a wry smile, feeling merely like an outer disciple. "I have witnessed your strength, and I trust my judgment. Your potential for growth is immense." Gu Ming assured him. "When will the grand competition take place?" Zhang Yang inquired. "In half a year," Gu Ming replied. "To be honest, I have no choice. Given the current strength of my Shaoxian sect, we are bound to be at the bottom in this competition. I must take a gamble." Zhang Yang felt a wave of pressure wash over him upon hearing Gu Ming's words. "The grand competition is incredibly brutal. From what I know, if the Shaoxian sect ranks last once more, we will be replaced and reduced to a marginal sect," Lan Luofei interjected. "Surely not. The Shaoxian sect is currently quite strong." Zhang Yang expressed his disbelief. "The grand competition is essentially a struggle for resources. Once the Shaoxian sect is eliminated from the 4 major sects, we will no longer receive support, and I fear we won't last long," Gu Ming explained. Although he did not finish his thought. Though Gu Ming's words were incomplete, Zhang Yang grasped the sect's precarious position and stated earnestly, "Zhongzhu, you saved my Zhang family. I will certainly do everything in my power to assist the sect." "Ha ha, splendid. I did not misjudge you. Just focus on your training. I will secretly ensure the Zhang family's protection." Gu Ming laughed heartily. At that moment, a guard reported, "The assets of the Qi and Li families have been completely confiscated." Chapter 33. Apprenticing under Gu Ming. The group arrived at the Zhang family courtyard, where countless resources from the 2 families were piled. Zhang Yang looked at the spiritual herbs and asked, "Grandfather, may I have these spiritual herbs?" "Of course," Zhang Qingshan replied with a smile. As expected, the Chaos Cauldron not only refines demon pills, but also spiritual herbs. Zhang Yang thought with delight. He quickly retrieved a transparent vial to store the green liquid. Since the quantity of spiritual herbs was limited, Zhang Yang managed to obtain only 2 vials of the green liquid in a short while. However, he also noticed that the luster of the Chaos Cauldron had noticeably dimmed compared to before, causing him to furrow his brow. In the next moment, the Chaos Cauldron emitted a faint glow, which quickly faded, but Zhang Yang could clearly see that its luster had brightened slightly compared to before. As expected, Zhang Yang realized that the Chaos Cauldron required energy replenishment, but the cost for this was rather steep. It took 50 mid-grade spiritual stones to restore its luster somewhat. It should be noted that the Zhang family had only acquired a few hundred mid-grade spiritual stones from the downfall of the Qi and Li families. It seemed that he would need to find a way to obtain more spiritual stones in the future, Zhang Yang muttered helplessly. Although Zhang Yang had the entire Zhang family backing him, he understood that pouring all the family's resources into the Chaos Cauldron would likely only restore half of its energy. Returning to the Zhang family hall with the 2 vials of green liquid, he said, "Grandfather, this is for you. You may drink some yourself, or use it to nurture a group of Zhang family disciples." "Why does this look somewhat like a potion?" Zhang Qingshan asked, puzzled. Zhang Yang nodded, unsure himself. "I suppose it should be considered a potion? Where did you get this?" Zhang Qingshan questioned, as the Zhang family had no potions. Seeing the potion in Zhang Yang's hand, Gu Ming took 1 vial from him and examined it closely. Moments later, he exclaimed in shock, This potion has an exceptionally high purity, even surpassing that of top-tier potions. Where did it come from? Hearing this, Zhang Yang was taken aback. Realizing that potion purity is categorized into lower, middle, upper, and top grades. Gu Ming stating that the potion he held surpassed top-tier purity left Zhang Yang astonished, making him aware that he must not easily reveal the potions refined within the Chaos Cauldron in the future. I found it among the spoils of the Qi and Li families, Zhang Yang replied. Do not deceive me. These potions clearly appear to have been freshly concocted. If I am not mistaken, they must be the spiritual herbs you took earlier, Gu Ming remarked. This old man is not so easily fooled, Zhang Yang thought. Zhang Yang pondered silently, yet his mind was exceptionally agile, and soon he conceived a thought. The sect master possesses remarkable insight. Indeed, this was concocted by me. Zhang Yang stated. How did you manage to create such a potent elixir? Might you share the process with me? Gu Ming inquired, visibly excited. I cannot say for certain. During the crafting, I felt as if I had entered a peculiar state. By the time I regained consciousness, the elixir was already complete, Zhang Yang replied earnestly. I see. Gu Ming acknowledged, aware that some exceptionally talented alchemists occasionally experience a moment of enlightenment while refining potions, resulting in creations that surpass their usual capabilities. However, such moments of realization are exceedingly rare and cannot be summoned at will. Observing Gu Ming's reaction, Zhang Yang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Knowing his excuse had successfully deceived Gu Ming. Would you be willing to become my disciple? Gu Ming suddenly proposed. What? Zhang Yang was taken aback, bewildered by the unexpected turn of events. Gu Zhongzhu is a formidable alchemist who has never taken on a disciple before. If you can become Gu Zhongzhu's apprentice, it will greatly benefit your future, Lan Luofei interjected, signaling Zhang Yang to seize the opportunity. But I cannot refine potions, Zhang Yang replied. To produce an elixir of such high purity without any prior experience in alchemy, you are truly destined for this profession. Gu Ming exclaimed, growing increasingly animated. No, I mean... Zhang Yang attempted to clarify, but was swiftly interrupted by his grandfather, who nudged him to kneel. My grandson has knelt to pay his respects. Gu Zhongzhu. You are now his master, Zhang Qingshan chuckled. Very well, very well. Gu Ming laughed heartily, astonished that his visit to Qingshan City had led him to discover such a promising disciple. He helped Zhang Yang to his feet, declaring from now on, You shall be my disciple, my only disciple. Zhang Yang was taken aback by the suddenness of the events, hardly having a moment to react. I must remind you, the profession of alchemist differs significantly from that of a potion master. The purity of potions is far superior to that of pills, making the crafting of potions exponentially more challenging. Given the difficulty, perhaps I should not pursue being an alchemist, Zhang Yang muttered. Smack! Zhang Qingshan playfully tapped Zhang Yang on the head, laughing, My grandson is simply too gifted, hence he occasionally acts impulsively. Gu Zhongzhu, please do not take offense. Lan Luofei chuckled behind her hand at the scene. If you can truly become a remarkable alchemist, it will bring immense benefits to the Zhang family, potentially elevating it to a prestigious lineage, perhaps even to the foremost family of the De Xia dynasty. Gu Ming asserted, Goodness, this old man clearly sees through my weaknesses and is painting a grand picture for me. But I am inclined to believe it, Zhang Yang mused internally. Master, he exclaimed. Very well, very well. Gu Ming was delighted. Typically, when one takes on a disciple, a token of appreciation is bestowed. Zhang Yang had not finished his sentence before his hand was already outstretched. My apprentice appears to be quite perceptive. Gu Ming thought to himself, but still handed Zhang Yang a vial of pink elixir. The outer sect competition is about to commence. Take this and train diligently. Zhang Yang accepted the potion immediately, and Gu Ming continued. Once you enter the inner sect, I will arrange for you to join the alchemist pavilion. Master, will you not instruct me personally? Zhang Yang asked. You are not yet even considered an alchemist. Only when you reach a certain level will you be worthy of my personal guidance. Now, I have other matters to attend to. Gu Ming said before vanishing from the hall. Time swiftly passed, and before long, it was the day before the outer sect competition. Zhang Yang awoke in his chamber, having successfully advanced to the 5th level of warrior thanks to the potion provided by Gu Ming. This experience made him acutely aware of the significant advantages potions could provide in cultivation. It is time to depart. Chapter 34. The outer sect competition begins. Zhang Yang smiled awkwardly, thinking to himself how ridiculous it was. He had nearly met his end. My father asked me to convey to you that if you enter the inner courtyard, You must be cautious of Qi Wenli. He entered the Shaoxian sect 2 years before you and is a well-known genius within the inner sect. Moreover, since you killed Xiangbin, the Xiong family will undoubtedly seek retribution, Qian Duo warned, a look of concern etched on his face. Thank you for your concern, Duo. I will do my best in tomorrow's competition, Zhang Yang replied with a smile. Upon hearing the affectionate address, Qian Duo's cheeks flushed slightly, and she said, I am too weak to participate in the competition. Oh, Zhang Yang had assumed everyone was obliged to compete in the outer sect competition. But it seemed reality diverged from his expectations. On the morning of the competition, Zhang Yang stepped out of his cave. He gazed at the azure sky, where a stunning figure seemed to materialize amidst the clouds, a woman with flowing light blue hair and an enchanting visage. Hua Jinyan, wait for me. I will surely seek you out at Taishan sect. Zhang Yang smiled softly before making his way to the Shaoxian sect's martial arena. Upon arriving at the martial arena, he found the spectator seats filled with outer sect disciples who were not participating in the competition. In the center of the arena stood a massive platform where several disciples awaited their turn. Zhang Yang ascended the platform, passing by familiar faces among the audience, such as Qian Duo and Luo Dafeng, who cheered for him as he was the only newcomer participating in the outer sect competition this year. Is that not Zhang Yang? I heard he just entered the outer sect a little over a month ago. Is he not being overly eager to join the competition? A disciple in the audience remarked in astonishment. Those who are overly ambitious often meet a tragic end. Another scoffed, noting that while they had seen many ambitious individuals, none had ever met a favorable conclusion. As Zhang Yang reached the platform, he noticed nearly 100 participants already assembled, with more disciples continuously entering the arena. I cannot believe you actually dare to join the outer sect competition. A sharp voice rang out. Zhang Yang turned to see Ding Chuanxiu. If you can participate, why can't I? He replied nonchalantly. Just don't cross paths with me. Otherwise, I will make you wish you were never born. Ding Chuanxiu's expression was somewhat menacing. I hope you can follow through. Zhang Yang replied coolly, not viewing her as a threat. Ding Chuanxiu's face turned pale with anger at Zhang Yang's words. I did not expect you to join the competition. Idle, a stranger's voice interrupted. Zhang Yang looked over to see someone he did not recognize. I am Xiongba. The individual introduced himself. Hello, Zhang Yang smiled. I witnessed your perseverance in the central region of the Shaoxian secret realm. You truly possess extraordinary talent. A talent like yours, which not only showcases exceptional cultivation aptitude, but also the ability to create a youth cultivation manual, is truly admirable. Xiongba spoke with utmost sincerity. Zhang Yang patted Xiongba on the shoulder, saying, I believe you will achieve great things in the future as well. Some outer sect disciples watching Xiongba and Zhang Yang converse were puzzled. Xiongba ranks among the top 3 in the outer sect. How could he know Zhang Yang, who has only recently been promoted from the menial tasks? Do you not know? Zhang Yang is the one who created the youth cultivation manual. The realization struck the 2 outer sect disciples, their eyes filled with admiration. What kind of remarkable person could create such a thing? Someone scoffed. Get lost. Dare to insult our idol, and you'll regret it. The 2 disciples' expressions hardened upon hearing the derision directed at Zhang Yang, causing the instigator to shrink back, silenced. Just then, a commotion erupted in the audience. Hua Biyu entered the arena, and upon overhearing the discussion surrounding him, a smile involuntarily graced his face. He relished this feeling. As he approached the ring, he encountered Zhang Yang. Today's competition will be your tomb. The smile on Hua Buyu's face vanished instantaneously, replaced by an aura of chilling, murderous intent. It is highly probable that it will be your grave. Zhang Yang retorted with a cold smirk. I wonder how long you can keep up that bravado. Hua Buyu scoffed before departing, regarding Zhang Yang as already defeated. Brother Zhang, Hua Buyu has recently just broken through to the 6th level of warrior and is now hailed as the foremost among the outer disciples. You ought to be cautious in your enmity with him, Xiongba kindly advised from the side. I am well aware of my own capabilities. Zhang Yang replied with a grin. At that moment, several elders clad in long robes entered the arena, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the crowd. What is happening? Why are there so many inner elders attending this outer disciple competition? It was said that many had come to observe Hua Biyu, hoping to compete with Elder Ma Can for his favor. Upon the arrival of the dozen or so elders, disciples quickly arranged seats for them. Just then, Tang Ji's figure appeared on the stage. Addressing the gathered disciples, he announced, the time has come. The outer disciple competition is about to commence. I will briefly explain the rules. The disciples listened intently, their expressions grave. The rules of the outer competition were straightforward. They would draw lots, and those with matching numbers would face off until a champion emerged. During this process, they were encouraged to perform admirably, for many inner elders were present, and exceptional performances could lead to being accepted as disciples in the inner court, directly entering the inner sanctum. Excitement danced across the faces of the crowd as they absorbed Tang Ji's words. Every disciple of the Xuanzong yearned for entry into the inner court, the true nucleus of the sect where all the elite congregated. Following this, the drawing began, and Zhang Yang discovered he had drawn the number 1 lot. Once all lots were drawn, the crowd dispersed, leaving the stage clear for the competitor with the number 1 draw. As the throng thinned, Zhang Yang suddenly noticed a woman standing behind one of the elders. "You Hongshi?" She regarded Zhang Yang with an expression devoid of emotion, her face a mask of indifference. Zhang Yang felt a cold smirk form within him. The time would come for him to settle scores with Yu Hongshi once he entered the inner court. Chapter 35. Charisma. At this moment, Zhang Yang noticed a portly figure standing opposite him. This individual was so corpulent that Zhang Yang could not even see his eyes, his body resembling a collection of life buoys. "Brother, you seem to be quite handicapped. I feel you might be just walking. Perhaps you should refrain from fighting," Zhang Yang kindly suggested. "Typically, I only defend and never initiate an attack," the portly man replied, his voice sounding peculiar, as if strained by the weight of his flesh. Zhang Yang mused that this was indeed a unique talent, attempting to outlast others with sheer bulk. "Then I shall not hold back," Zhang Yang declared, stepping towards the portly man, who surprisingly made no move to attack and simply sat down on the ground, a look of contentment on his face. "You cannot defeat me. I practice a special technique that returns any force you exert against me back to you." The portly man chuckled, clearly pleased with himself. "Then I shall exert myself fully," Zhang Yang replied. "Bring it on," the portly man confidently challenged. Zhang Yang gathered his spiritual energy in his right leg and delivered a powerful kick to the portly man. The impact was explosive. The portly man's expression transformed as saliva dribbled from his mouth, and his hefty form was sent soaring through the air, disappearing from the arena. "I hope I didn't overdo it. He shouldn't be dead," Zhang Yang muttered, finding the portly man rather amusing before shaking his head and stepping off the stage. The spectators were left speechless after witnessing the first match, which had seemed more comedic than competitive. Fortunately, subsequent matches captivated the audience, showcasing several remarkable disciples, including Xiongba. Hua Biu, with overwhelming dominance, swiftly eliminated his opponent, performing with such ease that the watching elders nodded in approval. Due to the vast disparity in strength, the 100 matches concluded within half a day. Following this, another round of drawings occurred, and Zhang Yang once again drew the number 1 lot. "Drawing number 1 again? It seems victory is destined for me," Zhang Yang chuckled, gazing at his lot. "You must be dreaming. I doubt you will even make it into the top 50. Someone jeered. "Have you been kicked in the head by a donkey?" "What I dream is none of your concern," Zhang Yang retorted. "Let's wait and see." The individual sneered, well aware that the one who drew number 1 was a formidable opponent whom he would rather avoid. Zhang Yang cast aside a remark and ascended the stage. "2. What does that mean?" the man questioned, perplexed. As Zhang Yang stepped onto the platform, a familiar figure simultaneously appeared. Wang Heng, the second-generation heir. Zhang Yang paused momentarily before smiling. "I will not show any mercy. I've been quite busy lately," Zhang Yang added. "Brother Zhang, I won't rush you. Just ensure the quality. As for the competition, I can't concede directly," Wang Heng softly replied. "That seems inappropriate," Zhang Yang countered. "It's not a big deal for me. This competition holds little significance. If it weren't for my father insisting I participate, I wouldn't have bothered," Wang Heng explained. "Then I agree. I will expedite the 5th installment, but do not rush me, as it consumes a great deal of my energy," Zhang Yang considered thoughtfully. Hearing this, Wang Heng's face lit up, and he jumped off the stage, departing swiftly. "Where are you going?" Tang Ji inquired, puzzled. "I concede." Wang Heng's voice echoed from afar. Tang Ji hesitated briefly before announcing Zhang Yang as the victor. Among the elders, one man appeared particularly displeased. Had it not been for his status, he would have charged forth to deliver a sound thrashing to Wang Heng. This individual was Wang Heng's father, also an elder of the inner court. As Zhang Yang stepped down from the stage, he passed by the man who had previously mocked him, giving a light pat on his shoulder. "Advancing is this easy?" He then stood his ground without leaving. The man's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that someone with both background and strength, like Wang Heng, would voluntarily concede. Zhang Yang's earlier words were clearly a mockery, and to add insult to injury, he lingered nearby, which made the man exceedingly uncomfortable. "There's foul play," someone in the audience shouted, expressing strong protest. However, it bore no fruit, and the competition continued. In this series of 50 matches, Ding Chunxiu emerged prominently, shining brightly after Hua Buyu and Xiongba. The elders began to take notice of Ding Chunxiu. Although they had come to vie for Hua Buyu, they were willing to accept any promising disciple. Ding Chunxiu, feeling the weight of their attention, could not help but feel a sense of pride, and she glanced at Zhang Yang in the audience. A fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flitting across her face. The next drawing commenced, this time for the top 50 to 25. With only a quarter of the participants remaining, the drawing proceeded swiftly. "What a coincidence," Zhang Yang remarked with a smile, his intense murderous aura enveloping the man opposite him. The man, who had initially believed Zhang Yang had relied on luck to reach the top 50, felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss upon sensing the palpable aura of death emanating from Zhang Yang. At that moment, he realized that he might not be a match for Zhang Yang at all. "What realm have you reached?" the man inquired. "Warrior level 5. Zhang Yang replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, the man was taken aback, internally cursing Zhang Yang for hiding his true strength, considering him a cunning adversary. "I understand now," the man said, relief washing over his face. Zhang Yang patted his shoulder and said, "You have a bright future ahead. I won't need to take action." Once everyone had vacated the arena, Tang Ji's voice echoed, calling for the disciples who drew number 1 to promptly take the stage. Zhang Yang and the man ascended the platform, whereupon the latter immediately conceded and exited the arena. Tang Ji, astonished, looked at Zhang Yang and couldn't help but ask, "Why do your opponents keep conceding?" "It's my charisma," Zhang Yang replied with a grin, before stepping down from the platform. The audience erupted in boos, accusing the event of being rigged. Zhang Yang advanced into the top 25 without even lifting a finger. Hua Buyu and Ding Chunxiu wore grim expressions. Having fought their way through, they found Zhang Yang breezing into the top 25, deepening their murderous intent towards him, yet they could not draw him in the lottery. Chapter 36, the final showdown. As the competition concluded, the lottery resumed, but this time there would be one bye. However, Zhang Yang's luck had run out. As he drew Ding Chunxiu, the disciples in the audience sighed in relief. "Sister Ding, eliminate this Zhang Yang and rid us of this useless character. Go, Sister Ding. We believe in you." Many disciples shouted towards the arena, expressing their dissatisfaction with Zhang Yang. They were envious of his sheer luck, unable to comprehend why such fortune had not befallen them. "It seems your reputation is quite poor. If I were to kill you, they would surely rejoice," Ding Chunxiu scoffed, finally seizing her chance to face Zhang Yang. "With your strength, you cannot defeat me," Zhang Yang replied coolly, indifferent to the jeers from the audience, understanding them to be mere envy. "What a joke. I've already broken through to warrior level 5. Few can surpass me in this outer sect," Ding Chunxiu sneered. Having sold all her possessions to acquire resources that allowed her to ascend to warrior level 5 in a short span, leaving her with nothing now. "I apologize, but I too have recently attained warrior level 5. I just happen to be one of the few you cannot overcome," Zhang Yang stated. "You are delusional. How could you possibly reach warrior level 5 in such a short time since entering the outer sect?" Ding Chunxiu mocked, not believing his words. Not only did Ding Chunxiu doubt him, but even the disciples standing beneath the platform found his claims preposterous. "Did you hear that? This little fellow seems quite confident, claiming to have reached warrior level 5. One elder chuckled. "I know this young man. His name is Zhang Yang. He stirred up trouble shortly after entering the outer sect, producing something called a youth cultivation manual," another elder added with a laugh. "Youth cultivation manual? What is that?" A female elder inquired, puzzled. "That's not important. It has no bearing on you." The elder awkwardly cleared his throat, genuinely believing Zhang Yang to be quite the talent, having learned much from a youth cultivation manual despite his age. "Disciple, I recall that Zhang Yang hails from the same place as you. What do you think of his strength?" Ma Kan suddenly asked. Yu Hongshi, standing behind Ma Kan, paused briefly before responding coolly. "He possesses decent talent, but is overly arrogant. Such individuals typically do not live long." "Indeed, well said. Zhang Yang serves as a cautionary tale. You must always remember that," Ma Kan remarked with a smile. "I shall certainly remember," Yu Hongshi replied, a smile gracing her face at her master's praise. "Elder Ma, Your disciple is not only talented, but also beautiful. Ever since she entered the inner sect, my disciple has been utterly captivated by her," an elder chuckled. Upon hearing this, Yu Hongshi's face flushed slightly, appearing quite alluring. "The competition begins." Tang Ji's voice rang out. As soon as Tang Ji finished speaking, Ding Chunqiu's figure flickered, launching a swift strike at Zhang Yang with her sword. A terrifying surge of spiritual energy emanating from the blade. She had awaited this moment for far too long. Ding Chunqiu's expression twisted in rage. But just as her sword was about to reach Zhang Yang, her countenance shifted to one of disbelief. Zhang Yang effortlessly caught her sword between two fingers, remaining completely still throughout. "How could this be?" Ding Chunqiu gasped in shock. "I told you, you are not my opponent," Zhang Yang replied calmly. And with a flash of black light, Ding Chunqiu had no chance to evade as her head was severed from her body. Gasps echoed through the audience, who had initially thought Zhang Yang had merely stumbled into the top 25 through luck. Now, they realized they had grossly underestimated his strength, which far exceeded their expectations. Incredible. The onlookers were astonished as they witnessed Zhang Yang dispatch Ding Chunqiu in a single move. Hua Buyu's brow furrowed. He had not anticipated Zhang Yang's power to be so formidable. This young man is not to be underestimated. It seems he indeed possesses some grounds for his arrogance. One elder remarked with a smile. Yu Hongshi frowned. She and Zhang Yang had entered the Shaoxian sect around the same time. The only difference was that Yu Hongshi had entered the inner sect directly, while Zhang Yang had begun in the outer sect. She was puzzled as to how he could have progressed so rapidly. Having entered the inner sect and secured Ma Kan as her mentor, she had only reached warrior level 5 with the resources provided by him. Zhang Yang's sudden emergence made everyone realize that his strength was far greater than it originally appeared, altering their perceptions of him entirely. After Zhang Yang's match concluded, the remaining bouts wrapped up an hour later, with only Hua Buyu being able to match Zhang Yang's overwhelming display against opponents. In the subsequent round from 13 to 6, Zhang Yang received a bye, and the competition progressed swiftly, quickly determining the 7 strongest. In the next round, Hua Buyu also received a bye, while Zhang Yang faced off against Xiongba. Contrary to expectations, Xiongba conceded immediately, recognizing that although he was stronger than Ding Chunqiu, he was still no match for Zhang Yang. Ultimately, the top 3 contenders were established, and just as they were about to draw lots again, another disciple wisely forfeited, aware that he could not compete with Zhang Yang and Hua Buyu. The final match of the outer sect competition, Zhang Yang versus Hua Buyu. After announcing the matchup, Tang Ji glanced at Zhang Yang, surprised to see him reach this stage, feeling a sense of pride as he had been the one to recruit him. Nonetheless, he remained skeptical about Zhang Yang's chances of victory, knowing that Hua Buyu's level surpassed Zhang Yang's, and that she was hailed as the strongest disciple in the history of the outer sect. "Your strength astonishes me, but even so, you are still no match for me," Hua Buyu declared, gripping her battle knife, her gaze fixed intently on Zhang Yang. "Let's dispense with the words. One battle will reveal all." Zhang Yang retorted with a cold smile, wielding his black gold sword. At that moment, the audience held their breath, their attention riveted on the arena. Who do you think will win this final showdown? Certainly Hua Buyu. She is renowned as the strongest disciple in outer sect history. I believe Zhang Yang might have a chance, as he has yet to reveal his full strength and may be hiding something. Zhang Yang is undoubtedly no match for Hua Buyu. In every conceivable aspect, he cannot surpass her. Chapter 37. The Slaying of Hua Buyu. The competition concludes. Many elders observing the battle were quite intrigued by the spectacle unfolding on the arena. One elder turned to Ma Kan and inquired, "Elder Ma, who do you believe has a greater chance of victory in this final?" This elder was intentionally provocative, as Hua Buyu was also a disciple favored by Ma Kan naturally. It was Hua Buyu, whose extraordinary talent among the outer disciples in recent years was unparalleled. Moreover, he had managed to break through to the 6th level of a warrior after merely 2 years in the outer sect, a level of aptitude that could rival some inner disciples. With proper guidance, he could potentially achieve even greater heights in the future. Ma Kan smiled, genuinely optimistic about Hua Buyu's prospects. The elder who posed the question nodded in agreement, recalling that the history of Shao Xuanzong had indeed seen some prodigies whose initially modest talents later allowed them to dominate inner disciples. Such growth was the most formidable. The elders had intended to continue their discussion, but at that moment, the sounds of fierce combat erupted from the arena, capturing their full attention. Hua Buyu swung his blade toward Zhang Yang, only to have his attack effortlessly parried. There's no need to waste time. Let us decide our fates with a single strike, Zhang Yang declared, lunging forward with his sword. A dark, golden aura enveloped the blade, causing the temperature on the arena to plummet. Hua Buyu, sensing the gravity of the situation, did not underestimate his opponent. The energy emanating from his battle blade surged, causing the very arena to tremble. With a resounding clash, the swords met, unleashing a cacophony of sound and a torrent of violent energy that engulfed the arena. All eyes were fixed upon the scene, as the sheer force indicated that a victor would soon emerge. As the terrifying energy dissipated, the spectacle before the crowd became clear. Hua Biyu had inexplicably transformed into a statue of ice, frozen mid-strike, while Zhang Yang stood calmly, unscathed. With a subtle motion, Zhang Yang drove his dark golden sword into the ground, and the slightest tremor shattered Hua Buyu's form into countless fragments of ice that swirled around Zhang Yang. This breathtaking scene appeared to the onlookers as a stunning masterpiece, leaving them momentarily entranced. The champion of this outer set competition is Zhang Yang, Tang Jie announced immediately, his initial shock mirrored by the crowd, who had not anticipated such a complete triumph from this dark horse. The audience erupted into thunderous applause, silencing those who had previously doubted Zhang Yang and suggested foul play. The evidence was undeniable. They had to concede that Zhang Yang was indeed formidable. Thank goodness I wisely chose to concede. Had we fought, I would have been no match for Zhang Yang, Xiongbar reflected, genuinely impressed. He had not expected Zhang Yang to emerge as the most surprising contender. If I am not mistaken, the technique he employed earlier resembles the Taiyin sword art, a notoriously difficult technique to master, yet he has evidently succeeded. Elders began to discuss amongst themselves, Zhang Yang's performance having won over everyone. However, Ma Kan's expression darkened. He held Hua Buyu in high regard and had previously boasted of his prowess, now finding himself publicly embarrassed. Yet soon, his demeanor softened, recognizing that the emergence of such a prodigy was ultimately beneficial for Xiao Xuanzong. Hong Shi, your fellow townsman, possesses remarkable talent. He is the most extraordinary disciple I have encountered thus far. You must foster a close relationship with him. Understand? Ma can advise you, Hong Shi, who stood behind him. Elated by Zhang Yang's accomplishments, he felt he could now boast about his influence in the outer sect. The elders rose and rushed toward Zhang Yang, realizing that whoever could take him as a disciple would secure a tremendous advantage, perhaps even ascend to the rank of elder. Zhang Yang, become my disciple. Should you choose to do so, I will bestow upon you 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones, declared one elder, the first to reach Zhang Yang, clearly willing to make significant sacrifices to recruit him. Zhang Yang, become my disciple. If you agree, my resources will be at your disposal, another elder offered. I have many female disciples. Should you choose to join me, I guarantee you a life of comfort, yet another elder promised, each one striving desperately to win Zhang Yang over. As Zhang Yang listened to the dizzying array of offers, he found himself tempted by each one. Finally, he cautiously inquired, might I be a disciple of all of you, changing masters daily? His question left the elders utterly speechless. They had never encountered such audacity in a disciple before. You need not choose. You are already reserved by my apothecary pavilion. An elder with a beard approached, smiling. The apothecary pavilion. Zhang Yang suddenly understood. What are the benefits? He asked. There are none, the elder replied with a grin. You must consider carefully. You are likely aware that this is the will of the sect master. Though he appears amiable, he possesses a cunning nature, the elder whispered to Zhang Yang. I was jesting. I shall certainly join the apothecary pavilion, Zhang Yang quickly amended, although his smile bore an unmistakable strain. You must think this through. Concocting potions and cultivating are not the same. High cultivation talent does not guarantee aptitude in alchemy. So tread carefully, the elders cautioned. I love the profession of alchemist. Please do not dissuade me, Zhang Yang replied resolutely. The elder nodded in approval, his smile indicating satisfaction. The other elders could only shake their heads in resignation as they departed. Zhang Yang turned to the elder, grinning. I trust you heard my firm declaration. Will there be a welcoming gift? How did you know I am the head of the apothecary pavilion? The elder asked with a smile. Those elders treated you with such deference. It could only be that you are the pavilion master, Zhang Yang replied. You are quite astute. Come with me to the apothecary pavilion, the elder said before turning to leave. Zhang Yang quickly followed. Wait, there is nothing? The elder flatly refused. I've lost out significantly. I should have negotiated terms with the pavilion master before accepting, Zhang Yang lamented silently. Chapter 38. Have we met before? Zhang Yang followed the elder into the inner sect, where he soon discovered that the environment was vastly superior to that of the outer sect, with a spaciousness that far exceeded his previous surroundings, and the air was imbued with particles of spiritual energy. The inner sect's environment is splendid. The outer sect cannot compare. Zhang Yang marveled. There's a large spiritual energy array beneath the inner sect, which accounts for the abundance of energy here, the elder explained. Such luxury. It is quite appealing, Zhang Yang admitted, his earlier frustrations fading as he became enchanted by the lavish surroundings. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Yang accompanied the elder to a tall wooden building, from which wafted an intriguing aroma. A grand plaque hung above the entrance, inscribed with the words Apothecary Pavilion. You may enter, the elder instructed with a smile. Aren't you coming in with me? Zhang Yang asked, puzzled. If I accompany you, the elders of the Apothecary Pavilion may provide you with special treatment. The sect master's intent is for you to undergo rigorous training. So you must start from the bottom to solidify your foundation, the elder clarified. I can't shake the feeling that I've been led astray, Zhang Yang muttered, reflecting on how much more carefree life would be had he chosen another elder as his mentor. We are indeed acting in your best interest, the elder replied earnestly before departing. Perhaps this is fate, Zhang Yang sighed resignedly as he stepped into the Apothecary Pavilion. Upon entering the Apothecary Pavilion, Zhang Yang immediately noticed a multitude of disciples queuing in the grand hall. Before them stood a crystalline wall, upon which each disciple pressed their hands, eliciting occasional bursts of light from the structure. Zhang Yang seized the arm of a nearby man and inquired, "What is happening here, my friend?" The man turned to Zhang Yang, recognizing his unfamiliarity, and replied, "You must be new to the inner courtyard." Zhang Yang nodded in acknowledgement. No wonder, the man continued. This wall serves to test one's aptitude for becoming an apothecary. Zhang Yang's eyes widened in realization. I have heard that becoming an apothecary is exceedingly difficult, and that this profession is quite rare. How is it that so many are gathered here? The man leaned closer, whispering conspiratorially, "Indeed, it is a formidable challenge. Despite the crowd, we are merely here to try our luck. The true reason for this throng is to catch a glimpse of Lan Chu, who is hailed as the most beautiful woman in the Shaoxin sect. Otherwise, who would come to this desolate place?" Lan Chu. Zhang Yang felt a shiver run down his spine. "Where is she?" he immediately asked. The man chuckled, gesturing towards the crystalline wall over there. Zhang Yang squinted in the indicated direction, but all he could see were heads, obscuring his view. "I can't see her. Are you certain she is there?" he questioned, secretly hoping she was not. "Do not be anxious, brother. The presence of so many indicates that Lan Chu is indeed the one conducting the test today. Typically, this place is devoid of even a bird," the man reassured him, patting Zhang Yang's shoulder. He could empathize with Zhang Yang's excitement, recalling his own initial thrill. Zhang Yang, however, was more concerned about not being recognized by her. After a period of time, it was finally Zhang Yang's turn. At that moment, he beheld Lan Chu standing beside the crystalline wall, a smile gracing her face. Clad in a short skirt, her long, elegant legs were on full display, drawing the gaze of many disciples. Indeed, she had inherited her mother's captivating beauty, leaving Zhang Yang in awe of her burgeoning figure. The man before Zhang Yang stepped up for his test, first registering with Lan Chu before approaching the crystalline wall and placing his hand upon it. After a moment, the wall remained unresponsive. The man's expression fell, yet upon meeting Lan Chu's smiling gaze, his spirits lifted, and he sauntered away, a satisfied look replacing his earlier disappointment. As the man concluded his test, it was now Zhang Yang's turn. Anxiety coursed through him as he prayed that Lan Chu would not recognize him. The request from Lan Luofei had long slipped from his mind. He approached Lan Chu, his gaze lowered, falling directly upon her fair legs. This brother has quite the scheme, knowing he likely cannot pass the test, so he has chosen to admire her legs instead. Why didn't I think of that? The previously tested man, now standing aside, watched Zhang Yang with admiration for his audacity. His name was Ning Shang, a seasoned disciple within the inner sect. "What is your name?" Lan Chu inquired, her attention fixed on her record book. "Zhang Yang," he replied, knowing she likely had never heard the name, but lowered his voice for safety. While recording, Lan Chu said, "You may proceed with the test. If you possess the talent to become an apothecary, the crystalline wall will emit light." Zhang Yang turned away from her and approached the wall, hoping to avoid her gaze. Ning Shang pondered, sensing Zhang Yang's actions held deeper significance. As Zhang Yang placed his hand upon the crystalline wall, Lan Chuchu lifted her head and remarked, "This scent feels strangely familiar." Her expression turned contemplative just as she was on the verge of grasping a vital clue. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the crystalline wall exploded. Lan Chuchu snapped back to attention, astonished. "What have you done? How could the wall explode?" Zhang Yang shook his head, equally bewildered. "Impressive, impressive," Ningxiang mused. Realizing Zhang Yang had intentionally faced away from Lan Chuchu as a prelude to this grand display, it dawned on him that only someone as bold as Zhang Yang could capture her attention. "Could you please move along? Must you linger behind me?" Zhang Yang felt cold sweat trickling down his forehead, his body rigid with tension. Just as he was lost in prayer, Lan Chuchu's gentle voice drifted from behind him. "Have we met before?" Zhang Yang's heart raced at her words, cursing fate for bringing this moment. "Sister, you must be mistaken. I have only just entered the inner sect," he replied, lowering his voice to sound more gravelly. "Oh," Lan Chuchu responded, intrigued. "Sister, I lack confidence in my appearance, and I tend to blush around beautiful girls. Perhaps it is best if I remain silent." Zhang Yang quickly proposed, thinking on his feet. "Ah, I see," Lan Chuchu replied, not pressing further. Ningxiang silently admired Zhang Yang's audacity, recognizing him as a master of conversation, effortlessly engaging with Lan Chuchu. Since her arrival in the inner sect, countless disciples had longed to approach her, yet most could only observe from a distance, never having the opportunity to speak. Zhang Yang, however, had not only conversed with the goddess of the Shaoxian sect, but had also taken a step that many had not dared to attempt. Other disciples watched in envy as Lan Chuchu smiled and chatted with Zhang Yang, the flames of desire igniting in their eyes. At that moment, the disciples of the apothecary pavilion presented a new crystalline wall. "Zhang Yang, please try again," Lan Chuchu encouraged. Zhang Yang placed his hand upon the wall once more, and to his dismay, it exploded again as it had before. "What is happening?" Zhang Yang exclaimed, feeling the pressure mount. The greater the commotion, the more attention he would attract from Lan Chuchu, which was precisely what he wished to avoid. "Zhang brother, you—" Lan Chuchu began, but Zhang Yang interrupted. "Sister, please. I know I lack the talent to be an apothecary. I must take my leave." Without hesitation, he turned and departed, leaving everyone stunned, including Lan Chuchu, who sensed that Zhang Yang might harbor a fear of her. Ningxiang stroked his chin, murmuring a strategy of retreat. "It seems I have much to learn." Unbeknownst to them, an elderly figure on the second floor of the apothecary pavilion had been observing the testing. Upon witnessing Zhang Yang's attempt to flee, he quickly summoned a middle-aged man and instructed, "This Zhang Yang is now under your tutelage. He shall be your disciple." The elder, named Jiang Sheng, served as the head of the apothecary pavilion. The middle-aged man, perplexed, protested, "But he possesses no talent whatsoever. Why must we recruit him?" His dissatisfaction was palpable. "I have taught you never to underestimate anyone," Jiang Sheng rebuked him. "Master, I understand my error," the man, named Peng Chun, replied respectfully before heading downstairs. Jiang Sheng watched Zhang Yang's retreating figure, murmuring to himself, "His cultivation talent is indeed commendable, yet I see no aptitude for apothecary skills. I wonder what the sect master is thinking." With that, he shook his head, pondering the unfolding events within the grand hall of the apothecary pavilion. Zhang Yang was about to step out the door when a middle-aged man suddenly blocked his path. It was Peng Chun. "No need to go any further. You have been accepted into the Yaoji Gu," Peng Chun stated. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang was momentarily stunned and could not help but inquire, "Why?" In his heart, Peng Chun cursed, "Why would you ask such a thing? People are competing fiercely to enter the Yaoji Gu, and you question my decision?" He was both amused and contemptuous of Zhang Yang, a person who relied on connections to gain entry. "There are no explanations needed. I choose to accept you," Peng Chun said with an unfriendly tone. Zhang Yang thought to himself, "Is this guy on edge?" I haven't he even provoked him. He found Peng Chun's anger baffling and wondered if he was in a bad mood due to some familial issue. "Come with me," Peng Chun commanded and then turned to leave. Zhang Yang considered the situation and thought it best to comply, as long as he avoided encountering Lan Chuchu. Everything else was of little concern. He followed in Peng Chun's footsteps. Lan Chuchu cast a puzzled glance at the departing Zhang Yang and Peng Chun, sensing that Peng Chun seemed unusually irritable today, which was not typical of his usual demeanor. Meanwhile, the other disciples in the hall looked on in astonishment at the scene of Peng Chun and Zhang Yang leaving together. Isn't that elder Peng Chun a Tier 3 alchemist? He is personally taking the talentless Zhang Yang as his disciple? They whispered amongst themselves. This seems rather peculiar. Did you notice Elder Peng Chun's displeased expression as he left? I suspect Zhang Yang must have relied on connections to enter the Yaoji. The disciples pieced together the implications. And while they held disdain for someone like Zhang Yang who had taken advantage of connections, they could not deny that such circumstances existed in every corner of the world, leaving them somewhat indifferent. Zhang Yang followed Peng Chun to the back courtyard of the Yaoji, where a few disciples were already waiting. Among them, Zhang Yang recognized several familiar faces. These were individuals he had observed passing the tests earlier. Upon seeing Zhang Yang arrive, their expressions turned to surprise. They had heard from others that Zhang Yang had shattered 2 crystal walls during his test, indicating a complete lack of talent. The fact that he was now present here spoke volumes. You are all newly admitted disciples of the Yaoji. Today, I will briefly discuss the profession of an alchemist. Peng Chun began, launching into his lecture. Alchemists are classified into various tiers, and I am a tier 3 alchemist. He spoke eloquently, and the disciples sat on the ground, captivated by his words. However, Zhang Yang was an exception. He was fighting off sleep and felt as if he were enduring a fate worse than death. Soon enough, he could no longer withstand it and surrendered to slumber, even snoring loudly, echoing throughout the courtyard. This could hardly be blamed on Zhang Yang. In his previous life, he had always struggled to stay awake in class, and although he had now traversed into a new world, this old habit had followed him. The thunderous sound of his snores finally broke Peng Chun's patience. He slammed his palm on the ground, causing the courtyard to tremble, and Zhang Yang jolted awake. The other disciples looked at him with a mix of mockery. The fact that he had entered the Yaoji through the back door already irked them. And now he dared to snore in Peng Chun's class. This was simply unforgivable. They eagerly anticipated the moment Peng Chun would order Zhang Yang to leave the Yaoji. However, to their astonishment, despite his evident irritation, Peng Chun merely admonished Zhang Yang, saying, "Sleeping is not permitted in class," before continuing with his lecture. This left everyone dumbfounded. An hour later, Peng Chun concluded his lesson and distributed a booklet to each disciple, which contained the methods for concocting a Tier 1 potion. You will have 1 hour to study this booklet. Afterward, I will provide you with materials, and you shall concoct a Tier 1 potion in my presence. Peng Chun declared before departing. His intent was not to make things difficult for the newcomers. Rather, his teaching method involved having them practice directly, allowing him to correct their mistakes afterward, which would facilitate faster progress. The disciples were left in shock at Peng Chun's words. They barely knew how to begin concocting potions. They hurriedly began to peruse the booklet. Zhang Yang opened the booklet and spent half an hour studying it carefully. He soon realized that a Tier 1 potion required only a single material for its creation. The drawback of such potions was their singular function, but the advantage lay in their ease of preparation. Zhang Yang considered this and headed towards the alchemy room, feeling that further study would be futile. The other disciples watched in astonishment as Zhang Yang made his way to the alchemy room. What is he doing? Is he really going to attempt to concoct a potion directly? They murmured. How audacious of him, a talentless individual who relied on connections to enter the Yaoji. They scoffed at him, for they had yet to grasp the contents of the booklet, while Zhang Yang, who had failed the test, boldly ventured to concoct potions. Upon entering the small room, Zhang Yang found an alchemical cauldron and an assortment of spiritual herbs laid out before him. He sat cross-legged in front of the cauldron and began to follow the instructions from the booklet, tossing the herbs into the cauldron. Soon, the herbs transformed into liquid, and the next step was purification, a crucial phase that significantly affected the potion's purity. Zhang Yang meticulously manipulated the liquid within the cauldron, extracting impurities with precision. Before long, he completed the purification process and bottled the potion. Gazing at the vibrant green and transparent liquid within the vial, he murmured, "The Honyun Ding is much more convenient, but alas, it cannot be used recklessly." Since learning that the Honyun Ding required energy replenishment to avoid destruction, he had been cautious with its usage. As Zhang Yang exited the room, he encountered Peng Chun entering the courtyard. Peng Chun's eyes fell upon the potion in Zhang Yang's hand, and he frowned. "Where did you obtain this potion?" he inquired. "I just concocted it," Zhang Yang replied. At this, Peng Chun's expression turned grave. "Do not lie. If you truly concocted this potion, then return inside and show me how you did it." He was skeptical of Zhang Yang's claim. Over the years, Peng Chun had taught numerous disciples, and those who succeeded on their first attempt were exceedingly rare. Moreover, the potion in Zhang Yang's hand was a Tier 1 mid-grade potion. To date, Peng Chun had never encountered a disciple capable of producing a mid-grade potion on their very first attempt. Even Lan Chu, who possessed exceptional talent, had only managed to concoct a low-grade potion with his assistance during her first attempt. Fine. The other disciples wore expressions of derision upon witnessing the exchange. Though they had initially been startled by Zhang Yang's appearance with a potion, they understood the implications of successfully concocting one on the first try. However, they gleaned from Peng Chun's reaction that Zhang Yang must have cheated, which relieved them somewhat. "What are you staring at? Hurry and get back to concocting potions." Peng Chun scolded the onlookers. The disciples immediately lowered their heads and obediently returned to their respective small rooms. Once inside his small room, Zhang Yang resumed the process, following the steps he had previously undertaken. Soon enough, another vial of potion appeared in his hand. A superior grade potion. The vial he held emitted a faint green glow, and Zhang Yang recognized from the booklet that only superior grade potions exhibited such characteristics. "It seems that concocting potions isn't as difficult as I thought," he mused. However, he did not rush to exit, as there were still many herbs left in the room. Given his current financial constraints, it was only natural that he resumed his potion making. A mid-grade potion, a superior grade potion, a premium grade potion. Zhang Yang's initial alchemical skills were rather inconsistent. At first, he could only produce superior potions. However, as time went on, his proficiency improved remarkably, allowing him to create nearly flawless potions. Soon, the spiritual herbs in the room were entirely depleted, and Zhang Yang had successfully concocted 10 vials of potions, 5 of which were of exceptional quality. Just then, the voice of Peng Chun could be heard urging him from outside, prompting Zhang Yang to put away the potions and step out. Upon exiting, he observed mentor Peng Chun inspecting the potions crafted by the disciples. The grimace on Peng Chun's face suggested that the potions were far from satisfactory. Noticing Zhang Yang's arrival, Peng Chun inquired, "Where are the potions you made?" The attention Zhang Yang garnered from Peng Chun caused the other disciples to breathe a sigh of relief, as they had endured a lengthy session of critique. Zhang Yang promptly handed the potions to Peng Chun, who initially paid little heed. However, upon witnessing the vibrant green potions emitting a gentle glow, his expression transformed to one of astonishment. "Exceptional potions. Remarkable. The previous one was merely of medium quality, and now you have produced an extraordinary one." The other disciples were left in disbelief. How could a novice in the alchemy pavilion produce such remarkable potions? Peng Chun remained incredulous. Observing the lingering skepticism on Peng Chun's face, Zhang Yang revealed the remaining potions, 10 in total. All the spiritual herbs have been utilized, he stated. Peng Chun's eyes widened as he gazed at the 10 vials, 5 of which were indeed exceptional, while the majority were of superior quality. The other disciples were equally astonished. Peng Chun entered Zhang Yang's alchemical room, where the lingering fragrance of the herbs was evident, confirming that they had indeed been used up. "Why you?" Peng Chun stammered. "I assure you I did not cheat," Zhang Yang replied, raising his hands in resignation. "You are truly a genius," Peng Chun exclaimed, his previous demeanor entirely transformed, filled with excitement. Zhang Yang nodded, acknowledging the truth in that statement. "Mentor, may I see the manual for second-tier potions?" he requested. Peng Chun was momentarily taken aback, pondering Zhang Yang's impatience. Having just crafted first-tier potions, he was now seeking to advance to second-tier. However, he wisely kept his thoughts to himself, realizing that should Zhang Yang indeed succeed in producing second-tier potions, it would be quite the spectacle. The notion of advancing 2 tiers in a single day and becoming a second-tier alchemist was something he had never contemplated. Peng Chun handed Zhang Yang the manual for second-tier potions, knowing that the difficulty increased significantly compared to first-tier potions. Yet a flicker of hope resided within him for Zhang Yang's potential. Chapter 41. How does it feel? Zhang Yang diligently studied the manual given by Peng Chun, and merely half an hour later, he declared, "Mentor, I wish to attempt crafting a second-tier potion." "Are you serious?" Peng Chun responded in astonishment, thinking it was only half an hour since he had begun. "I believe I have grasped the concepts. I wish to give it a try," Zhang Yang asserted earnestly. Seeing Zhang Yang's serious demeanor, Peng Chun replied, "Then follow me." He led the way to the larger building. Second-tier potions demanded more from the alchemical cauldron than their first-tier counterparts. Zhang Yang promptly followed, with the other disciples trailing behind, eager to witness whether the miraculous Zhang Yang could create yet another wonder. Upon arriving at the second floor of the alchemy pavilion, Zhang Yang observed several disciples engrossed in their studies, while others were concocting potions in small rooms. At that moment, a beautiful figure emerged from one of the rooms, holding a vial of a freshly completed potion. It was Lan Chu. Upon seeing Mentor Ping Chun, she gracefully approached him, saying, "Master, this is the potion I just crafted." She handed the vial to Peng Chun. After inspecting the potion, he smiled and remarked, "Chu, you have made significant progress. You have successfully crafted a second-tier medium-quality potion. I believe it won't be long before you can create a second-tier superior potion and become a third-tier alchemist." Flushed with pride at being praised before so many, Lan Chu inquired, "By the way, Master, aren't you supposed to be mentoring newcomers? What brings you here?" Among the new disciples, there is an extraordinary talent who, on his first attempt, crafted a medium-quality first-tier potion and, on his second attempt, produced an exceptional potion. He wishes to try his hand at second-tier potions. So I brought him here to give it a go," Peng Chun explained with a smile. "Which junior is this?" Lan Chu asked, her interest piqued. "Where is he?" Peng Chun intended to call Zhang Yang over to greet his senior sister, only to realize he had vanished. "He has already gone inside." One disciple pointed to a small room. "This guy disappeared without a sound," Peng Chun remarked, somewhat speechless. "Let us wait here for our junior. I too am curious to see if this talented junior can concoct a second-tier potion." Lan Chu smiled. Her radiant smile captivated the attention of the disciples around her. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang was fully immersed in his work. The two materials in the cauldron had transformed into liquid, and his task was to merge them. After a moment, Zhang Yang paused, having failed in his attempt to combine the liquids. After a brief moment of contemplation, he resumed his efforts. Throughout this process, he encountered several failures, yet ultimately succeeded in crafting a second-tier potion, albeit a lower-quality one. Over the next hour, Zhang Yang continued to refine his craft, and through sheer determination, he finally produced a second-tier, medium-quality potion. "This appears to be my current limit," he murmured as he gazed at the vial. The mental strain of potion crafting was immense, leaving him feeling dazed. As Zhang Yang exited the room, he was immediately greeted by a pair of strikingly long, fair legs, which jolted him back to clarity. "Did you fail?" Peng Chun asked, observing Zhang Yang's fatigued demeanor, understanding that a failure was likely. However, that was to be expected. If Zhang Yang had truly succeeded in crafting a second-tier potion, it would have been astonishing. "Do not be disheartened, Junior. Failure is a natural part of the process." Lan Chu reassured him, surprised to learn that the one attempting to craft a second-tier potion was Zhang Yang, as she had witnessed his lack of talent during the aptitude test. "I succeeded," Zhang Yang declared. Everyone was taken aback, and Peng Chun, in disbelief, urged, "Show me." Zhang Yang handed over the potion, feeling somewhat exasperated at their lack of faith. As Peng Chun examined the vial of red potion, his hands trembled slightly. "A second-tier, medium-quality potion. You truly succeeded," he exclaimed, his excitement causing him to utter a curse, something he rarely did. Lan Chu stared in shock at the potion in Peng Chun's hand, realizing that the purity of Zhang Yang's potion seemed even higher than her own. The other newcomers to the alchemy pavilion were left in a state of disbelief. Zhang Yang, who had previously been deemed talentless, had now successfully crafted a second-tier potion and ascended to the rank of second-tier alchemist. The world had become utterly surreal, seeing everyone in a state of shock. Zhang Yang could not help but say, "If there is something to discuss, please do so without hesitation." His joy was palpable. He never expected a disciple he had once underestimated would turn out to be such a prodigious talent. The pavilion master truly had an eye for talent. Peng Chun thought to himself, "Can these potions be exchanged for points?" Zhang Yang directly produced several bottles of second-tier low-grade potions, as well as those first-tier potions he had concocted previously, intending to exchange them for some points. The crowd stared in astonishment at the numerous bottles of second-tier low-grade potions, utterly dumbfounded. It turned out he had not only refined a single potion, but had managed to create so many. Excellent. Upon witnessing this, Peng Chun burst into hearty laughter, then commanded his subordinates to assist Zhang Yang in converting the potions into points, which were subsequently handed over to him. Zhang Yang exchanged these potions for a total of 5,000 points, which, although not exceedingly abundant, surpassed his expectations. "I have matters to attend to. Zhu, please take care of Zhang Yang for the time being. He is now your junior brother," Peng Chun said with a smile to Lan Chu. Upon hearing this, Lan Chu immediately agreed. "Why are you still here? Instead of idling away, you should go downstairs to study." "Zhang Yang, who is also a newcomer like you, has already become a second-tier potion master. Seeing the new disciples still dawdling on the second floor, Peng Yu immediately began to scold them. Startled by Peng Chun's reprimand, the newcomers quickly scurried downstairs, vanishing in an instant. Peng Chun glanced at Lan Chu and Zhang Yang before departing with a smile. At this moment, Zhang Yang felt an immense sense of torment. He couldn't fathom why Peng Chun had entrusted him to Lan Chu. The most crucial point was the ambiguous gaze that the elder had cast upon him as he left. "Senior sister, I must take my leave," Zhang Yang said hastily as the crowd dispersed, preparing to make his escape. "Stop!" Lan Chu's voice rang out. Zhang Yang froze, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead, his expression seemingly pleading for mercy. Chapter 42. This woman is remarkable, junior brother. Why have you fallen silent? Lan Chu gazed at Zhang Yang with a captivating smile. "Senior sister, I do not quite understand your meaning." Zhang Yang feigned calmness. Noticing his demeanor, Lan Chu felt a flicker of doubt. Was he not the one? Yet, the scent emanating from him felt hauntingly familiar. "Do you think my skin is fair?" Lan Chu pressed on, unwilling to let Zhang Yang off so easily. "Quite fair," Zhang Yang replied without hesitation. "You have seen." A hint of menace crept into Lan Chu's expression. Zhang Yang swiftly realized and promptly added, "Senior sister, your long legs are indeed quite fair." He breathed a sigh of relief inwardly, grateful for his quick wit. It appeared Lan Chu was attempting to ensnare him. Lan Chu glanced at her beautiful legs beneath her short skirt, finally understanding Zhang Yang's remark. "Are they beautiful? Would you like to touch them?" Lan Chu leaned close to Zhang Yang, her breath warm against his ear. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Yang reached out toward her leg. Lan Chu evaded him, the allure in her expression dissipating, a faint blush appearing on her cheeks. She had not anticipated Zhang Yang would dare to act. To ease the awkwardness, Lan Chu remarked, "Junior brother, although you possess remarkable talent as a potion master, your primary focus should still be on cultivation, for that is fundamental." Zhang Yang nodded, then questioned, "Senior sister, are you aware of the four-sex grand competition?" Lan Chu looked at Zhang Yang in surprise, taken aback that he knew of such an event. "Of course, it is set to commence in less than 6 months." A hint of worry crossed her face as she spoke. "What realm must one attain to participate in the four-sex grand competition?" Zhang Yang inquired. Lan Chu regarded him with astonishment. He had only just entered the inner sect, yet he was already contemplating participation in the competition. There exists a ranking list within the inner sect called the Tianbang, which only has 20 slots. If you can secure a place on this list, there is hope. Lan Chu explained. "Tianbang, where can I find it?" Zhang Yang asked, puzzled. "Follow me," Lan Chu instructed, leading Zhang Yang to the top floor of the building. Upon arrival, Zhang Yang beheld a towering stone tablet, about 100 meters high, inscribed with 2 golden characters, Tianbang. Beneath the gilded letters, a list of names was displayed, and in the 10th position was none other than Lan Chu's name. "Senior sister, you rank so high. What realm have you reached?" Zhang Yang exclaimed in astonishment. "I've been in the inner courtyard for 2 years. This ranking is not surprising. As for my realm, I am currently at the 5th level of martial master," Lan Chu replied with a smile. Zhang Yang was taken aback. This meant she was an entire great realm above him. He suddenly realized the vast chasm that existed between him and the inner sex prodigies. "Senior sister, where can I rapidly enhance my strength?" Zhang Yang asked earnestly. "Consider venturing into the Xian secret realm. It may pose some danger to you at present, but it is rife with opportunities. Slaying enemies there can also yield points. As long as you survive, it will greatly benefit you," Lan Chu advised. "You can earn points by defeating enemies?" Zhang Yang asked, bewildered. "What you may not know is that the Xian secret realm is located in the central region of the Xia dynasty, where disciples from nearly all sects go to hone their skills. Since the sects are in competition with one another, slaying disciples from other sects will result in point rewards," Lan Chu elucidated. Zhang Yang nodded, then leaped from the top floor, having promised the sect leader to participate in the 4 sects grand competition. Currently, he was merely at the 5th level of martial artist, far from the Tianbang, and he needed to seize the time. Lan Chu gazed at Zhang Yang's retreating figure, softly murmuring, "Is it truly him?" At that moment, she felt a familiar sensation wash over her, reminiscent of the past. After leaving the potion pavilion, Zhang Yang made his way directly to the teleportation array, determined not to waste a moment. However, midway, he suddenly spotted 2 familiar figures, Qi Wenli and Yu Hongshi. At that moment, Qi Wenli was massaging Yu Hongshi's waist, while she wore a bashful expression. Zhang Yang had not forgotten his enmity with Yu Hongshi. After numerous circumstances had prevented him from confronting her, he resolved to eliminate her the moment he had the chance. As Yu Hongshi and Qi Wenli noticed Zhang Yang, she recalled her master's advice to cultivate a good relationship with him. Yet, only she understood that their relationship had long since deteriorated beyond repair. Rather than mend it, she preferred to find a way to eradicate Zhang Yang. Your brother once told you the same, yet now he lies dead. Zhang Yang scoffed, then turned to Yu Hongshi and added, I never imagined you two would share such similar tastes. With your brother gone, the elder brother takes his place. What nonsense are you spouting? Yu Hongshi retorted angrily. You know the truth within your heart. Zhang Yang dismissed her. Zhang Yang, do not waste your breath. You have made countless enemies, and by the time I get the chance to kill you, you may already have fallen to the bear family. Qi Wenli sneered. Bear family? Zhang Yang recalled how he had slain Xiong, realizing there must be others from the bear family within the Shaoxin sect. I once thought I would regret breaking off the engagement with you, but it appears I was right. A person like you, who courts trouble everywhere, will meet your end sooner or later. Yu Hongshi mocked, while clinging to Qi Wenli's arm and deliberately rubbing against him. She was well aware that her realm was among the lowest in the inner sect, and she needed to rely on Qi Wenli to establish herself firmly within the inner sect. Seeing this, Qi Wenli tightened his embrace, even giving her rear a playful slap, causing her to shudder slightly, her face flushed with embarrassment. Zhang Yang, look at her. This is your former fiancée, and she now belongs to me. Qi Wenli declared with a laugh, taking the opportunity to grope her again in front of Zhang Yang. You fool, I have long since enjoyed this woman. By the time she reached you, she was already second-hand merchandise. I wonder what you're so proud of. Zhang Yang shook his head. Upon hearing this, Qi Wenli's expression stiffened. Although Zhang Yang's words were harsh, they did hold a grain of truth. Do not speak nonsense. Upon witnessing the expression on Qi Wenli's face, Yu Hongshi realized that Zhang Yang's words had indeed resonated with him. Chapter 43. Journey to Xiangu. After Yu Hongshi finished her explanation, Qi Wenli remained silent, and she sensed that the situation was dire. She promptly declared, Tonight, I shall share a room with you, and then you shall comprehend everything. Upon hearing this, Qi Wenli's face lit up with uncontainable joy. He had longed for Yu Hongshi's affection, but her elusive nature had thwarted his advances until now. When she had taken the initiative, some matters can be mended, Zhang Yang remarked nonchalantly. Qi Wenli's expression shifted as he grasped the implication behind Zhang Yang's words. You speak nonsense, Yu Hongshi exclaimed in urgency, realizing she could not clarify the situation adequately. Qi Wenli's demeanor transformed, culminating in a cold smirk as he retorted. Do not deceive me. You are merely distressed at the thought of Yu Hongshi accompanying me tonight, which is why you speak so. Qi Wenli was not foolish. He quickly pieced together the circumstances. Moreover, Yu Hongshi's beauty and figure were well known in the inner courtyard, attracting many suitors. Upon hearing this, Yu Hongshi let out a quiet sigh of relief, then taunted, Zhang Yang, I admit I misjudged you earlier, but you must understand. This is not the outer courtyard or Qingshan City. This is the inner courtyard, where prodigies abound. Compared to Brother Qi, you are but an ant. Zhang Yang merely offered Qi Wenli a meaningful glance, inciting a surge of anger within Qi Wenli, who could not help but grow increasingly distrustful. Zhang Yang, having no time to waste on these two, prepared to leave when a fragrant breeze wafted from behind him. Junior brother, you forgot your belongings, Yu Hongshi said, her expression shifting dramatically. Although she considered herself quite attractive, she paled in comparison to Lan Chuchu, who instantly overshadowed her presence. While Yu Hongshi was indeed commendable, the disparity between her and Lan Chuchu was vast. Zhang Yang felt a stirring in his heart, silently thinking, this is your own doing. He then embraced Lan Chuchu's slender waist, causing her to shudder slightly before regaining her composure. Their affectionate display only darkened Qi Wenli's expression further, rendering Yu Hongshi suddenly less appealing. A second-tier potion master. Junior brother, let us depart, Lan Chuchu chuckled. As they walked, Zhang Yang's arm inadvertently brushed against her softness, causing his heart to race. Unable to resist, he playfully grabbed Lan Chuchu's waist, leaving her face flushed. Soon, they reached a corner where Lan Chuchu released his arm. Sister, you are truly beautiful and kind-hearted. Farewell, Zhang Yang exclaimed before hastily retreating, aware that Lan Chuchu would seek to settle the score with him. Realizing he had forgotten that Lan Chuchu's strength far surpassed his own, he reflected on the gratitude he owed her for her assistance and promised to repay her kindness in the future. I truly have pressing matters to attend to, Zhang Yang said, turning to leave. However, Lan Chuchu reappeared before him, her expression teasing. Did you enjoy that? Lan Chuchu had aided Zhang Yang because she had learned of his past with Yu Hongshi. In a moment of impulse, she had decided to help him, but unexpectedly found herself having to endure his advances, which left her feeling quite unsettled. Sister, I am unaware of what you speak, Zhang Yang replied. Are you certain? Lan Chuchu threatened, raising her delicate fist. Fine, I confess I cannot resist. But can you truly blame me? A beauty like Sister Lan would tempt any man under such circumstances, Zhang Yang admitted. Shameless, Lan Chuchu retorted angrily. There is nothing shameful in it. Desire is a natural inclination, and I simply lack the desire to feign modesty, Zhang Yang asserted. Lan Chuchu was taken aback. She had never encountered someone who could so earnestly articulate such shamelessness. Just as she was about to respond, Shi Jing's voice rang out. Sister, we must hurry. The secret realm will soon open. Upon hearing this, Lan Chuchu recalled the urgency of the situation and quietly informed Zhang Yang. Do not presume that I am unaware. You are the one who groped me in the river. We shall settle our accounts later. With that, she departed. Shi Jing cast a dark glare at Zhang Yang, already having condemned him in his mind. He had witnessed Lan Chuchu embracing Zhang Yang and Zhang Yang's hand on her waist. To him, Lan Chuchu had always been untouchable, while Zhang Yang had crossed a line, inciting intense animosity within him. Unbeknownst to Zhang Yang, he had already exited the inner courtyard through the array, making his way to Xiangu. After Zhang Yang's departure, Qi Wenli and Yu Hongshi appeared beside the array. It seems Zhang Yang has ventured to Xiangu. How reckless of him to go there at his level. Yu Hongshi scoffed. We shall also go to Xiangu, Qi Wenli declared. Although Xiangu may hold opportunities, it is fraught with peril. Will two of us not be too few? Yu Hongshi expressed her concern. Fewer people make for easier maneuvering. Do not worry, sister. I have reached the 9th level of the martial artist realm, and protecting you will be no issue, Qi Wenli reassured her, his hands inappropriately roaming her waist. Hearing this, Yu Hongshi felt somewhat reassured. She knew that only those below the martial master realm could enter Xiangu. As she felt Qi Wenli's lewd hand, her heart turned malevolent as she thought, Zhang Yang, I will ensure you suffer for this. Yu Hongshi was willing to sacrifice her own purity to exact revenge on Zhang Yang. Let us go, sister you, Qi Wenli urged, already feeling impatient to eliminate Zhang Yang and seek solace with Yu Hongshi. Chapter 44. The century-old Qing Gu Fruit. As Zhang Yang emerged from the teleportation array, he was immediately engulfed by a cacophony of voices. Why are there so many people? Zhang Yang marveled, taken aback by the throngs filling the valley. The excitement etched on their faces gave him the impression that the secret realm was devoid of danger. They appeared more like treasure seekers. After pushing through the crowd, he finally located the tent belonging to Shao Xian's sect. Inside, an elderly man was registering arrivals, while a long queue formed outside. With no other choice, Zhang Yang resigned himself and joined the line. Bored, he tapped the shoulder of the disciple in front of him and cheerfully inquired, Brother, this is my first visit to Xiangu. Why are there so many people here? The disciple glanced at Zhang Yang and, noticing his martial artist 5th level, kindly cautioned, Junior brother, given your level, I advise against entering. It will be a gamble with your life. Do not worry. I thrive on danger, Zhang Yang replied. The disciple was rendered speechless and continued. Under normal circumstances, there would not be so many people here. However, recent news has spread that a precious treasure is about to emerge within the secret realm, likely the legendary Xiantian stone sword. What is the Xiantian stone sword? Zhang Yang asked, puzzled. It is said to be an exquisite treasure that has gestated for 10,000 years within the secret realm and is now on the verge of manifesting. If I could obtain the Xiantian stone sword, it would undoubtedly enhance my combat prowess significantly, the disciple mused. Zhang Yang found himself intrigued by the prospect. By the way, I am Yulin. If you insist on entering the secret realm, you can accompany me. I will look after you. Finding a kindred spirit in Zhang Yang, Yulin decided to offer his assistance. I am most grateful, brother, Zhang Yang expressed with a smile. Make way, make way. Suddenly, a brazen voice cut through the air. Zhang Yang turned to see a man clad in black striding arrogantly forward, flanked by a male and female companion. Upon seeing them, many opted to step aside. Why are they so arrogant? Zhang Yang inquired. Keep your voice down. They are from the Qisha sect, known for their volatile tempers. The Qisha sect ranks higher than us and is one of the 4 major sects, Yulin explained in hushed tones. Zhang Yang nodded. As long as these individuals did not provoke him, he remained indifferent. After an hour, it was finally Zhang Yang's turn. What is your name? The elder inquired. Zhang Yang. He replied, this ring is for you. Do not lose it, as it signifies your identity within the Shaoxian sect. The elder handed the ring to Zhang Yang. Upon donning the ring, the elder continued, this is a storage ring. With each enemy you defeat, points will be displayed on the ring, which you can redeem upon your exit. Zhang Yang nodded, then followed Yulin toward the spatial rift deep within the valley, the entrance to the secret realm. As they passed through the rift, Zhang Yang felt a wave of dizziness, only to find himself standing atop a majestic mountain range. This place is magnificent, he exclaimed, gazing at the endless peaks. I felt the same way on my first visit, Yulin echoed. Are you not moving yet? Zhang Yang asked, puzzled. We are waiting for someone, Yulin replied. Shortly thereafter, a woman approached. Upon seeing Zhang Yang, she glanced at Yulin and inquired, who is this? This is Zhang Yang. It's his first time in the Xian Valley secret realm, and I am guiding him, Yulin said with a smile. I am Xiaochan. The woman introduced herself, appearing approachable. Thank you, senior sister and senior brother, Zhang Yang said, cupping his hands in gratitude. There is no need for formalities, junior brother. As a fellow disciple of the Shaoxian sect, we naturally ought to take good care of you, Xiaochan replied. The 3 then descended the mountain, with Xiaochan and Yulin leading the way, intentionally allowing Zhang Yang to follow behind for added safety. Zhang Yang silently noted the commendable nature of the two. In such perilous surroundings, one would typically be preoccupied with their own safety, leaving little time to look after others. As they made their way down the mountain, Zhang Yang suddenly spotted a blue fruit hanging from a tree in the distance. Before he could voice his curiosity, Yulin exclaimed, that is a 100-year-old Qinghua. It has immense benefits for enhancing cultivation. Xiaochan swiftly dashed forward to pluck the Qinghua, then returned to Zhang Yang, saying, Junior brother, eat this fruit. It may allow you to break through immediately. Zhang Yang was taken aback by her words, reflecting on the kindness of others. He accepted the Qinghua and consumed it without hesitation. Upon finishing, a soft glow emanated from him as he rapidly absorbed the pure energy. Junior brother, you have not broken through yet? Xiaochan asked in astonishment. For 100-year Qinghua should ideally allow someone of Zhang Yang's realm to achieve an immediate breakthrough. Zhang Yang offered a sheepish smile. As a chaos sacred body, his path to advancement was naturally more arduous than that of ordinary cultivators. Do not worry, junior brother. We will continue searching, Yulin assured him, and the trio resumed their quest. An hour later, they uncovered several more Qinghua, but only one was a 100-year-old variety, the rest being merely 10-year-old fruits. Quickly eat it, Xiaochan urged, handing the 100-year Qinghua directly to Zhang Yang. He accepted it without hesitation, recognizing the urgency of his need to advance his cultivation. Moments later, amidst a resounding boom within him, Zhang Yang successfully broke through to the 6th level of warrior. Thank you, senior brother and senior sister. Without your generous gifts, I would not know when I could break through, Zhang Yang expressed gratefully. However, just as he finished speaking, footsteps echoed through the forest. Hand over all your Qinghua, a man taunted, flanked by 4 others. Junior brother, stay back. These individuals have all reached the 7th level of warrior. Yulin warned gravely, positioning himself and Xiaochan in front of Zhang Yang. We do not possess any Qinghua, Xiaochan stated. Do not play games. We have been tailing you for quite some time and saw you acquire several, including a 100-year Qinghua. Hand it over if you know what is good for you. The leader sneered. Daring to follow us, Yulin, let us attack together. How dare these minor sect members attempt to rob us? Xiaochan retorted, and together with Yulin, they charged at the group. Chapter 45. The Millennium Qinghua. As disciples of one of the 4 major sects, the Shaoxian sect, Yulin and Xiaochan were able to vanquish their foes despite being outnumbered. A few insignificant fish. Do they truly believe we, disciples of the Shaoxian sect, are mere clay dolls? Yulin scoffed, then turned to Zhang Yang, saying, Do not worry, junior brother. With us around, you will be safe, at least at the periphery of this secret realm. Thank you, senior brother and senior sister. Zhang Yang replied with a smile. Just then, a man clad in a black robe emerged from the woods. The disciples of the Shaoxian sect have quite the audacity. I am curious if they are truly as insignificant as you claim. It was he. Zhang Yang recognized this man as the arrogant disciple of the Seven Fiends sect they had encountered outside the secret realm. Junior brother, run. His realm surpasses ours. Yulin warned gravely, quietly urging Zhang Yang to flee. You will not escape. As for your Qinghua, I shall take it, the man sneered, charging toward the trio. Junior brother, run. We will hold him off. Yulin shouted, rushing to engage the man alongside Qiuchan. They hoped their numerical advantage would provide Zhang Yang with a brief window to escape, after which they would flee together. Just as Zhang Yang hesitated, a violent explosion echoed, and he saw Yulin and Qiuchan hurled away by a single strike, both spitting blood and crashing to the ground. Indeed, the disciples of the Shaoxian sect are all worthless. 2 mere 7th-level warriors cannot hope to obstruct me. What a foolish dream. The disciple of the Seven Fiends sect mocked. An arrogant grin plastered across his face. He approached Yulin and Qiuchan, who wore expressions of despair. They had not anticipated encountering a disciple of the Seven Fiends sect here, and they understood that their lives were forfeit. The Qinghua belongs to me. A calm voice interrupted the disciple's thoughts, drawing his attention to Zhang Yang. You had the chance to flee, yet it seems you wish to die alongside them, he sneered. Junior brother, run. Yulin struggled to shout. Zhang Yang cast a reassuring glance at Yulin, then turned to the disciple of the Seven Fiends sect, saying, a worthless member of the Seven Fiends sect like you is nothing to me. The man's expression darkened upon hearing Zhang Yang's words, and he lunged at Zhang Yang with a palm strike, taunting, let us see who the true insignificant one is. Just as the man lunged towards him, Zhang Yang swiftly drew his blade, severing the man's head cleanly from his shoulders. Following this, Zhang Yang noticed that his ring displayed a score of 10 points. Only this little? Zhang Yang mused, quickly aiding Yulin and Qiuchan to their feet and providing them with healing potions. Moments later, their injuries began to mend. Junior brother, how did you manage to transcend realms and defeat that man, surpassing not 1, but 2 levels? Yulin asked, brimming with excitement. He knew he owed his survival to Zhang Yang. Indeed, junior brother, your effortless defeat of that man was astonishing, Qiuchan added, equally shocked. Having witnessed Zhang Yang's effortless victory, all thanks to the Qinghua bestowed by my senior brother and senior sister, Zhang Yang replied with a smile. I had intended to look after you, yet it seems the tables have turned, Yulin chuckled awkwardly. Let's continue searching for Qinghua, Zhang Yang suggested, recognizing their significant benefits for cultivation. Junior brother, wait a moment. I received news that the Millennium Qinghua is nearing maturity. Let us try our luck, Yulin said excitedly. The Millennium Qinghua. Zhang Yang felt a surge of anticipation. 200-year Qinghua had already allowed him to break through 1 realm. If he were to acquire a Millennium fruit, senior brother, please lead the way, Zhang Yang exclaimed, equally exhilarated. Soon, 3 individuals departed from the mountain range. After half an hour, they encountered a low-lying area resembling a marsh, nearly submerged in water, with only a central plot featuring a millennial-old tree. This ancient tree bore 8 azure fruits, emitting a soft glow. The millennia-old azure fruits were indeed distinct, significantly larger than their century-old counterparts. Although Zhang Yang was at a considerable distance from the ancient tree, he could still detect a faint fragrance of the fruit, indicating their imminent ripeness. However, Yulin's expression was far from cheerful. Senior brother, cheer up. Soon we will acquire these millennia-old azure fruits, Zhang Yang remarked cheerfully. Junior brother, do not jest. Look around at the surrounding woods. I am certain many are lurking there, awaiting the fruit's maturation, Yulin sighed. With our strength, seizing even a single fruit would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens, and we might even lose our lives here, Qiuchan added. Rest assured, senior brother and senior sister, you stay here while I seize the azure fruit, Zhang Yang declared, resolute in his ambition to obtain it. Junior brother, it is better to reconsider. While your strength is formidable, snatching the azure fruit will be exceedingly challenging. It would be wiser to lie in ambush with us. Perhaps we might snatch one, Yulin advised. Zhang Yang merely smiled faintly, as such caution did not align with his character. He preferred to take the initiative. Just then, he spotted several figures emerging from the woods, swiftly approaching the ancient tree. The foremost, a man clad in a white robe, loudly proclaimed to the surrounding woods, "The Xiong family desires only half of the fruits. The rest are yours." This declaration was exceedingly arrogant. It's Xiong Wuji. He has also arrived. Yulin frowned. Is he powerful? Zhang Yang inquired. In this peripheral area, he is indeed a strong presence. I have heard that he has reached the pinnacle of the 8th level warrior. His whirlwind sword technique is exceptionally formidable, far surpassing the disciple of the 7 fiends sect you encountered earlier, Yulin explained. Xiong Wufeng, who stands behind him, is equally strong, also at the 8th level warrior. They are known as the Xiong family's twin prodigies, Qiuchan remarked. Xiong family's twin prodigies. Zhang Yang scoffed inwardly. Setting aside his enmity with the Xiong family, he could not allow them to monopolize half of the azure fruits. A gentle breeze swept through the woods, causing the ancient tree in the center to sway, and the azure fruits danced in the wind, their radiance growing ever more dazzling. They are ripening, Yulin exclaimed in astonishment. At that moment, numerous figures surged toward the central area, indifferent to the Xiong family or any other factions. Whoever seized the azure fruit would claim it. Within moments, the number of figures rushing from the woods swelled to hundreds. The azure fruits on the ancient tree shone brilliantly before settling into tranquility. They are ripe, Qiuchan shouted. As soon as Qiuchan spoke, Zhang Yang had already vanished from his position. The moment had arrived. Chapter 46. I prefer to win hearts with virtue. A fierce battle erupted around the ancient tree. Anyone daring to approach would be slain by the Xiong family's twin prodigies, prompting the other cultivators to unite against the Xiong family. Zhang Yang stealthily circled to the opposite side of the ancient tree, where fewer people gathered. He cautiously approached the tree, puzzled by the behavior of those around him. Why were they only fighting and not seizing the fruits? It did not seem logical. Perhaps they were at all entirely rational. Zhang Yang mused. As he drew closer to the ancient tree, he discovered the reason behind their inaction. A transparent barrier enveloped the area surrounding the ancient tree, only visible upon close inspection. It appeared a change of strategy was necessary. Zhang Yang had initially intended to discreetly gather a few azure fruits while others were distracted. But with the barrier in place, that plan was thwarted. There is someone there. A member of the Xiong family shouted, and all eyes turned to where he pointed, discovering Zhang Yang hiding among the reeds, slowly advancing toward the ancient tree. It's you. Xiong Wuji roared upon spotting Zhang Yang. Having killed Xiong Bin, the Xiong family had sought vengeance against the Zhang family, only to be thwarted by a mysterious force, ultimately compelled to abandon their wrath. Now, encountering Zhang Yang, the architect of their misfortune, the Xiong family radiated a palpable malevolence. What do you want me to do? Zhang Yang retorted as he stood tall, unperturbed. This guy is even more arrogant than those 2 brothers of the Xiong family. Although others were engaged in battle with the Xiong family, they were keenly aware of Zhang Yang's movements, and upon hearing his words, expressions of amusement flickered across their faces. You lot go kill him. Xiong Wuji commanded several others from the Xiong family, while he and Xiong Wufeng focused on fending off other cultivators. Just as the Xiong family members rushed toward Zhang Yang, the barrier surrounding the ancient tree emitted a sound of disturbance, growing increasingly dim. Hurry and kill the Xiong brothers. The barrier is about to disappear. Someone exclaimed joyfully, and the faces of the other cultivators lit up with elation, their assaults intensifying. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang found the 3 members of the Xiong family closing in on him. One of them shouted, "Let us end this quickly. The barrier is fading." Good. The expressions of the 3 Xiong family members shifted abruptly as they realized Zhang Yang had somehow appeared before them. With a swift motion, Zhang Yang's sword light flashed, and he swiftly dispatched all 3. Zhang Yang, we will surely kill you. Xiong Wuji and Xiong Wufeng roared from a distance. But they were unable to extricate themselves from their current skirmishes. At that moment, the barrier around the ancient tree completely dissipated, and seeing this, everyone disregarded their battles and charged toward the ancient tree, including Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang dashed beneath the ancient tree, swiftly slaying a cultivator who obstructed his path, and reached for one of the azure fruits. Just then, several others attacked him, but Zhang Yang dealt with them effortlessly. In the blink of an eye, the fruit Zhang Yang intended to pluck was snatched away by another. Dare to steal my fruit. Zhang Yang's figure flickered, and he swiftly pierced the thief's skull with his sword, successfully claiming the fruit. The area surrounding the ancient tree descended into chaos, the violence intensifying 100-fold. Observing the turmoil, Zhang Yang retreated swiftly. The confined space was teeming with people, and despite his confidence, he dared not take unnecessary risks. Having secured 1 azure fruit, Zhang Yang was in no rush. Instead, he chose to conceal himself in the marsh, waiting patiently for the right moment. Not long after he concealed himself, an individual approached with an expression of uncontainable excitement, racing toward Zhang Yang while muttering, "I can't believe my luck. I stumbled upon an azure fruit. Truly the chosen one, ha ha." Just as the person neared Zhang Yang, he sprang forth, sword poised at the individual's throat. Hand over the azure fruit. The person's expression froze, and he forced a smile, saying, "Brother, do I look like someone who could snatch an azure fruit?" He had sensed Zhang Yang's superior strength. "I prefer to win hearts with virtue, but should you choose to disobey, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy," Zhang Yang replied with a cold smile. The individual gritted his teeth, cursing Zhang Yang 1,000 times in his heart before reluctantly handing over the azure fruit. Satisfied, Zhang Yang stowed the azure fruit away. "Now in possession of two. May I leave now?" the man asked angrily, as Zhang Yang's sword remained pressed against his neck. "I never said I would let you go," Zhang Yang replied. The man's expression shifted, and he shouted, "You deceived me. You are the one who is foolish, unable to comprehend simple words," Zhang Yang retorted. "Do you think this is a game, that you can simply claim it as if it were yours?" The man exclaimed angrily. "I believe you, go ahead. But do not think of escaping. While I prefer to win hearts with virtue, I will not hesitate to act if necessary," Zhang Yang stated. Damn it! The fierce battle around the ancient tree raged on, with corpses strewn across the ground. Anyone who obtained the Chingu fruit would inevitably be killed within 3 seconds, making it nearly impossible for anyone to leave that area with the coveted fruit. A man cautiously approached the vicinity of the ancient tree when suddenly, a figure fell right before him. Their eyes met for a fleeting moment before that figure spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood and perished. The Chingu fruit. How could fortune be so cruel? The man gazed at the corpse's grasp on the precious fruit, nearly in tears, as it slipped away from him. He collected the Chingu fruit, then cautiously glanced behind, only to find Zhang Yang grinning at him, the black gold sword in his hand glinting with a faint chill. Zhang Yang accepted the Chingu fruit, feeling immensely pleased, as others fought desperately for their lives while he effortlessly acquired 3 of the fruits. Noticing the man's grim expression, Zhang Yang patted his shoulder in consolation, saying, "Wealth is but a transient possession. Ultimately, it will find its way into someone else's hands. You must learn to let go." The man nearly spat blood in frustration at Zhang Yang's form of comfort. Chapter 47. Slaying the Xiong Brothers. After Zhang Yang acquired 3 Chingu fruits, he finally attracted attention. Someone shouted, "I saw that guy get several Chingu fruits. Everyone, let us kill him and share the spoils." Soon, a dozen cultivators charged toward Zhang Yang. "Run. I lack the energy to protect you," Zhang Yang said, his eyes shimmering with a cold light. The man hurriedly fled, but did not stray far, seeking a safe place to hide in hopes of seizing an opportunity once Zhang Yang fell. "Hand over the Chingu fruit, and we might spare your life," one of them threatened as they confronted Zhang Yang. "Fools!" Zhang Yang retorted, his figure flashing as he charged at the group. "This guy's gone mad." The man hiding in the distance cursed Zhang Yang, realizing he was challenging over 10 opponents alone. Zhang Yang plunged into the throng, sword light flashing as several adversaries fell before him. "Don't hold back. This guy is powerful," someone shouted, panic rising as they sensed Zhang Yang's strength. Unbeknownst to them, even if they exerted their full power, they would still be no match for Zhang Yang. With a swift and ghostly grace, Zhang Yang dispatched all his opponents in quick succession. What a terrifying individual! The man hiding nearby was struck with astonishment. This meant he would be unable to obtain any Chingu fruits himself. Just as he sighed and prepared to give up, his eyes suddenly lit up upon seeing the Xiong brothers charging toward Zhang Yang. The hope within him reignited. "Zhang Yang, I know you possess 3 Chingu fruits. Hand them over." Xiong Wuji had been keeping a close watch on Zhang Yang, aware of the fruits he held. "How many do you have?" Zhang Yang inquired. "We have 2. What, do you intend to rob us?" Xiong Wufeng laughed in anger at this query. "Brother, stop wasting time. Just kill him. If we seize his Chingu fruits, we can both reach warrior level 9. Xiong Wufeng sneered. "You two are barely a match for me," Zhang Yang sighed, disappointment etched on his face. "How dare this brat look down on us?" Both Xiong brothers were enraged, charging toward Zhang Yang. Facing them seriously for the first time, Zhang Yang's black gold sword swirled with dark energy as he swiftly lunged at Xiong Wufeng with a thrust. Clang! Xiong Wufeng reacted quickly, parrying Zhang Yang's strike. But as he prepared to counterattack, he noticed a thick layer of frost forming on his battle blade. "Brother, watch out for his sword." Xiong Wufeng warned urgently. Xiong Wuji, already engaged in battle with Zhang Yang, had encountered this chilling aura before, his own weapon coated in frost, the icy sensation causing a slight sting in his palm. Come help me. Xiong Wuji realized too late the extent of Zhang Yang's power. The two brothers united against Zhang Yang, initially holding the advantage. However, as time passed, they sensed something was amiss. Zhang Yang's strikes grew increasingly swift, while their energy was hindered by the pervasive cold, diminishing their combat effectiveness and leaving them at the mercy of Zhang Yang's relentless assault. Run! Xiong Wuji shouted, fully aware of the danger, turning to flee. Just as he broke away from the battle, Zhang Yang struck, severing Xiong Wufeng's head. Brother! Xiong Wuji cried. Zhang Yang, you will pay for this. You won't escape. Zhang Yang's figure flickered as he swiftly closed the distance to Xiong Wuji. You! Xiong Wuji's face twisted in horror. With a swift stroke, Zhang Yang beheaded him as well. Zhang Yang rifled through their bodies, retrieving the 2 Qinggu fruits, bringing his total to 5. It seems the black gold sword is becoming a bit ineffective, Zhang Yang mused, a sigh escaping him. The sword's rank was too low for his current needs. Had he wielded a weapon of higher caliber, the Xiong brothers would have been defeated long ago. At this moment, Zhang Yang noticed dozens of cultivators watching him from a distance, their expressions betraying hesitation. Stop staring. I have 5 Qinggu fruits. If you wish to take them, come now, or I shall leave, Zhang Yang declared. How arrogant. Zhang Yang's demeanor was indeed audacious. This guy is insufferably arrogant. The Xiong brothers were not even this bold. One suggested, why don't we all attack together? After we kill him, we can divide the Qinggu fruits. Another proposed, did you not see? This man has killed dozens. Even the Xiong brothers together could not stand against him. If you wish to die, go ahead. I want to accompany you, a third retorted. Although the crowd was numerous, they had witnessed Zhang Yang's prowess and dared not approach. This man was truly extraordinary, single-handedly taking on the Xiong brothers and frightening the other cultivators into submission. It seems my fortune has run out. I shall not have another chance to obtain the Qinggu fruit. The man who had previously lost the fruit side in resignation before leaving in defeat. Seeing the onlookers hesitate to approach, Zhang Yang lost interest and turned to leave, satisfied with his bounty of Qinggu fruits. The cultivators watched him depart, none daring to follow. The 1,000-year Qinggu fruit is far too precious, Zhang Yang remarked with a smile. You were quite kind to me before. This is what you deserve. Yu Lin chuckled. This isn't care. We simply didn't realize you were so powerful. Brother, you're truly absurdly strong, Qiu Chan agreed. Eat up. Afterward, we shall venture deeper into the secret realm, Zhang Yang said with a smile, promptly consuming 2 of the 1,000-year Qinggu fruits and settling down to meditate. Yu Lin and Qiu Chan followed suit, partaking in the fruits and beginning their own cultivation. An hour later, Zhang Yang opened his eyes. Indeed, a single 1,000-year Qinggu fruit is insufficient for a breakthrough, he mused, feeling slightly disheartened. He had reached warrior level 7, but was still on the cusp of advancing to level 8. Gazing at the last Qinggu fruit, he gritted his teeth and consumed it, resuming his cultivation. Moments later, Zhang Yang awakened, still at warrior level 7, just a hair's breadth away from level 8. He lamented, realizing he had consumed too many fruits. Diminishing returns evident. Meanwhile, Yu Lin and Qiu Chan remained engrossed in their training, a testament to the formidable nature of the chaotic holy body, which absorbed these rare treasures at a speed far superior to that of ordinary individuals. As Zhang Yang prepared to explore his surroundings, he was suddenly struck by a beam of light bursting forth from a certain point within the forest, swiftly soaring into the distance. Before he could comprehend the situation, he sensed a disturbance emanating from the Ying, which began to tremble violently, radiating waves of light accompanied by a thunderous roar from within. Chapter 48. My possessions are off limits. Zhang Yang was utterly astonished. It was the first time he had witnessed such a commotion from the light flickering upon it grew increasingly frantic, and the vibrations intensified, resulting in an increase in the cracks adorning its surface. What on earth is happening? Zhang Yang quickly regained his composure, realizing that was likely urging him to pursue that beam of light. In an instant, his figure vanished from spot. Racing after the luminous trail, Zhang Yang moved at remarkable speed, weaving through the trees until he caught sight of the source of the light. It appeared to be a shard. In astonishment, Zhang Yang noted that the within him trembled even more fervently, as if brimming with excitement, with the fissures upon it multiplying. Could it be a fragment of the? Zhang Yang speculated, understanding this intent. Stop shaking. You might just shatter yourself. Zhang Yang muttered under his breath, fully grasping the meaning behind this reaction, and accelerated towards the radiant shard. Along the way, many others spotted the fragment and, like Zhang Yang, began to chase after it, forming an ever-growing throng. At that moment, the flowing light seemed to exhaust its energy, abruptly halting at the mountaintop. The crowd then discovered that it was indeed a piece of bronze, inscribed with ancient runes that shimmered faintly. The pursuers rushed towards the bronze shard, sensing its extraordinary significance. "This is mine," Zhang Yang exclaimed, feeling a surge of urgency as he sprinted towards the bronze fragment. "Get out of my way!" Armed with his black gold sword, Zhang Yang cleaved through anyone who obstructed him, slaying all the cultivators in his path. Zhang Yang was in a frenzied state. Some cultivators, witnessing the demise of their companions, abandoned their pursuit of the bronze shard and instead turned to confront Zhang Yang, numbering over 20. "You fool, step aside!" Zhang Yang roared, even resorting to ancestral curses, revealing his desperation. With a swift motion, Zhang Yang surged through the crowd like a deity of death, dispatching those who dared to impede him with a single strike. At that moment, he noticed several individuals had already reached the vicinity of the bronze shard, intensifying his anxiety, while they trembled even more violently. Zhang Yang understood that if he failed to seize the bronze fragment now, the might very well shatter, and he could perish alongside it. "You shall not touch my possessions!" Zhang Yang bellowed, racing towards the bronze shard. Upon witnessing Zhang Yang's fervor, many began to realize that this bronze fragment might indeed be of great value. "Stop him! This treasure belongs to me!" shouted a man engaged in battle near the bronze shard. The man, named El Chun, belonged to the Qshzying, one of the 3 disciples Zhang Yang had encountered outside the Xian Valley secret realm. The other disciples of the quickly disengaged from their skirmishes and charged towards Zhang Yang. With an already sizable crowd against him, the additional presence of the disciples fueled Zhang Yang's frenzy. "Those who block my path shall perish." Zhang Yang unleashed his spiritual energy to its utmost limit, unleashing formidable power, for those who obstructed him were essentially threatening his life. "The more you desire it, the more we shall prevent you from obtaining it," sneered a disciple of the, as several of them charged at Zhang Yang. "All of you shall perish." Zhang Yang roared. With a single swing of his sword, he unleashed a torrent of black, frigid energy upon the assailants. Crack, 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 where the black crescent passed. Every opponent was instantly transformed into ice, subsequently shattering into countless shards that dissipated into the air. The onlookers were struck with horror as they witnessed Zhang Yang annihilate the disciples with a single strike, causing them to hesitate in their advance. Zhang Yang, now a streak of light, surged towards the bronze shard. At that moment, El Chun had already slain the surrounding cultivators, and as he reached for the bronze shard, he suddenly sensed an overwhelming aura of murderous intent approaching from behind, sending chills down his spine. "I warned you not to touch it." Zhang Yang's furious voice echoed. Bang! Just as El Chun dodged, the ground where he had stood erupted with a deafening crash, as Zhang Yang's sword struck the mountaintop, causing it to explode, sending debris flying amidst the emanation of chilling black energy. El Chun's expression darkened, his face contorting in rage as he realized the significance of the bronze shard to Zhang Yang. Without hesitation, he signaled for reinforcements, and soon a woman accompanied by dozens of disciples arrived. The newcomers were nearly all at the 7th level of martial prowess, matching Zhang Yang's realm. The woman, akin to El Chun, had reached the 8th level of martial prowess. Zhang Yang paid them no mind, hastily reaching for the bronze shard. "You shall not," El Chun snarled, lunging at Zhang Yang with his blade. "To hell with you." Clash! El Chun was sent flying by Zhang Yang's strike, blood erupting from his hands, quickly freezing into frost. As Zhang Yang engaged El Chun, the woman seized the opportunity and grasped the bronze shard. Seeking death, Zhang Yang roared in fury, charging at the woman. "Block him," she commanded, and a dozen disciples of the quickly positioned themselves before Zhang Yang. "Ha ha! You really want this bronze shard, don't you? Come and take it if you dare." El Chun laughed mockingly, his face a mask of derision. "You have truly enraged me." Zhang Yang's whitish whirled violently within him, a dense black energy emanating from his being, causing the surrounding rocks to crack under the pressure. "Kill him at once," El Chun shouted, his expression shifting as he sensed the terrifying aura radiating from Zhang Yang. The disciples of the rushed towards Zhang Yang, their weapons exuding a fearsome surge of spiritual energy. "All of you shall die." Zhang Yang's sword cleaved through the air, unleashing torrents of black energy upon his assailants. The disciples barely had time to react before being engulfed by the dense black energy, many unable to utter a single scream. As the energy dissipated, all that remained of the dozen disciples was a collection of ice sculptures, which, upon a gentle breeze, transformed into sparkling silver motes, vanishing into the wind. I have declared it. My possessions are not to be touched by anyone. Zhang Yang glared at El Chun and the woman, advancing towards them as the black energy surrounding him surged violently. Chapter 49. Yukong, let us join forces. He is surely no match for us. As Zhang Yang approached like a demonic apparition, El Chun felt an overwhelming sense of dread. The woman's expression mirrored his trepidation, and together they launched an assault on Zhang Yang. Boom! Zhang Yang swung his sword at the two, unleashing a deluge of black energy upon them. They channeled all their spiritual energy to resist Zhang Yang's onslaught, but soon their defenses were compromised by the encroaching black energy. Their faces turned pale, unable to withstand much longer. El Chun, seizing the bronze shard from the woman, hissed menacingly, "Today, either you die, or I shall shatter this bronze shard." El Chun was no fool. He understood the significance of the shard to Zhang Yang and wielded it as leverage. However, he underestimated Zhang Yang's resolve, who unleashed a barrage of strikes upon them, the oppressive black energy descending like a tempest. "You will not permit us to live. Then you shall not claim this bronze shard." El Chun, witnessing the situation, descended into utter madness, and with a swift motion, he struck at the bronze fragment. The clang reverberated, yet the outcome was far beyond his expectations. As his blade met the bronze shard, it shattered effortlessly, while the fragment remained unscathed. How could this be? A look of horror crossed El Chun's face, and he realized that this bronze shard was far more formidable than he had anticipated. However, it was too late. Dark energy engulfed both individuals, and when the energy dissipated, they had been reduced to mere shards of ice. What a fool! That was a fragment of the Hongmeng artifact, the Chaos Cauldron, and he thought his pitiful sword could shatter it. Zhang Yang picked up the bronze shard from the ground and promptly summoned the Chaos Cauldron. The moment the cauldron appeared, the bronze fragment seemed to be activated, flying towards the cauldron and merging into it. After a brief moment, Zhang Yang observed that many of the cracks on the cauldron had diminished, and it appeared to gleam with renewed luster. Just as he prepared to stow the cauldron away, a sphere of white light suddenly emerged from it, merging into Zhang Yang's mind. What is this? A technique materialized in his consciousness, devoid of a name, accompanied only by a simple introduction. One blade, one kill. The Sword Emperor's ultimate skill. Use with caution. Then images of techniques manifested in his mind, depicting the Sword Emperor's slaying of foes. Zhang Yang felt the despair of the enemies through the imagery. How could I learn this? He was bewildered. The Sword Emperor had achieved unparalleled mastery, and even observing the technique left him perplexed. Fortunately, the scene shifted to a young boy who bore a striking resemblance to the Sword Emperor. This boy was practicing the very technique, one blade, one kill. After observing for a while, Zhang Yang began to comprehend some aspects. The essence of this move lay in its swiftness, an unparalleled speed that left the enemy unable to react. The strike must take the enemy's head, or it could very well be the practitioner's demise. Zhang Yang then took up his sword to practice. 2 days swiftly passed. With a single stroke, he unleashed the black gold sword, and its afterimage flickered as the massive boulder before him was cleaved in two. It seems that to execute this technique, one must wield a lighter sword. Enabling the fastest speed, Zhang Yang murmured, "This is not about the weight of the sword. Rather, you have yet to grasp the essence of the sword." At that moment, a voice resonated within Zhang Yang's heart. "Who?" He startled at the sudden sound. "Stop searching. I am within the Chaos Cauldron." The voice spoke again. "The Chaos Cauldron?" Zhang Yang immediately summoned it. A blue light burst forth from within the cauldron, revealing a golden-haired, blue-faced creature that appeared before him. Monkey. Zhang Yang was astonished. The creature emerging from the cauldron bore an uncanny resemblance to the golden-haired monkey he had encountered in his past life. "A fine name. I like it." The golden-haired monkey scratched its head. "Why are you in the Chaos Cauldron?" Zhang Yang queried, wary. Upon hearing this, the monkey displayed a complex expression. "I was imprisoned by that old fellow within a cauldron. Had you not fused a fragment, I would still be trapped. In truth, I acquired the Chaos Cauldron before you, but that old thing claimed I was a monkey, not a human, thus unworthy of possessing it." Zhang Yang was taken aback, then remarked, "So the previous violent tremors of the cauldron were your doing?" The monkey nodded. "I had no choice. You were too foolish. If I hadn't alerted you, you might have perished within the cauldron." Zhang Yang replied, "Now that you are free, you may leave. I wish I could, but unless you fully repair the cauldron, I can only appear briefly." The monkey expressed with a hint of resignation. Zhang Yang was left speechless. He had no idea if he could ever restore the chaos cauldron. "How long have you been inside?" Zhang Yang asked curiously. "Let me think." The monkey fell into contemplation, then said, "It must be around 10,000 years. 10,000 years. Zhang Yang fell silent. "Are you serious?" he asked. The monkey nodded. "I still remember when I first gained consciousness. I was inside a piece of celestial meteor, and it was not until I absorbed the essence of a millennium that I broke free from the stone." "Incredible. You emerged from a stone." Yet, Zhang Yang quickly recognized that this monkey had lived for a millennium, undoubtedly possessing vast experience, and he promptly inquired, "What do you mean by sword intent?" The monkey explained, "Sword intent is profoundly mysterious. There is only a slim chance of comprehending it while practicing swordsmanship. Once you grasp the sword intent, both your speed and power will see a monumental enhancement. Sword intent is divided into 9 levels. Each elevation significantly boosts your combat prowess." Upon hearing the monkey's words, Zhang Yang's heart surged with excitement, swearing to comprehend this sword intent, for it was his only hope of joining the Taishan sect within 2 short years. He had gathered some information about the Taishan sect from the Shaoxian sect, and he was acutely aware of the challenges posed by his current strength. "Henceforth, I shall call you Wukong," Zhang Yang declared, looking at the monkey, hoping that a name would foster a sense of familiarity. Agreed. The monkey seemed pleased with this name. For the next 10 days, Zhang Yang dedicated himself to sword practice in the forest. In this brief span, he not only ascended to the 8th level of warrior, but also grasped the first layer of sword intent. With a single thrust, he pierced the air, his speed at least 10-fold faster than before, as he effortlessly penetrated the rock wall with his blade. "I did it." Zhang Yang withdrew the black gold sword, his face alight with exhilaration. As he withdrew the sword, the rock wall collapsed instantly. "Indeed, this is the chaos sacred body. My comprehension ability is unparalleled in this world." Wukong mused, observing the sword intent radiating from Zhang Yang with awe. This speed of comprehension is truly remarkable. Typically, even prodigies require at least 6 months to grasp the first layer. Yet Zhang Yang achieved it in merely 10 days. However, Wukong suddenly appeared serious and cautioned. "Do not become overly proud. Many geniuses can comprehend the sword intent in just 5 days. Your speed is still somewhat slow." Wukong recalled the first generation of the Chaos Sacred Body had advised him to suppress any second generation should he encounter one to prevent them from becoming complacent. The Chaos Sacred Body possesses such high talent that it is prone to arrogance. The first generation had suffered greatly due to this, even nearly losing his life once. "Thank you for the reminder. I will double my efforts." Zhang Yang expressed his gratitude. He had indeed let his pride swell, thinking his speed of comprehension was exceptional, only to realize it was merely average, filling him with a sense of humility and a resolve to surpass those prodigies. Just then, Zhang Yang sensed a subtle tremor beneath his feet. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted as a beam of golden light shot up from the distant sky. He could vaguely discern a white figure floating within that golden light. The innate stone sword has emerged. Chapter 50. The furious Zhang Yang. Though Zhang Yang seemed close, the actual distance was vast. The location of the innate stone sword lay deep within the secret realm, and he charged forth with all his might. There is no need to rush. The sword is not fully materialized. This is merely a prelude to its emergence, Wukong remarked, perched on Zhang Yang's shoulder. "Aren't you unable to remain outside for too long?" Zhang Yang retorted, finding the monkey's relaxed demeanor on his shoulder rather displeasing, as if he were carrying a burden. "Indeed, but as long as I'm near you, I can linger a bit longer," Wukong replied. 2 days later, panting and covered in dust, Zhang Yang arrived at the depths of the secret realm. "Your bit longer has turned into quite a lengthy duration," Zhang Yang complained. These 2 days felt like he had been carrying the monkey throughout. Despite its small stature, the monkey was surprisingly heavy, exhausting Zhang Yang to no end. "Hasten and enter. It lies just ahead," Wukong remarked, choosing to disregard Zhang Yang's inquiry. At that moment, Zhang Yang noticed a mountain before him, within which stood a temple, the entrance of which was a gruesome sight, a veritable sea of corpses and blood, clearly indicating that a fierce battle had erupted here previously. Zhang Yang rushed toward the temple, but just as he was about to step inside, a hand grasped his foot. "Xixiao," came a frail voice. "Who did this?" Zhang Yang demanded, his heart ablaze with fury. "Go save Qiu." Yulin's expression was one of profound pain as he struggled to breathe, his head drooping to one side. "Xixiao," Zhang Yang bellowed in rage, remembering how Yulin had cared for him when he first entered the secret realm. "Fear not, I shall rescue Shiji Qiu at once." Zhang Yang found a safe spot to temporarily lay Yulin's lifeless body before dashing into the temple. Upon entering, Zhang Yang discovered that the interior was akin to a vast cavern. He hurried deeper into the cave, only to find that the ground was littered with even more corpses than outside, intensifying his urgency. Soon, he spotted a bronze door in the distance, where several cultivators had gathered. Those scoundrels from Qisha sect, they closed the bronze door behind them. Some of the cultivators cursed as they pounded on the door, but despite their efforts, it remained resolute. Suddenly, the cultivators heard a whooshing sound behind them and turned to see Zhang Yang charging toward the bronze door, his black gold sword glinting ominously. What is this fool thinking? Does he believe he can break the bronze door alone? One of the cultivators scoffed. Arriving at the door, Zhang Yang thrust his sword into it, the black gold blade sinking deep. "You cannot breach this door alone," the earlier cultivator remarked mockingly. Ignoring him, Zhang Yang withdrew his sword. With a resounding crash, the bronze door shattered, and Zhang Yang darted through the opening. The mocker was left stunned, unable to comprehend how Zhang Yang had so effortlessly demolished the door that had thwarted them for so long. "A foolish bird cannot comprehend," someone derided, and many cultivators followed Zhang Yang through the door, leaving the scoffer behind, his expression darkening. Once past the bronze door, Zhang Yang noted subtle changes within the cavern, but paid them no heed as he pressed onward. "There's another bronze door ahead," Wukong noted. "You can see that?" Zhang Yang inquired, somewhat astonished. "My eyesight is decent. I can barely see 1,000 miles, Wukong replied. It appeared that others were also trapped outside the bronze door, including a woman who seemed to be unconscious. Could it be Shiji Qiu? Zhang Yang thought, accelerating his pace, transforming into a streak of black light as he raced toward the bronze door. Upon reaching the door, Zhang Yang observed that the number of cultivators inside was limited, yet a portion of them wore familiar garb, those of the Qisha sect. "Shiji Qiu," Zhang Yang exclaimed, spotting a woman lying in a corner, her face ashen and stained with blood, yet she was still alive. He rushed toward Qiu Chan, but was intercepted by a disciple of the Qisha sect. "You are Zhang Yang?" the man asked. "You mean that worthless one? I intended to inquire about your whereabouts." But he refused to speak. "Leaving me no choice but to kill him," the man said nonchalantly, as if slaying Yulin were trivial. "But you must bear the blame. Had you not slain so many of my Qisha sect brethren, your Xixiang would not have perished." He added, his expression turning fierce. "Xixiang Jianglei, now that Zhang Yang is here, we might as well dispose of that woman as well. She is of no further use," another disciple suggested, approaching Jianglei. "That makes sense. Let us kill her," Jianglei replied, licking his lips with a bloodthirsty glint in his eyes. The disciple advanced toward Qiu Chan, his battle blade unsheathed. The remaining cultivators sensed the shift in atmosphere and hurriedly distanced themselves, fearing the impending violence. Zhang Yang is truly a man of character, risking himself to save a Shiji. Some whispered, but what good is that? His realm is not even superior to Jianglei's. His presence will only lead to his own demise. Zhang Yang cast a glance at the approaching disciple, who raised his blade to strike Qiu Chan's neck. "You seek death," Zhang Yang roared, charging toward the man. "You shall not pass while I am here." Jiang Lei swung his sword at Zhang Yang, reveling in the sight of Zhang Yang's fury, eager to force him to witness his Shiji's death. "Get lost," Zhang Yang retorted, swinging his sword toward Jiang Lei. The impact sent Jiang Lei stumbling back several paces before he regained his balance. He was astonished, despite being at a higher realm than Zhang Yang. He had been the one who suffered the setback. With Jiang Lei momentarily pushed back, Zhang Yang immediately dashed toward the Qisha disciple. "You are too late. Bid farewell to your Shiji." "Ha ha ha," the disciple cackled, lunging for Qiu Chan's neck. Zhang Yang's expression darkened, blocked by Jiang Lei. He truly could not reach Qiu Chan in time. In a moment of inspiration, he seized Wukong from his shoulder and hurled him toward the Qisha disciple. Wukong seemed to understand Zhang Yang's intent. He propelled himself through the air, his speed exponentially increased, darting like lightning toward the disciple. Just as the disciple's blade was about to descend upon Qiu Chan's neck, a golden streak suddenly collided with his head, shattering it upon impact, and the blade fell to the ground. This spectacle left all onlookers in disbelief, for they had witnessed the monkey on Zhang Yang's shoulder crash into the Qisha disciple, who met a gruesome end, while the monkey emerged unscathed. That monkey's head is truly hard, a cultivator exclaimed, astonished, aware that the disciple was a formidable warrior of the 8th rank. You kill my Qisha disciple. Jiang lay seated, his aura of the 9th rank surging forth, shaking the cavern as debris rained down from above. He had anticipated witnessing Zhang Yang's despair, but instead, the scene had unfolded in such a dramatic fashion. Go join your Xixiang in the afterlife, Jiang Lei shouted, lunging at Zhang Yang with a sword, a terrifying energy radiating from his blade, as if it could obliterate the heavens. Zhang Yang remained remarkably calm. Had there been a powerful being present, they would have sensed a shift in the magnetic field surrounding him. This is the essence of intent. In a flash, Zhang Yang zipped past Jiang Lei, a line of crimson slicing across Jiang Lei's neck as blood gushed forth. Jiang Lei clutched his throat, terror etched across his face. How is this possible? He stammered. With a thud, Jiang Lei collapsed, lifeless. The other cultivators stood in shock, having barely grasped what had transpired. They only knew that Zhang Yang had vanished from sight, and when he reappeared, Jiang Lei was already dead. Rest in peace, Xixiang. Shiji Qiu will be well taken care of, Zhang Yang murmured, casting his gaze toward the cave entrance, where Yulin's defiant eyes finally shut. Afterward, Zhang Yang examined Qiu Chan's injuries. They were severe, but not life-threatening for the time being. Does anyone possess healing elixirs? Zhang Yang inquired, looking toward the other cultivators. Upon encountering Zhang Yang, the monks' gazes quivered slightly, and they promptly retrieved their finest healing elixirs for him to choose from. After administering a pill to Qiu Chan, Zhang Yang secured her to his back, granting him a measure of reassurance. With a swift stroke of his sword, he cleaved through the bronze door and stepped inside. The others, witnessing the spectacle, were rendered speechless. A door that had stymied them for half a day was effortlessly breached by Zhang Yang, showcasing the terrifying extent of his prowess. Carrying Qiu Chan, Zhang Yang hastened deeper into the cavern, where he beheld a floating stone sword enveloped in a golden radiance. The Xian Tian stone sword. Yet, Zhang Yang was aware that it had not yet fully manifested. Below the stone sword, a multitude of figures awaited, each emanating a formidable aura. Qi Wenli, Yu Hongshi. The two appeared extraordinarily wretched, their bodies marred by wounds, encircled by a throng. Another disciple from the Shaoxian sect. A disdainful voice echoed from the crowd, directing its attention toward Zhang Yang. Who are you? Zhang Yang inquired, his brow furrowing. We are disciples of the Yusu Palace. Surely you are aware of us? The individual replied. The Yusu Palace. Zhang Yang could hardly feign ignorance. One of the 4 major sects. It was recognized as the mightiest among them, having clinched the championship in the sect tournaments for numerous consecutive years. Are you here to rescue them? The Yusu disciple probed once more. I am not acquainted with them. Do as you please, Zhang Yang responded. Oh, a look of surprise crossed the Yusu disciple's face. It seems that your Shaoxian sect is not as harmonious as it appears. No wonder you consistently rank at the bottom. After this tournament concludes, your sect shall likely plummet from the ranks of the 4 major sects, destined to be relegated to obscurity. The individual laughed heartily. Young Master Sheng Su, Qi Wenli, who had been knocked to the ground, called out. You dare call him that? A Yusu disciple delivered a kick to Qi Wenli's abdomen, causing him to curl up in pain. Enough with the violence. Speak quickly, should your words fail to satisfy. You may find yourselves facing dire consequences. Young Master Sheng Su remarked with a smile. He possesses a treasured artifact. Qi Wenli gasped through his pain. Desperate to save his own life, he recognized the necessity of diverting the attention of the Yusu disciples toward Zhang Yang. Whether Zhang Yang truly possessed such a treasure was of no consequence. What do you mean by that? Young Master Sheng Su inquired, intrigued. Qi Wenli turned to Yu Hongshi, who immediately grasped his intent. With a somber gaze cast toward Zhang Yang, she addressed young Master Sheng Su. His name is Zhang Yang. We hail from the same place. A few months ago, he was merely a cultivation failure, yet he has now ascended to the 8th level of martial artist. I am certain he possesses a treasured artifact. Upon hearing this, a smirk creased young Master Sheng Su's lips as he turned his attention to Zhang Yang. While I cannot ascertain the veracity of their claims, it is clear that your two companions are quite eager for your demise." Zhang Yang remained silent. Upon hearing this, Qi Wenli and Yu Hongshi's expressions shifted slightly. But to preserve their lives, Yu Hongshi implored once more. "I speak the truth, young Master Shang Su. You must trust me. If you eliminate him, the treasure shall be yours." Young Master Shang Su erupted in laughter, fully aware of the ulterior motives of the pair. However, given that the Xian Tian stone sword had yet to fully manifest, he had ample time to toy with them. This was the confidence that stemmed from immense strength. At that moment, the other cultivators arrived at the cavern's depths, and upon sighting the Yu Su disciples, despair washed over their faces. It was over. The Xian Tian stone sword was no longer within their reach. They had not anticipated the presence of the Yu Su disciples, let alone young Master Shang Su, who was rumored to have recently reached the 9th level of martial artist. Even within the Yu Su palace, he ranked among the elite. It seemed that the Shaoxian sect was at odds with the Yu Su palace, while Zhang Yang was undeniably formidable. Facing a prodigy like young Master Shang Su would likely lead to his downfall. The cultivators gazed from a distance at the scene beneath the Xian Tian stone sword, resigning themselves to the fact that it was no longer their destiny, and thus they refrained from approaching. At that moment, young Master Shang Su approached Zhang Yang, a proud smile adorning his face. "Do you think I should trust them?" Zhang Yang replied coldly. "Whether you choose to believe them is of no concern to me." Young Master Shang Su raised an eyebrow, his expression turning icy. "To be frank, I have no intention of sparing any of you from the Shaoxian sect. You shall all perish here." As young Master Shang Su spoke, a wave of terrifying energy erupted from him, sending shockwaves through the air and causing Zhang Yang's garments to flutter violently. Qi Wenli and Yu Hongshi were overcome with despair upon hearing these words. After all their scheming, it appeared they were still destined for death. Chapter 52. The slaying of Yu Hongshi. The aura emanating from young Master Shang Su instilled dread in all present. Lying on the ground, Yu Hongshi's complexion turned ashen as she cried out to Zhang Yang. "Zhang Yang, we are all disciples of the Shaoxian sect. In this life-and-death moment, you must quickly hand over the treasured artifact to young Master Shang Su. Do you wish to condemn both me and senior brother Qi to death?" She had only recently joined the inner court of the Shaoxian sect and did not wish to perish here. "You vile woman!" Zhang Yang seethed with rage, his murderous intent surging forth as he approached Yu Hongshi. Young Master Shang Su furrowed his brow but did not intervene. The bloodlust radiating from Zhang Yang even unsettled him. Upon reaching Yu Hongshi, the Yu Su disciples regarded him warily, but at young Master Shang Su's signal, they stepped aside. "What do you want from me?" "Hurry and present the artifact. Perhaps if young Master Shang Su is pleased, we may yet live." Yu Hongshi shrieked, consumed by her desire for survival. With a resounding slap, Zhang Yang struck Yu Hongshi, sending her flying. In disbelief, she touched her swollen cheek, her voice rising in a frantic outcry. "What is wrong with asking you to hand over the treasured artifact for the sake of our fellow disciples? Am I in the wrong?" With another slap, Zhang Yang left both sides of her face swollen. Yu Hongshi, dazed and disoriented from the blows, now bore the visage of a grotesque figure. "Do not strike me again. I understand my mistakes now. I should not have treated you as I did," she mumbled, her words slurring. "How dare you?" With a swift motion, Zhang Yang severed her head with a single stroke of his sword. "I have avenged you. Rest easy in your next life," he murmured silently after slaying Yu Hongshi. In that moment, he sensed the dissipating, intrusive thought within the depths of his soul, as his spirit finally claimed full dominion over this body. Zhang Yang then turned his gaze toward Qi Wenli, who, upon witnessing this, stumbled backward, terror etched across his face. The fearsome bloodlust emanating from Zhang Yang instilled a profound dread within him. In his eyes, Zhang Yang had transformed into a harbinger of death. "What are you afraid of? Did you not wish to kill me?" Zhang Yang advanced toward Qi Wenli. "I was wrong. Please spare me." Qi Wenli began to weep, desperately pleading for mercy. He understood he was no match for Zhang Yang. "It is too late. I do not leave any enemies alive." With that, Zhang Yang unleashed his black gold sword, slaying Qi Wenli as well. Applause erupted from young Master Shang Su. "Brother Zhang, you truly are a ruthless individual. I find myself somewhat reluctant to kill you now." He chuckled. "You may attempt to kill me if you wish," Zhang Yang replied nonchalantly. "In truth, we could engage in a conversation. For instance, you could ally with me, and I would not treat you poorly," young Master Shang Su suggested. Unlike Qi Wenli and Yu Hongshi, young master Shang Su recognized the potential strength of Zhang Yang, realizing that if he could recruit him, it would be a significant advantage. The innate stone sword is mine. Perhaps we could discuss it, Zhang Yang suggested. Then there is nothing to discuss. The aura of Shang Su Gongzi surged forth once more. Shang Su Gongzi was no fool. Setting aside whether he would relinquish the sword to Zhang Yang, what if Zhang Yang obtained the innate stone sword and turned it against them? After all, it was a treasure of immense value. My terms have been laid out, yet you refuse to accept them, Zhang Yang stated. Let us attack together and slay him. Shang Su Gongzi commanded decisively, unwilling to grant Zhang Yang even a sliver of opportunity. Suddenly, the cave trembled violently, and the golden light enveloping the innate stone sword began to fade, revealing the sword's true form. The innate stone sword had emerged. In a flash, Zhang Yang vanished from his position and dashed toward the sword. You must stop him, Shang Su Gongzi shouted. And he too rushed towards the sword while the other disciples of Yu Su Jian quickly obstructed Zhang Yang's path. Those who stand in my way shall perish, Zhang Yang roared. And as the sword shadows flickered, the disciples of Yu Su Jian were left stunned, allowing Zhang Yang to advance toward the innate stone sword. Why aren't the disciples of Yu Su Jian moving? A distant cultivator questioned. No sooner had he spoken than a line of blood appeared across the throats of the Yu Su Jian disciples, blood gushing forth as they collapsed. My goodness! A single sword has slain them all. What manner of monster is this Zhang Yang? The cultivator exclaimed in terror. At that moment, Shang Su Gongzi had reached beneath the innate stone sword, and just as he prepared to grasp it, he sensed a chilling killing intent behind him and swiftly dodged. Bang! As Shang Su Gongzi evaded, a black gold sword struck the ground where he had stood, creating a deep hole in the earth. Zhang Yang swiftly approached the black gold sword, drew it, and immediately lunged for the innate stone sword. You shall not succeed, Shang Su Gongzi cried as he swung his sword at Zhang Yang. Clang! 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 Only then did Shang Su Gongzi realize that all the other disciples of Yu Su Jian had been slain by Zhang Yang. For the murder of my disciples, today I shall make you pay with your life, Shang Su Gongzi declared angrily, striking at Zhang Yang once more. Boom! The cave trembled violently again, debris falling from the ceiling, and the ground began to crack. Run! The cave is collapsing. The distant cultivators rushed towards the exit. They were merely martial realm cultivators, and if the cave were to collapse upon them, they could not guarantee their survival. Both Zhang Yang and Shang Su Gongzi's expressions changed as they recognized the gravity of the situation. Without hesitation, Zhang Yang lunged at Shang Su Gongzi with a sword strike, his speed now vastly increased. How is this possible? Shang Su Gongzi realized too late that although Zhang Yang's realm was lower, his strength surpassed his own. Zhang Yang loomed over him like a harbinger of death, and Shang Su Gongzi understood he could not withstand this strike. With a swift motion, Shang Su Gongzi's head flew from his shoulders, leaving behind an expression of shock. After slaying Shang Su Gongzi, Zhang Yang reached for the innate stone sword, only to find it immovable. A look of urgency crossed Zhang Yang's face. At that moment, the fissures in the cave had spread to his feet, and sections of the cave began to collapse on a large scale. If he did not escape soon, he might perish here. Chapter 53. Breaking out Wukong suddenly appeared on Zhang Yang's shoulder, urging, quickly, drop your blood to recognize it as your own. Realization struck Zhang Yang, and he immediately dripped his blood onto the innate stone sword. The blood quickly fused with the sword, allowing Zhang Yang to feel a connection form. Run now, Wukong urged, not wanting the second generation of the Chaos Saint body to perish so easily. If so, he feared he would have to retire within the Chaos Cauldron. With the stone sword in hand, carrying Qiu-chan on his back, Zhang Yang charged toward the cave exit, exerting every ounce of strength. Faster, hurry! Wukong encouraged loudly from Zhang Yang's shoulder. Can you please get off my shoulder? Do you not realize how heavy you are? Zhang Yang scolded. My apologies, I forgot. Without Wukong's weight, Zhang Yang's speed increased significantly, and in no time, he burst forth from the cave. As Zhang Yang emerged from the temple, a thunderous crash echoed as the entire structure collapsed. That was close. I nearly met my end inside, Zhang Yang gasped. Is that you, junior brother? A weak voice called out. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang's face lit up with joy, and he quickly set his senior sister down. Qiu-chan appeared somewhat better than before. Senior sister, you are finally awake, Zhang Yang said. I was nearly driven mad by your antics. How can I not wake up? Qiu managed a weak smile before succumbing to a fit of coughs. Seeing this, Zhang Yang promptly administered 2 healing pills to his senior sister, which provided her with some relief. Where is Yuelin? Qiu asked. He is dead, Zhang Yang replied. He sacrificed himself for me. Upon hearing of Yuelin's death, tears streamed down Qiu cheeks. Do not worry, senior sister. The one responsible for his death has been slain by me, Zhang Yang reassured her. Qiu sobbed softly. Thank you. Junior brother, I believe Yuelin has found peace and will be reincarnated. Just then, Zhang Yang sensed something amiss. He glanced around, realizing that many cultivators had gathered in the distance, their eyes filled with greed as they beheld the innate stone sword in his grasp. Junior brother, you should leave. I will only be a burden to you, Qiu said, worry etched on her face. I will not leave you behind, Zhang Yang replied firmly, hoisting Qiu onto his back and binding her securely with a rope. Junior brother, this will only bring you harm, Qiu sighed. She felt like a burden, having lost all combat abilities. Do not say such things, senior sister. Yuelin has died, and I will not let you die as well, Zhang Yang declared, gripping the innate stone sword tightly. Only then did he notice that while the sword was entirely made of stone, it was incredibly sharp, the white blade shimmering with radiant light under the sun's rays. Upon hearing Zhang Yang's words, Qiu fell silent, gripping his shoulders tightly to avoid being a hindrance. Hand over the innate stone sword, and we shall spare your life. A voice from the group of cultivators called out. If you have the ability, come and take it. Zhang Yang retorted with a cold smile. Estimating their numbers, Zhang Yang realized there were at least 200 of them, effectively blocking his escape at the cave's entrance. You are seeking your own demise. The speaker fumed, calling out to the others. Let us all attack him and slay him. Yet, as he finished speaking, no one responded. Even he himself took a cautious step back. These individuals hailed from various factions, each with their own motives. None were fools. They had heard of Zhang Yang's single-handed slaughter of the disciples of both the Seven Fiends sect and Yusu Dian, and they were not about to charge forward to their deaths. Zhang Yang, bearing Qiu on his back and wielding the innate stone sword, advanced toward them, knowing that unless he broke through the encirclement, death awaited him. As Zhang Yang drew near, the first row of cultivators felt the intense killing intent radiating from him, causing them to involuntarily step back. Hurry, we cannot let him escape, someone shouted in urgency. Indeed, we should join forces to slay him first, and then we can discuss the distribution of the innate stone sword later. Another echoed. With that, some cultivators rallied to the call, realizing that if they did not act soon, it would be too late. Kill! As Zhang Yang approached, over a dozen cultivators charged at him, and seeing others take the lead, the rest followed suit, rushing toward Zhang Yang in a massive wave of over 200 individuals, their momentum overwhelming as they sought to engulf him. Zhang Yang, unwilling to take any chances, unleashed his full power. The innate stone sword enveloped in an aura of extreme cold. Hiss! 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 His speed was astonishing. Someone exclaimed in terror. No worries, I shall stand in front. If he dares to approach, you all must attack him together. A robust cultivator clad in spirit armor charged toward Zhang Yang. He believed that with his formidable defenses, Zhang Yang could not possibly slay him with a single strike. As the armored cultivator charged, Zhang Yang swiftly swung his sword, the motion akin to a flash of lightning. Hiss! In an instant, the armored cultivator was cleaved in two by Zhang Yang's blade. Zhang Yang sneered inwardly. Had he wielded the black gold sword, slaying this man would have been impossible, but now he held the innate stone sword. At the moment of that man's demise, a flurry of attacks from the cultivators behind Zhang Yang surged towards him. The faces of the cultivators were filled with ecstatic joy, believing that such a multitude of attacks would surely ensure Zhang Yang's demise. Zhang Yang fervently activated the Yin Pearl. The terrifying black gas emanating from the innate stone sword grew increasingly violent. With a single stroke, he unleashed the sword, and the black gas immediately engulfed the dozens of cultivators. As the black mist dissipated, those individuals had already transformed into ice sculptures that shattered and vanished into the void. Subsequently, Zhang Yang embarked on a path of relentless slaughter. He was now red with fury, and the cultivators stood no chance against him, falling one after another beneath his blade. Half an hour later, the battle concluded. Corpses piled up around Zhang Yang like a mountain. At this moment, he was drenched in the blood of his enemies. Even the white stone sword stained crimson. Qiu, who was carried on Zhang Yang's back, gazed at the mountain of corpses, her expression one of shock. She had not anticipated that when Zhang Yang went berserk, he would become such a terrifying, cold-blooded god of slaughter. Following this, Zhang Yang departed with Qiu Chan merely half an hour later. Some cultivators discovered the mountain of corpses, the blood having dyed the earth a deep red. Soon, this news spread throughout the Xiangu secret realm, shocking many who rushed to witness the scene. Upon witnessing the brutal spectacle, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. The only conclusion they could draw was that these individuals had been slain by a single person, yet they remained unaware of the identity of the perpetrator. Some factions, seeking vengeance for their comrades, offered substantial bounties for the capture of this murderer. As they did not know who was responsible, they dubbed him the God of Death. Chapter 54. Tea Camellia Meeting after 2 days of travel. Zhang Yang arrived at the periphery of the secret realm. Under Zhang Yang's care, Qiu Chan had recovered significantly over the past 2 days, capable of moving about with relative ease. In the evening, the two sat beneath a tree to rest, Zhang Yang fondly caressing the innate stone sword. Unable to part with it, this sword was far sharper than he had imagined. Without the assistance of the innate stone sword, escaping from such a multitude would have been far from simple. The sex tea party? Zhang Yang inquired, gazing curiously at Qiu Chan. The sex tea party is an opportunity for the younger generation of the 4 major sects to exchange ideas. It is held annually, and this time it should be our turn to visit by Hua Valley, Qiu Chan explained. I see. Surely there must be a limit on the number of participants. Zhang Yang responded with a hint of disinterest. There is, but there are many slots available. I estimate there is a high probability that you will also be attending. Qiu Chan replied. Forget it. I have no interest, Zhang Yang said, placing his hands behind his head and lying back on the grass with his eyes closed. Bai Hua Valley is home to many beautiful women. Are you truly not interested? Qiu Chan laughed. Not interested, Zhang Yang replied with his eyes still shut. Having previously perused the manual of youthful cultivation, he had encountered all manner of beauties. Qiu Chan chuckled softly and shook her head. Although the points may not be substantial, this time we primarily acquired the innate stone sword, so it wasn't a wasted effort, Zhang Yang said, a smile gracing his face as he looked at the sharp white stone sword in his hand. Zhang Shidi, come out. Someone called from outside Zhang Yang's cave dwelling. Zhang Yang stepped out to find it was Ning Shang, the individual who had participated in the alchemist assessment with him. Your master is looking for you, Ning Shang stated. Which master? Zhang Yang asked, puzzled. Peng Chun, Ning Shang replied proudly. You joined the alchemist pavilion? Zhang Yang asked, surprised. After my relentless efforts, I finally made it in, Ning Shang boasted. The two then made their way to the alchemist pavilion to find Peng Chun. In 10 days, our sect will be heading to Bai Hua Valley for the tea party, and you are included in the slots, Peng Chun informed them. I don't want to go, Zhang Yang declared. Why not? Peng Chun asked, perplexed. It seems pointless to travel such a long distance. Isn't that just a waste of time? Zhang Yang replied. I see. That is truly unfortunate. I heard that Bai Hua Valley is preparing a Millennium Blood Ginseng as a reward for this tea party. It is said that once consumed, even cultivators with the most mediocre talents can directly break through their realms, possibly even achieving consecutive breakthroughs, Peng Chun explained. Since you won't be going, I will seek someone else, he said, turning to leave. Wait, Zhang Yang shouted. What is it? Did you not find it uninteresting? Peng Chun asked with a smile. Now, it is interesting, Zhang Yang replied with a grin. The Millennium Blood Ginseng was indeed a treasure he coveted. Afterward, Ning Shang bid farewell to Zhang Yang and Peng Chun. It is excellent that you are going. We can keep each other company, Ning Shang said, looking quite excited. Why are you so exhilarated? Zhang Yang inquired. How can I not be excited? That is Bai Hua Valley, filled with female disciples, and many of them are stunningly beautiful. Ning Shang exclaimed, his face brimming with enthusiasm. Even if there are many beauties, that has nothing to do with you, Zhang Yang retorted. You do not understand, Shidi. In the glorious days of our Shaoxian sect, when we visited Bai Hua Valley for exchanges, they had to be wary of us, Ning Shang explained. Why? Zhang Yang asked. Because those senior brothers who went to participate back then were all exceptional talents, enchanting many female disciples of Bai Hua Valley. Some female disciples were so enamored that they nearly joined our Shaoxian sect, Ning Shang recounted. Wow, how absurd. Zhang Yang thought, imagining that if he were the master of Bai Hua Valley, he too would have to be cautious. Otherwise, all the disciples might run away. And now? Zhang Yang inquired. Now, as our Shaoxian sect's overall strength has significantly declined, they no longer regard us with any esteem, Ning Shang sighed. Not all. Moreover, in recent years, Baihua Valley has produced a stunning beauty named Yan Susu, who, alongside Lan Chuchu, is celebrated as one of the two greatest beauties of the Great Xia. I must go and admire her this time, Ning Shang said earnestly. Zhang Yang was left speechless. It was evident that this fellow was trying to deceive him, yet he spoke so eloquently. Over the subsequent days, Zhang Yang exchanged his points for medicinal materials and then fervently concocted potions at the alchemist pavilion. During this process, he successfully refined a top-tier second-grade potion, a feat that left Peng Chun astounded, considering Zhang Yang had only joined the alchemist pavilion a month prior. Peng Chun could not help but marvel that if Zhang Yang continued at this pace, his rank as an alchemist would soon catch up to his own. After refining the potions, Zhang Yang chose to use a portion for himself while selling the remainder to the alchemist pavilion in exchange for points. He then utilized those points to practice his sword techniques in specialized locations. Time flew by, and soon it was the day before the tea party. Shitty. It's time to depart. What are you doing? Ning Shang's voice echoed outside the cave. Just a moment, Zhang Yang called out. After a brief wait, Ning Shang, seeing that Zhang Yang still had not emerged, could not help but say, Shitty, I am not trying to criticize you, but you should do fewer things. It is not good for your health. Get lost. Zhang Yang retorted as he exited the cave. Ning Shang first chuckled, then noticed that Zhang Yang looked exceptionally handsome today. Unable to resist saying, Why are you trying so hard to look good? Are you going on a blind date? I have always been handsome, Zhang Yang replied. And the two quickly made their way to the designated location. There, they beheld a large flying ship, and several disciples were already waiting. There are quite a few people, Zhang Yang observed, estimating around 30 individuals. The top 20 disciples of the inner sect will all be attending this time. However, they are genuinely participating in a tea gathering, while we, the martial practitioners below the martial master realm, must engage in sparring with the young ladies, which leaves me at a loss. Ning Xian wore a heartbroken expression. Zhang Yang understood that the strongest individuals refrained from sparring to conceal their true abilities, especially with the grand competition of the four sects approaching. Let's depart, announced Jiang Sheng, the head of the apothecary pavilion, as he approached the group. Subsequently, everyone boarded the flying vessel. The ship roared to life and shot upwards into the sky. I truly envy them. When will I get the chance to see beautiful women? You will be able to when your strength is sufficient. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing and you would only earn the disdain of the ladies. Some inner sect disciples watched Zhang Yang and others leave, their eyes filled with envy. Baihua Valley is undoubtedly the most coveted destination for the male disciples of the other three major sections. Chapter 55, The Super Genius Xialong. As we head to Baihua Valley, you must pay close attention to Li Chun Zone. Although it is a second-rate sect, it has risen rapidly in recent years and has now reached the pinnacle of second-rate sects. Always coveting our position in Shaoxian Zone, Jiang Pavilion Master cautioned the group. Upon hearing his words, everyone's expression turned grave, clearly aware of the sect's reputation. Are there other sects attending besides us? Zhang Yang inquired. Of course. If it were just the two of our sects, it would be rather dull. Therefore, the tea gathering typically invites smaller sects beyond the four major sects to liven things up, explained Lan Chuchu, as she elegantly strode over to Zhang Yang. Chuchu was correct. In such gatherings, these smaller sects seize every opportunity to showcase themselves. Defeating them would bring them fame. Particularly, Li Chunzong has caused us considerable hidden losses in previous tea gatherings, Jiang Pavilion Master added. Is this second-rate sect really that formidable? Zhang Yang asked, astonished. Aside from their top disciples being slightly inferior to us, their overall strength has subtly surpassed that of Shaoxian Zone, Jiang Pavilion Master replied gravely. I have heard that they have produced an extraordinary genius this year who has reached the peak of the martial artist's 9th level within just 2 years of entering the sect. This news has prompted several sects to discreetly extend olive branches to him, Lan Chuchu remarked. Upon hearing Lan Chuchu's words, the disciples preparing for the exhibition match displayed solemn expressions, acutely feeling the immense pressure. They represented Shao Xianzong, and losing to these smaller sects would surely result in ridicule. Losing face for oneself is trivial, but losing face for the sect is significant. Junior brother need not worry. After all, you have only been in the sect for a little over 2 months. Just maintain a calm mindset, Lan Chuchu said softly. Worry about what? Zhang Yang queried. Naturally, about losing to those second-rate sects. Considering your brief time in Shao Xianzong makes you no different from a newcomer, Lan Chuchu replied with a smile. Her radiant smile left the disciples captivated. I'm not worried. After all, I may not even lose, Zhang Yang stated. He distinctly sensed that Lan Chuchu exhibited a different demeanor in front of others compared to when they were alone. So confident? If you manage to defeat Xiaolong of Lichunzong, I shall overlook the incident where you bullied me in the water, Lan Chuchu whispered. A faint blush adorned her fair, delicate face, rendering her even more enchanting and tempting. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang's heart skipped a beat. He had not expected Lan Chuchu to be aware that he was the one from that day. However, he was no fool and would certainly not admit it. Sister Lan, I do not know what you are referring to, but I will certainly do my utmost to defeat Xiaolong, as it pertains to the honor of our sect. Zhang Yang responded, a hint of confusion on his face. Seeing Zhang Yang's reaction, Lan Chuchu gritted her teeth in frustration, thinking to herself that if he truly managed to defeat Xiaolong, not only would he uphold the honor of the sect, but she would also have to keep her promise and overlook the matter. What mischievous fellow, Lan Chuchu silently cursed. Junior brother Zhang, you must exert yourself this time, as only those of lower realms like you can participate in the exhibition match. Do not bring shame upon Xiao Xianzong. Shi Jing approached with an imposing demeanor. Many in Xiao Xianzong were aware of his affection for Lan Chuchu, and seeing her whispering with Zhang Yang ignited his jealousy. The martial practitioners below the martial master realm shifted uncomfortably at Shi Jing's words, clearly feeling belittled, yet they dared not retaliate. For Shi Jing was the foremost individual on the heavenly rankings. Zhang Yang cast a glance at Shi Jing. He never hesitated to confront troublemakers. Sister, I have always been afraid of barking dogs. I need some fresh air, Zhang Yang said with a smile before leaving nonchalantly. Lan Chuchu was taken aback. Her junior brother was exceedingly bold, as those words were tantamount to calling Shi Jing a dog. As expected, Shi Jing's expression darkened to an extreme. Were it not for Jiang Pavilion Master's presence, he would have been tempted to strike Zhang Yang down. The group soon arrived at Baiwa Valley aboard the flying vessel. Zhang Yang leaped off the ship, greeted by a breathtaking landscape filled with a myriad of blooming flowers, the air infused with a delicate fragrance. Jiang Pavilion Master, you have finally arrived, a woman exclaimed as she approached with a smile. Vice Sect Master Hua, you are too kind, Jiang Pavilion Master replied courteously. Following this, Zhang Yang and the others were led into Baiwa Valley by Vice Sect Master Hua. They quickly arrived at a square surrounded by flowers, where a platform stood at its center, adorned with tables and chairs, and numerous individuals awaited. At that moment, a beautiful young woman approached gracefully, exuding an air of elegance that, despite her stunning beauty, felt somewhat unapproachable. Allow me to introduce, this is Yin Susu, Vice Sect Master Hua announced with a smile. Her affection for Yin Susu evident in her gaze. Indeed, Yin Susu was as breathtaking as rumored. However, it was unfortunate that she appeared so cold. Elder Jiang, please take a seat, Yin Susu stated, subsequently arranging for the members of Xiao Xianzong to be seated. Once the members of Xiao Xianzong were settled, the tea gathering officially commenced. During the event, disciples from various sects exchanged pleasantries while ultimately converging around the tables of the female disciples of Baiwa Valley, where Ningxian's rather lewd figure could also be spotted. Eventually, Zhang Yang was the last one left at his table, devouring food ravenously, his mouth smeared with grease. A golden-haired monkey perched on his shoulder mirrored his gluttony, as though it had not eaten in ages. You gluttonous monkey, eat carefully, I just changed my clothes. Zhang Yang complained while gnawing on beast meat. At that moment, a graceful figure approached, accompanied by a fragrant breeze, and sat beside him. This monkey is truly adorable, Yin Susu remarked. Her icy demeanor seemingly vanished. Zhang Yang glanced at Yin Susu and returned to his meal. Why are you here alone? Shouldn't you be mingling? Yin Susu inquired curiously. Not interested, Zhang Yang mumbled through a mouthful of food. I feel the same. I prefer solitude, Yin Susu mused, almost to herself. You all must be cautious. I have heard that Li Chunzong is preparing to use Xiao Xianzong as a stepping stone to bolster Xiaolong's reputation. Yin Susu warned. It is worth noting that with her beauty, any man willing to follow her could form a line stretching from Baiwa Valley to Xiao Xianzong. Yet, Zhang Yang, in her overtures, treated her as if she were invisible. For this exhibition match, Baiwa Valley has specially prepared 1,000-year-old blood ginseng as a prize. Hoping that all the young talents will perform admirably, Vice Sect Master Hua's voice resonated throughout the square. At that moment, a man clad in splendid attire strode onto the stage, addressing the audience with a respectful gesture. I, Xialong, am eager to engage with the esteemed talents of Xiao Xianzong. It was evident to everyone present that Xialong had his sights set squarely on Xiao Xianzong. The competition had only just begun. Rumor had it that Xialong had come prepared, having reached the 9th level of the warrior realm in a mere 2 years, a talent that could rank among the top in the 4 major sections. It might be best for us to refrain from stepping up and embarrassing ourselves. Instead, let's observe whether Xialong can indeed bring Xiao Xianzong to their knees. Alas, the younger disciples of Xiao Xianzong seem to be growing weaker with each generation. I genuinely believe he might succeed. Xialong's intentions were glaringly obvious. Anyone could see he was targeting Xiao Xianzong. My apologies, everyone. My disciple speaks rather bluntly. He does not intend to offend the esteemed members of Xiao Xianzong. A middle-aged man chuckled as he spoke. This individual was Li Pu, the leader of Li Chenzong. Enough of this. Your mirth is clearly intentional. Ningxian retorted in dissatisfaction. This Xialong is simply too arrogant. I must see for myself the extent of his capabilities. A disciple from Xiao Xianzong, named Qianzheng, exclaimed, stepping directly onto the arena. The deputy sect leader, Hua, merely smiled slightly and allowed the two to proceed. I have heard you are a rare talent from Li Chenzong. Today, I shall personally seek your guidance, Qianzheng declared, pointing his sword at Xialong. In response, Xialong brandished a long spear, instantly exuding an aura of formidable intensity. Deputy sect leader, I may inadvertently cause harm. It would not be an issue if I accidentally injure my opponent, would it? Xialong inquired. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. This was merely a demonstration match, typically a formality, yet Xialong evidently intended to engage earnestly. An insult. Xialong's words are a blatant affront to Xiao Xianzong. Deputy sect leader Hua glanced at sect leader Jiang, recognizing that even she could not make rash judgments in such a situation. In martial arts, injuries are commonplace. Jiang replied with a smile, displaying the demeanor of a grand sect leader. However, just as her words concluded, Zhang Yang and others received a message from Jiang, tinged with irritation. If Xialong dares to severely injure Qianzhong, I expect you all to retaliate directly. Xiao Xianzong cannot be humiliated by just anyone. Zhang Yang and the others nodded, understanding that Jiang was genuinely provoked. On the stage, Xialong, seeing the deputy sect leader's nod of approval, pointed his spear at Qianzhong. I invite you to strike first. Otherwise, I fear you may miss your chance. Xialong's demeanor was unyieldingly arrogant. How dare you? Qianzhong, filled with rage, launched a strike at Xialong. The clash of their weapons sent sparks flying, forcing Qianzhong to stagger backward, nearly falling off the stage. Perhaps we should choose another opponent. You are no match for me. Xialong laughed heartily, exuding arrogance. You scoundrel. Qianzhong cursed and unleashed another powerful strike, his sword radiating with violent energy. Xialong met this with a thrust of his spear, the overwhelming energy emanating from it outclassing Qianzhong's. Upon impact, Qianzhong was sent hurtling off the stage, landing and spitting several mouthfuls of blood, his complexion deathly pale. Qianzhong is gravely injured. Gasps of disbelief fill the air. No one expected Xialong to win so effortlessly. Sect leader Jiang administered healing potions to Qianzhong, who was soon carried off by disciples of Baihua Valley for treatment. The disciples of Xiao Xianzong are nothing remarkable, Xialong proclaimed from the arena. His spear pointed provocatively towards Xiao Xianzong. This insolent wretch, Zhang Yang could no longer contain himself and stood to ascend the stage. Junior brother, your level is lower than his. Allow me to handle this, Ningxian interjected. Although he had previously come across as rather unsavory, his strength was not to be underestimated. Then you shall go. Ensure you incapacitate him, Jiang instructed calmly, though the undertone of anger in her voice was unmistakable. Zhang Yang sat back down, while Ningxian stepped onto the stage. Do not worry, junior brother. Ningxian's strength is formidable, perhaps the strongest among our sect's warrior disciples, Lan Chuchu remarked. Zhang Yang's expression turned to one of surprise. He had not anticipated Ningxian's prowess to be so formidable. With this newfound knowledge, Zhang Yang felt a measure of reassurance. You may strike first, Xialong taunted as Ningxian took his place on the stage, still projecting his arrogant demeanor. Ningxian wasted no time, manifesting a pair of gauntlets and delivering a powerful punch at Xialong. The impact resounded as Xialong defended with his spear, Yet he was still forced to retreat under the force of Ning Xian's blow. The proud expression on his face finally faltered. "You are worthy of battling me," Xia Long declared, and the two engaged in a fierce clash, neither able to gain the upper hand. As they exchanged blows, both were pushed back from the force of their strikes. Suddenly, Xia Long emitted a terrifying aura as he stabilized himself. He has reached the martial master realm. Gasps filled the room as everyone realized the gravity of the situation. If Xia Long had indeed advanced to the martial master realm, Ning Xian would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. As Xia Long charged at Ning Xian with a thrust of his spear, Ning Xian's expression turned grave. He understood he could not withstand this attack, and that conceding would be the wisest choice. However, he could not bear to do so. The honor of the sect was paramount, and he had no option but to endure the strike. With a resounding crash, Ning Xian put forth all his strength to counter the spear, but the anticipated miracle did not occur. Instead, he was violently thrown from the stage. Unconscious and gravely injured, his condition worse than that of Qianzhong. Disciples from Baihua Valley swiftly took Ning Xian away for treatment. Xia Long's exceptional talent had allowed him to break through on the arena. He had effectively trampled upon the pride of Xiao Xianzong, and it seemed that his reputation would soon spread far and wide. Xiao Xianzong appeared to have truly fallen from grace. Being bested by a disciple of a second-rate sect, it was likely that this would be their last participation in the upcoming inter-sect competition. Many observers shook their heads in dismay. The members of Xiao Xianzong fell into a heavy silence, and sect leader Zhang's expression grew increasingly dire. With Ning Xian's defeat, they had no one left to challenge Xia Long. This demonstration match should conclude here, Deputy Sect Leader Hua announced. She recognized that Xiao Xianzong had no further combatants left, and with Xia Long's recent breakthrough, the outcome was already decided. Just as everyone thought the demonstration match had reached its end, they suddenly noticed a figure silently ascending the stage, wielding a white stone sword. The demonstration match has only just begun. I am eager to test the prowess of the esteemed talent from Li Chunzong. Chapter 57. You may all come at me. I will fell each of you with a single strike. The gaze of the crowd was drawn to Zhang Yang as he stepped onto the stage. But confusion spread across their faces when they realized he was only at the 8th level of the warrior realm. What is Xiao Xianzong attempting to do? Sending a mere 8th level warrior to face humiliation? Lan Chuchu's expression revealed her concern. She had not even noticed when Zhang Yang had left. Is this fellow seeking to bring even more shame upon us today? Shi Jing exclaimed in anger. Sect leader Jiang also frowned. Yet recalling a previous conversation with the sect leader, he relaxed his brow. Trust in Zhang Yang. We have no other options, Jiang declared. He recalled that the sect master had once told him that Zhang Yang concealed his true capabilities profoundly and should not be judged solely by his outward appearance. However, how could a mere warrior of the 8th level possibly contend with Xia Long? It did not matter if he brought shame upon himself. The crucial point was that he was tarnishing the reputation of the Xiao Xianzong, and Shi Jing's expression darkened. There was no need for further discussion. Let Zhang Yang give a try. Jiang Gezhu directly interrupted Shi Jing's words. Upon seeing Zhang Yang ascend the arena, Huafu Zhongzhu was momentarily taken aback, particularly when she noticed Zhang Yang's cultivation level. She could not help but glance at Jiang Gezhu, perplexed by the actions of the Xiao Xianzong. Yet, when she observed Jiang Gezhu signaling for the match to proceed, she internally shook her head, then remarked, "Since there's a challenge, let the competition continue." With that, she stepped off the stage. Was there truly no one left in Xiao Xianzong that they would send a mere ant of the 8th level to seek death? Xia Long furrowed his brow slightly upon seeing Zhang Yang and shouted toward the Xiao Xianzong. Upon hearing this, the members of Xiao Xianzong wore expressions of severe displeasure, for Xia Long's words were akin to a public slap in their faces. I wish to engage in a life-and-death battle with him. Just as everyone's focus was on the confrontation between Xia Long and Xiao Xianzong, Zhang Yang's voice suddenly resonated. His declaration struck the crowd like a thunderclap. Is this fellow not insane? Indeed, he was merely at the 8th level. How could he dare to utter such words? Everyone could not help but launch a verbal assault on Zhang Yang, deeming him overconfident and foolishly courting death. Huafu Zhongzhu's face flushed with embarrassment. Zhang Yang's challenge left her in a difficult position, and she turned her gaze toward Jiang Gezhu. If you seek death, I shall oblige. Xia Long sneered, having no qualms about dispatching Zhang Yang. You are the one courting death. A mere knife is all I require to deal with your kind. Zhang Yang replied, his expression devoid of emotion. Ha ha, you must be mad. You're a level beneath me and a full realm below. How could you even think of defeating me with a single blow? This is the greatest joke I have ever heard. Xia Long laughed maniacally. Clearly, Xiao Xianzong has indeed fallen to such depths that they resort to sending a fool to the stage. Xia Long continued to belittle Xiao Xianzong after his laughter subsided. The disciples of Xiao Xianzong gritted their teeth in anger, unable to comprehend why Zhang Yang would make such a reckless declaration. Can we begin? Zhang Yang inquired. Of course, I shall not take advantage of you. I will allow you 2 moves, lest you claim I am bullying you, Xia Long replied, beckoning Zhang Yang with a dismissive gesture, his face full of disdain. Zhang Yang's heart mocked him. He gripped the Xiantian stone sword, and an overwhelming aura of spiritual energy emanated from it. Then, I shall proceed. No sooner had Xia Long's words escaped his lips than Zhang Yang's figure vanished from the spot. Swish! The spectators beheld a streak of white light as Zhang Yang appeared behind Xia Long, who remained his previous arrogant gesture. Yet his head had already separated from his body, tumbling onto the arena. Silence. The entire square fell into a hushed stillness. Gasp! After a brief moment, someone finally inhaled sharply, shattering the oppressive quietude. Am I seeing things? You are not mistaken. I too witnessed Zhang Yang slay Xia Long with a single stroke. The crowd remained dumbfounded, the conclusion arriving too swiftly for them to process. Junior brother Zhang is indeed formidable. The disciples of Xiao Xianzong were also left in shock, as Zhang Yang was the lowest in cultivation among them, yet his power was astonishing. Who would have thought this rascal not only excels at alchemy, but possesses such combat prowess? Lan Chuchu murmured softly, her beautiful eyes fixated on the young man in black on the arena, lost in thought. Lan Chuchu's every reaction was observed by Shi Jing, whose face darkened as he stared at Zhang Yang on the stage. He realized that Zhang Yang could potentially become a threat to him in the future. Zhang Yang, you truly deserve death. Shi Jing glared at Lan Chuchu, still entranced, and mentally sentenced Zhang Yang to death. That little brat indeed lived up to the sect master's words. He was truly adept at concealing his strength. The worry etched on Jiang Gezhu's face vanished, leaving only admiration in her gaze directed at Zhang Yang. What an impressive young man. It seems this year's competition among the 4 sects may leave some disappointed. Huafu Zhongzhu was equally astonished by Zhang Yang's power. To slay foes 2 realms higher is not something an ordinary person can achieve. Such individuals, if they grow smoothly, could alter the fate of an entire sect. Xia Long's corpse was swiftly removed, and the members of Li Chunzong, who had previously mocked Xiao Xianzong for being devoid of talent, now wore expressions of increasing dismay. I wish to experience the prowess of all the geniuses of Li Chunzong. Of course, you may all come at me together. I assure you, I shall take each of you down with a single stroke. Zhang Yang, gripping the Xiantian stone sword, gazed steadily at the members of Li Chunzong. Arrogant. Zhang Yang's proclamation was even more audacious than Xia Long's. Despite their grim countenances, none among the Li Chunzong dared to recklessly ascend the stage. They were not fools and understood that stepping up was tantamount to seeking death. Seeing no one daring to mount the stage, Huafu Zhongzhu presented Zhang Yang with the Millennium Blood Ginseng and declared, the champion of this exhibition match is Zhang Yang of Xiao Xianzong. Junior brother Zhang, may I pose a question for clarification? Suddenly, Yin Susu's voice rang out. What question? Zhang Yang responded. I wish to know if you are the god of slaughter. Yin Susu inquired. Her question stemmed from a Xiantian stone sword in Zhang Yang's hand, for that battle had occurred at the entrance of the temple. Impossible, absolutely impossible. That is the god of slaughter, a being akin to a deity. I acknowledge Zhang Yang's strength, but compared to the god of slaughter, there remains a significant disparity. I too believe this. I heard that the god of slaughter fought over 200 men while carrying an injured woman on his back, slaying them all before vanishing into the sunset. How many can achieve such a feat? He is indeed the true god of slaughter. A group of fervent admirers of the god of slaughter immediately retorted loudly. Chapter 58. Returning to the sect upon hearing Yin Susu's words, all eyes converged on Zhang Yang, unable to believe that the legendary god of slaughter could be him. God of slaughter? I have never heard of such a figure, Zhang Yang replied. He spoke the truth. He genuinely had no knowledge of the god of slaughter. As Zhang Yang's words fell, many felt a sense of relief, especially the disciples of Li Chunzong, who had several admirers of the god of slaughter in their ranks. If Zhang Yang were indeed the god of slaughter, they would be at a loss for how to confront him. The disciples of Xiao Xianzong particularly those at the warrior level, were filled with confusion. One could not help but exclaim, "Isn't that title too ostentatious? Is the god of slaughter truly that strong?" A female disciple of Shao Xianzong exclaimed, "Not just strong. I heard he fought to save his gravely injured partner, battling various sect geniuses and slaying over 200 of them. He ultimately disappeared with his injured partner at sunset." The female disciple's face radiated admiration as she spoke. "What nonsense! That is the god of slaughter. How could he possibly have a partner? I distinctly heard he was carrying his brother." A male disciple countered, "It is a partner. It is a brother." The two disciples could not convince one another, leading to a direct quarrel. Such talk of the god of slaughter is absurd. He is merely a warrior-level ant. Shi Jing's derisive voice rang out. "Shi Jing, you must not speak so lightly. While you may currently be the foremost among Shao Xianzong, this world is vast, and there are many geniuses superior to you. Your arrogant demeanor must change, or you will surely face significant setbacks in the future. Moreover, I have heard that he was merely at the 8th level, while most of his opponents surpassed him in cultivation. For him to carve his path among so many powerful foes is no small feat." Jiang Gezhu's voice resonated. "Indeed, Jiang Gezhu speaks wisely. I was indeed impudent," Shi Jing acknowledged, bowing in contrition, though the disdain in his eyes remained unchanged. "Why do I feel that the god of slaughter is you?" At that moment, Lan Chuchu leaned closer to Zhang Yang, her expression filled with suspicion. At this moment, Zhang Yang found himself engulfed in confusion, for the unfolding narrative bore a striking resemblance to his own experiences. As his words echoed throughout the venue, a profound silence enveloped the crowd. And what transpired after the encirclement? A voice trembled in inquiry. "They were exterminated," Zhang Yang replied nonchalantly. "Well, there's no need for speculation. You must be the fabled god of slaughter," the individual exclaimed, a hint of excitement lacing their tone. The atmosphere erupted in astonishment. Zhang Yang's admission equating to a tacit acknowledgement of his identity as the enigmatic god of slaughter. "Zhang Shidi, could it be true that you are indeed that god of slaughter? Pray tell, was the person you carried that day your Tao companion?" A female disciple from the Xian sect inquired eagerly. "No," Zhang Yang responded. "And was it your brother?" Another male disciple pressed. "Not at all," Zhang Yang replied, exasperated. "God of slaughter, may I request your autograph?" A little girl approached, tugging at Zhang Yang's sleeve, her large, innocent eyes pleading. "Oh, that little girl is simply adorable. You should oblige her." Lan Chuchu chuckled. "Where shall I sign?" Zhang Yang asked with a hint of reluctance. "On my back." The girl joyfully turned around, indicating where she wished him to write. With a flourish, Zhang Yang inscribed the 2 hasty characters for God of Slaughter across her back. "Thank you, God of Slaughter." The little girl beamed before skipping away. "We want autographs too." Just as Zhang Yang put away his pen, a throng of disciples surged toward him, including many female disciples from the 100 Flowers Valley. "Not a chance," Zhang Yang exclaimed as he made a hasty retreat. Observing Zhang Yang's popularity among the disciples of the 100 Flowers Valley, the deputy sect master felt a twinge of anxiety. Fearing a repeat of past events where the female disciples had followed the Xian sect members without a second thought. Upon learning that Zhang Yang was indeed the god of slaughter, most attendees were filled with excitement, though a select few wore inscrutable smirks. The following day, as they departed on their flying ship, numerous disciples from the 100 Flowers Valley gathered to bid farewell to Zhang Yang, from men of his caliber, filled with passion and valor, were their true favorites. The deputy sect master sighed inwardly as she observed the female disciples. "Su, what do you think of Zhang Yang's strength?" The deputy sect master inquired of Yen Su, who stood nearby. "He is exceptionally strong. Challenging opponents of a higher tier is not something just anyone can achieve. If he were at my level, I would undoubtedly be outmatched," Yen Su replied earnestly. Inside the room of sect leader Jiang, Zhang Yang expressed his dissatisfaction. "Where's my errant master? He accepted me as his disciple, yet I have yet to lay eyes on him." With the ranking competition for the heavenly list approaching, he felt an immense weight upon his shoulders, as it directly pertained to the coveted spots for the grand tournament among the 4 sects, and his current cultivation was alarmingly insufficient. "The sect leader is quite busy. If you have something to discuss, speak to me," sect leader Jiang said. "I have no points left. Could you spare some?" Zhang Yang lamented, his financial situation rather dire. Observing Zhang Yang's concern, sect leader Jiang acknowledged, "To be candid, our Xian sect, while still one of the 4 great sects, is somewhat lacking in resources. However, do not despair. There are ways to navigate poverty. Recently, the sect leader discovered an unexplored relic. While the spots have already been allocated, as a disciple of the sect leader, you may have a chance to cut in line, sect leader Jiang explained. Does a relic require allocation of spots? Zhang Yang questioned, skepticism evident in his tone. Unexplored relics are perilous, which is why only a select few disciples are permitted entry initially to avoid total annihilation, sect leader Jiang clarified. If it is that dangerous, then I shall not go, Zhang Yang firmly declined. Do not be hasty in your refusal. While such relics are fraught with danger, they are not like those that have been thoroughly explored, where all treasures have been claimed. Newly discovered relics are rife with opportunities. Once, a member of our sect ventured into a relic and, upon emerging, ascended from the 1st to the 5th level of martial mastery, sect leader Jiang recounted. Hearing this, Zhang Yang hesitated, suspecting that the elder was deliberately tempting him. When does the exploration of the relic commence? He inquired, his curiosity piqued. However, I must forewarn you. The news of your possession of a precious artifact has likely spread. You must exercise caution outdoors, as many may have set their sights on you, sect leader Jiang advised. Zhang Yang nodded, fully aware of the immense value of such artifacts. Even those of the 4 great sect leaders wielded artifacts of a lesser caliber than his own. Chapter 59. The ancient battlefield. Upon returning to the sect, the gathering dispersed, and sect leader Jiang instructed Zhang Yang to wait outside the alchemy pavilion for a brief moment. Soon, Zhang Yang spotted sect leader Jiang approaching with 4 others in tow. This is Zhang Yang. You 5 shall venture forth together. Sect leader Jiang directed one of the young men. His name is Yang Yu, and he is the team leader. Zhang Yang, heed his instructions. Sect leader Jiang advised before departing. Hello, I am Long Zhuang, and this is my younger brother Long Yang. We are both at the 2nd level of martial mastery. A young man clad in white introduced himself with a smile. Zhang Yang returned the gesture with a nod. This is Fang Qian, who has reached the 3rd level of martial mastery. Long Zhuang continued, gesturing toward her. Our team leader possesses the greatest strength, having achieved the 4th level of martial mastery. During this expedition into the relic, we shall rely on senior brother Yang for protection, Long Zhuang added. Zhang Yang also offered a respectful bow to Yang Yu and Fang Qian. Zhang Shidi, what level have you attained? Yang Yu suddenly inquired, a glimmer of interest flashing in his eyes. Upon hearing his response, the Long brothers appeared momentarily stunned, while Fang Qian's expression darkened. What is your relationship with sect leader Jiang? Fang Qian asked pointedly. I am but a disciple of the alchemy pavilion. There is no significant connection, Zhang Yang replied succinctly. Rest assured, senior sister Fang, I will take care of Zhang Shidi, Long Zhuang interjected, attempting to diffuse the tension. With your meager abilities, how could you possibly care for anyone else? Fang Qian retorted with a scoff. Long Zhuang's expression soured, his discomfort evident. I cannot fathom why sect leader Jiang would send someone as insignificant as you to hinder us. What if you bring ruin upon our entire team? Fang Qian scornfully remarked. Her face twisted in disdain. I will convey your words to sect leader Jiang in their entirety, Zhang Yang stated calmly. You, Fang Qian seethed, taken aback by Zhang Yang's retort. Let us not waste any more time. We should proceed, Zhang Yang said with a faint smile directed at Fang Qian. Yang Yu exchanged a knowing glance with Zhang Yang before addressing the glowering Fang Qian. Do not let it trouble you. With that, he led the way forward. You shall pay for your words. Fang Qian shot Zhang Yang a fierce glare before hastily following Yang Yu. Be cautious, Shidi. Fang Qian holds grudges, Long Zhuang warned. This newly discovered relic might not necessarily be fraught with danger. Zhang Shidi, simply follow behind us. We can offer you protection, Long Yang assured him, and with that, the 3 joined Yang Yu's lead. 3 days later, the 5 arrived at the entrance of the relic, which lay in a desolate wilderness, devoid of even the sounds of wild beasts. What an isolated place. It feels like a forsaken land, Zhang Yang mused as he surveyed the surroundings. Let us proceed, Yang Yu said, his demeanor shifting to one of vigilance as he stepped into the entrance of the relic. Do not lag behind, Fang Qian warned with a cold glance at Zhang Yang before promptly entering. Shidi, let's go inside, Long Zhuang urged, and the 3 of them followed suit into the relic. Upon entering, Zhang Yang found himself in an ancient battlefield, shrouded in thick mist. Through the haze, he could faintly discern the vibrant stains of blood upon the ground. This battlefield was clearly of great antiquity, as the blood remained, a testament to the violence that had transpired long ago. This mist is suspicious. Exercise caution, Wukong's voice resonated within Zhang Yang's mind. Zhang Yang felt a chill in his heart upon hearing Wukong's words. Had it not been for Wukong's warning, he would have unwittingly ventured forward. At that moment, he noticed Long Zhuang and Long Yang already heading towards the misty area. Zhang Yang promptly grabbed their arms and whispered, "This dense fog presents a danger. We should refrain from entering." The two looked at him with puzzled expressions. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the air. The trio turned towards the source of the sound, only to see Fang Qian had somehow entered the misty zone, and it was her who was screaming in agony. "This fog is toxic." Yang Yu's expression shifted as he swiftly enveloped his body in spiritual energy and pulled Fang Qian out from mist. After her rescue, Fang Qian clutched her face with both hands, seemingly in excruciating pain. "Yang Xixiang, my face hurts so much," she lamented. Yang Yu removed her hands, revealing that a portion of her face had rotted away, with pus oozing from the wound, a sight that was utterly disturbing. Yang Yu frowned at the ghastly sight, instinctively taking a few steps back, his face marred by disgust. "Yang Xixiang, what is the matter?" Fang Qian asked, sensing the tension. As she cautiously touched her face and encountered the wound, her complexion turned ashen. "Zhang Shidi, how did you know the fog was problematic?" Long Zhuang inquired softly, still shaken, realizing they would have faced dire consequences had Zhang Yang not intervened. "It's a man's sixth sense," Zhang Yang replied. "What are you three staring at?" Fang Qian suddenly noticed the trio's gaze, her tone turning icy. Zhang Yang and the others immediately turned away, disregarding her. "You three are the weakest. Lead the way," Fang Qian commanded, her expression menacing, which only fueled their anger further. "Why should we heed you?" Long Zhuang retorted angrily, recognizing the perilous nature of their surroundings and feeling used as a shield. "Disobey, and you shall perish." Yang Yu's cold voice interjected. "This scoundrel." Long Zhuang's face darkened. "Long Xixiang, do not act impulsively. We can lead the way if necessary," Zhang Yang suggested softly. "But once we enter, we are doomed," Long Yang protested, having witnessed Fang Qian's torment. "Do not worry. I have a plan," Zhang Yang assured, then proceeded to walk towards the distance. Wukong had informed him that such misty areas often harbor safe passages, albeit requiring meticulous searching. The Long brothers, seeing no other choice, followed suit, as they were no match for Yang Yu and Fang Qian. After the three had distanced themselves, Yang Yu spoke coldly, "Once we enter the misty area, we shall together eliminate Zhang Yang." "Yang Xixiang," Fang Qian's voice trembled. Despite her disdain for Zhang Yang, she could not condone the idea of killing him, knowing that slaughtering fellow disciples would lead to a dire fate if discovered by their sect. "Enough chatter. Just follow orders," Yang Yu commanded with a frigid expression, instilling a sense of dread in Fang Qian. She found Yang Yu's demeanor unsettlingly foreign. Chapter 60. Sword Qi. Zhang Yang spent an hour searching outside the misty area before finally discovering a narrow path where the fog was relatively thin. "This is it," he declared, stepping into the narrow passage. The Long brothers exchanged astonished glances before immediately following suit. Could he have been here before? Yang Yu frowned, then trailed behind with Fang Qian. As they delved deeper, the surrounding fog thickened ominously, and they could even hear corrosive sounds emanating from within. "We must not touch this white mist. I fear it could erode us instantly," Long Yang said, his face pale, the danger far exceeding their expectations. "Let us hurry." No time for hesitation. Yang Yu's impatience was evident. Fang Qian, however, had grown eerily quiet since entering. Long Yang's expression darkened with anger, prompting Long Zhuang to pat him on the back. "Let us move." The group pressed on. Whoosh! "Be careful." Zhang Yang suddenly halted, his senses alert as he scanned the surroundings. Whoosh! 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 The air was filled with the sound of slicing winds, and the Long brothers appeared increasingly anxious, their faces paling. Just then, Zhang Yang felt something hurtling toward him at great speed. "Retreat!" he shouted, swiftly backing away. Boom! The ground where he stood erupted. As the dust settled, a deep pit lay before him. "What kind of cursed place have you brought us to?" Yang yelled angrily. Zhang Yang ignored him, as he felt a potent surge of sword qi emanating from the pit. Whoosh! 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 Before they could react, the sounds of slicing intensified. "Run!" Zhang Yang shouted. Bolting forward, the Long brothers, without a second thought, followed closely behind. "Yang Xixiang, what should we do?" Fang Qian quivered in fear, the place proving too bizarre. "Stay close to them," Yang Yu ordered, and the two quickly complied. Boom! 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 The group sprinted, narrowly avoiding countless sword chi that whizzed past them, the ground erupting with explosive sounds. "This is madness," Long Zhuang yelped, dodging the sword chi. "Zhang Shidi, your cultivation is not as high as ours. Yet why do you run faster?" Long Yang shouted. "Because I fear for my life." Zhang Yang's voice echoed from the front. Long Yang came to a realization. "I said fear can unleash one's potential. Brother, you never believed me. Quit talking and keep running." Long Zhuang scolded. Soon, they burst forth from the misty area, each one appearing disheveled and somewhat wretched, with only Zhang Yang, who had sprinted the fastest, looking slightly better. "Scoundrel, Yang, you see that internally, having intended to resolve matters with Zhang Yang in the mist, yet finding himself solely in flight. However, his expression soon froze as he beheld an expansive battlefield before him, littered with corpses, blood still oozing from the lifeless bodies. A strange, oppressive atmosphere weighed heavily upon them. "Zhang Yang, what kind of hellish place have you led us to?" "Yang," you bellowed. Zhang Yang remained silent, equally bewildered. "Shouldn't there be treasures among these corpses?" Long Zhuang spoke cautiously. Yang Yu's interest piqued, prompting him to say to Zhang Yang, "Go take a look." Zhang Yang furrowed his brows, sensing Yang Yu's ill intentions. Given the perilous circumstances, he could not venture alone. "You should accompany him." Yang Yu sneered. Long Zhuang's face flushed with anger. Just as he was about to retort, Zhang Yang intervened. "I will go," he declared, striding towards the ancient battlefield. Yang Yu smirked inwardly, knowing that if danger lurked within, Zhang Yang would undoubtedly perish. Conversely, if it were safe and treasures awaited, he would be the first to seize them, a win-win situation. "What you are doing is tantamount to harming your fellow disciples," Long Zhuang exclaimed, his words laced with threats. "If Shi Jing wishes to kill Zhang Yang, you best not meddle. The consequences will be clear to you," Yang Yu retorted coldly. "What?" The Long brothers and Fang Qian's faces were painted with horror. Shi Jing was the foremost figure in the Shaoxian sect, and should he decide to eliminate Zhang Yang, his fate would be dire indeed. At that moment, Zhang Yang had already entered the ancient battlefield, discovering that it too was riddled with errant sword chi, even more perilous than before. "Proceed further," Wukong's voice resonated within Zhang Yang's mind. Zhang Yang nodded, delving deeper into the ancient battlefield. His acquiescence to Yang Yu's demand stemmed not from a desire to comply, but rather from Wukong's revelation of potential opportunities hidden within the ancient battlefield. Zhang Yang navigated cautiously, evading the sword chi while seeking that elusive chance. "Over there," Wukong prompted. Zhang Yang swiftly charged toward that direction, and soon a corpse clad in tattered garments materialized before him. "Is this what you refer to as an opportunity?" Zhang Yang was rendered speechless. This corpse must have belonged to a formidable warrior in the martial sovereign realm, its body infused with a rich essence of sword energy, which would greatly aid in your comprehension of sword intent. However, I advise you to first refine this sword energy using the Hunyuan Ding, otherwise, your demise will be quite unpleasant, Wukong cautioned. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang focused intently, and soon confirmed that Wukong's words held truth. The Hunyuan Ding must remain concealed. A clever strategy is required. An idea suddenly flickered in his mind, and he began to excavate the earth with the Xiantian stone sword. Zhang Yang worked with remarkable speed, and soon a deep pit lay before him. "What are you doing?" Wukong inquired, puzzled. "Better safe than sorry," Zhang Yang replied, and without hesitation, he descended into the pit with the corpse, using the Hunyuan Ding to absorb the sword energy from the body, replenishing it within himself. This lad exhibits a cautious nature, starkly contrasting the character of that old man. He should be able to survive a bit longer, Wukong mused inwardly. On the outskirts of the ancient battlefield, although they were some distance from Zhang Yang, they could still see him using the Xiantian stone sword to dig a pit before jumping into it. "This fellow is actually using the Xiantian stone sword to dig a pit," Fang Qian exclaimed in disbelief, knowing that the stone sword in Zhang Yang's possession was a treasured artifact. Most individuals would be protective of such a treasure. Yet Zhang Yang utilized it to excavate a hole. Let us not concern ourselves too much if he does not emerge shortly. It will indicate that this place is relatively safe, and we can proceed to find him, Yang Yu scoffed. Having reached the 4th level of the martial master realm, dealing with someone like Zhang Yang would be a mere trifle for him. Moreover, he had long coveted the Xiantian stone sword in Zhang Yang's possession. Even if Shi Jing forbade him from killing Zhang Yang, he would ensure Zhang Yang's demise today for the sake of the sword. Chapter 61. The human-faced spider. Upon entering the pit, Zhang Yang utilized the Hunyuan Ding to absorb the sword energy from a corpse. Before long, a bead formed from the condensed sword energy appeared before him, radiating a myriad of sword energies. Quickly absorb it, Wukong urged. Zhang Yang wasted no time, directly commencing the absorption of the sword energy bead. After being refined by the Hunyuan Ding, the sword energy of the bead became gentle rather than ferocious, making the process of absorption exceptionally smooth. Moments later, Zhang Yang opened his eyes, and within their depths, countless sword energies seemed to surge. The sword intent had finally broken through. Zhang Yang felt a surge of joy. He had finally reached the second level of sword intent. Regrettably, the corpse, though having once possessed profound understanding of sword intent, had long since decayed to a mere remnant. Zhang Yang felt a twinge of regret. Be content with what you have, Wukong replied, somewhat exasperated. Zhang Yang had only trained for a brief period, while the average person at this stage might not even comprehend what sword intent was. Yet here Zhang Yang was, having achieved the second level of sword intent, an accomplishment that was indeed remarkable and would be hard to believe if shared. Suddenly, the deep pit began to tremble, and before Zhang Yang could react, the ground beneath him shattered, sending him plummeting downward. In midair, Zhang Yang felt a sharp pain coursing through him, and he soon realized that he was surrounded by a dense white mist. Without a moment's hesitation, he dove into the Hunyuan Ding, which alleviated the burning sensation on his skin. Just as Zhang Yang vanished, countless white threads enveloped the Hunyuan Ding, accompanied by a corrosive sound emanating from it. What on earth is this? Zhang Yang's expression turned to one of horror. Do not concern yourself with that. Without the Hunyuan Ding, you would undoubtedly be doomed. With it, these white mists serve as nourishment and will greatly benefit you, Wukong explained. Why didn't you mention this earlier when we were in the foggy area? Zhang Yang queried. The Hunyuan Ding must not be revealed to others, Wukong clarified. Zhang Yang understood and began to manipulate the Hunyuan Ding to absorb the white mist. Soon, white energy beads began to drift around him, emitting a gentle glow. I never imagined the Hunyuan Ding could refine even toxic gases, Zhang Yang remarked, and then focused on absorbing the energy beads. Boom! Moments later, a thunderous noise erupted from within Zhang Yang. He had broken through. Excitement surged within him as he realized he had ascended to the martial master realm. However, before he could revel in his achievement, a cracking sound suddenly echoed from the Hunyuan Ding. The energy of the Hunyuan Ding was depleted. Quickly put it away, Wukong urged urgently. Zhang Yang recognized the gravity of the situation and was about to exit the Hunyuan Ding when he suddenly spotted a colossal creature approaching him through the thin white mist. What in the world is that? Zhang Yang exclaimed in shock. Regardless of what it is, we must flee, Wukong shouted. Zhang Yang retrieved the Hunyuan Ding and, before escaping, cast one last glance at the massive creature. He saw that the gigantic being was now alarmingly close, its blood-red eyes fixed intently on him. By the heavens, a gigantic human-faced spider. Wukong gasped in surprise. Before Zhang Yang, a gigantic spider with a human face charged swiftly toward him, followed closely by a swarm of smaller spiders. What species is this? I have never heard of it before. Zhang Yang turned to flee. This human-faced spider typically dwells underground and is classified as a third-tier beast. Its silk possesses formidable corrosive properties, so exercise caution. This white mist must have been generated by the human-faced spider. It is said that every time it consumes a living creature, it emits this type of mist, Wukong explained. Does that mean there are numerous human-faced spiders in the vicinity? Zhang Yang's heart sank. Zhang Yang has remained inside for quite some time. Why hasn't he emerged yet? Fang Qian frowned. Yang Yu pondered deeply, recalling that he had sensed vibrations coming from Zhang Yang's direction earlier, but it had been fleeting, and he had dismissed it. Did anyone hear the sound of the vibrations? Yang Yu inquired. I think I faintly heard something, Fang Qian considered. This is bad. That lad must have acquired some sort of opportunity. Otherwise, he would have emerged by now, Yang Yu suddenly realized, and he dashed toward Zhang Yang's entrance. The others quickly followed suit. Yang Yu and the others swiftly arrived at the deep pit Zhang Yang had excavated, which lay shrouded in darkness. Within the pit, a surge of pure energy seemed to be pulsating, and it was exceptionally dense. Fang Qian exclaimed in astonishment. Just as I suspected, I knew that if this lad took so long to emerge, there had to be something valuable inside. But fear not, we shall enter now, and all these treasures will be ours. Excitement gleamed in Yang Yu's eyes. Hearing Yang Yu's words, Fang Qian's eyes sparkled with anticipation. She understood that their opportunity had arrived, and she would soar to new heights from henceforth. The Long brothers exchanged glances filled with concern. They recognized Yang Yu's intentions and felt anxious for Zhang Yang. Just as Yang Yu and Fang Qian prepared to leap into the pit, Yang Yu's expression suddenly shifted. Wait, something feels amiss. He sensed a gust of wind surging from the depths of the pit toward him, which was quite unusual. As the others pondered, Zhang Yang's figure suddenly erupted from the pit. By the heavens, there are so many treasures inside. Upon seeing them, Zhang Yang immediately shouted with excitement, his face alight with joy. So many treasures. Upon hearing those words, Yang Yu and Fang Qian disregarded everything else and leaped into the pit. Just as the Long brothers were about to follow, Zhang Yang hurriedly grabbed them, saying, "Quickly, we must leave. It's dangerous here." With that, he dashed away into the distance. The Long brothers were initially stunned but swiftly followed Zhang Yang's lead. As the three of them departed, they heard Fang Qian's piercing scream and Yang Yu's furious shouts from within the pit. Soon, Zhang Yang and his companions witnessed Yang Yu emerge from the deep pit, his face pale and a swarm of spiders trailing closely behind him, crawling out from the pit in droves. What the hell? The two brothers of the Long family were rendered speechless at the sight before them. Just as their voices faded, they witnessed a colossal spider emerging from the deep pit, causing the entrance to collapse. Good heavens! They saw the human-faced spider emerge, shaking its body, releasing a cloud of white mist that thickened the fog surrounding the pit. Yet, this was not the most terrifying aspect. The most horrifying revelation came when Zhang Yang and his companions noticed that the spider had a severed leg in its mouth, which it was slowly feeding to itself. "That is Fang Qian's leg," Long Zhuang exclaimed, his face turning an ashen hue. Chapter 62. Slaying the human-faced spider upon bursting forth from the pit. The human-faced spider seemed fixated on Zhang Yang, charging towards him. "The spider has gained sentience," Zhang Yang shouted, prompting the trio to flee. Zhang Yang's assessment stemmed from the creature's strategic division of its smaller kin, which surged towards Yang Yu. As they sprinted, Long Zhuang anxiously inquired, "What level is this spider?" "It looks utterly terrifying. It's a third-tier demon beast, though its exact strength remains unclear," Zhang Yang replied, aware that fleeing was not a sustainable solution. Suddenly, as they dashed, they heard a sound akin to slicing air from behind them. Without a moment's hesitation, they veered aside. Bang! 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 Zhang Yang observed 3 strands of web shoot forth like white streaks, intercepting their original path and detonating violently. "These aren't mere webs. They are akin to steel cables." Zhang Yang cursed internally as he turned to the human-faced spider, which had paused, its grotesque visage exuding an eerie aura, continuously expelling threads from its bloodied maw. "Run!" Zhang Yang yelled, sensing the impending danger. Hiss! 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 Just as Zhang Yang shouted, the white strands surged towards them like a barrage of arrows. The Long brothers displayed expressions of horror, yet they did not flee, as there was no time. "Let us fight back," Long Zhuang bellowed, both brothers unleashing their full power to counter the onslaught of threads, though their efforts were visibly taxing. Zhang Yang, too, swung his blade, severing the encroaching webs. Observers would note that despite Zhang Yang's lower cultivation level compared to the Long brothers, he appeared far more adept at handling the situation, even engaging in conversation with Wukong. "Where's the spider's weakness?" Zhang Yang inquired. "The weakness lies in its face," Wukong replied. As Wukong finished speaking, a dense black aura emanated from Zhang Yang's innate stone sword. In a blur, he charged towards the human-faced spider, the number of webs multiplying as they shot towards him. Yet, Zhang Yang deftly evaded them. Long Zhuang was struck with disbelief. Zhang Yang was merely a 9th-level warrior, and his current actions seemed akin to courting death. "Zhang Yang has done us a great favor. We cannot let him perish," Long Yang shouted. Had Zhang Yang not guided them through the fog, they would have perished long ago. "We must fight," Long Zhuang roared, and the two brothers coordinated their efforts, gradually advancing towards the spider, though their internal energy was rapidly depleting. At this juncture, Zhang Yang had closed the distance to within 5 meters of the spider, where the webs swarmed, obscuring his vision. Just as he arrived, the strands surged forth like a massive net. Wait, why have the webs suddenly vanished? The Long brothers, who had been desperately fending off the threads, were taken aback as they inexplicably disappeared. However, they soon witnessed the unfolding scene involving Zhang Yang. "Zhang Yang, The Long brothers' eyes widened with bloodshot intensity as they saw the webs engulf Zhang Yang, who was swiftly consumed. Crack! Just as they feared the worst for Zhang Yang, they suddenly heard a peculiar sound. Crack! 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 The continuous noise drew their attention, and they realized it was emanating from Zhang Yang. As the webs enveloped him, they inexplicably halted. In a moment of confusion, the strands shattered into countless ice particles, scattering into the air. Zhang Yang reemerged, wielding the innate stone sword, surrounded by an aura of chilling black energy. The brothers gazed in astonishment at Zhang Yang. The human-faced spider, clearly taken aback by Zhang Yang's unexpected resilience, began to expel more threads from its mouth. Zhang Yang, be careful, the Long brothers warned. Just as their warning reached him, Zhang Yang's figure vanished from sight. Swoosh! When he reappeared, he had thrust his sword into the spider's mouth, eliciting a wailing cry from the creature. Zhang Yang roared, as the yin orb within him spun wildly, channeling a torrent of frigid energy into the innate stone sword. Boom! The human-faced spider exploded, its remains crashing to the ground in chunks of ice. The Long brothers gazed in disbelief, their expressions filled with incredulity. How could Zhang Yang, whose cultivation was inferior to theirs, possess such terrifying power? Brother, it seems Zhang Yang just executed the tying sword technique, Long Yang remarked, swallowing hard. What? Long Zhuang exclaimed, astonished. I've heard that the tying sword technique is extremely difficult to master. If perfected, it can rival earthly grade techniques. Zhang Yang likely has achieved great mastery in the tying sword technique. Long Yang's voice trembled slightly. He had attempted to practice it himself, but had failed, yet he possessed a fair understanding of it. Long Zhuang stood in shock at his brother's revelation. He glanced at Zhang Yang in the distance, murmuring, now I understand why Elder Jiang placed Zhang Yang in our small team. It seems we underestimated his strength. Long Yang nodded in agreement. The heavenly rankings competition is about to commence. I believe Zhang Yang will soon make a name for himself. At that moment, Long Yang seemed to recall something and hurried to Zhang Yang's side. However, upon seeing the remains strewn across the ground, he nearly retched. Among the remains lay the corroded remnants of Feng Qian. Are you all right, Brother Long? Zhang Yang asked, noticing Long Zhuang's pallor, fluctuating between shades of green and purple, as if he were on the brink of despair. Let us find a different place to talk, Long Zhuang said, unable to bear it any longer, pulling Zhang Yang away. Once they distanced themselves from the remains, Long Zhuang's complexion improved slightly. Zhang Yang seeks to kill you, Long Zhuang stated. I noticed, Zhang Yang replied. The one orchestrating this is Shi Jing, Long Zhuang explained. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang furrowed his brow. Logically, Shi Jing had no need for such convoluted methods to eliminate him. Directing others to do the deed, especially a fellow disciple like Yang Yu, would only leave incriminating evidence against him. Shi Jing could not possibly be so foolish. Did Yang Yu say this? Zhang Yang inquired. Long Zhuang nodded. Let us go find him. Zhang Yang deliberated for a moment before they set off in pursuit of the direction Yang Yu had fled. As they progressed, Zhang Yang observed scattered spider corpses. With each step, the remains multiplied until they reached a cave, where the accumulation of spider bodies resembled a mountain. This isn't right. Chapter 63. The traitor Yang Yu quickly. We must leave. Something feels off. Zhang Yang urged, furrowing his brow as he retreated. Though the Long brothers were unaware of Zhang Yang's reasoning, they heeded his advice. Since we've come this far, we might as well stay. Yang Yu's voice suddenly echoed. Bang! Bang! As the Long family brothers prepared to retreat, they were caught off guard and violently hurled out of the cave by Yang Yuji. They crashed through several trees before spitting out blood and collapsing to the ground, gravely injured. Hurry, let's go, Long Zhuang strained to say, glancing at Zhang Yang. Just as he finished speaking, a fit of violent coughing seized him, blood continuously pouring from his mouth, indicating the severity of his injuries. Meanwhile, Long Yang had already lost consciousness. Witnessing this, Zhang Yang was engulfed in a murderous aura. His expression icy as he turned to Yang Yu and said, with so many spiders, surely you cannot handle them all alone? Yang Yu sneered. I didn't expect you to be quite clever. Indeed, I cannot deal with all these spiders by myself. At that moment, a dozen cultivators emerged from the cave, their faces obscured by black hats, making it impossible to discern their identities. Demonic cultivators. Zhang Yang's pupils contracted in shock. He had not anticipated Yang Yu's collusion with them. Such alliances, if discovered, would lead to immediate execution and even implicate one's kin. You will not die well for conspiring with demonic cultivators. Long Zhuang's eyes widened in disbelief. Ha ha ha, whether I die well or not, I know that you three will soon meet your demise. Yang Yu laughed maniacally, his demonic energy surging forth without restraint. Oh, by the way, Zhang Shidi, you were personally placed in this team by sect leader Jiang. If you do not return, I'm sure he will inquire about it. I must think of a suitable explanation. Perhaps I will say you encountered a human-faced spider and were all consumed. That sounds plausible, doesn't it? Ha ha ha. Do you think you have me at your mercy? Zhang Yang retorted. What else could it be? Do you think you alone can defeat us? Yang Yu taunted. If you wish to live, simply hand over the Xiantian stone sword and provide me with your blood daily for my cultivation. Quick, we must leave. Long Zhuang's weak voice rang out from behind Zhang Yang. You lack the ability to ensure my demise. Zhang Yang scoffed and charged toward Yang Yu. Kill him, Yang Yu commanded, and the demonic cultivators all lunged at Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang moved through the throng of over a dozen opponents as if they were mere shadows, dispatching them effortlessly, revealing their utter inadequacy against him. Yang Yu frowned. He remembered Zhang Yang was merely at the 9th level of martial artist, while these demonic cultivators had all reached the 1st level of martial master. Yet, it appeared that none could withstand Zhang Yang's onslaught. Then I must intervene personally. Yang Yu sneered, drawing his long sword and thrusting it toward Zhang Yang. Just as Zhang Yang severed the head of a demonic cultivator, he sensed a chill approaching from behind and swiftly sidestepped, retaliating with a thrust of his sword. Clang! The sound of metal colliding echoed as Yang Yu was forced back by Zhang Yang's strike. How could this happen? Yang Yu was incredulous. He had been outmatched by a single blow. I seek death. Zhang Yang scoffed, advancing once more toward Yang Yu. Clang! 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 The two battled fiercely, and Yang Yu's expression grew increasingly grim as he realized he had been suppressed from the outset, the situation turning increasingly unfavorable for him, leaving him feeling powerless. What realm are you at? Yang Yu's face darkened. I am at the 1st level of martial master. Zhang Yang responded, unleashing a flurry of strikes that accelerated in speed. Impossible. A 1st level martial master cannot be this strong. Yang Yu felt Zhang Yang was deceiving him. Is you who is too weak. Zhang Yang delivered a heavy blow that shattered Yang Yu's sword. Before Yang Yu could react, Zhang Yang delivered a powerful kick to his abdomen, sending him crashing against the cave wall. Yang Yu coughed up blood, his vitality waning. Why choose to be a demonic cultivator instead of a good person? Zhang Yang thrust his sword toward Yang Yu, the speed so great that it created a sonic boom in the air. Save me, Yang Yu shouted, terror etched across his face, desperate to avoid death. Hearing this, Zhang Yang's brow furrowed. Could there be more? His suspicion was confirmed as a shadow surged from the cave, striking toward Zhang Yang with astonishing speed. Zhang Yang swiftly redirected his sword, clashing with the incoming palm strike. Bang! Zhang Yang was sent flying several dozen meters before regaining his footing. Impressive. I did not expect my strike to fail to kill you. A cold voice emanated from the cloaked figure. I did not anticipate anyone hiding within. Zhang Yang's expression turned grave. He sensed this demonic cultivator possessed significantly greater power than the previous ones. Lord Ding has reached the 7th level of martial master. Zhang Yang, you are doomed. Yang Yu mocked from the side, but as soon as he spoke, he coughed up another mouthful of blood. What a waste. You cannot even eliminate a 1st level martial artist. What use are you to us? The cloaked figure's cold voice echoed. Upon hearing this, Yang Yu trembled slightly, as if transformed into a docile cat, remaining silent. You possess considerable talent. Would you care to join us? The cloaked demonic cultivator suddenly asked. What? Yang Yu exclaimed. My lord, please do not. He quickly interjected, realizing that if Zhang Yang agreed, the lord might kill him immediately. Demonic cultivators were notoriously ruthless. The cloaked figure glanced at Yang Yu, prompting him to fall silent. I'm not interested, Zhang Yang replied. Then you shall die. The cloaked figure vanished in an instant, launching an assault on Zhang Yang. Bang! Zhang Yang once again clashed with the cloaked figure, only to be sent flying once more. It seemed using the Chaos Cave Void technique was unavoidable. Zhang Yang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He truly wished to avoid that technique, as it left him feeling drained and vulnerable. I will give you one last chance. Do you wish to join us? The cloaked figure inquired again. The hell with you. Zhang Yang roared. Boom! Zhang Yang's aura suddenly surged violently, a golden energy ascending into the sky, radiating golden light, and his hair turned white. Not good. The cloaked figure instantly sensed the shift and did not hesitate to unleash his full power, striking toward Zhang Yang. As the golden light in Zhang Yang's eyes faded, his white hair danced amidst the golden energy, while the Xiantian stone sword emitted a faint white glow. Chapter 64. The start of the Heaven Ranking Tournament. As the cloaked figure unleashed a full-force strike, a slight smirk appeared on Zhang Yang's lips. In the next instant, he vanished into thin air, his form resembling a streak of lightning in the night, darting through the air in an instant. Swish! The clash of sword and palm was brief, and Zhang Yang had already appeared behind the cloaked figure. Ha ha! I thought you were formidable, but it turns out you were merely this. The cloaked figure laughed. Zhang Yang's sudden outburst of power had indeed startled him. Farewell, Zhang Yang said calmly, sheathing his sword. Upon hearing this, the expression on the cloaked figure's face twisted grotesquely, his vision becoming increasingly blurred. A line of blood erupted from his waist, splattering countless droplets onto Yang Yu's horrified face. Yang Yu witnessed in disbelief, as the cloaked figure's body was cleaved in two, dying instantly. How could this be? Yang Yu's eyes widened, his face filled with terror. It was known that the cloaked figure was a 7th-level martial master, while Zhang Yang was merely a 1st-level martial master. Yet, the outcome of Zhang Yang's sword had resulted in the cloaked figure's instantaneous demise, a scene that felt utterly surreal to him. Now you should understand who is destined to die. Zhang Yang approached Yang Yu, his expression utterly indifferent. You, Yang Yu stammered, viewing Zhang Yang as a monstrous being. I did not expect that demonic cultivators had infiltrated the Shaoxian sect. Tell me, are there any others? Zhang Yang demanded. Yang Yu hesitated. The organization of M11 is shrouded in secrecy. Even its members are often unaware of its true nature. Zhang Yang swiftly beheaded Yang Yu with a single stroke of his sword. It appears he was merely a minor pawn. Questioning him would have been futile, Zhang Yang mused. As the DNGX technique dissipated, his hair returned to its original black hue. Thud! The moment the DNGX technique faded, Zhang Yang collapsed to his knees, a wave of weakness overwhelming him. Panting heavily, cold sweat drenched his garments. After a brief respite, he leaned on his innate stone sword and gradually stood up, approaching Long Zhuang to offer him some healing potions, which he had specifically prepared for this expedition to the ruins. Long Zhuang consumed the potion and felt a slight improvement in his internal injuries. Zhang Shidi, Long Zhuang's voice trembled. I didn't expect you could transform. That white-haired state you had earlier was quite impressive, Long Zhuang remarked. I know, Zhang Yang replied. Teach me. I wish to transform as well, Long Zhuang said. Upon seeing the look of difficulty on Zhang Yang's face, Long Zhuang could only manage an awkward smile. The Tianbang ranking competition will commence in a few days. With that white-haired state you just displayed, I believe even the top-ranked Shijing would not stand a chance against you, Long Zhuang expressed enviously. I heard that only those who enter the top 10 of Tianbang can participate in the 4-sex grand competition, Zhang Yang inquired. Long Zhuang nodded, then cautioned. Due to the limited slots for the 4-sex grand competition, this Tianbang ranking competition will undoubtedly be fiercely contested. Just as Zhang Yang was about to say something, Yukong's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Stop the chatter. There are treasures within the cave. Zhang Yang's heart stirred at this, and he handed Long Zhuang some healing potions for Long Yang before heading towards the cave. Upon entering the cave, Zhang Yang was immediately met with an overwhelming stench of blood. A blood pool. Zhang Yang's eyes widened as he beheld a pool filled with blood, emanating a faint glow. This blood must have been painstakingly collected by the M11 on the battlefield. He never expected it would ultimately benefit him. Wukong remarked. Without hesitation, Zhang Yang leaped into the blood pool. The instant he submerged, he felt an intense pain coursing through his body as the blood relentlessly washed over him. It hurts. Zhang Yang couldn't help but yell. A true man must not cry out in pain, Wukong admonished. Moments later, a thunderous roar erupted from within Zhang Yang. Another breakthrough. Zhang Yang's heart soared with joy, and he immediately exited the blood pool. He recognized that his body had reached its limit. Further absorption could potentially lead to his demise from the overwhelming energy. At this point, the blood within the pool seemed to have thinned, yet its energy remained potent. Throw the Chaos Cauldron in. It could use some restoration to avoid wasting such a fine blood pool, Wukong suggested. Zhang Yang, inspired by this, summoned the Chaos Cauldron, which was instantly engulfed by the blood. It hurts, damn it. Wukong's cries resonated. A golden-haired monkey erupted from the blood pool, baring its teeth at Zhang Yang as it prepared to fight. Zhang Yang quickly evaded. "Did you not instruct me to do this?" Zhang Yang retorted. "Could you not have given me a heads up before you tossed the chaos cauldron in? It nearly killed me." Wukong fumed. "I had no idea you could be affected too," Zhang Yang replied, exasperated. Wukong was about to charge at Zhang Yang again, but upon reconsideration, he realized Zhang Yang's point held some validity. As time flowed slowly, Zhang Yang noticed that the blood in the pool had been completely absorbed by the chaos cauldron, which had transformed into a pool of clear water. The cracks on the cauldron had vanished, and its luster shone even brighter than before. Zhang Yang stowed the cauldron away. "I have now reached the second level of Wushu. I believe with my current strength, entering the top 10 of Tianbang should pose no issue," Zhang Yang murmured. His goal was simply to secure a place in the top 10 to qualify for the four-sex grand competition. He had never contemplated taking the top position. His aspiration was merely to become a gatekeeper among the top 10 of Tianbang. Subsequently, Zhang Yang exited the cave, and Long Yang had also awakened. The three departed the ruins following their original path. 3 days later, 2 days had swiftly passed. Zhang Yang spent these days consolidating his cultivation within the cave, and it took him the full 2 days to stabilize his progress. Dong, dong, dong. The bells of the Zhang resonated, echoing throughout every corner of the sect. This bell only tolled during significant events. Zhang Yang understood that the Tianbang ranking competition was about to commence. After a brief preparation, he made his way towards the Tianbang stele. Along the way, he encountered numerous disciples, including some outer sect members, all bustling with excitement. The Tianbang ranking competition was finally commencing. It was said that this event would determine the slots for the four-sex grand competition, promising to be the most thrilling edition in recent years. Indeed, this Tianbang ranking competition will undoubtedly surpass previous ones. Many hidden talents among the seniors will surely reveal themselves. It's exhilarating just to think about, some disciples enthusiastically discussed. Zhang Yang quickly arrived at the Tianbang stele, which appeared markedly different today. Each name engraved upon the stele shimmered with a golden hue, as if affirming that these 20 disciples were the most illustrious and formidable among Zhao. As Zhang Yang gazed upon the stele, the blood within him felt ignited, stirring a passionate fervor. Chapter 65. If you wish to die, I shall oblige. Beneath the Tianbang stele stood a colossal arena, surrounded by a throng of disciples. Word had it that the recently renowned Xiong would also participate in the Tianbang ranking competition. Her attendance was expected. I heard that she had advanced from the first to the fourth level of Wushu within 2 months, an astonishing pace. This extraordinary woman might even challenge the top 10 of Tianbang. Some disciples whispered among themselves. Could it be the Xiong family member from the imperial city? Zhang Yang overheard their conversation. Just then, he noticed Long Zhuang striding toward him with bloodshot eyes, filled with rage. "Where's Long Yang?" Zhang Yang inquired with a furrowed brow. "I sustained severe injuries, but I unexpectedly broke through, surpassing my brother's realm. Ha ha ha. My name will surely be among the top 20 in this Tianbang ranking competition," Long Zhuang exclaimed, his expression brimming with excitement. Zhang Yang recalled Long Yang's previous words and felt a wave of concern. Long Yang was gravely injured and remains unconscious, with his fate still uncertain. Long Zhuang growled softly, fury radiating from him as his body trembled slightly. The Long brothers shared a close bond with him, making them among Zhang Yang's few friends within the inner courtyard. Before entering the ruins, the Long brothers had consistently advocated for him, a kindness Zhang Yang had always cherished. I inquired with other disciples, and one mentioned that Xiong had previously invited Long Yang out. Long Zhuang stated, "How could Long Yang possibly go out with Xiong? Zhang Yang frowned. "Zhang Shidi, you might not know, but my brother has always had a fondness for Xiong. Long Zhuang sighed. "So you suspect that Long Yang's injuries are related to Xiong? Zhang Yang asked. Long Zhuang's words implied a strong suspicion that Xiong was indeed involved. In the midst of their discussion, a sudden gasp erupted from the crowd, prompting Zhang Yang and Long Zhuang to turn towards the source of the commotion. "It's Xiong." Long Zhuang's voice grew hoarse, his murderous intent uncontrollably radiating. A girl clad in a flowing white dress approached them, flanked by a young man who guarded her like a protector. Zhang Yang began to speak. "This Xiong can't possibly be," but before he could finish, Long Zhuang had already advanced towards Xiong. Zhang Yang quickly followed suit. "Xiong, Did you inflict the injuries on my brother? Long Zhuang suppressed the tumult of emotions within him and inquired, for he was still uncertain whether it was indeed Xiong Qianqian's doing. You must be Long Yang's elder brother. Yesterday, Long Yang had nefarious intentions towards Qianqian, and I personally intervened, leaving him grievously injured, a man beside Xiong Qianqian remarked with a smirk. This individual was named Huang and ranked 11th on the Tianbang, and was a suitor of Xiong Qianqian. You speak nonsense. My brother is not that kind of person. Long Zhuang retorted angrily. Whether he is or not, I cannot say, but I indeed witnessed him attempting to act against Qianqian yesterday. Moreover, with someone like Long Yang daring to harbor thoughts about Qianqian, next time at 1T, just be grievous injury. I will ensure he is utterly crippled. Huang mocked. Coming from a Huang family of the royal city, a prestigious clan, he regarded the Long brothers, who hailed from an ordinary family, with disdain. You, Long Zhuang trembled with rage. What about me? If you're unconvinced, feel free to strike me. Huang had taunted. Should Long Zhuang dare to act against him, he would not hesitate to cripple Long Zhuang before the eyes of all, ensuring that everyone would witness Long Zhuang's aggression, leaving the sect with no grounds to blame him. I will kill you. Long Zhuang, having lost all rationality, hurled a punch at Huang and senior brother. Do not act impulsively, Zhang Yang cautioned. It was only then that Long Zhuang snapped back to reality, a wave of fear washing over him. Had Zhang Yang not intervened in time, he might have already faced dire consequences from Huang. And who are you? You are Zhang Yang. You hail from the royal city Xiong family, Zhang Yang proclaimed. Zhang Yang had a hunch that Long Zhuang's potential downfall might be linked to him. What if I am? What if I am not? Zhang Yang replied. Long Yang was lured out and crippled by me. This wretched frog dares to pursue me. He deserves his fate. Xiong Qianqian mocked. She was bold enough to reveal the truth because she was aware of Zhang Yang's connection with the Long brothers, knowledge she had thoroughly investigated. Her every action was orchestrated to lure Zhang Yang into participating in the Tianbang ranking competition, thus allowing her to justifiably eliminate him. The enmity between the Xiong family and Zhang Yang had reached an irreconcilable state. So, all this was premeditated by you, merely to deal with me? Zhang Yang questioned. What of it? I will be frank with you. If you do not compete today, I will ensure that Qianqian and I obliterate your Zhang family. Xiong Qianqian declared with a sinister expression. You are threatening me. Zhang Yang replied coldly, an uncontrollable aura of killing intent radiating from him. This woman dared to continuously use his friends as leverage against him. She deserved to be punished severely. What are your threats? I will tell you plainly. Should you fail to compete today, my Huang family will join forces with the Xiong family to annihilate your Zhang family. Not even the sect leader will be able to protect you. Huang sneered, his demeanor reeking of arrogance. The Huang family maintained a close relationship with the Xiong family, and he was privy to certain hidden truths. To him, Zhang Yang was merely an insignificant insect, easily crushed. What did you say? Zhang Yang drew forth his innate stone sword, an overwhelming killing intent surging within him. Huang had crossed the line by threatening his family, and he had now entered Zhang Yang's death list. The intensity of Zhang Yang's killing aura caused the onlookers' faces to blanch, astonished that a mere martial artist of the first level could exude such formidable malice. Huang's brows furrowed as he too was taken aback by Zhang Yang's overwhelming presence. Since you seek death, I shall oblige. Zhang Yang advanced slowly towards Huang, sword in hand. Chapter 66. The Unregulated Challenge Tournament. Junior brother, cease this. A delicate, icy hand suddenly grasped Zhang Yang's wrist. It was Lan Chu, who followed closely behind Jing. Though his expression was ominously dark as he observed Lan Chu holding Zhang Yang's hand. Thank you for your reminder, senior sister. The chill of Lan Chu's hand brought Zhang Yang back to his senses. His mind had been clouded by rage, and he had nearly struck down Huang. Yet Lan Chu continued to hold his hand, her face still displaying shock. How can Zhang Shidi, being merely a martial artist of the second level, emanate such intense, killing intent? Lan Chu pondered silently. However, she soon regained her composure. Upon realizing she was still holding Zhang Yang's hand, her face flushed, and she promptly released it. Junior brother, we must leave, Lan Chu said. Zhang Yang and Long Zhuang followed her to a different location. How did you come into conflict with the Xiong and Huang families? Lan Chu inquired. Zhang Yang briefly recounted the events. After listening, Lan Chu's expression turned grave. Sure, Jing scoffed. Zhang Yang, I must say, offending the Huang family is akin to courting death. Huang did not deceive you. The Huang family has always maintained a close relationship with the Yushu Hall. If they truly decide to act against your Zhang family, even our sect leader might not be able to intervene. Zhang Yang's expression shifted slightly upon hearing this. He had not anticipated that the Huang family had the backing of the Yushu Hall. At that moment, a commotion erupted once more. Zhang Yang turned towards the source of the noise and was astonished to see Gu Ming, the long-absent leader of the Shaoxian sect, appear before the crowd, accompanied by numerous elders from the inner sect. It seems everyone is gathered. Gu Ming surveyed the disciples with a smile before stepping onto the arena. As this ranking competition directly influenced the upcoming grand competition among the four sects, the rules for this ranking event would differ somewhat. In this ranking competition, you may freely challenge anyone. This means that any of you can directly challenge those on the Tianbang, and should you succeed, you will take their place, Gu Ming announced. Upon hearing Gu Ming's words, the disciples below the arena erupted in astonished exclamations. Consequently, the competition for the Tianbang would become significantly fiercer. Those already on the Tianbang frowned deeply, for this rule was decidedly unfavorable to them, implying that retaining their positions would become increasingly arduous, facing more battles. The top 10 disciples in this ranking competition will represent Shaoxian sect in the grand competition among the four sections. After the ranking competition concludes, the Shaoxian sect will open the Xuanxin ancient land for everyone to cultivate, Gu Ming added. His words detonated like a heavy bomb among the crowd. Xuanxin ancient land. This ancient site was well known among the disciples, though few had ever set foot in it. It was considered a forbidden ground of the Shaoxian sect. What kind of place is the Xuanxin ancient land? Zhang Yang asked, puzzled. It is said to contain a dragon vein. The Shaoxian sect established itself here precisely because it discovered this dragon vein, Lan Chuchu explained. It appears that the sect is truly sparing no effort. They are even offering the dragon vein for the disciples' cultivation, Shi Jing remarked, his face betraying rare astonishment. It is known that dragon veins are bound to be exhausted eventually. Thus, for the sake of the grand competition among the four sects, the Shaoxian sect was gambling its fate for a future. Let's commence. This ranking competition will have no rules. It will test your true strength. Gu Ming concluded, departing from the arena. Upon Gu Ming's pronouncement, the once eager disciples instantly calmed down. The absence of rules implied that stepping onto the arena could lead to death at any moment. Senior sister, your ranking seems to place you at a disadvantage, Zhang Yang observed. Lan Chuchu happened to be ranked 10th, a position that would undoubtedly attract the most challengers. Lan Chuchu nodded. Indeed, it seems I must temporarily relinquish this position. Otherwise, I will face an endless stream of challengers. Her strategy was undoubtedly wise. Then I shall take your place. I will act as the gatekeeper, Zhang Yang proposed with a smile. What? Junior brother, are you jesting? If you go up there, Xiong Qianqian and Huang will certainly challenge you, and there is no doubt they will seek to eliminate you. Lan Chuchu immediately shook her head in refusal. Trust me, senior sister, they are no match for me, Zhang Yang assured. Zhang Yang, I see you have lost your mind. You are merely at the second level of the martial master realm, while Xiong Qianqian stands 2 levels above you, and Huang in 3 levels higher. What do you intend to defend that position with? Shi Jing mocked. Zhang Yang, do not act impulsively. I understand your thoughts, but it will be wiser to wait a bit longer before making your move, Long Zhuang advised. Among them, only he was aware of Zhang Yang's true abilities. Senior sister, you must trust me, Zhang Yang said once more to Lan Chuchu, his gaze unwavering. You are truly arrogant, completely unaware of where your confidence stems from, Shi Jing scoffed. Zhang Yang ignored Shi Jing, treating him as if he were air. Shi Jing, seeing this, became livid, his face darkening. Yet he had no choice but to wait for others to challenge him, as he was unable to challenge anyone himself. Otherwise, he would have relished the chance to eliminate Zhang Yang directly. Very well, but you must be cautious. If it becomes too much, concede immediately, Lan Chuchu warned. Understood, Zhang Yang replied with a slight smile. Concede? Those words did not exist in his lexicon. He then stepped onto the stage, being the first to do so. I challenge the 10th ranked on the sky list, Lan Chuchu, Zhang Yang proclaimed. As soon as he finished speaking, gasps erupted from the crowd below the stage. Is Zhang Yang out his mind? He is directly challenging Lan Chuchu, and they are 3 levels apart. I agree. Someone so reckless is destined to go nowhere. No one below the stage had faith in Zhang Yang. Just then, the graceful figure of Lan Chuchu ascended the stage. As everyone anticipated a brutal beating for Zhang Yang, Lan Chuchu parted her crimson lips. I concede. The crowd fell silent, utterly dumbfounded. No way, this is happening? Oh, I recall now. Both Lan Chuchu and Zhang Yang are disciples of the medicine pavilion, which makes this situation seem reasonable. With Lan Chuchu conceding, did that not open a chance for them? Zhang Yang, merely at the second level of the martial master realm, had many competitors who were at higher ranks. As this thought crossed one onlooker's mind, all eyes sparkled with excitement, and the crowd stirred. I challenged Zhang Yang. Before anyone could react, a man had already leaped onto the stage. Chapter 67. Come at me. I will accept all. I am Dijia, at the second level of the martial master realm, and I challenge the 10th rank Zhang Yang, Dijia shouted, a confident smile gracing his face. Seeing the courtesy of his opponent, Zhang Yang returned the gesture with a slight bow. Junior brother Zhang, I apologize, but I will be taking that 10th position, Dijia declared, his expression turning serious. Double strength technique. Dijia roared, his aura suddenly surging forth. The onlookers watched as Dijia's form expanded rapidly, soon transforming into a giant towering at 10 meters tall. Incredible, such a technique exists. Zhang Yang was astonished, feeling as small as an ant before Dijia. You will lose. Dijia exhaled white mist, his eyes tinged with a hint of crimson, as he swung a fist toward Zhang Yang. Bang! The place where Zhang Yang had stood exploded instantly, yet he effortlessly evaded Dijia's attack. Though powerful, your speed is far too slow, Zhang Yang muttered, having discerned Dijia's flaw. Whoosh! In the next instant, Zhang Yang appeared before Dijia, delivering a punch aimed at his knee. Bang! Zhang Yang's fist collided with Dijia's knee, and Dijia merely staggered back 2 steps, showing no signs of injury. As solid as a rock, Dijia slowly remarked, then launched a palm strike at Zhang Yang. Seeing this, Zhang Yang dodged and stated, I offer you a chance to concede. Otherwise, I shall not hold back. Come at me, if you dare, Dijia retorted disdainfully. It was preposterous to suggest he concede, having enhanced his physical strength through the double strength technique. Zhang Yang, upon hearing this, ceased to conceal his true power and threw a punch at Dijia. After all, he possessed the chaos sacred body, which was incomparable to the double strength technique. Seeking death, Dijia scoffed internally, believing Zhang Yang was overestimating himself. Bang! Dijia's massive form was sent flying off the stage, and the crowd hurriedly scattered. Hiss! Gasps filled the air as the spectators were taken aback. They had never anticipated Zhang Yang could knock Dijia out of his enhanced state with a single punch. What formidable strength! I told you, but you wouldn't listen. Zhang Yang shook his head. Dijia was then carried away by others. Anyone wishing to challenge me may step forward. I shall accept all, Zhang Yang declared, eyeing the crowd below. How audacious for someone at the second level of the martial master realm. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in discontent, and many rushed forward, eager to face Zhang Yang. I am Ligui, at the second level of the martial master realm. I challenge you. A disciple surged forth, the first to leap onto the stage. I forgot to mention, from this moment on, I shall show no mercy. Whoever dares to challenge me must be prepared to face dire consequences. Zhang Yang spoke coldly, the innate stone sword materializing in his grasp. Upon his words, the crowd below fell silent for a moment, then erupted in shouts. This guy is too arrogant. Ligui, defeat him. On the stage, Ligui merely smirked, a battle knife appearing in his hand. Do you think I'm easily intimidated? Ligui sneered internally. All of us are at the second level of the martial master realm. Does he think he can fool us? With that, Ligui charged at Zhang Yang with a sweeping strike of his knife, a chilling aura radiating from the blade. Swish! Zhang Yang's sword sliced through the air, and Ligui's head rolled to the ground. Throughout, he had not moved an inch. The crowd below froze in shock. What just happened? How did Ligui suddenly die? I have no idea. I didn't even see Zhang Yang move. Could it be a ghost? Zhang Yang's speed was so rapid that some of the weaker disciples had not even comprehended how he had drawn his sword. Xiong Qianqian, witnessing this, furrowed her brows. Having gathered an inkling of Zhang Yang's strength, she stepped forward, preparing to ascend the stage, only to be held back by Huang'an. Do not rush. Zhang Yang is not as simple as he appears, Huang'an advised. Xiong Qianqian frowned but halted her steps. After witnessing Zhang Yang's prowess, the atmosphere around the stage grew eerily quiet. Those who were once eager to challenge him now remained silent, sitting obediently below the stage. I will test your strength. At this moment, another disciple approached the stage. It's brother Zhu Jian. I heard he has reached the third level of the martial master realm, and his swordsmanship is now divine, far beyond the likes of Li Gui, a disciple exclaimed. Zhang Yang regarded the man in white before him coldly. You're not my opponent. Do not speak with such arrogance. Besides, your realm is lower than mine. Zhu Jian retorted. You will die, Zhang Yang declared. I truly do not understand where your confidence derives from. Zhu Jian shook his head. Then let us begin, Zhang Yang responded, lunging at Zhu Jian with a piercing thrust of his sword. Zhu Jian's eyes widened. Only then did he realize the astonishing speed of Zhang Yang's strike. Swish! Zhang Yang's sword pierced through Zhu Jian's chest, and his blade had yet to be raised. At this point, the spectators were utterly astonished. What kind of monster is Zhang Yang, defeating even the third-level martial master Zhu Jian with ease? Not merely an opponent. He has killed 2 men with 2 strokes of his sword, one of whom was even of a higher realm. A disciple gasped. Even those at the third level of the martial master realm relinquished their hopes, the visual impact of Zhang Yang's earlier strike on Zhu Jian proving too overwhelming. Is there anyone else? If not, I shall take my leave, Zhang Yang declared, surveying the silent crowd below. At that moment, the throng remained mute, no one daring to step onto the stage to meet their demise. I will. Suddenly, Xiong Qianqian's voice rang out as she strode from the crowd onto the stage. You finally decided to show up. Zhang Yang sneered, having awaited this moment. Zhang Yang, do not be so self-satisfied. I am not like the others, Xiong Qianqian said darkly. Zhang Yang's strength had surpassed her expectations, yet she still held him in disdain, believing their realms to be 2 levels apart. You speak too much nonsense. You dare to design the injury of Longyang and also wish to harm Qian Duoduo. Today, you shall meet your demise. Upon finishing his words, Zhang Yang's murderous intent began to permeate the air. Everything was merely to force you onto the stage. Longyang's grievous injury is also your doing, Xiong Qianqian mocked, her face adorned with scorn. Vile woman, Zhang Yang was thoroughly enraged. Boom! The aura emanating from Zhang Yang erupted, unleashing a multitude of energy whirlwinds upon the arena. The disciples below the stage displayed expressions of shock. Even some at the third level of martial master could not help but take a step back. At this moment, they finally realized the vast disparity between themselves and Zhang Yang, secretly relieved that they had refrained from stepping onto the stage to court death. Zhang Yang roared, swinging his sword towards Xiong Qianqian. Chapter 68. I detest being threatened. Do not presume that possessing a treasure can allow you to defeat me. I possess one as well, Xiong Qianqian retorted coldly. Subsequently, a slender sword appeared in her hand, enveloped in a green glow. Clash! The white innate stone sword collided with the azure slender sword, stirring a tempest of spiritual energy upon the arena. Clash! 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 The sounds of their clashes resonated again as the 2 exchanged strikes for over 10 rounds before retreating. This is the Qinggang sword from the Xiong family. It is said to be a medium-grade treasure. I did not expect the Xiong family to bestow such a weapon upon Xiong Qianqian. Nonsense. Xiong Qianqian is the most cherished daughter of the Xiong patriarch. Zhang Yang's victory should not be so easily attained, especially considering his weapon advantage is not substantial, and his realm is lower than Xiong Qianqian's. Some disciples who were privy to the details expressed their astonishment. With the appearance of the Qinggang sword, it seems Zhang Yang is doomed. A cold smile appeared on Huang Yan's face. He was acutely aware of Xiong Qianqian's formidable strength wielding the Qinggang sword. It appears Zhang Yang shall ultimately pay the price for his arrogance, Shi Jing remarked, feeling quite pleased at the thought of Zhang Yang being vanquished by Xiong Qianqian. Lan Chu, however, remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on the arena, worry etched upon her face. Upon the arena, Xiong Qianqian sneered, I had thought your strength was formidable, but now I am sorely disappointed. I have only utilized 50% of my power. After a brief skirmish with Zhang Yang, she had already concluded that he was no match for her. You are so confident? Zhang Yang replied coldly. After his words, the innate stone sword in Zhang Yang's hand radiated a faint white light, while a subtle sword intent began to saturate his surroundings. Indeed, Zhang Yang had not exerted his full strength earlier. He feared that with a careless strike, he might accidentally slay Xiong Qianqian, for he was not prepared to let her off so easily. Truly, an insect from a small place like Qingshan City, you are utterly ignorant of the chasm between us. However, it matters not. After your death, you shall come to know, Xiong Qianqian taunted, her face alight with derision. The moment her words fell, the Qin Gang sword in her hand surged with light, lunging toward Zhang Yang with a thrust. The terrifying fluctuations of spiritual energy from the Qin Gang sword shattered the ground of the arena. Insect, do you truly believe you can contend with me? Zhang Yang regarded the approaching Xiong Qianqian with a cold expression. He did not flinch. Instead, he swung his sword directly. The white sword light streaked through the air like a resplendent galaxy. Clash! Boom! The arena erupted with a thunderous roar as a blue and white tempest of energy surged forth, spreading outward and obscuring the view of the spectators. Creak! A sound of shattering resonated from the arena, and at that moment, the energy storm dissipated. There lay Xiong Qianqian, bloodied and sprawled on the ground. Her Qin Gang sword reduced to countless fragments. Zhang Yang stood before her, impassive, as if nothing had transpired. How is this possible? All those beneath the stage wore expressions of shock. None could have anticipated such an outcome. Is junior brother Zhang so formidable? Lan Chuchu stared blankly at the arena. This fellow seems even stronger than before, Long Zhuang thought. This scoundrel actually won. Xiong Qianqian is truly a waste. Despite the two realms' difference, she's still lost. Shi Jing's hopes were dashed, and he felt quite displeased. On the arena, Zhang Yang lifted the gravely injured Xiong Qianqian and slapped her across the face. Slap! Xiong Qianqian was sent flying, spitting out blood. This slap was in retribution for Long Yang. Zhang Yang declared as he approached Xiong Qianqian once more. You dare insult me. My Xiong family will eventually annihilate your Zhang family. Xiong Qianqian shrieked, a look of fury on her face. She had never anticipated that her full-force attack would be so easily defeated by Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang hoisted Xiong Qianqian again. You should not have used the Zhang family to threaten me. Slap! Slap! Zhang Yang struck Xiong Qianqian's face twice more, causing it to swell. Tell me, what is the extent of our strength disparity? Zhang Yang grasped Xiong Qianqian's collar, his tone indifferent. Xiong Qianqian's eyes widened, realizing that Zhang Yang was deliberately mocking her with her own words. If you have the ability, kill me. You will see then if my Xiong family will let your Zhang family perish. Xiong Qianqian snarled. As you wish. Zhang Yang swung his sword, aiming to strike Xiong Qianqian down. Upon witnessing this, Xiong Qianqian's pupils constricted, her body trembling violently. She had only intended to threaten Zhang Yang, not to face death. Stop! Huang bellowed. The sword halted. Zhang Yang looked at Huang and, is there something you wish to say? Should you dare to kill Xiong Qianqian, I believe you understand the consequences. Huang threatened, confident that his words would convey their meaning to Zhang Yang. Are you threatening me? Zhang Yang inquired. And what if I am? I am indeed threatening you. Huang replied with a cold smile. Swish! Xiong Qianqian's head fell, her face frozen in disbelief even in death. She could not have fathomed that Zhang Yang would truly dare to kill her. I detest being threatened. Zhang Yang stated calmly. Very well, you shall wait. Huang seethed with rage. No need to wait. Come here directly, and I shall slay you both. Zhang Yang pointed his innate stone sword at Huang and hiss. The disciples below the stage collectively inhaled sharply upon hearing Zhang Yang's words. It seemed Zhang Yang had completely lost his sanity. Such a situation is the most perilous. It feels as though Zhang Yang has lost all reason, daring to challenge Huang and, who is 3 realms above him. A female disciple shook her head. He has indeed lost some rationality. It is known that since the establishment of the Zioxuanzong, there have been some geniuses capable of defeating foes 2 realms above them. Such prodigies are rare in the sect's history. Yet Zhang Yang intends to challenge Huang and across 3 realms. Such a level of genius has never appeared in the annals of the sect's history. Another side, seemingly lamenting the fate of such a talent. Huang Yan's expression shifted slightly upon hearing Zhang Yang's challenge. He had not anticipated Zhang Yang would make such a request. However, it was precisely what he desired. Since you seek death, I shall grant your wish. Huang leaped onto the arena. Boom! The aura belonging to a 5th-level martial master erupted from Huang An, and a battle axe appeared in his grasp, gleaming with a cold light. A treasure. This fellow also possesses a treasure. It seems he holds a significant position within the Huang family, Zhang Yang mused. Dare to kill Xiong Qianqian? Today, I shall send you to hell, Huang declared, charging toward Zhang Yang without granting him a moment's respite. Chapter 69. Is there anyone else? Upon seeing Huang and rushing toward him, Zhang Yang showed no weakness, equally brandishing his sword against Huang in clash. Sparks flew as Zhang Yang was forced back repeatedly by Huang An's axe. With such limited strength, do you dare to initiate a battle? Fear not, for after your demise, all members of the Zhang family will soon join you in reunion. A cold smile adorned Huang Yin's face as he lunged once more towards Zhang Yang. The clash of their weapons echoed ominously, resuming their fierce duel. Stop struggling, boy. The more you resist, the more tragic your end will be. Huang Yin threatened while engaged in combat. How can you be certain I will lose? Zhang Yang countered, his innate stone sword relentlessly striking Huang Yin's battle axe. The sound of their fierce collision resonating throughout the arena. Regardless of the outcome today, your Zhang family will meet its end. Huang Yin sneered. You dare to threaten my family? As long as I draw breath, I shall personally annihilate your Huang clan. Zhang Yang's gaze darkened. Just because of you? Huang erupted into laughter, believing Zhang Yang to be utterly delusional. A mere martial master of the second-level thinking, he could vanquish a prominent family. As if they were mere clay. Just because of me, Zhang Yang roared, then swung his sword decisively at Huang Yin. The impact reverberated through the arena, causing Huang Yin's brow to furrow in concern. His battle axe, traditionally more lethal in clashes, felt inadequate against Zhang Yang's sword strike, which he sensed was far more potent. Yet, Zhang Yang did not afford him a moment's respite, launching another attack. You think I'm merely clay? Huang Yin, infuriated, unleashed his full might as a martial master of the 5th level. The disparity in their realms should have rendered him dominant, yet he found himself evenly matched, even on the verge of losing, which left him feeling utterly humiliated. Rending Earth Slash, Huang Yin executed his prize technique, a colossal axe shadow condensing above the arena, then descending upon Zhang Yang. The arena split open with a deafening crack, debris scattering in all directions as spectators hurriedly sought refuge. Just a mere martial master of the 2nd level, daring to challenge me. Huang Yin scoffed, confident in his technique that had claimed countless lives. Below the arena, spectators fixated on Zhang Yang's position, shrouded in chaos and dust. At that moment, a single thought dominated their minds. Zhang Yang was finished. As the smoke gradually dissipated, an anomaly emerged. It appears he has not perished. Someone exclaimed in astonishment. To their disbelief, amidst the ash, a figure stood resolute. As the dust cleared, the silhouette became increasingly distinct. He truly is unharmed, and he appears entirely unscathed. Gasps of disbelief filled the air. Zhang Yang raised his right hand, the innate stone sword held in front of him, his expression remarkably calm. Incredible. He blocked Huang Yin's ultimate attack with a single hand. The onlookers were left speechless, unable to detect any signs of injury on Zhang Yang. Yet it was evident he had effortlessly countered Huang Yin's strike. What? How can this be? Huang Yin's heart sank as he witnessed Zhang Yang emerge unscathed, struggling to accept the unbelievable reality before him. Impossible. I refuse to believe my ultimate technique has no effect on you. In a fit of madness, Huang Yin swung his axe once more. It seems I have overestimated you. Zhang Yang no longer concealed his true strength. Dark energy coiled around the innate stone sword. Standing firm, he unleashed a decisive strike against the axe shadow. As their weapons met, the dark energy erupted in a formidable display. The arena trembled as an explosive force enveloped it in an icy chill. The sound of cracking echoed as the ground fractured beneath them. Too swift, Huang Yin's face contorted in shock. He instinctively attempted to discard his axe. Yet, it was too late. The frost had already ensnared his hand before he could even register a reaction, transforming him into a frozen statue. The next moment, the ice shattered into fine powder, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. Zhang Yang had indeed triumphed over Huang Yin, overcoming 3 realms. This world is utterly insane. Insane? Our Shaoxian sect has birthed an extraordinary prodigy. Perhaps we truly stand a chance in the upcoming 4-sects competition. Zhang Yang's prowess was undeniable. Yet compared to the other 3 sex prodigies, he bore the disadvantage of a lower realm. The disciples gathered to witness this clash wore expressions of exhilaration, aware they were witnessing the rise of a remarkable talent. Brother Zhang, that last move appeared to employ the tying sword technique, and it seems you have mastered it to a profound level, Lan Chuchi remarked, coming to her senses astonished. She had long desired to practice this technique, but had struggled to condense the Yin Pearl. Yet witnessing Zhang Yang's execution reignited her hopes. Although he had bested Huang Yun and showcased his talent, such actions were reckless. The Xiong and Huang clans would undoubtedly retaliate against the Zhang family. One could only wonder how he would cope then. How naive, Shi Jing scoffed. While Zhang Yang's talent impressed him, he recognized the danger Zhang Yang had provoked by antagonizing both the Xiong and Huang clans. Should they decide to act, Zhang Yang's fate would be sealed. Shi Jing's words cast a shadow over the previously jubilant Lan Chuchu and Long Zhuang. Indeed, both the Xiong and Huang clans were powerful families. Should they choose to target Zhang Yang, his situation would be perilous, possibly even fatal. On the arena, Zhang Yang surveyed his surroundings, his murderous aura enveloping all present. As the crowd felt the intensity of his presence, many involuntarily took a step back. Is there anyone else? Zhang Yang inquired calmly. His words elicited an eerie silence from the spectators below. Some disciples, hidden in the distance, muttered quietly, with Huang and a martial master of the 5th level, dispatched so effortlessly. Who would dare challenge him? We are here to compete for the heavenly rankings, not to seek death. One disciple exclaimed. You're absolutely right. Although Zhang Yang's realm is low, the aura he exudes is overwhelming. He feels like a harbinger of death. Chapter 70. Xuanxin Ancient Tower. Thank you, Zhang Yang. Once my brother recovers, I shall personally pay a visit, Long Zhuang expressed, deeply moved by Zhang Yang's earlier words. There is no need for such formality, Brother Long, Zhang Yang replied with a smile. You utilized the tying sword technique just now, did you not? Lan Chuchu inquired. Zhang Yang nodded. This technique is incredibly challenging to master. Throughout the history of our Shaoxian sect, only a handful have succeeded. You are truly remarkable. Lan Chuchu's face radiated envy. It was merely luck, Zhang Yang humbly responded. Rest assured, Chuchu, I will find a shan't pearl for you to aid your cultivation of the tying sword technique, Shi Jing interjected. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang's heart stirred, for he believed he possessed such an item, now rendered useless to him. Forget it. The shan't pearl is not easily found. I've already given up. Lan Chuchu's face fell. She had searched for the pearl for 6 months without success and had lost hope. If it proves too difficult to locate, I can utilize the Shi family's connections to inquire on your behalf, Shi Jing offered. Understanding Lan Chuchu's yearning for the shan't pearl, he believed that assisting her would deepen their bond. Is this the item you seek? A black pearl appeared in Zhang Yang's hand. Lan Chuchu's pupils widened in astonishment, her face lighting up with hope. This is precisely the shan't Zhu that she has long yearned for. Indeed it is, Lan Chuchu declared. I present it to you. Zhang Yang promptly extended the shan't Zhu towards her. Absolutely not. This item is far too precious. Lan Chuchu immediately declined. Senior sister, please take it. In any case, it holds no further use for me. Zhang Yang replied with a smile. His words were indeed truthful, as the item no longer served any purpose for him. However, Lan Chuchu hesitated. Enough with the hesitations. Your mother has entrusted me with the responsibility of looking after you at the Shaoxian sect. Zhang Yang chuckled. Your mother? Lan Chuchu's eyes widened in disbelief. Your strength is inferior to mine. How can my mother possibly entrust you with my care? Lan Chuchu questioned, puzzled. Perhaps it's due to my good looks, Zhang Yang jested. Lan Chuchu responded, take it then. Zhang Yang grasped Lan Chuchu's hand and directly placed the item into her possession. The master of the Lan clan had once aided Zhang's family during a crisis, and Zhang Yang would naturally not forget this act of kindness. This gesture held little significance for Zhang Yang, yet it was entirely different for Lan Chuchu. After all, no man had ever touched her hand before, causing her to tremble slightly, as a flush of crimson spread across her cheeks. Even her fair, beautiful legs bore a delicate blush. Thank you, Zhang Yang, Lan Chuchu murmured softly. It's but a trifle, Zhang Yang replied with a faint smile, subsequently turning his attention to the battles of the other disciples on the arena. Goodness, it seems that the goddess of Shaoxian sect will inevitably be claimed by Zhang Shidi, Long Zhuang whispered. What nonsense are you spouting? Long Zhuang's voice, though soft, was still caught by Shi Jing. I speak no falsehood. Zhang Yang has even met the mother-in-law, and it appears she holds him in high regard, Long Zhuang remarked. Upon hearing this, Lan Chuchu's face turned scarlet to the roots of her ears, her gaze towards Zhang Yang becoming somewhat evasive. What was once a solemn occasion for the Tianbang ranking competition now bore an air of ambiguity. Speak another word, nonsense. And beware, Shi Jing was about to threaten when he was interrupted. Zhang Yang, come here for a moment. Gu Ming's voice resonated from afar. Zhang Yang immediately made his way towards Gu Ming. The others could only harbor envy in their hearts, for being summoned by the sect master was a tremendous honor. I was correct in my judgment of you, young man. Your talent is indeed formidable, Gu Ming stated with a smile. It is satisfactory, though I lack an adept teacher. Otherwise, my realm would likely be even higher by now, Zhang Yang responded. You little rascal, do you dare to insinuate? Gu Ming laughed. Zhang Yang understood the implication behind his words. It was merely a jest regarding Gu Ming's role as a hands-off leader. You said so yourself, Zhang Yang retorted. Rest assured, once we enter the Xian Exine ancient land, you may absorb the spiritual energy there as you please, provided you have the capability, Gu Ming assured. Zhang Yang's heart stirred. Gu Ming's words suggested that the spiritual energy in the Xian Exine ancient land will be quite challenging to absorb. You have just killed members of the Xiong and Huang families. Have you devised a plan to cope with the repercussions? Gu Ming suddenly inquired. Isn't it your responsibility, master? Zhang Yang replied. Gu Ming laughed heartily. If I were to personally oversee your Zhang family, nothing would transpire. However, as the sect master, I have numerous duties to attend to. Zhang Yang furrowed his brow slightly and asked, Master, what do you mean? I shall dispatch several formidable elders to protect your Zhang family, which should temporarily ensure your safety. However, if those two families truly sever ties and unleash their full strength against you, your Zhang family will be in genuine peril, Gu Ming explained. How formidable are the leaders of the Xiong and Huang families? Zhang Yang inquired with a grave expression. Both are at the 9th level of martial master. Moreover, the Huang family has the backing of the Yusu Palace. I presume you are aware of this. You must hasten to elevate your realm, as we are outnumbered, and my own energy is limited, Gu Ming stated with a serious demeanor. Zhang Yang nodded in agreement. As time passed, the Tianbang competition continued fiercely. Yet no other participant emerged capable of defeating opponents 3 realms above them. Half a day later, the competition concluded, and Zhang Yang's name ultimately settled at the 10th position on the Tianbang, while Lan Chuchu triumphed over the 9th-ranked disciple, placing her above him. The only changes in the rankings involved the 9th and 10th positions, while the others remained the same. This clearly illustrated the high value of the Tianbang and the strength of its disciples. Gazing at his name glimmering in gold on the monument, Zhang Yang felt no joy, for greater challenges awaited him. With the conclusion of this Tianbang ranking event, the top 10 disciples shall follow me, Gu Ming announced before turning to depart. Shitty, it is time to go, Lan Chuchu's voice called out. Very well. Zhang Yang finally snapped out of his reverie and joined the group. Merely an hour after their departure, the entire sect became aware of Zhang Yang's name. Everyone's evaluation of him was that of a prodigious genius. Even some elders were immensely excited, having nearly lost hope for this upcoming 4-sect competition, only to be surprised by the emergence of such a gifted disciple. They began to believe that perhaps there was still a chance. The group soon followed Gu Ming to the innermost part of the sect, where they beheld a row of statues. These were the past sect masters of Shaoxian sect. With utmost respect, they first bowed in reverence to the statues, after which Gu Ming waved his hand, revealing a spatial vortex before them. Let us proceed, Gu Ming instructed. He was the first to enter the vortex, with the others closely following. Upon emerging from the vortex, they discovered an extraordinarily dense spiritual energy that even dampened their garments. The concentration of spiritual energy here was at least tenfold that of the outside world. One disciple couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, his face reflecting sheer shock. Following Gu Ming, they soon arrived before an ancient tower, which emanated a kaleidoscope of colors. Upon reaching the surroundings of the tower, they noted that the density of spiritual energy was significantly greater than at the entrance. Zhang Yang was filled with awe, realizing that cultivating here would accelerate his progress by at least a factor of 10 compared to the outside world. Gu Ming's serious voice broke the silence. Chapter 71. The ancient tower you may choose to cultivate outside or within the tower. However, I must caution you that while the spiritual energy inside is denser, it may not be as easy to cultivate as you imagine. Gu Ming spoke enigmatically. Upon hearing his words, the group became even more intrigued by the Xian Exine ancient tower. At that moment, several lists appeared in Gu Ming's hands, which he distributed to each member of the group. The 4-sect competition commences in a month, and this list contains the rankings of the top disciples from the other 3 sects. You may take a look, Gu Ming said. Zhang Yang glanced at the list, immediately drawn to the names of the top 4 disciples. Yusu Palace, Lung Lingjie, Martial Master 9th level. Baihua Valley, Yen Susu, Martial Master 9th level. Qisha Sect, Feng Luo, Martial Master 9th level. Shaoxian Sect, Shi Jing, Martial Master 8th level. Upon seeing this list, solemn expressions adorned the faces of the group. This list contained only 10 names, with Shaoxian sect represented solely by Jing. The disparity was staggering. How could they possibly compete? Someone lamented hopelessly. Thus, I have brought you to the Xian Exine ancient land. If you devote yourselves to cultivation here, you are sure to break through your current realms. However, you must act swiftly, for the Xian Exine ancient land can only be maintained for about 7 days each time it opens, Gu Ming warned. Gu Ming was indeed making great sacrifices for the sake of the 4-sect competition. Hearing his words, none of the group hesitated. Each chose to enter the ancient tower for cultivation. Since seeing the list, a sense of urgency filled everyone's hearts. Just as Zhang Yang was about to enter the ancient tower, Gu Ming called out to him. This 4-sect competition relies on you, Gu Ming stated. Not to mention Jing, I believe that after 7 days, he should have no problem breaking through to the 9th level of Wu Shi, Zhang Yang remarked. However, relying on him alone is somewhat inadequate. Our sect has been weak for too long, and the disparity in overall strength compared to the other 3 sects is immense. Gu Ming sighed. Zhang Yang understood Gu Ming's sentiment. Currently, apart from Jing, the rest of Shaoxian's own were merely at the 7th level of Wu Shi. Even if they managed to break through to the 8th level in Xian Exine Gudi, they would still be unable to compare with those on the list at the 8th level of Wu Shi. The difference between the newly promoted and those who have long since broken through is still vast. Do not worry, Master, Zhang Yang reassured. By the way, Master, are you certain it is safe to absorb the energy freely? He confirmed. Absolutely, Gu Ming replied, somewhat exasperated. He thought to himself, even if I allow you to absorb it, how much can you truly take? Not to mention that the spiritual energy within the ancient tower is not so easily absorbed. Upon hearing Gu Ming's assurance, Zhang Yang felt at ease and entered the ancient tower. As for the grand competition among the 4 sects, even without Gu Ming's urging, he would give his all, given that Gu Ming had rendered great kindness to his Zhang family. Had it not been for Gu Ming's intervention that day, the Zhang family would have already perished. Gu Ming watched as Zhang Yang vanished into the ancient tower, sighing inwardly. It was not that the master wished to burden him, but Shaoxian Zong had truly reached a critical juncture of survival, and this time they could only rely on his ability to challenge above his level. Inside the ancient tower, the moment Zhang Yang stepped in, he found himself enveloped in mist. This mist was nothing other than that formed by spiritual energy. What an excellent place for cultivation. The spiritual energy here is astonishingly dense, Zhang Yang exclaimed with excitement. However, his exhilaration was short-lived as a sudden force of gravity bore down upon him, catching him off guard and causing him to collapse onto the ground. Such immense gravity. Zhang Yang struggled to articulate. This is indeed a splendid place. It not only allows for cultivation, but also hones your physical body and solidifies your cultivation base. Truly tailor-made for you. Yukong's voice unexpectedly chimed in. You make a compelling argument. Perhaps you should come out and experience it yourself, Zhang Yang suggested. I do not cultivate. Why would I need to experience it? Yukong replied. Zhang Yang gradually rose from the ground, and under the influence of gravity, his chaos sacred body seemed to awaken, emitting a faint glow from his skin. At that moment, a flash of inspiration struck him, and he muttered to himself, why should I waste time with this gravity? I can simply retreat into the chaos cauldron and absorb the energy there. With this thought, Zhang Yang felt a sudden clarity and immediately summoned the chaos cauldron, taking refuge within it. As the cauldron materialized, he noticed the spiritual energy around him converging rapidly towards him, ultimately flowing into his body. This is what true cultivation feels like, Zhang Yang reveled, as the spiritual energy entered him without any effort on his part. Though this fellow is young, he is evidently far more astute than the previous chaos sacred body, Yukong remarked, observing Zhang Yang's content expression. Half a day later, a booming sound erupted from Zhang Yang as he broke through to the 3rd level of Wu Shi. A bit slow, he murmured, then glanced at the staircase leading to the 2nd floor of the ancient tower. Should I go directly to the 7th level? Having made that decision, Zhang Yang stowed away the chaos cauldron and headed straight for the 7th level. Half a day later, Zhang Yang ascended to the 7th level. The gravity in this ancient tower is simply outrageous. Are we sure this is meant for cultivation? At that moment, he felt exceedingly weak, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, clearly injured by the excessive gravity. Without hesitation, he entered the chaos cauldron, where an abundance of spiritual energy surged towards him, creating several swirling vortexes around the cauldron. As he absorbed the energy, which was dozens of times denser than that on the first floor, he unhesitatingly entered a state of cultivation. Outside the ancient tower, the disciples had already spent 2 days within the shan't, with 7 disciples having successively exited the ancient tower. Despite the richness of the spiritual energy within, the average person simply could not endure it. Indeed, when I first stepped into the second floor, I nearly lost my life. It is better to cultivate outside, another remarked. Now only 3 individuals remained inside the tower, and they were astonished that Zhang Shidi could persist for so long. While Zhang Shidi possesses exceptional talent, I estimate he can only cultivate in the 3rd floor at most and should be exiting soon, one disciple speculated. The expressions of those discussing reflected lingering anxiety, clearly indicating that the gravity within the tower had taken a toll on them. At that moment, 2 figures appeared outside the ancient tower, Lan Chuchu and Shi Jing. Which level are you cultivating on? Shi Xiao. Lan Chuchu inquired curiously. I am on the 4th level, Shi Jing replied, a proud expression on his face. He did not need to think to know that he was certainly on the highest level. As expected, the moment he finished speaking, the other disciples gasped in surprise. What about you, Shimi? Shi Jing continued. I am also on the 4th level, Lan Chuchu smiled. Shi Jing was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated Lan Chuchu would also be on the 4th level, which completely exceeded his expectations. What about Zhang Yang? Is he still not out? Lan Chuchu suddenly noticed Zhang Yang's absence. Having mentioned Zhang Yang, Shi Jing also realized he was not present. Though he was certain Zhang Yang was not still inside the tower. Zhang Shidi is still in the tower, one disciple remarked. Upon hearing this, Shi Jing frowned slightly. He understood that while each level contained rich spiritual energy, it was not limitless. Once the energy on the 1st level was exhausted, one had to move to the 2nd level, and so forth. Given how long Zhang Shidi has been inside, he is likely on the 3rd level now, Lan Chuchu speculated. The others nodded in agreement, recognizing this as the most plausible scenario. With Zhang Yang's talent, it is unlikely he would still be at the 3rd level. Guming suddenly interjected. Could he have also entered the 4th level? Shi Jing pondered, frowning. If Zhang Yang has entered the 4th level, does that not place him on par with me? Quite possibly, Guming nodded. Zhang Shidi is truly remarkable. It seems he far surpasses us in both talent and physical prowess, one disciple remarked, prompting the others to nod in agreement. At that moment, an unexpected disturbance occurred. Everyone suddenly felt a fierce wind whipping around the top of the ancient tower, and shortly after, several spiritual energy vortexes appeared around the 7th level, continuously drawing in energy from the surroundings to converge towards the 7th level. The crowd was taken aback. Could it be? Guming stared at the 7th level of the ancient tower in shock, and soon a terrifying thought struck him. Zhang Yang has entered the 7th level. Guming exclaimed in astonishment. What? Upon hearing Guming's words, the crowd erupted in exclamations of disbelief. Impossible. With such immense gravity within the tower, how could he possibly enter the 7th level? Shi Jing countered. From the current situation, it was clear that not only had Zhang Yang entered the 7th level, but the spiritual energy within the tower was utterly insufficient for him, which was why such a scene unfolded. Guming felt a surge of excitement. It should be noted that Shao Xianzong had previously opened the shan't, yet no one had ever entered the 7th level. At a time when the sect faced a life-and-death crisis, Zhang Yang suddenly exhibited talent beyond Guming's expectations, making it difficult for him to remain composed. Upon hearing Guming's words, the crowd felt a chill run down their spines. Each one left in awe, muttering that Zhang Yang was not of this world. Zhang Shidi is truly impressive. Lan Chuchu could not help but exclaim. What is so impressive? Can he really continue to break through consecutively? Shi Jing retorted, clearly displeased. Shi Jing was correct. Every realm has its barriers, and even the most gifted disciple cannot achieve consecutive breakthroughs. It requires such an abundance of spiritual energy to break through. Indicating that Zhang Shidi is indeed extraordinarily gifted, another disciple concurred. Indeed, it is remarkable. Not only has he ascended to the 7th level, but his breakthroughs have also caused such a commotion, another disciple reflected. In the ensuing moments, the remaining disciples distanced themselves from the ancient tower, each opting to cultivate separately. 7 fleeting days have passed, and it is time to depart. Guming's voice echoed in the ears of the disciples. Upon hearing this, everyone awakened from their cultivation and made their way toward the exit of Xuanxin Ancient Land. Guming awaited them at the exit, and as he observed the significantly enhanced auras of the disciples, He smiled and inquired, "Have you all made breakthroughs?" "I have. I have reached the 8th level of Martial Master," an excited disciple exclaimed. "I too have advanced to the 7th level of Martial Master." Lan Chuchu chimed in with a smile, clearly in high spirits due to her breakthrough. Gu Ming then addressed Shi Jing. "I presume you have attained the 9th level of Martial Master?" In response, Shi Jing released his aura, revealing not only a breakthrough to the 9th level, but also a prowess that had advanced to the latter phase of that level. Gu Ming was immensely pleased, while the others expressed their astonishment. It seemed that the upcoming competition among the four sects would indeed hinge upon Shi Jing's performance. Shi Jing, the foremost of Shaoxian's sect, has remarkably advanced to the late stage of the 9th level in merely 7 days, equivalent to leaping through 2 realms. They mused with envy, as the other disciples had only achieved a single breakthrough. Noticing the admiration in Gu Ming's eyes and the envy on his peers' faces, Shi Jing felt an overwhelming sense of pride. The competition among the four sects will require our collective effort. It is only through unity that Shaoxian's sect can aspire to escape the last place. He feigned humility. "Why hasn't Zhang Shidi emerged yet?" Lan Chuchu inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. At her mention, the others realized that Zhang Yang had indeed not yet arrived. "We are all gathered, yet he remains absent. Does he truly think his talent allows him to act so arrogantly?" Shi Jing frowned. The group fell silent until Zhang Yang's voice rang out. "I apologize, everyone. I was preparing to exit upon hearing the sect leader's call, but unexpectedly I experienced a sudden breakthrough." "A sudden breakthrough?" Lan Chuchu casually asked. "Indeed. I have broken through 3 realms and am now at the 5th level of Martial Master," Zhang Yang declared. The group was left dumbfounded, with disbelief etched on their faces. "Zhang Shidi, your claims are rather exaggerated. While I could believe you advanced 2 levels, 3 seems implausible," one disciple remarked skeptically. "If that is the case, release your aura so we may witness it," Shi Jing mocked. To him, Zhang Yang's assertion seemed absurd. "I see you are merely fabricating tales," Shi Jing sneered. "Believe it or not, I care not," Zhang Yang retorted nonchalantly. "Enough." Shi Jing was enraged, wishing to crush Zhang Yang, but found no opportunity. "Zhang Yang, please, reveal your aura for our scrutiny," Gu Ming urged, his curiosity piqued. Should Zhang Yang have indeed elevated through 3 realms, it would be a significant boon for Shaoxian sect. Hearing his master's words, Zhang Yang reluctantly complied and unleashed his aura. Boom! The aura of the 5th level of Martial Master surged forth from Zhang Yang, creating a wave that rustled the clothing of those around him. Incredible! He truly has broken through 3 realms. Is it possible to transcend the barriers of cultivation so effortlessly? Have you not noticed that Zhang Shidi's aura is far superior to that of an ordinary 5th level Martial Master? This is impossible. Even Shi Jing, who prided himself on his unparalleled talent, was left bewildered. "Excellent! Ha ha ha!" Gu Ming exclaimed, his joy palpable. Until they exited the Xuanxin secret realm, the disciples remained awestruck by the impact of Zhang Yang's achievement. "Stop dawdling," Gu Ming reminded them, snapping them back to reality. "Zhang Shidi's breakthrough speed is somewhat demoralizing," one disciple remarked, covering his face. "Your strengths have also advanced. We have half a month left, and I will take you to the trial tower. While this place may not enhance your cultivation, it will sharpen your abilities and prove beneficial to you," Gu Ming announced. Clearly, Master is investing considerably. The trial tower demands a significant amount of points, and I have never been there, Zhang Yang thought to himself. The group soon arrived at the exterior of the trial tower, which boasted 10 levels. "Enter," Gu Ming instructed. Upon entering, Zhang Yang found himself confronted by a replica of himself. "The realm is identical to mine," Zhang Yang remarked, surprised. Before he could ponder further, the doppelganger lunged at him with a sword. With swift reflexes, Zhang Yang retaliated and dispatched the foe with a single strike. Somewhat lacking, he muttered. He quickly ascended to the 2nd level, where another identical figure awaited him. As soon as Zhang Yang appeared, the figure charged at him. With another effortless stroke, Zhang Yang defeated it. Continuing this pattern, Zhang Yang swiftly dispatched opponents until he reached the 6th level, where he encountered a foe 2 realms above him, who had also comprehended sword intent. Yet, Zhang Yang still triumphed, slaying the adversary with ease. "Still too weak, lacking the capacity to truly hone my skills." Zhang Yang shook his head. Before long, he stood before the 10th level. Upon his arrival, the figure charged at him. Incredible speed, Zhang Yang's expression shifted as he realized this opponent was faster than himself. Clang! Zhang Yang retaliated, yet he was sent flying by the figure's strike. What overwhelming strength! As the figure pursued him with another assault, Zhang Yang evaded with a roll and engaged in combat. This opponent is 3 realms above me, he thought. With each strike, he found himself repelled. The sword intent comprehension has reached the 3rd level, surpassing my own. Zhang Yang cursed under his breath. While he had breezed through the first 9 levels, he now found himself relentlessly challenged on the 10th. Clang! Clang! Zhang Yang battled fiercely, sustaining numerous injuries as blood flowed from his wounds. Strangely, despite being at a distinct disadvantage, he persevered, rising time and again to continue the fight. 6 days later, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. Zhang Yang was no longer being suppressed. Instead, he took the upper hand. With a precise strike, he severed the opponent's head from its body. That was close. Zhang Yang gasped, realizing this had been the most difficult battle since his arrival in this realm. Countless times he had narrowly escaped death at the hands of that figure. However, he was grateful for the experience, as it had propelled his comprehension of sword intent to the 3rd level and solidified his realm. Time to exit, Zhang Yang stated, promptly vanishing from the trial tower. The moment Zhang Yang appeared, Lan, Chu Chu, and Gu Ming, who had been waiting outside, were momentarily taken aback. Rogue! Lan Chu Chu's fair face suddenly flushed, and she quickly covered her eyes and turned away. Rogue? Zhang Yang was bewildered. However, upon noticing his tattered clothing, his face also turned red, and he immediately covered his lower body. With 2 points exposed and the remaining 1 barely concealed by a scrap of cloth, it was nearly as if he were unclad. What a disgrace! Hurry and change your clothes. Gu Ming scolded. I have none, Zhang Yang replied awkwardly. Gu Ming, speechless, tossed a set of disciple robes to Zhang Yang, who quickly donned them. What were you thinking coming out in such a state? Gu Ming inquired. Zhang Yang had been inside for approximately 7 days. By his estimation, he had only reached the middle levels of the trial tower. Upon hearing Gu Ming's question, Lan Chu Chu cautiously peered through her fingers to confirm Zhang Yang had dressed. And then her face turned crimson as she exclaimed, You shameless rogue. It was not intentional on my part. Besides, you've seen me completely naked. You have gained quite the advantage, Zhang Yang retorted. You scoundrel. Lan Chu Chu's face was a deeper shade of red. Young man, that was out of line. Since you've been seen by Chu Chu, it's only fair that she takes responsibility. Why don't you two become partners? Gu Ming laughed, clearly concerned for his disciple. Zhang Yang and Lan Chu Chu stood frozen in place at Gu Ming's words. My master seems rather unorthodox, Zhang Yang thought to himself. What nonsense are you spouting, sect master? Lan Chu Chu exclaimed, her face even more flushed. Gu Ming burst into laughter at the sight. I passed the trial, Zhang Yang declared. Passed the trial. Are you saying you completed it in 7 days? Gu Ming asked. That's about right. I reached the 10th level on the first day and was stuck there for 7 days. I must say, that guy at the 10th level was incredibly formidable. Zhang Yang admitted, still shaken. I see, Gu Ming and Lan Chu Chu replied, their faces betraying their shock. Zhang Yang's extraordinary feats had left them stunned more times than they could count. Over the next few days, the other disciples gradually emerged from the tower. Apart from Zhang Yang, the best performer was Shi Jing, who reached the 10th level in half a month. However, he was swiftly eliminated upon entering the 10th level. Yet this achievement was still remarkable and would be viewed as exceptional in the history of Shaoxian sect. Upon exiting, Shi Jing was quite pleased, especially upon learning that Zhang Yang had exited much earlier, which led him to believe Zhang Yang's results could not have surpassed his own. Gu Ming and Lan Chu Chu chose not to burst his bubble. The 4-sect grand competition will take place in the Imperial City, which is quite far from here. So we must depart immediately, Gu Ming stated as the Shaoxian sect's airship descended. Chapter 74. Arrival at the Imperial City. The airship swiftly navigated through the skies, and Zhang Yang approached Gu Ming. Master, do you know what the requirements are for joining Taishan sect? Zhang Yang inquired. Taishan sect? Gu Ming pondered for a moment before replying, I am not particularly informed about that. Zhang Yang, upon hearing this response, was unsurprised. However, if you wish to join Taishan sect in the future, your only avenue is to achieve commendable results in the 4-sect grand competition. Otherwise, you have no hope. Gu Ming explained. Why is that? Zhang Yang asked, intrigued. According to the information I have received, the top-ranked disciples of this 4-sect grand competition will represent the Great Xia dynasty in the Wanzhou War. This war serves as an excellent platform for you to showcase your abilities. Only by performing well can you attract the attention of the major forces in the eastern region, thus providing you with an opportunity to connect with the central region, Gu Ming elaborated. Wanzhou War. The very name sounds extraordinary, Zhang Yang remarked, puzzled. You do not need to concern yourself with these details for now. If you perform well in the 4th Grand Competition, I am confident someone will explain it to you. Just remember to seize this opportunity, Gu Ming advised. Zhang Yang nodded earnestly. As the time to fulfill his promise to Hua Jinyan drew near, he felt an overwhelming pressure. It seems I may have boasted excessively, Zhang Yang thought to himself. Time flew by, and the group approached the imperial city. From a distance, Zhang Yang could see the grand and bustling metropolis, which was at least several dozen times larger than his hometown, Qingshan City. Many were visiting the imperial city for the first time, and upon seeing the scale of the city, astonishment was evident on their faces. Soon, the airship landed outside the imperial city, and under Gu Ming's guidance, Zhang Yang and the others disembarked. Welcome, Sect Master Gu. A man clad in a yellow robe approached with a smile, golden dragons swirling upon his attire. Exuding an imposing aura, a woman accompanied him. Your Highness, Gu Ming said hastily, bowing respectfully. Upon hearing the Sect Master's address, everyone promptly followed suit. Please wait a moment. Sect Master Gu. The other 3 sects should be arriving shortly, the prince said with a smile, then arranged a resting area for the Shaoxian sect. Isn't that the legendary crown prince? Shi Jing's expression grew serious, sensing a dangerous aura emanating from the man. It was none other than the crown prince Xia Luo, renowned as the greatest talent of the great Xia dynasty, accompanied by his cousin, Xia Ji, whose talent was not to be underestimated, Gu Ming noted. The greatest talent of the great Xia dynasty. The crowd gasped in awe at such a formidable title. How intriguing, Zhang Yang mused, stroking his chin. At that moment, another airship landed, and the disciples of Qisha sect exited. Upon seeing them, Crown Prince Xia Luo approached to greet them. Who is that young man in black? You do not know? He is Feng Luo, the foremost talent of Qisha sect, regarded as a rare genius in a century, a disciple from Qisha sect explained. With the arrival of Qisha sect, the spectators, who had been waiting, began to buzz with excitement. Crown Prince Xia Luo also arranged for the Qisha sect members to settle in the resting area. Coincidentally, the resting area for Qisha sect was adjacent to Shaoxian sects. As the Qisha sect disciples settled in, the atmosphere grew tense. Given the historically poor relations between Qisha sect and Shaoxian sect, you need not worry about that, Gu Ming remarked casually. Oh, how could Shaoxian sect have a martial artist at the 5th level? Could he be here for the 4th Grand Competition? One of the Qisha sect disciples pretended to be surprised. Upon hearing this, all the Qisha sect members turned their gaze toward Zhang Yang, followed by mocking laughter. The intent behind the comment was clear. It was common knowledge that any disciple present would be participating in the 4th Grand Competition. This scoundrel. The disciples of Shaoxian sect were filled with indignation. It seems that as long as we defeat Shi Jing in this 4th Grand Competition, Shaoxian sect is finished, Feng Luo said nonchalantly, his disdain evident. Shi Jing's face darkened upon hearing this, but he chose silence over confrontation. The atmosphere among the Shaoxian sect members grew heavy, realizing they had already lost the psychological battle. Just as despair began to set in, Zhang Yang's voice rang out. You look so hideous. My senior sister would never take a liking to you, Zhang Yang stated coolly. What did you say? Feng Luo fumed. His eyes were fixated on Zhang Yang, seemingly ready to burst into flames. Is there something wrong with your ears? Zhang Yang inquired. Try saying that again, if you dare. Feng Luo retorted, his murderous intent radiating as he lunged toward Zhang Yang. I am an Ibaba, Zhang Yang declared. The crowd, caught off guard by his audacious words, widened their eyes in astonishment, particularly the disciples of Xiao Xuanzong, who struggled to suppress their laughter, never anticipating Zhang Yang's sharp tongue. I will kill you. Feng Luo, infuriated, completely lost his composure. However, just as he was about to make a move, the authoritative voice of the crown prince, Xia Luo, echoed, This is the imperial city. If you dare to act here, you will die. Upon hearing this, Feng Luo immediately regained his composure, glaring at Zhang Yang with a heart full of malice, envisioning 1,000 ways to torture him. By offending the people of Qisha Zone, you are effectively putting us in peril. What will we do if they target us? Shi Jing said with a grim expression. Before Zhang Yang could respond, The displeased voice of Lan Chuchu interrupted. We have all been trampled upon, and you, as the foremost disciple of Xiao Xuanzong, remained silent at such a critical moment. Are you even a man? Zhang Yang looked at Shi Jing, whose expression was dark, and shook his head. A true man should bravely face adversity. Lacking such spirit is no different than being a despicable creature. I alone can contend with Qi Shazong. Zhang Yang's resolute voice resounded within the hearts of every disciple of Xiao Xuanzong. Chapter 75. The convergence of four sects. The relationship between Xiao Xuanzong and Qi Shazong had reached a freezing point when suddenly a flying vessel descended, and the people from Baiwa Valley emerged from it. Please, Master Hua, this way. The Crown Prince warmly welcomed the members of Baiwa Valley to the resting area. Why is the Crown Prince so enthusiastic? You might not know, but he has a fondness for Yin Susu from Baiwa Valley, yet has been unable to pursue her successfully. A group of gossiping women chuckled to one another. The resting area for Baiwa Valley was on the opposite side of Xiao Xuanzong. Upon the arrival of the female disciples from Baiwa Valley, the disciples of Qi Shazong eagerly approached them, only to be ignored. Where is junior brother Zhang? Suddenly asked one of the female disciples from Baiwa Valley. Upon spotting Zhang Yang, their eyes lit up and they all moved toward him. Sighing internally, Zhang Yang had already concealed himself behind the crowd, yet was still discovered. Although the female disciples of Baiwa Valley appreciated Zhang Yang, they were not as fanatical as the others. Why is Zhang Yang so popular among the female disciples of Baiwa Valley? Some onlookers wondered in astonishment. Unable to fathom the situation, the disciples of Qi Shazong were equally perplexed, their expressions growing increasingly grim. They had intended to engage with the female disciples, but the outcome was brutally disappointing as they were completely disregarded. If it were merely this, it would be bearable, as everyone knew the female disciples of Baiwa Valley were notoriously aloof. Yet, upon seeing Zhang Yang, they seemed enchanted, their gazes glimmering with admiration. This left the disciples of Qi Shazong feeling humiliated, and coupled with their already poor relationship with Xiao Xuanzong, they harbored deep resentment toward Zhang Yang. During the tournament, I will personally slay him. One disciple of Qi Shazong scoffed. Just as the crowd's attention remained on Zhang Yang, a sudden exclamation broke through the air. The people from Yu Jian have arrived. Look, that person in white is Lung Lingjie, said to be a peer of Crown Prince Xia Luo. The spectators were filled with excitement. With the arrival of the Yu Jian members, the Crown Prince's commanding voice followed. Tomorrow I will host a banquet for all young talents, and I hope you will grace us with your presence. Crown Prince Xia Luo stated. We will certainly attend the Crown Prince's banquet, Lung Lingjie replied with a smile. The others nodded in agreement. Next, I will lead everyone to your respective accommodations for a brief rest. The tournament will commence in 3 days, the Crown Prince announced, guiding the group into the Imperial City. Considering the upcoming competition between the four major sects, the Crown Prince had deliberately arranged for their accommodations to be distanced from one another, each located in different corners of the Imperial City. Zhang Yang and the others followed a guard as they headed eastward. The Crown Prince personally leads Baiwa Valley to their accommodations. This is understandable, given his affection for Yin Susu, one disciple questioned. Among the four major sects, only they and Qi Shazong are accompanied by guards. The disparity in treatment is quite pronounced. I have heard that Xia Ji has always had a soft spot for Lung Lingjie, which may explain this, Lan Chuchu remarked. The others realized the reasoning behind it. The disciples of Xiao Xuanzong soon arrived at a secluded, yet tranquil courtyard in the Imperial City. What a grand courtyard. It's larger than my entire family estate. One disciple exclaimed. You all will rest here for the next few days, the guard said with a smile before departing. The group entered the courtyard and chose their rooms to rest. In the evening, they gathered in the courtyard for dinner. The meal, provided by the royal family, was exquisite, featuring many ingredients Zhang Yang had never encountered, leaving him savoring every bite. Tomorrow evening, you must prepare some gifts for the Crown Prince's banquet, Gu Ming reminded. The group nodded in agreement. Junior brother, let us go gift shopping together tomorrow. We can also explore the Imperial City, Lan Chuchu said excitedly, as it was her first visit. All right, then I'll take that as your promise, Lan Chuchu smiled. Zhang Yang wanted to mention that he had no money to buy gifts and thus wouldn't he be attending, but Lan Chuchu didn't given the chance. Lying on the grass in the courtyard, Zhang Yang gazed at the full moon and fell into deep thought. Having traversed into this world for several months, he mused that it should be approaching the mid-autumn festival back on Earth. He wondered how his parents were faring. I wonder how they're doing, Zhang Yang murmured, his gaze becoming increasingly distant. Moments later, he sat up from the grass, the pangs of homesickness rendering him restless. He decided to take a stroll outside the city to clear his mind. Soon, he ascended a mountain near the imperial city, where he could enjoy the nighttime view of the city. As he gazed from atop the height, a chilly autumn breeze brushed against his resolute face, yet he seemed oblivious, lost in the distant scenery as if time had come to a standstill. However, amidst this tranquil atmosphere, the rustling of trees behind him suddenly broke the silence. Soon, numerous men clad in black appeared before Zhang Yang, all wielding glinting weapons, clearly intent on attacking him. I can't believe this guy would venture into the mountains at this hour. If he and T come, we wouldn't have this opportunity. One of the black-clad men sneered. Who are you? Zhang Yang asked, his tone laced with impatience. We are here to kill you. Charge, commanded one of the black-clad men, as over 20 of them charged toward Zhang Yang with their weapons raised. As if I would allow you to disturb my peace. Enraged, Zhang Yang summoned the innate stone sword to his hand, his murderous aura intensifying to its peak. Zhang Yang bellowed as he plunged into the fray. Chapter 76. Black silk. The forest glimmered with cold light as Zhang Yang engaged in combat with the black-clad men, shattering the tranquility of the woods. With each swing of his sword, another foe fell, their heads severed. How could this man be so formidable? Our realms are equal, yet not a single one among us can stand against him. A man clad in black exclaimed in terror. In a brief span of time, they had already lost half of their number to Zhang Yang's onslaught. With a swift motion, a white light flashed as Zhang Yang severed the heads of 3 individuals in one stroke. The massacre unfolded rapidly, and soon only one black-clad figure remained. Upon witnessing Zhang Yang, drenched in blood and exuding an aura of a reaper, the lone survivor's legs quivered, causing him to collapse to the ground. Who sent you to kill me? Zhang Yang inched closer, blood still dripping from the innate stone. If you have the courage, then kill me. Though trembling uncontrollably, the black-clad man mustered his courage to respond. Without hesitation, Zhang Yang beheaded him with a single stroke. Since you refused to speak, you shall perish. Subsequently, Zhang Yang searched the bodies for clues and soon made a discovery. He recognized the style of shoes worn by the black-clad individuals, having previously seen them on Huang, Un, and Xiong Qianshan. How could I have forgotten about the Xiong and Huang families? These 2 clans reside within the imperial city. Their existence has always posed a threat to my Zhang family. If necessary, I shall take the risk. In the Huang family hall, 2 middle-aged men sat with expressions of utmost ease, seemingly awaiting favorable news. They were Xiong Batian, the head of the Xiong family, and Huang Dia, the head of the Huang family. With our 2 families joining forces and dispatching our finest, I am confident that Zhang Yang stands no chance this time. Xiong Batian boisterously laughed. I too had not anticipated Zhang Yang would be wandering the mountains at this hour. Such a splendid opportunity must not be squandered. Huang Dia echoed with laughter. After the arrival of the Shaoxian sect in the imperial city, he had dispatched people to monitor their residence, hoping for a chance to eliminate Zhang Yang. Little did he know that this aimless endeavor would lead him to this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Suddenly, a guard burst into the hall, exclaiming, Master, it's bad. What do you mean by bad? Explain yourself. Huang Dia frowned. Where is Zhang Yang? Xiong Batian inquired. I did not see him, replied the guard. A sense of foreboding gripped Huang's heart, and he swiftly made his way with Xiong Batian to the mountain range. Upon entering, they were immediately struck by the overwhelming stench of blood, and soon they beheld a scene littered with corpses. Both Huang Dia and Xiong Batian frowned deeply, for they could not find Zhang Yang among the fallen. Zhang Yang came to participate in the great competition of the 4 sects. Should he discover this incident and report it to the royal family, it would spell doom for both our clans. Fear not, Master, these individuals have changed their attire. He cannot possibly know it was orchestrated by our families, Huang Dia reassured him. Xiong Batian felt a sense of relief. Understanding the Huang family's background provided some comfort. The following day at noon, Zhang Yang struggled against his captor, yet proved futile as Lan Chuchu forcibly dragged him onto the most bustling street of the imperial city. Once there, Lan Chuchu became exuberantly animated, flitting from one attraction to the next like a lively spirit. Unfortunately, Zhang Yang bore the burden of their agreement to purchase gifts and depart. Yet as dusk approached, Lan Chuchu remained tireless, fervently shopping. The items piled upon Zhang Yang grew increasingly cumbersome, nearly overwhelming him. Sister, have you purchased the gifts yet? Zhang Yang prompted. Oh dear, I nearly forgot. Lan Chuchu suddenly realized. As Zhang Yang passed the stall, he was captivated by a particular item. He inquired, "How much for this, good sir?" The proprietor, noticing Zhang Yang's discerning eye, eagerly responded, "This is made from black silk, and wearing it will grant you warmth in winter and coolness in summer, while also enhancing the appearance of your legs." "Is this worn on the legs?" Zhang Yang asked in astonishment. The proprietor nodded. "Goodness, this is indeed high-end black silk." Zhang Yang had not expected to encounter such an item here. He promptly purchased it with the coins he had scavenged from the bodies of the black-clad men. Lan Chuchu curiously unwrapped the packaging, revealing two silk-like objects resembling black pant legs. "What is this?" she questioned, puzzled. "Oh right, this is for wearing on the legs." "Don't wear it incorrectly," Zhang Yang cautioned. After a brief wait, when the door swung open, Zhang Yang's eyes widened in surprise. "Does it look good?" Lan Chuchu twirled on the spot. "It looks wonderful." Zhang Yang nodded vigorously. Clad in the black silk, Lan Chuchu appeared even more vivacious. "What does this mean?" she asked, bewildered. "Zhang Shidi, we must leave. If we delay any longer, we shall be late." Voices from outside the courtyard echoed from other Shao Xian sect disciples. "Let us hurry, sister," Zhang Yang urged, and without hesitation, they departed. He knew he could not explain the concept of an absolute domain to Lan Chuchu. Soon, they arrived outside the courtyard. And when Lan Chuchu appeared before the others, their eyes widened in astonishment, some even experiencing a nosebleed. Shi Jing's eyes widened as well. The depths of his gaze filled with an intense infatuation. "Why are you all bleeding from your noses?" Lan Chuchu queried, perplexed. "It's nothing, nothing at all." They hastily shook their heads, quickly wiping away the blood. After regaining their composure, they made their way toward the Tiangong restaurant, the venue arranged for the banquet by the Crown Prince. As Zhang Yang walked at the back of the crowd, a disciple stealthily approached him and whispered, "The black silk Lan Shimi is wearing was given to her by you, correct?" Zhang Yang nodded. "You truly are a remarkable talent," the disciple remarked in admiration. "Thank you for the praise. However, do not misconstrue my intentions. I purchased this for sister to enhance her beauty and elegance," Zhang Yang replied with utmost seriousness. The disciple looked at Zhang Yang with a knowing glance before saying, "You have excellent taste." Chapter 77. The night banquet. As the group arrived at the entrance of the Tiangong restaurant, they beheld the four golden characters adorning the doorframe, radiating grandeur. Several elegantly dressed women stood at the entrance, offering smiles to the arriving guests. "Do you have a reservation, esteemed guests?" one of the women inquired upon noticing Zhang Yang and his companions. "We were invited by the Crown Prince," Shi Jing replied. Upon hearing this, the woman's expression subtly shifted, and she led Zhang Yang and the others to the rooftop. "Here we are." After ushering them to the top floor, the woman promptly departed. "It's open air," exclaimed one of the Shao Xian sect disciples in surprise. The Tiangong restaurant boasts 9 floors, making it one of the tallest structures in the imperial city, offering a splendid view of the cityscape at night. "At last, you have arrived, esteemed members of the Shao Xian sect." Crown Prince Xia Luo approached with a smile. However, upon seeing Lan Chuchu, his eyes lit up, and he could not help but praise, "Miss Chuchu is indeed a natural beauty, and with this attire, even I find myself captivated." Lan Chuchu smiled in appreciation of the Crown Prince's compliment, well aware that his words were but jest. "Isn't this outfit similar to yesterday's?" She pondered, though upon closer inspection of her ensemble, she noticed the black silk on her legs. Could it be because of this? She couldn't help but glance at Zhang Yang. After exchanging pleasantries with the Shao Xian sect, Crown Prince Xia Luo arranged for everyone to be seated. After a brief wait, the representatives from the other 3 sects began to arrive, and the rooftop became lively. Crown Prince Xia Luo and his cousin, Xia Ji, took their seats at the host table. Xia Luo raised his cup with a smile, signaling, "Let the banquet officially commence." In response, everyone raised their cups in unison, downing the contents in one go. "Your Highness, I have heard that this competition is pivotal for the allocation of spots in the War of 10,000 Dynasties. Is there truth to this?" Lung Lingjie inquired with a smile. Upon hearing Lung Lingjia's words, everyone turned their gaze towards the first prince, their curiosity piqued by the rumors they had all heard. Indeed, there was truth to this matter. Before Xia Luo could speak, Xia Ji immediately interjected. The crowd felt a stir of anticipation, their eyes gleaming with hope. To emerge victorious in the Wanzhou War would bring unparalleled fame across the Eastern Domain, a temptation that stirred the hearts of all present. Xia Luo shot a glance at Xia Ji beside him and then smiled, saying, "This competition will select the 8 strongest disciples from the 4 major sects, who will then represent our Xia dynasty in the Wanzhou War." Upon hearing that there were 10 slots for the Wanzhou War, Feng Luo could not help but ask about the remaining 2 individuals. "The other 2 are myself and Xia Ji," Xia Luo explained. The crowd nodded in understanding. Recognizing that Xia Luo, hailed as the foremost youth of the Xia dynasty, had no issue participating in the Wanzhou War. Furthermore, his sister Xia Ji was exceptionally gifted, likely to secure a spot among the top 3 even within the 4 major sections. "Your Highness, I believe this quota can be confirmed in advance," Feng Luo suggested. "Oh, why is that?" Xia Luo inquired with curiosity. Feng Luo replied, "Everyone knows that Shaoxian sect is on the decline. Aside from Shi Jing, who might have a chance to enter the top 8, the others have no hope." Hearing this, Xia Luo frowned slightly. "I did not intend to target Shaoxian sect, but Feng Luo's words hold merit. They have even sent martial masters of the 5th level to this competition, indicating that Shaoxian sect has truly fallen." Xia Ji wholeheartedly agreed with Feng Luo's statement. "I believe Princess Xia Ji's reasoning is quite sound," Lung Lingjie remarked with a smile. His assertion stemmed from the intelligence he had received as his junior brother, Sheng Su, had been slain by Zhang Yang. However, an unspoken reason lingered. During this competition among the 4 sects, Yusu Hall had already allied with Qisha sect to eliminate Shaoxian sect, allowing them to replace it with a new puppet sect and gain access to its resources to maintain their strength. With Lung Lingjie's words, the members of Qisha sect echoed his sentiments, as having one less rival was always advantageous for them. Only Bai Hua Valley remained silent throughout the discussion. The members of Shaoxian sect furrowed their brows, surprised by Feng Luo's challenge at the banquet, which seemed rather irrational. "You cannot know if they have truly fallen without competing. Words alone do not suffice," Zhang Yang's resolute voice rang out. "Among all disciples of the 4 major sects, you are the weakest. I do not understand where you find the audacity to speak." Feng Luo mocked. As for the other reason, it was of great importance, known only to him and Lung Lingjie. "What does it concern you?" Zhang Yang replied coolly. "You should watch your tongue, lest I treat you unkindly." Feng Luo retorted angrily. "You better show respect to your father, or do not blame me for striking you down during the competition," Zhang Yang countered. "You." Feng Luo nearly lost his composure again. But fortunately, the other disciples from Qisha sect restrained him. "Is there no one left in Shaoxian sect? You send a mere martial master of the 5th level to speak for you," Lung Lingjie said coldly, turning his gaze towards Shi Jing. Noticing this, Shi Jing frowned slightly, but remained silent. "I believe Zhang Yang is correct. Strength cannot be judged merely by appearances. What if Shaoxian sect is actually formidable?" Yin Susu unexpectedly chimed in. The atmosphere at the banquet grew increasingly chaotic, teetering on the brink of uncontrollability. Observing this, Xia Luo finally lost his temper. For this was his banquet, and these individuals were showing him no respect. With a loud clap, Xia Luo's murderous aura erupted as he coldly declared, "I host this banquet today. If any of you ruin it, none shall leave alive." At the sound of Xia Luo's furious voice, the crowd fell silent. Those who knew the first prince understood that despite his usual cheerful demeanor, he was a ruthless individual who had caused the demise of many, should he truly be provoked. They feared he might act on his threats. After all, this was the royal capital, not their sections. Zhang Yang felt a twinge of surprise, thinking that this demeanor bore more resemblance to that of a bandit than a prince. Seeing this, Lung Lingjie's expression shifted slightly before he smiled, saying, "Your Highness, please do not be angry. Today I have prepared a grand gift for you." He then presented a brocade box to the first prince. Upon seeing this, the first prince scoffed and opened the gift to reveal a piece of battle armor. "This is a low-grade treasure, the Feng Lin battle armor," one disciple exclaimed. Treasure-grade battle armor is quite rare. It seems Lung Lingjie has genuinely put thought into this. Another remarked, "Treasure-grade battle armor, merely adequate," Xia Luo commented, tossing it to a servant without much thought. Normally, he would show some respect to Lung Lingjie, but his anger had yet to dissipate, and he was unwilling to extend any courtesy. Moreover, while the treasure-grade armor was commendable, it was rather ordinary to him. For he was the first prince of the Xia dynasty and the future heir. He had seen far better things. Afterward, the guests gradually presented their prepared gifts to Xia Luo, yet he maintained a stoic expression, casting merely a glance at many before discarding them to the servants. Feng Luo from Qixia sect gifted a Qizhen stone, while Yin Susu from Baihua Valley offered a box of Long Huling Jiao. A servant continued to announce the gifts being presented. Only when Yin Susu offered her gift did Xia Luo display a hint of a smile. He remained cold-faced towards the others, showing little warmth. The guests, witnessing his demeanor, opted for silence, fearing Xia Luo's wrath. Shi Jing from Shaoxian sect presented a bottle of Beijing Lu. The servant continued to announce the gifts. Since most have been presented, let us continue with the banquet, Xia Ji remarked, attempting to ease the tension as no one else stepped forward. She understood Xia Luo's temperament. His anger would not fade quickly. Do not rush. It seems someone has yet to present their gift. Feng Luo interjected inopportunely. Who else is there? Xia Ji frowned. It was evident that Feng Luo was stirring trouble again, causing her to feel a tinge of anger. It is naturally Zhang Yang from Shaoxian sect. Feng Luo stated respectfully. Hearing this, all eyes turned towards the direction of Shaoxian sect. Zhang Yang had yet to present a gift, and the reason was obvious. He had likely not prepared one. Zhang Shidi, you haven't bought anything, have you? The members of Shaoxian sect queried. Zhang Yang nodded. The crowd's expressions shifted, with Lan Chuchu hastily offering a jade pendant to Zhang Yang, saying, take this for now. I have nothing else on me. Are you trying to doom us? Knowing we had to present gifts today, you still chose not to buy anything. Shi Jing exclaimed in anger. No money? The others were taken aback. This straightforward reason was utterly unexpected, leaving everyone momentarily speechless, even Shi Jing at a loss for words. Zhang Yang, you truly haven't prepared a gift, have you? Feng Luo deduced, as he observed Zhang Yang's hesitation. The first prince, Xia Luo, furrowed his brow. Feng Luo continuously caused trouble at his banquet, and if he were not the host, he would genuinely want to strike him. Zhang Yang rose and said, your mouth is insufferable. I truly wish to slap you. At this declaration, the crowd felt a singular sensation. Zhang Yang was indeed audacious. The first prince was taken aback, finding Zhang Yang's words resonated with his own feelings. You, Feng Luo seethed with anger. What of it? Zhang Yang retorted, I naturally prepared a gift for the first prince, and it was not purchased. I crafted it myself. Zhang Yang shot a glance at Feng Luo and then handed a bamboo tube to Xia Luo. What is this? Xia Luo inquired with curiosity, for the bamboo tube appeared to be rather unremarkable. The first prince will know upon inspection, but please be discreet while observing. Zhang Yang whispered as he leaned closer. Upon hearing Zhang Yang's words, Xia Luo displayed a look of keen interest on his face. He cautiously opened the bamboo tube, revealing a rolled piece of parchment inside. Following Zhang Yang's instructions, Xia Luo delicately unfurled the scroll, and what immediately caught his eye were the bold characters. Youth Cultivation Manual. Driven by curiosity, he continued to explore the contents within. As he delved deeper into the details, his eyes widened in astonishment, and even his demeanor seemed to shift into a state of agitation. Brother, what is wrong? Xia Ji, noticing Xia Luo's peculiar expression, inquired with great curiosity, leaning closer to see what it was. However, just as she peered over, Xia Luo hastily rolled up the parchment, yet his expression remained unsettled. This gift is remarkable. This prince is truly fond of it, Xia Luo exclaimed with excitement, astonished that such a treasure existed in the world. And it was his first encounter with something of this nature. Did you create this yourself? He asked with intrigue. Indeed, Zhang Yang replied with a smile. You are exceptionally talented. Xia Luo couldn't help but praise, his fierce nature fully unveiled, abandoning any pretense. The eldest prince can take his time to study it. This material is best suited for quiet contemplation at night, Zhang Yang suggested. The eldest prince nodded in agreement. The onlookers, witnessing the eldest prince's enthusiastic reaction, became increasingly curious about Zhang Yang's gift. What exactly is inside? Xia Ji inquired, her curiosity piqued. Not suitable for children, Xia Luo replied. This statement only heightened Xia Ji's intrigue, as she knew her brother was the eldest prince, and few things could capture his interest. Feng Luo's expression darkened, as he had intended to set Zhang Yang up, but found himself thwarted. This is precisely what I appreciate. What rubbish have you gifted? Do I lack such things? Xia Luo directly scolded Feng Luo, who had been a source of annoyance for him for quite some time. Feng Luo's face shifted between hues of green and purple from the scolding, yet he dared not retort, fearing the eldest prince's wrath. Junior brother, what exactly did you give? A disciple from the Shaoxian sect inquired. The Youth Cultivation Manual, Zhang Yang replied. The crowd exchanged puzzled glances, evidently unfamiliar with it. However, the questioning disciple recognized the item, exclaiming in astonishment, "Where did you acquire this? It's a rare edition, and even now, I find it impossible to purchase." I recall the esteemed author only sold a limited number of copies, and it has now reached astronomical prices among the disciples of the Shaoxian sect. Zhang Yang was taken aback by this revelation and curiously asked, "What is its current value?" 10,000 spirit stones per copy, and it's virtually unavailable, the disciple responded. What surprise, Zhang Yang thought, astonished by the exorbitant price. "I drew it last night," Zhang Yang stated. "You drew it?" The disciple exclaimed, eyes wide. "Yes, I am the author, Wulong," Zhang Yang affirmed. What a revelation. The disciple was taken aback, unable to believe that he was in the presence of the illustrious author of the Youth Cultivation Manual. "Junior brother, you truly excel in both martial and literary pursuits. Your manual has greatly benefited many disciples, opening their eyes to new horizons. I inadvertently saw some elders in the inner academy secretly studying your manual last time." The disciple was overwhelmed with excitement, his gaze toward Zhang Yang filled with admiration. Then, as if recalling something, he eagerly asked, "I heard you promised to release the 5th volume. When will it be available?" "Do not rush. I've been quite busy lately," Zhang Yang replied. The disciple nodded, expressing anticipation for Zhang Yang's forthcoming masterpiece. The rest of the Shaoxian sect disciples looked on in bemusement as Zhang Yang conversed with the enthusiastic disciple, oblivious to the reason behind the latter's fervor. As time passed, the banquet drew to a close. Chapter 79. The 4-sect tournament commences. Time swiftly brought them to the day of the grand tournament. All disciples of the 4 sects gathered early outside the imperial city, and under the guidance of the imperial guards, they soon arrived at a colossal ancient coliseum. Upon arrival, they were greeted by thunderous cheers from within the arena. Following the guards into the coliseum, they observed that the stands were already filled with spectators, who erupted into loud applause upon the entrance of the 4-sect disciples. The guards led them to the center stage, where 4 seats were arranged at each corner, evidently prepared for the disciples. "Wow, there's so many people," exclaimed a disciple from the Shaoxian sect, astonished by the surrounding audience. Zhang Yang, too, felt a surge of adrenaline from the deafening cheers. "Today's tournament will be presided over by me," the eldest prince announced from the stage with a smile. As his voice resonated, the audience gradually quieted down. "As you all surely know, today marks a significant day for the Daxia dynasty, representing the glory of a younger generation," the eldest prince proclaimed, which prompted another wave of enthusiastic cheers from the audience. "This 4-sect tournament is somewhat special. It not only concerns the honor of the sects, but also the honor of the Daxia dynasty," Xiao Luo stated. Upon hearing this, the audience erupted with cheers reminiscent of a thunderous tide, for many had already heard of the impending Wanzhou War. Without further ado, allow me to briefly outline the rules of this 4-sect tournament. This year's tournament will differ slightly from previous editions. It will adopt a round-robin format, with disciples from the 4 major sects taking turns to compete until one sect is left without any remaining participants, at which point they will be eliminated. The eldest prince detailed. Upon hearing this rule, the disciples of the Shaoxian sect felt a tightening in their chests, as this format clearly posed disadvantages for their relatively weaker overall strength. Nevertheless, everyone understood that this rule would better showcase the individual prowess of the disciples. Observing the astonished expressions on the faces of the disciples from the 4 major sects, Xiao Luo felt a sense of satisfaction, knowing that this rule was his own design. Now, let me introduce the rewards for the sect that secures first place in this tournament. The sect that emerges victorious will receive abundant cultivation resources from the Daxia dynasty, sufficient to sustain them for a century. Rewards will scale down accordingly, but the last place sect will receive no rewards at all. The disciple ranking first will be granted a secret technique and a superior grade, profound skill, Xiao Luo elaborated. Upon hearing this reward, the crowd collectively gasped in awe. To receive a secret technique for ranking first was unprecedented, as secret techniques were exceedingly rare and to the best of Zhang Yang's knowledge. Such high-level rewards had never been offered in past tournaments. The Sun Sword technique was no ordinary skill either. Mastering it to perfection equated to a terrestrial-level technique, and it was said that the Taiyin and Sun Sword techniques could merge, resulting in a top-tier terrestrial-level skill. It seemed that the royal family had indeed invested heavily in the Wanzhou War. Disciples from the 4 major sects engaged in discussions, their faces etched with astonishment. Zhang Yang, intrigued by their chatter, inquired, "What is the purpose of the Qi Men Dun Shu?" He understood that secret techniques were valuable, but was curious about this particular one. The Qi Men Dun Shu is a top-tier escape technique. Once employed, it allows one to instantly flee 100 miles away, serving as a vital means of survival. Mastering this technique is akin to gaining an additional life, Lan Chu explained. Upon hearing this explanation, Zhang Yang's heart stirred. Being able to retreat 100 miles in an instant made this secret technique indeed remarkable. Take a brief respite. The four-sect tournament will commence shortly, Xiao Luo announced before departing from stage. The disciples then moved to their respective resting areas. The round-robin format is extremely disadvantageous for us. How should we arrange our lineup? A disciple from the Shaoxian sect expressed concern. Naturally, the weaker should go first, and the stronger should come last, Shi Jing suggested. I believe that's not feasible. We must send our strongest first. We need to take a gamble, Zhang Yang countered. Do you mean I go first, and you follow? Shi Jing sneered. Not quite. I shall be the second, Zhang Yang replied. What if both of us lose right from the start? Shi Jing inquired. Then we have lost, Zhang Yang answered. Shaoxian Zong's overall strength is inferior to the other three sections. If both of them are eliminated at the outset, it would be tantamount to Shaoxian Zong's defeat. Upon hearing this, Shi Jing fell into deep contemplation, realizing that Zhang Yang's plan was indeed viable. Although he harbored disdain for Zhang Yang, stemming from his feelings for Lan Chu, he would not allow personal grievances to jeopardize the sect's success in the grand competition. After all, he had grown up in Shaoxian Zong and held a profound affection for it. Let us proceed with this plan, but do not falter at a critical moment, Shi Jing said gravely. Zhang Yang cast a surprised glance at Shi Jing, not expecting him to acquiesce. The other members of Shaoxian Zong anticipated another quarrel between the two, yet they were astonished to witness them setting aside their past animosities and commencing a collaboration. In a private box within the arena, the leaders of the four major sects were seated, including an elderly man clad in yellow robes. The current ruler of the Xia dynasty, Xiao Wushang. Which sect do you believe will claim victory in this competition? Xiao Wushang inquired with a smile. The others did not refute him, as Yusu Jian was indeed the strongest among the four sections. Which disciple do you favor? Xiao Wushang continued. Originally, he intended to ask which sect would finish last, but considering Shaoxian's own circumstances, he refrained from doing so. The strength of Lungling Jie is unrivaled among the younger generation of the Xia dynasty. Perhaps only the eldest prince, Xiao Luo, could surpass him. The head of Hua Gu praised. Though Lungling Jie is formidable, let us not elevate him too highly, for true strength is revealed only in battle. Yusu Zi, the leader of Yusu Jian, remarked with a smile, feigning modesty while inwardly believing that victory was assured for his sect. Knock, knock, knock. A knock resounded, followed by the entrance of Xiao Luo. Luo, you have arrived. Who do you think will emerge as the foremost among the younger generation from our four sects? Xiao Wushang asked with a smile. I believe it will be Zhang Yang, Xiao Luo replied. Oh, pray, elaborate on your reasoning. Xiao Wushang expressed interest. It's merely a feeling, Xiao Luo stated. Heads turned towards Hua Gu and Gu Ming, who remained silent, offering no commentary on the matter. Shall we wager on this? Gu Ming proposed. I wager the Xian Yang pearl upon you, he added. I shall use the He Xian crystal as my stake, Gu Ming declared, producing a black crystal, a rare gem for crafting precious artifacts. Subsequently, they entrusted both the Xian Yang stone and the He Xian crystal to Xiao Wushang for safekeeping. The competition has commenced. The head of Hua Gu suddenly announced. All eyes turned to the arena, where Shi Jing had emerged from the resting area, accompanied by Lungling Jie of Yusujian. Gu Ming felt a heaviness in his heart. Shi Jing's confrontation with Lungling Jie would undoubtedly lead to defeat. If Shi Jing were eliminated at the outset, it would be a grievous blow to Shao Xianzong. Chapter 80. The tragic Shi Jing upon the stage. The judge for this competition declared, you may concede, but once you do, you must not engage further. Otherwise, you shall face immediate execution. Do you comprehend? All disciples from the four sects nodded. In the competition, you may choose to continue fighting or to rest. Is that understood? The judge reiterated. This judge, with a fearsome appearance and formidable strength, commanded respect among the talented disciples present. Satisfied with their acknowledgement, he departed the stage. As scheduled, the first match featured Shao Xianzong against Yusudian. Both sects had submitted their rosters to the judge in advance. Once submitted, no modifications could be made. Following the prearranged plan, Shi Jing stepped forward first. The disciples of Qisha Zong and Bai Huagu were momentarily taken aback, not expecting Xiao Xianzong to field their strongest competitor right at the outset. However, upon Lung Ling Jie taking the stage, the other three sects displayed expressions of astonishment. Xiao Xianzong is finished. They have deduced our thoughts. Although Shi Jing is strong, he is certainly no match for Lung Ling Jie, remarked a female disciple from Bai Huagu. Indeed, their luck seems unfortunate. If Shi Jing loses at the very beginning, Xiao Xianzong's chances in this competition will be virtually extinguished, Yin Su Su sighed. Haha, Xiao Xianzong is doomed. Once Shi Jing loses, it will be tantamount to their early elimination. Feng Luo laughed heartily, never anticipating that Xiao Xianzong would field Shi Jing first, only to face off against Lung Ling Jie. It was as if fate itself conspired against Xiao Xianzong. Among Xiao Xianzong, the atmosphere was profoundly somber, with despondency permeating the air. Is it truly fate that seeks to obliterate Xiao Xianzong? Lan Chuchu murmured, her face a mask of despair. All understood the significance of this competition for Xiao Xianzong. If Shi Jing were to lose at the outset, their prospects would be bleak. The other disciples remained silent, yet their expressions betrayed their deep sense of hopelessness. In the center of the arena, Shi Jing wore an expression of grave concern. Having not anticipated such ill fortune in encountering the strongest competitor, Lung Ling Jie, at the very beginning, it seems your Xiao Xianzong's luck is rather poor. However, out of kindness, I offer you a chance. If you concede voluntarily, I shall spare you, Lung Ling Jie taunted. Even if you're stronger than I shall fight with all my might. Shi Jing retorted coldly. Lung Ling Jie's words were not merely an insult to him, but also to Xiao Xianzong, and he could not acquiesce to such demands. In that case, let me test your strength, Lung Ling Jie declared, his demeanor turning cold as he launched a sword strike at Shi Jing. With a swift reaction, Shi Jing unleashed his full power, cleaving Lung Ling Jie's sword in two. He understood that against a foe like Lung Ling Jie, he must exert every ounce of his strength, lest he be defeated from the outset. The clash intensified, yet it was evident to all that Lung Ling Jie dominated the encounter, leaving Shi Jing with little opportunity to counter. Suddenly, Lung Ling Jie accelerated his assault, and Shi Jing, caught off guard, was pierced through the shoulder blade by a sword strike, blood flowing from the wound. Will you concede? Lung Ling Jie mocked. Not a chance. Shi Jing shouted defiantly, striking towards Lung Ling Jie once more, fully aware of his adversary's intentions. Lung Ling Jie evaded effortlessly, sneering, "This is merely futile resistance. You are no match for me." With another swift thrust, Lung Ling Jie struck again. Shi Jing, weakened by his injury, found his reflexes diminished, and once more, Lung Ling Jie pierced through the opposite shoulder blade, blood pouring from both wounds. "I shall fight you to the end," Shi Jing declared, his complexion pale from blood loss. He concentrated all his spiritual energy into one final strike, aiming at Lung Ling Jie. Recognizing the gravity of his injuries, Shi Jing understood this would be his last attack. Failure would leave him with no strength to continue. The blade of condensed energy surged toward Lung Ling Jie. A cold smile spread across Lung Ling Jie's face as he unleashed a rapid succession of strikes, countless sword shadows crashing against Shi Jing's blade, which was swiftly consumed by the onslaught. The remaining sword shadows descended upon Shi Jing, who felt as though he were being pierced by 1,000 blades. Numerous wounds appearing on his body, blood gushing forth and staining the ground beneath him crimson. Shi Jing's figure swayed on the arena, and just before he fell, he cast a glance towards the Zhang resting area, his blood-stained lips slightly quivering as if to convey that he had given his all. Thud! Shi Jing collapsed, blood gushing forth from beneath him, spreading across the arena floor. Lung Ling Jie wins, the referee announced decisively, rushing onto the stage to assess Shi Jing's injuries. The members of Zhang hurriedly gathered around Shi Jing, their eyes filled with bloodshot fury as they glared at Lung Ling Jie. His injuries were severe. Although his heart and dantian were intact, they had sustained grave damage, necessitating immediate medical attention or his life would undoubtedly be lost, the referee reported. He swiftly summoned the medical personnel for the competition, and Shi Jing was promptly carried away for treatment. Would Shi Jing survive? Lan Chuchu clenched her hands tightly, her expression fraught with worry. He has exerted himself to the utmost, the referee remarked. Upon hearing this, the members of Zhang wore grim expressions. While they typically did not favor Shi Jing, they recognized that he had indeed done his utmost, possibly even at the cost of his life for Xiaoxuanzong. Lung Lingjie is correct. He is but an ant, foolishly dreaming of defeating Lung Lingjie, Feng Luo scoffed. Having vanquished Shi Jing, Lung Lingjie believed Xiaoxuanzong had effectively lost this competition. Their plans having reached fruition, the members of Xiaoxuanzong, upon hearing Feng Luo's words, bore expressions of deep discontent. Though furious, they refrained from retorting, for they realized that Xiaoxuanzong might indeed be facing its demise. Zhang Shidi, a disciple of Xiaoxuanzong, hesitated to speak. It was apparent to all that although Zhang Yang sat there with an impassive expression, an overwhelming aura of killing intent surrounded him, sending chills down their spines. Shixiang Shi Jing has done his utmost. The next part is up to me. Zhang Yang's voice resonated. His words seemed to possess a certain enchantment, compelling the others to nod in agreement. Chapter 81. Zhang Yang takes the stage. The competition for Xiaoxuanzong was undeniably tragic, yet the tournament continued, with the next match featuring Bai Huagu against Qixia sect. To everyone's astonishment, Bai Huagu followed in Xiaoxuanzong's footsteps by sending out Yin Susu first. In contrast, Qixia sect took a more conservative approach, dispatching a disciple at the 8th level of martial arts. The outcome was evident. Yin Susu easily defeated her opponent from Qixia sect, securing the first victory for Bai Huagu. After her victory, Yin Susu did not remain on stage, knowing that if she continued to challenge, either Feng Luo or Lung Lingjie would undoubtedly step forth next. With the match between Bai Huagu and Qixia sect concluded, it was now Xiaoxuanzong's turn to face Qixia sect. Uncertainty loomed over who Xiaoxuanzong would send next. Although they still had a disciple at the 9th level of martial arts, it was likely that he would be saved for a final showdown. Despite only one round having passed, Xiaoxuanzong had effectively been eliminated from the competition. A few female disciples from Bai Huagu exchanged glances, expressing their sympathy for Xiaoxuanzong. The first member of Qixia sect ascended the stage, exuding arrogance as he proclaimed, "Xiaoxuanzong, hurry up and get on stage. Do not dawdle, for I shall send you down immediately." With Shi Jing eliminated, the only threat to him was the last disciple of Xiaoxuanzong. Yet he believed that this individual would not emerge so soon. All eyes turned to the Xiaoxuanzong resting area, eager to discern who would be sent forth. At that moment, a youth clad in black robes, wielding a white sword, slowly ascended the stage. It was Zhang Yang. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. No one anticipated that the second contestant would be Zhang Yang, widely regarded as the weakest in this competition. It seems Xiaoxuanzong has surrendered this round, a Bai Huagu disciple sighed. Who would have thought it would be him? Given his connection with Feng Luo of Qixia sect, Feng Luo likely let him off easily. A disciple from Yushu Palace sneered. Cripple him. Feng Luo's voice rang from the resting area, bitterly regretting not participating himself, as he would have enjoyed personally incapacitating Zhang Yang. Kid, are you here to offer yourself up? You are 3 realms below me. How do you expect to win? The Qixia sect disciple jeered. Had you conceded, I might have spared you, but since Feng Luo instructed me to cripple you, you'll have to consider yourself unfortunate, he taunted. Shall we commence the match, referee? Zhang Yang's cold voice cut through the air. Yes, replied the referee. Swish. Zhang Yang vanished in a blur, a streak of white light slicing through the air. And with a single strike, the head of the Qixia sect disciple rolled onto the arena floor, his mocking grin still affixed to his face. This scene astonished everyone. No one had anticipated that Zhang Yang, at the 5th level of martial arts, could dispatch an 8th level disciple of Qixia sect with a single sword strike. The members of Qixia sect wore expressions of disbelief, having not foreseen such an outcome. He violated the rules. He attacked without warning. Feng Luo shouted at the referee. Fool! Zhang Yang retorted. That was no sneak attack. Your disciple merely reacted too slowly, the referee stated. Feng Luo's expression darkened as he realized that if Zhang Yang did not compete again, he would have no chance for revenge. You will now face Yushu Palace. Do you wish to continue challenging? The referee inquired. Zhang Yang nodded. Seeing this, Lung Lingjie chuckled coldly and turned to a nearby disciple of Yushu Palace, instructing, Go up there and eliminate him. Don't give him the chance to concede. Lung Lingjie was well aware that while this disciple may only be at the 8th level of martial arts, he specialized in quick, lethal strikes. Soon, the disciple from Yushu Palace stepped onto the stage with his sword in hand. In the private box, bets were placed, all favoring Gu Ming. What are we betting on? Gu Ming queried. It was evident that Gu Ming held Zhang Yang in high regard, and he was intentionally using this as a wager. Zhang Yang is merely at the 5th level of martial arts. Are you not bullying him? Yuk Suzi remarked, his words laced with malice, aimed at provoking Gu Ming. This wager is too great. It is unnecessary, the head of Baihuagu advised. It's fine, Gu Ming replied. If the wager was for Zhang Yang to win the championship, Gu Ming would have to think twice. However, betting on a top 3 finish seemed plausible for Zhang Yang. Gu Zhongzhu, you must consider this carefully. You are wagering the entire resources of the sect. Xiao Wushang cautioned. Gu Ming's willingness to accept such a seemingly hopeless wager was unexpected. I have made my decision. I believe in Zhang Yang, Gu Ming declared. Xiao Wushang sighed inwardly, thinking that Gu Ming, usually so composed, had become uncharacteristically impulsive this time. Should Gu Ming lose, they would not only gain the resources of the puppet sect, but also seize all of Zai Xuanzang's resources, rendering it difficult for both sects not to thrive in the future. On the arena, the disciple from Yushu Palace looked at Zhang Yang, stating, Your sword speed is impressive, but this technique will not work against me. For my speed exceeds yours. You seem quite confident, Zhang Yang replied. Against an ant like you, confidence is essential. Do not presume I would fall victim to your sneak attacks like that fool from Qisha sect. The disciple from Yushu Palace boasted. As the most formidable among the 4 major sects, disciples of Yushu Palace inherently felt superior. At that moment, the referee's voice rang out, signaling the start of the match. In an instant, both Zhang Yang and the disciple from Yushu Palace vanished from sight, each lunging forward with a sword thrust aimed at the other, their speeds reaching the utmost limits. Swish! Zhang Yang's sword pierced the forehead of the Yushu Palace disciple, the innate stone sword driving through his skull. While the disciple's sword was still some distance away from Zhang Yang, the disparity unmistakable. You are still too slow, Zhang Yang said coldly, effortlessly withdrawing his stone sword. The disciple of Yushu Dian wore an expression of deep resentment as Zhang Yang drew his stone sword, his body slowly collapsing to the ground. Another swift kill. Gasps erupted from the resting area of Baiwa Valley. If Zhang Yang's first swift defeat of a disciple from Qisha sect could be attributed to mere luck, then his subsequent annihilation of the Yushu Dian disciple could only imply that Zhang Yang's prowess was far more profound than it appeared. Chapter 82. One Sword. One life. After defeating the disciple from Yushu Dian, the referee inquired, Do you wish to continue? Zhang Yang nodded, stating, I challenge all disciples of Qisha sect and Yushu Dian. Though his voice was quiet, this declaration detonated like a bomb in the arena, elevating the atmosphere to a fever pitch and intensifying the palpable tension within. Goodness, this Zhang Yang from the small Xian sect possesses audacity beyond measure, daring to challenge all members of Qisha sect and Yushu Dian. Now, this is truly thrilling. I believe he is merely ignorant, thinking himself invincible after winning 2 matches. Many spectators in the audience animatedly discussed. Is Zhang Yang out his mind? His actions seem recklessly impulsive, though he is a god of slaughter. Many formidable disciples from Qisha sect and Yushu Dian have yet to make their move, lamented several female disciples from Baiwa Valley. Yin Susu furrowed her brow as she gazed at Zhang Yang, sensing that his actions were indeed rather rash. Should we calm down? A disciple from the small Xian sect expressed concern. Zhang Yang's words ignited immense excitement among the audience, while the expressions of disciples from Qisha sect and Yushu Dian turned grim. Zhang Yang's challenge was akin to a direct assault on their pride. Feng Luo and Lung Lingjie remained silent, awaiting the referee's response. After a moment, a man approached the referee and whispered a few words. The referee then turned to Zhang Yang and asked, Are you certain you wish to proceed? He had just sent someone to consult with Xiao Wushang and several sect leaders, as it was unprecedented for someone to alter the rules of the competition so soon after it had commenced. Absolutely, Zhang Yang affirmed. Very well. Let Zhang Yang challenge all disciples of Qisha sect and Yushu Dian, the referee proclaimed. Upon hearing the referee's declaration, the arena erupted into fervent cheers for Zhang Yang, the audience brimming with excitement. Go up and eliminate him. Do not grant him the chance to concede. Both Feng Luo and Lung Lingjie urged their own disciples. They were eager to witness the source of Zhang Yang's confidence in daring to challenge 2 major sects, both of which ranked among the top 3 in strength. At that moment, a burly man ascended the platform, wielding a massive hammer. Given his stature, Zhang Yang appeared rather slender in comparison. This was the brute from Qisha sect. Although his strength was only at the 8th level of martial master, His innate power was formidable, and combined with his enormous hammer, few could withstand a blow from it. A disciple from Baiwa Valley exclaimed, "You are exceedingly arrogant, daring to challenge 2 major sects alone. You are courting death. As a mere chick, I could crush you with a single blow." The brute bellowed with wild laughter. He brought the colossal hammer crashing down, causing the arena to tremble violently. Zhang Yang remained silent. "The contest begins," the referee announced. In an instant, Zhang Yang vanished from his position, launching a sword strike at the brute. "I anticipated you would attempt this move, but it will be ineffective against me." The brute swung his hammer in a sweeping motion. The range of the hammer was vast, and under normal circumstances, Zhang Yang should have retreated to avoid being severely injured. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Zhang Yang did not choose to withdraw. Instead, he accelerated towards the brute. Seeing this, the brute burst into laughter, confident that his hammer would soon descend upon Zhang Yang. Clang! A flash of white light sliced through the air, and the hammer in the brute's hand was cleaved in two. Swoosh! Before the brute could react, Zhang Yang had severed his head with a single stroke. The enormous head rolled away, coming to a stop at Feng Luo's feet. Next, Zhang Yang stated coolly. Witnessing Zhang Yang's display, the audience erupted into enthusiastic cheers, urging him on, hoping he could sustain his momentum a little longer. They were eager to see how Qixia sect and Yushu Jian would respond as their disciples faced continual humiliation at the hands of Zhang Yang. This scoundrel! Feng Luo seethed with rage, aware that Zhang Yang's actions were deliberate. Otherwise, how could it be so fortuitous for the head to roll directly to his feet? Duo Tong, go and eliminate him. I wish to see just how swift his sword truly is. Lung Lingjie commanded. He had intentionally sent a female disciple onto the stage, eager to discern Zhang Yang's weaknesses. Upon hearing this, Duo Tong stepped onto the platform. Zhang Yang's brow furrowed slightly, as he noticed that she was dressed quite provocatively, drawing his gaze towards her alluring form. Zhang Yang, be gentle when you strike, okay? Duo Tong giggled playfully. The sight of her swaying figure captivated all present. Zhang Yang quickly realized Lung Lingjie's intentions in sending this woman. He smirked inwardly. This tactic might work on others, but against him, he could only conclude that Lung Lingjie had miscalculated. In his past life, he had encountered countless such women and knew that individuals like Duo Tong could be dismissed with a mere glance. However, despite this, Zhang Yang instinctively felt compelled to inquire. Cup! Duo Tong froze momentarily before continuing with a flirtatious laugh. What do you mean? Sister has never heard that term before. Seeing Zhang Yang's reaction, Lung Lingjie smirked inwardly. He understood that Zhang Yang had already been captivated by her beauty. As the saying goes, beauty is a blade over one's head, and Zhang Yang was surely doomed. Sister, stop swaying. They are sagging, Zhang Yang remarked, unable to restrain himself from offering a good-natured warning. How dare you call me sister? Who is sagging? Speak clearly. Duo Tong was incensed by Zhang Yang's words, nearly coughing up blood in fury. I was merely trying to offer a kind suggestion. You could bind those together for a more upright and aesthetically pleasing appearance, Zhang Yang advised earnestly. Duo Tong, exasperated, began to breathe rapidly, her agitation becoming more pronounced. A pair of daggers suddenly appeared in Duo Tong's hands, and she vanished from sight in an instant. Zhang Yang's heart raced. This woman's speed was evidently greater than his own, and he could not discern her location. The situation was decidedly unfavorable for him. As his mind raced, Zhang Yang quickly formulated a strategy. He closed his eyes, concentrating on the surrounding vibrations. At that moment, he focused on sensing the murderous intent emanating from Duo Tong. He understood that whenever she made a move, her murderous aura would be unmistakable, no matter how well concealed. Just then, Zhang Yang sensed a faint trace of murderous intent emanating from his right side. Without hesitation, he thrust his sword in that direction. As Zhang Yang executed the thrust, Duo Tong, brandishing her dagger, charged forth from that very space. Chapter 83. Zhang Yang versus Feng Luo swoosh. The moment Duo Tong appeared, a flash of white light flickered, and the innate stone sword pierced her chest. Puff! Duo Tong spat out a mouthful of blood, her face a mask of disbelief. She could not fathom that her proud assassination technique had been so easily countered by Zhang Yang. Thud! Duo Tong collapsed. After slaying Duo Tong, Zhang Yang turned his gaze toward Feng Luo and Lung Lingjie, beckoning them with a finger. Do not send anyone else to their demise. If you have the ability, Come up yourselves. Such arrogance. Zhang Yang's words resonated as exceedingly brazen to the crowd. However, to Feng Luo and Lung Lingjie, they sounded like a sharp rebuke. As he openly slapped their faces in front of everyone, Feng Luo could no longer tolerate the situation. He felt compelled to personally eliminate Zhang Yang, for otherwise, he would never quell the resentment festering within him. He rose abruptly, preparing to stride towards the arena. Li Yedong is about to make his move. Someone exclaimed. Li Shixiao, renowned as the foremost disciple of the Qixia sect, was known for his formidable prowess. Once he took action, it was believed that Zhang Yang's demise was certain. The disciples of Qixia sect felt a surge of relief upon witnessing Li Yetong's intervention. Li Yetong ascended the stage, wielding a long blade. His gaze icy as he addressed Zhang Yang. Though your cultivation may be lacking, your strength is undeniable. Today, I must eradicate you, lest your monstrous potential becomes a grave threat to the Qixia sect in the future. Zhang Yang furrowed his brow, scrutinizing this individual. While his appearance was unremarkable, he emanated an air of danger. Who is he? I don't recall ever encountering him. A female disciple from Baiwa Valley pondered aloud. He is exceptionally powerful, having spent a long time in seclusion and was previously the top disciple of Qixia sect, Yin Susu clarified. Upon hearing Yin Susu's words, the female disciple expressed concern. Then Zhang Yang is certainly doomed. This man has reached the 9th level of martial master. Enough chatter. Let us engage directly, Zhang Yang retorted. You speak boldly. Let me be frank. I have recently comprehended the essence of the blade. To deal with you, one strike will suffice, Li Yedong replied, confidence radiating from his expression. You may attempt it. Zhang Yang scoffed inwardly. No wonder that aura felt so familiar. He had indeed grasped the essence of the blade. In that case, allow me to facilitate your demise. With a twist of his right hand, a surge of blade intent erupted from Li Yedong. In the next instant, he vanished from sight, launching a strike toward Zhang Yang. Clang! Zhang Yang countered with his sword, effortlessly neutralizing Li Yetong's assault. How is this possible? Li Yetong's expression shifted dramatically. He had mastered blade intent. How could Zhang Yang so easily withstand his strike? It seems your mastery of blade intent leaves much to be desired. Zhang Yang mocked, swiftly retaliating with a sword strike of his own. Clang! 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 The two engaged in fierce combat on the arena, neither able to gain the upper hand. While Zhang Yang remained composed, Li Yedong grew increasingly alarmed as he realized he could not suppress Zhang Yang. You have mastered sword intent, Li Yedong exclaimed in anger. After exchanging over 100 blows, the two remained evenly matched, leaving only one explanation. Zhang Yang had also attained a level of comprehension of intent. Your perception is rather lacking. It took you this long to realize, Zhang Yang declared, his aura shifting dramatically, becoming even more formidable. Second layer of sword intent. You have actually comprehended the second layer of sword intent. Fear washed over Li Yetong's face as he finally grasped why Zhang Yang had remained so confident. His understanding of intent far surpassed Li Yetong's. You realized this rather late. Zhang Yang launched a piercing strike towards Li Yetong. Upon unleashing the second layer of sword intent, Zhang Yang's combat power and speed surged immensely. Clash! Clang! Clang! Li Yetong managed to parry several of Zhang Yang's strikes, but soon recognized he was outmatched. He opened his mouth to concede, but it was too late. With a swift motion, Zhang Yang drove his sword through Li Yetong's throat. Li Yetong's eyes widened in shock. His mouth agape, yet no sound escaped him. The spectators were astounded to witness Zhang Yang's triumph over Li Yetong, a master of the 9th level of martial master. Unbelievable. Zhang Yang is incredibly strong. Li Yetong is no match for him, a female disciple from Baiwa Valley exclaimed. The other disciples gazed at Zhang Yang with admiration, their eyes sparkling. Yin Susu, too, wore an expression of astonishment, clearly taken aback by Zhang Yang's ability to dispatch Li Yetong so effortlessly. The crowd in the arena erupted, chanting Zhang Yang's name. Bang! Feng Luo slammed his hand onto the chair in the resting area, shattering it into splinters before he flashed onto the arena. Allowing you to survive until now has been my oversight. I shall personally eliminate you, Feng Luo declared coldly. Boom! As he spoke, his aura surged violently, the energy commensurate with the late stages of the 9th level of martial master pouring forth, while a layer of intent began to coalesce rapidly. The level of his intent and cultivation far exceeded that of Li Yetong. which explained why he had displaced Li Yedong as the top disciple of the younger generation in Qisha sect. Though Feng Luo was furious, he was not impulsive. He had observed Zhang Yang for a considerable time and believed he had a firm grasp of Zhang Yang's abilities. I admit you possess extraordinary talent, perhaps even surpassing mine, but in the face of death, talent is of no consequence. Feng Luo sneered. He awaited the referee's signal to commence, at which point he would strike decisively to kill Zhang Yang. Enough with the idle chatter. We shall see who prevails. Zhang Yang retorted with a cold smile. Feng Luo felt deeply unsettled by Zhang Yang's unwavering confidence. Your realm is vastly inferior to mine, and I have also attained the second layer of intent. What grounds do you have for such assurance? Feng Luo challenged. You will soon discover, Zhang Yang replied. As Feng Luo continued to perceive Zhang Yang's confidence, a shadow loomed over him. Did this fellow possess a hidden trump card? The referee's voice echoed, signaling the beginning of the duel. As the words rang out, both combatants surged forward simultaneously. Clash! The blade and sword collided fiercely. Let me demonstrate my true strength, Zhang Yang proclaimed. Boom! No sooner had he spoken than his aura escalated once more. Third layer of intent. Feng Luo's expression changed dramatically. He had not anticipated that Zhang Yang's intent had reached the third layer. The two warriors clashed relentlessly, their strengths seemingly equal. My realm surpasses yours. I shall see who can endure until the end. Feng Luo sneered. He was filled with rage, astonished that his own power merely matched Zhang Yang's. Ultimately, he would have to rely on his superior realm to exhaust Zhang Yang, a prospect he found utterly humiliating. I have no interest in this war of attrition, Zhang Yang retorted coldly. Within him, the shan't pearl spun wildly, and the innate stone sword erupted with dark energy. Feng Luo reacted quickly, enveloping himself in spiritual energy upon witnessing the black energy emanating from Zhang Yang's sword. Futile. Zhang Yang relentlessly slashed at Feng Luo, his speed accelerating until he began to leave afterimages. Initially, Feng Luo felt no immediate threat, but moments later, his expression shifted as he discerned the chilling power contained within the dark energy. Though he could momentarily withstand it, the strain on his spiritual energy was substantial. Must I concede? Feng Luo grappled with this dilemma, recognizing that he could not withstand Zhang Yang's might indefinitely. As he hesitated, Zhang Yang fervently harnessed the power of the shan't pearl, channeling a torrent of dark energy towards the innate stone sword. Break! Zhang Yang roared, and the innate stone sword sliced through the air like a crescent moon, crashing down upon Feng Luo's blade. Bang! The black energy detonated, sending shockwaves radiating outward, enveloping the arena in thick frost. Initially, Feng Luo managed to resist, but soon he realized his spiritual energy was becoming sluggish under the dark energy's influence. To his horror, he discovered that the energy surrounding him was gradually freezing. This revelation compelled him to concede swiftly. Otherwise, he risked perishing at Zhang Yang's hands. Feng Luo began. But before he could finish, a dark crescent was already upon him. The black crescent moon pierced through Feng Luo's body directly, rendering him completely frozen in place. In the next moment, the ice sculpture that was once Feng Luo shattered into countless pieces. Zhang Yang gasped for breath. Having exerted all his strength in the battle against Feng Luo due to the vast disparity in their realms, this was the limit of his current abilities. A surge of fervent shouts erupted from the audience. Zhang Yang had actually slain Feng Luo, igniting an exhilarating reaction among the spectators. This was an electrifying moment for them. Zhang Yang was formidable. He had truly defeated Feng Luo. The female disciples of Baiwa Valley were visibly excited. However, Yin Susu furrowed her brows and cautioned, do not rejoice too soon. Zhang Yang has reached his limit. Once Lung Lingjie takes the stage, Zhang Yang's demise is inevitable. She could distinctly sense the chaotic aura surrounding Zhang Yang, indicating that he was at his breaking point. Yin Susu's words fell upon them like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing their exhilaration in an instant. The members of Shao Xuanzong did not share in the excitement. Instead, worry etched upon their faces, for they knew that Lung Lingjie was about to enter the arena. Zhang Yang, take a moment to rest, Lan Chu shouted loudly, her gaze fixed on Zhang Yang's feeble silhouette as a veil of mist began to obscure her vision. For reasons unknown, her heart ached as if pierced by needles. Do you wish to continue? The referee inquired. Zhang Yang's performance today had astonished him, considering he had consistently triumphed over stronger opponents from the very beginning. Zhang Yang nodded. You should rest for a while, the referee advised. He had developed a fondness for talent. Given Zhang Yang's exceptional abilities, with time to grow, his future accomplishments would be unimaginable. The referee sighed internally, ceasing his attempts to persuade Zhang Yang. I have underestimated you. You are indeed leagues ahead of others, possibly even surpassing my own talents. Lung Lingjia's voice resonated as he slowly ascended the stage. Why the unnecessary chatter? If you wish to fight, then let us engage. If not, admit defeat at once. Zhang Yang retorted. Such spirit. Too bad you are already a spent force. While you may be a genius in life, in death, you are nothing. Lung Lingjie replied with a carefree demeanor. Having observed Zhang Yang from the resting area, he was acutely aware of Zhang Yang's strength and, given Zhang Yang's poor condition, felt confident in eliminating him. Do you believe you have me all figured out? Zhang Yang scoffed. At these words, Lung Lingjie felt a slight tremor within. It wasn't fear of Zhang Yang, but rather the knowledge that those who uttered such words often met with a grim fate. Just employ the Dongshu technique directly, and then slice him down with a single strike. Wukong's voice echoed in Zhang Yang's mind. I'm already so depleted. Are you suggesting I use the Dongshu technique? Wouldn't that be adding exhaustion to exhaustion? Zhang Yang countered. That's no issue. Just replenish your energy afterward, Wukong replied nonchalantly. Are you trying to lead me to my doom? Zhang Yang chastised. Speaking of which, I recall that the previous generation of the Chaos Sacred Body also faced overexertion and required numerous divine healers to recover, Wukong remarked. Can you be a bit more reliable? You wretched monkey? Zhang Yang replied, exasperated. I'm only concerned, Wukong defended. What will you do to counter this opponent? You are not his match at present. If he truly does slay you, I will be trapped in this cauldron for eternity. For heaven's sake, stop cursing me, Zhang Yang exclaimed, wishing he could seize Wukong and skin him alive. It seems I can only resort to that technique, Zhang Yang mused silently. After conferring with Wukong, he quickly understood Zhang Yang's intentions. You're quite cunning. I admire that, Wukong chuckled. Let the competition commence. As the referee's voice echoed, Lung Lingjie lunged forward, thrusting his sword at Zhang Yang. Clang! Zhang Yang braced himself against Lung Lingjie's strike, resulting in his body being sent flying. Spitting out blood, his complexion turned ashen. What a performance! Wukong couldn't help but praise. Silence! Zhang Yang mentally scolded. Observing Zhang Yang's bloodied lips, Lung Lingjie was momentarily taken aback, clearly not anticipating such a swift defeat of Zhang Yang. However, recalling Zhang Yang's previous battles and the immense energy expended against Feng Luo, everything began to make sense. Zhang Yang, you are now at your wit's end, but I can offer you a chance at life. If you bow and admit your faults, and agree to join my Yushu Palace, I shall spare you. In his weakened state, Lung Lingjie was no longer in a hurry to eliminate Zhang Yang. The female disciples of Bai Hua Valley visibly shifted in their seats, recognizing that Lung Lingjie's demand was not only a humiliation to Zhang Yang, but also an affront to Xiao Xuanzong. In Susu frowned, clearly repulsed by Lung Lingjie's actions. The members of Xiao Xuanzong clenched their fists tightly, while the audience felt a wave of sympathy for Zhang Yang, knowing he would never concede. Bow to me, and I shall allow you to join Xiao Xuanzong. Zhang Yang struggled to rise, wiping the blood from his lips. Cough. Just as he cleared the blood, he coughed up more, his pallor deepening. Since you refuse, do not blame me for my ruthless nature. I will defeat you in the same manner I did Shi Jing. Lung Lingjie mocked. With that, he lunged at Zhang Yang once more, his sword strikes falling like a torrential storm. Now, Zhang Yang roared inwardly. Heeding the command, Wukong activated the Chaos Cauldron, channeling pure energy directly into Zhang Yang's dantian. Boom! A resounding roar echoed within Zhang Yang. In that pivotal moment, he unexpectedly broke through to the 6th layer of Martial Master. It dawned upon him that his previous display of being easily overpowered and spilling blood had all been an act. He had successfully outmaneuvered Lung Lingjie. Zhang Yang thrust his sword forward, and the innate stone sword transformed into countless sword shadows that surged toward Lung Lingjie, their terrifying numbers outstripping even those he had unleashed. Swoosh! The sword shadows emitted by Lung Lingjie were swiftly engulfed and annihilated by Zhang Yang's strikes. The remaining sword shadows pierced through Lung Lingjie. Gah! Lung Lingjie spat forth blood, finally experiencing the sensation of being pierced by 1,000 arrows. However, his plight was far worse than Shi Jing's. Unlike Shi Jing, whose vital organs remained intact. All of Lung Lingjia's were obliterated by Zhang Yang's sword shadows. Thud! Lung Lingjie collapsed to the ground, his vision fading to black. He could hardly believe that he had lost to Zhang Yang, and even more so, that was due to Zhang Yang's cunning. Exhaling deeply, Zhang Yang released a long breath after defeating Lung Lingjie. Fortunately, I was clever enough to store ample energy within the Chaos Cauldron, preparing for this critical moment to turn the tide. For this occasion, I hadn't even disclosed my trump card to the readers or the author. They remain oblivious to my hidden strength. Zhang Yang felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Primarily, it was your acting skills. Had this fool not been deceived by your pathetic performance, you would have found it far more challenging to eliminate him. Yukong scoffed. Of course, it cannot compare to your experience. After all, you starred in Journey to the West, Zhang Yang replied. Yukong inquired, what on earth is that? Ignoring Yukong, Zhang Yang knelt before Lung Lingjie. Do not glare at me. Do not refuse. Combat requires not only formidable strength, but also intellect. It is evident that I possess both superior power and greater cunning than you. How do you intend to contend with me? Zhang Yang spoke calmly. Upon hearing these words, Lung Lingjie let out a couple of muffled groans before spitting out a mouthful of blood, finally closing his eyes for good. Observing this, Zhang Yang slowly rose to his feet and turned his gaze towards the resting area of the Qisha sect and Yushu Palace. Is there anyone else? Zhang Yang bellowed towards the two sects' resting zones, his voice resonating powerfully. All disciples of the Qisha sect and Yushu Palace fell silent. Their strongest members had been vanquished by Zhang Yang, leaving them with no means to challenge him. After waiting for a moment without a single contender daring to ascend the stage, Zhang Yang directly turned to the referee and inquired, do these two sects forfeit? At Zhang Yang's call, the referee finally reacted and shouted towards the resting areas of the Qisha sect and Yushu Palace. If no one dares to take the stage to challenge, then both of your sects will be disqualified. After the referee's announcement, there was still no response from either sect. Consequently, the Qisha sect and Yushu Palace were eliminated, leaving only Baiwa Valley and Shaoxin sect. The referee declared, there is no need for further competition. The first place belongs to Shaoxin sect. Yen Susu remarked. She believed she was no match for Zhang Yang, and thus there was no need to waste more time. The referee, taken aback by her statement, then proclaimed, in that case, I announce that Shaoxin sect has secured first place in this grand competition. Zhang Yang is the strongest disciple of this event. As the referee's words fell, the arena erupted in enthusiastic applause, with spectators chanting Zhang Yang's name. In the resting area of Shaoxin sect, everyone stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the sudden arrival of such happiness. Zhang Yang had truly propelled the formerly weakest Shaoxin sect to first place in the grand competition, a miraculous feat once they regained their senses. The disciples of Shaoxin sect rushed toward Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang was still observing the Qisha sect and Yushu Palace when he suddenly heard commotion behind him. Just as he turned around, he saw Lan Chu leaping towards him, her ample bosom colliding with him. Before he could even relish the moment, the other disciples of Shaoxin sect had already piled onto them. Zhang Yang was reluctantly subjected to the pain of the collision. After a brief moment, the disciples finally disentangled themselves from Zhang Yang, only to realize that they had pinned down Lan Chu. At that moment, Lan Chu's face was flushed, and she hastily scrambled away from Zhang Yang. The other disciples of Shaoxin sect exchanged knowing glances, their expressions tinged with ambiguity. I can hardly breathe, Zhang Yang muttered as he rose from the ground. As his words echoed, Lan Chu's face reddened even more, reaching her neck, with her ears blushing vividly. In the private box, both Zhang Xiao and Yuk Suzi wore grim expressions. They had assumed Shaoxin sect would surely finish at the bottom, and had already devised plans for who would take their place. However, they never anticipated the emergence of Zhang Yang, who completely disrupted their plans and led Shaoxin sect to victory. This was a significant loss for both sections. Congratulations, Master Gu, for producing such an extraordinary talent in Shaoxin sect, the head of Baiwa Valley remarked with a smile. The first time I saw this lad in Qingshan City, I knew he was exceptional. He is undoubtedly a prodigy of the future. Gu Ming laughed boisterously. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhao's expression darkened, and he gritted his teeth. What do you want from me? Do you expect me to give you my entire sect? I seek not your sect, but merely the dragon vein of your Qisha sect. Gu Ming replied. Zhang Xiao was enraged. The dragon vein was the foundation of his sect. Losing it would mean impending doom. He glanced at the nearby Xiao Wushang and then gritted his teeth. Fine, if that is what you want. Xiao Huang, may I invite you to accompany me? Gu Ming looked at Xiao Wushang. Certainly, Xiao Wushang replied. After all, he was a witness, and this small request could be accommodated. The competition has concluded. We should make our exit, Xiao Wushang stated with a smile. The group quickly ascended to the arena. The previously excited crowd fell silent upon seeing Xiao Huang, and the entire arena became still. Zhang Yang, come forth to claim your reward, Xiao Wushang said with a smile. Hearing this, Zhang Yang approached and received his rewards from Xiao Huang. A martial arts manual, sun sword technique, and a secret technique, Qi Min Dun Shu. This little fellow is impressive, defeating a disciple of the 9th level of martial arts at merely the 6th level. His future potential is limitless, Xiao Wushang remarked in admiration. After Zhang Yang collected his rewards, the grand competition was officially concluded. Following the event, the members of Shaoxin sect and Baihua Valley accompanied Xiao Wushang to the Great Xia Imperial Palace. You must be aware that the Wanzhou War will commence in 2 months, Xiao Wushang's authoritative voice resonated. The disciples of Shaoxin sect and Baihua Valley nodded in acknowledgement. How do you assess your current strength? Xiao Wushang inquired. It should be acceptable, Zhang Yang hesitated. While it was indeed sufficient within the Great Xia dynasty, it would appear rather ordinary on the battlefield of the Wanzhou War. Are the younger generations of other dynasties significantly stronger than us? Yen Susu questioned. You must understand, this is the Wanzhou War, involving over 10,000 dynasties, and the participants are the strongest young talents from each dynasty, Xiao Wushang elucidated. The disciples were taken aback by this explanation. What is our standing among these dynasties? Zhang Yang asked curiously. At the bottom, Xiao Wushang replied with a sigh. 10 years ago, during the last Wanzhou War, our great Xia dynasty was utterly defeated, with not a single survivor. The Crown Prince added, many from top-tier dynasties have already attained the great martial master realm. They're simply beyond our reach. Great martial master. Zhang Yang's eyes widened in astonishment. He was merely at the 6th level of martial arts. The disparity was immense. Is participation in the Wanzhou War mandatory? One disciple inquired. Not necessarily. One can choose not to participate. However, those who excel in the Wanzhou War will have the opportunity to join one of the 8 great powers of the Eastern Domain, the Tianxian sect. Joining the Tianxian sect signifies a preliminary step onto the grand stage of this world, revealing an entirely different vista, Xiao Luo explained, her eyes filled with longing. Tianxian sect. What is its relation to Taishian sect? Zhang Yang asked eagerly. It is said that there is indeed some connection, but the specifics remain unclear. Xiao Luo replied. Hearing this, Zhang Yang felt a surge of determination. He knew he had to stand out in the Wanzhou War to gain access to greater powers. Only within these larger factions could he accelerate his cultivation and acquire more resources. Otherwise, achieving entry into Taishian sect within the remaining year would be nearly impossible. We will discuss that later. The reason for summoning you is to encourage you to enhance your strength. Otherwise, during the Wanzhou War, your chances of survival will be grim. Those who wish to withdraw may do so immediately, as only 8 spots are available for the Wanzhou War. Xiao Wushang suddenly announced. Upon hearing this, many disciples chose to withdraw, leaving only Zhang Yang, Yen Susu, Lan Chu, and a few others with considerable strength. Subsequently, Zhang Yang and the others were escorted by attendants to their designated rooms. Indeed, this is the royal family. I have never seen such an abundance of resources. Zhang Yang marveled at the room filled with cultivation resources, feeling as though he had struck gold overnight. Zhang Yang, undeterred, immediately summoned the Chaos Cauldron to fervently absorb the abundant resources within the room. Under the cauldron's transformative power, all these resources swiftly metamorphosed into resplendent and pure energy, converging towards Zhang Yang's body. With the dragon vein now under his control, the annihilation of the 7 Kill sect was imminent. As Zhang Yang observed Xiao Wushang and Gu Ming's departure, a seething hatred ignited within Zhang Yang's heart. This grand competition had inflicted severe losses on both sects, particularly on the 7 Kill sect, which was teetering on the brink of destruction, as Yu Shuzi remarked. Chapter 87. The Art of Escape. Zhang Yang devoted himself to cultivation within his chamber for a full 2 days. The resources in the room were completely transformed by the Chaos Cauldron and absorbed by him. Is it possible that I have absorbed so much yet still haven't broken through? He lamented, a sense of despair creeping in. Didn't you mention that for the chaos sacred body, as long as resources are sufficient, the breakthrough would be seamless? Zhang Yang questioned Wukong, who stood before him. I did say that, but the resources required for the chaos sacred body's breakthrough are significantly greater than for ordinary individuals, Wukong replied. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Zhang Yang retorted. I forgot. Wukong scratched his face, adorned with golden fur. Although your strength is decent, if you were to participate in the Wanzhou War, you would likely be easily overwhelmed, Wukong advised thoughtfully. I understand. It seems I must devise a method to swiftly elevate my realm, Zhang Yang sighed. By the way, I should first practice the art of escape. That way, if I cannot win, I can flee, he muttered. Flee? Running away is not the behavior of a true man. Wukong scoffed. What nonsense are you spouting? I call it a strategic retreat. You wouldn't understand. Zhang Yang snapped, dismissing Wukong and plunging back into his cultivation. 2 days later, Zhang Yang opened his eyes. I had thought the secret technique would be difficult, but it was surprisingly simple, he murmured before exiting his room. The art of escape. Zhang Yang swiftly gestured with his hands to perform the technique. Where am I? He pondered in confusion. At that moment, a graceful figure emerged from the depths of the room, her entire body glistening with moisture as she dried her hair with a towel. Just as she finished drying her hair, she suddenly noticed a figure had appeared in her room without her noticing. Their eyes met, and both were momentarily stunned. Ah! Zhang Yang, I will kill you! Lan Chuchu shrieked, unleashing a palm strike imbued with an intense chill towards him. Zhang Yang reacted swiftly, bolting out of Lan Chuchu's room, his figure vanishing in an instant. Lan Chuchu, now fully dressed, rushed out of her room, but found Zhang Yang had already disappeared without a trace. Enraged and humiliated, she seethed, realizing that Zhang Yang had seen her in her vulnerable state, and worse, she had caught him stealing glances. When did this scoundrel even enter my room? How'd I not notice at all? She thought furiously. Just then, other doors swung open, and several individuals rushed out. What happened, junior sister? A disciple of the Shaoxian sect inquired, perplexed. It's nothing. Lan Chuchu managed to compose herself. Chuchu, did I just hear you say you wanted to kill Zhang Yang? Yin Susu asked, puzzled. You must have misheard, Lan Chuchu replied. Then why is your face so red? Shi Jing inquired. Having just recovered from his injuries, Shi Jing had learned that Zhang Yang had led the Shaoxian sect to victory in the grand competition, leaving him with mixed emotions. How could she explain this? Should she reveal that Zhang Yang had inexplicably entered her room and seen her exposed? The others shared her sentiment. At that moment, Zhang Yang was hiding in a corner of the royal palace. Wasn't it said that I could teleport 100 miles? Why'd I end up next door? He lamented in frustration, realizing the misunderstanding had escalated. I think you did it on purpose. It's only natural. We're all men. I understand. Wukong appeared on Zhang Yang's shoulder, wearing an expression of understanding. Get lost. I'm a decent person, educated and civilized. Zhang Yang retorted angrily. It must be that I didn't control it well. Let me try again, he murmured. Art of escape. Zhang Yang invoked the technique once more, vanishing from the palace. Upon reappearing, Zhang Yang found himself on a bed. Before him lay a pair of naked figures engaged in an intimate act, leaving Zhang Yang utterly astonished. What the hell? He exclaimed involuntarily. The couple halted, and, upon seeing Zhang Yang, the man was so startled that he immediately shrank back in fear. Who would have guessed that someone would suddenly appear while we were in the midst of... The woman screamed in shock. Look at that. And you said it wasn't intentional. Wukong scoffed. Art of escape. Zhang Yang hastily activated the technique again, his figure disappearing from the bed. This time, he did not falter. He reappeared just outside the royal city. Zhang Yang coughed up a mouthful of blood. Finally, it worked, but why didn't the technique, as description mentioned, that using it would incur backlash? He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Zhang Yang felt himself sustaining significant injuries. Isn't that normal? Generally, such secret techniques require a certain cost. Otherwise, wouldn't you be invincible, roaming freely? Wukong remarked. You should have said that sooner, Zhang Yang scolded. I thought you knew, Wukong shrugged. Zhang Yang then sat down cross-legged to recover, awakening from his healing process by nightfall. It seems I must use the art of escape with caution in the future, he murmured. The healing took him an entire day. Had it been in battle, he would have been doomed. The art of escape was now mastered. Only the solar sword technique remained unrefined. It appeared he would need to seek out more pure yang materials. Forget it for now. It's time to settle the score with the Xiong and Huang families. A cold expression crossed Zhang Yang's face. He understood that he must resolve issues with these two families before the Wanzhou War. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly devise schemes against the Zhang family upon his departure. Under the cover of night, Zhang Yang stealthily approached the two families. "Aren't you going to disguise yourself?" Wukong asked. "There's no need. Today I must eradicate them completely." Zhang Yang replied with cold determination. Zhang Yang swiftly arrived at the western district of the royal city, a place teeming with numerous families. Xiong family. Zhang Yang gazed at the two bold characters on the signboard, unsheathing his innate stone sword. "Who are you?" The first guard of the Xiong family noticed Zhang Yang advancing with the sword, their faces betraying signs of wariness. "I am a harbinger of your clan's annihilation," Zhang Yang declared. With that, he swiftly beheaded the guard. He pushed open the gates and dragged the guard's lifeless body inside. "It's time to settle the karmic debt." Zhang Yang closed the doors of the Xiong family and ventured deeper within. Chapter 88. The annihilation of two clans. Half an hour later, the Xiong family was awash with blood, and Zhang Yang stood amidst the corpses, frowning. Xiong Batian is surprisingly absent. After contemplating for a moment, he left the Xiong family and headed toward the Huang family. "You are quite ruthless, extinguishing an entire lineage," Wukong remarked. "One must eliminate enemies without mercy to prevent their resurgence." Zhang Yang's face was devoid of emotion. "If I show any kindness, it may be the Zhang family's turn to perish in the future." Zhang Yang soon arrived at the Huang family, finding it still brightly lit even in the dead of night. He furrowed his brow, choosing not to storm in directly, but rather to stealthily infiltrate the Huang family. Before long, he located the room where Huang Dia resided. Zhang Yang quietly ascended to the rooftop, removing a tile to peer inside. He saw three figures within, seemingly conspiring about something. "In 2 months, we will participate in the Wanzhou War. That will be the moment we strike to annihilate the Zhang family." Huang Dia scoffed. "You two better execute this plan flawlessly. We have other schemes to follow," a middle-aged man cautioned. "Rest assured, elderly, it is merely a Zhang family, easily extinguished." Huang Dia remarked with a smile. Elderly nodded. For the Xiong and Huang families, the annihilation of a mere Zhang family was indeed a trivial matter. "Have those individuals you were to contact made any progress?" Elderly inquired. "Not yet. Their movements are exceedingly clandestine, and it will require some additional time," Huang Dia replied. Elderly nodded again, urging, "Expedite the process. Otherwise, if the higher-ups take notice, I shall bear the brunt of their ire." Elderly was aware that those individuals could not afford to be exposed to the light of day, thus complicating the matter of establishing contact. "That Zhang Yang fellow has been causing quite a stir lately. Will the higher-ups not take action against him?" Xiong Batian questioned. "Zhang Yang has been preoccupied with cultivation in the palace, and has had no opportunity to deal with him. Do not concern yourselves with these matters. Focus solely on your own tasks," Elderly admonished. "Your arrival is quite fortuitous. You have overheard everything," Wukong said. "Who?" The three in the room immediately became alert upon hearing Wukong's voice. Zhang Yang and Wukong exchanged glances. Bang! A golden figure crashed into the room, shattering a tile. "A monkey?" The three were momentarily stunned. "What are you three staring at? Come and fight me if you dare," Wukong taunted. The trio momentarily hesitated, and Huang Dia angrily retorted, "I shall skin you alive." With that, he lunged at Wukong. Bang! At that moment, the door was suddenly kicked open. Hiss! Before the three could react, Xiong Beishan's head had already fallen to the ground. "Zhang Yang!" Huang Dia exclaimed in shock and anger. "You heard everything?" Elder Li's expression changed. "You are correct. There is no need for you to personally visit the Zhang family. Tonight, you shall all perish," Zhang Yang declared coldly. "Just you?" Huang Dia shouted angrily, launching an attack at Zhang Yang. Slap! Just as he made his move, Wukong appeared before him, completely obstructing his line of sight. "Get lost!" Huang Dia shouted. Hiss! 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 Wukong unleashed a flurry of strikes. Huang Dia had no time to react, and his face was soon marred with claw marks. "You damn monkey!" Huang Dia was thoroughly enraged, aiming his attack at Wukong and disregarding Zhang Yang. "Who are you, and why do you seek to harm my Zhang family?" Zhang Yang coldly addressed Elderly. "Do you think I would divulge that to you? However, I can tell you that you have offended a significant individual, and your Zhang family will undoubtedly face annihilation. Anyone connected to you must perish. You have brought this upon yourself." Elderly sneered. "If you refuse to speak, then die." Zhang Yang thrust his sword directly at him. "You cannot kill me." Elderly retaliated with a thrust of his own. Clang! Zhang Yang was forced back several steps by Elder Li's sword strike. A grand martial artist, Zhang Yang instantly comprehended the opponent's strength. You, a mere insignificant creature, think you can kill me? Today, I shall slay you, and tomorrow I will personally eradicate your Zhang family, leaving no trace behind. Elder Li declared as he charged at Zhang Yang once more. Zhang Yang, undeterred, advanced, thrusting his sword at Elder Li in return. Elder Li laughed heartily. In his eyes, Zhang Yang's refusal to flee and willingness to engage in combat was a clear invitation to death. Just as their blades were about to collide, Zhang Yang's aura suddenly surged, and his hair turned white. Elder Li's expression shifted in shock as he sensed Zhang Yang's formidable presence. How can this be? However, it was too late. Whoosh! The blade flashed, and Elder Li's head fell to the ground. After slaying Elder Li, Zhang Yang turned towards Wukong, only to see Huang Dia chasing Wukong around the room, utterly unable to land a hit on him. Meanwhile, Wukong's face was becoming increasingly marked with scratches. Whoosh! Without hesitation, Zhang Yang dispatched Huang Dia with a single sword stroke, just as the Huang family's guards arrived. Armed with the innate stone sword, Zhang Yang charged forward. Half an hour later, Zhang Yang had obliterated the Huang family. As he prepared to depart, he realized Wukong had not yet caught up. Where has that damned monkey scurried off to? Zhang Yang frowned. The commotion he had caused at the Huang family necessitated a swift exit. Just then, he saw Wukong bounce into view, appearing rather disheveled. Where have you been? Zhang Yang asked. I left a little memento, Wukong replied as he jumped onto Zhang Yang's shoulder. In an instant, Zhang Yang vanished from the Huang family, heading towards the palace. What a foul odor, Zhang Yang remarked after taking a whiff. What are you looking at? It certainly isn't coming from me, Wukong said, glancing at Zhang Yang with a guilty expression. Spare me your deceit. That stench is undoubtedly yours. Your so-called memento, I presume, is a puddle of urine left at the Huang family? Zhang Yang stated. Realizing he could not deceive Zhang Yang, Wukong dropped the pretense, saying, so what? I've held it in for over 1,000 years. A little relief is only natural. Zhang Yang, an hour after Zhang Yang's departure. Numerous individuals arrived at the Huang family estate. Upon witnessing the complete destruction of the Huang family, shock was etched on their faces. It must be noted that the Huang family was a prominent clan within the imperial city, ranking among the most distinguished. Who could have silently eradicated the Huang family? Such power is truly terrifying. I have heard that the Xiong family has also been wiped out with no survivors. What? 2 major clans were annihilated in a single night. The normally tranquil West District was unusually bustling this night. Good grief, Huang Dia was urinated upon in the face. The stench was so foul that it made many retch. A man staggered out from the Huang family, his face a mixture of green and purple. Is it really that exaggerated? The others outside were skeptical until they entered the Huang family estate. However, they soon fell silent as several individuals sprinted out, all collapsing to the ground and dry heaving. This is utterly revolting. Which scoundrel did this? To make a martial artist wretch? To make matters worse, the scoundrel even left a message on the ground. Wukong has come for a visit. Ugh. Just as they finished speaking, they began to retch once more. Chapter 89, Fire Mountain. The following morning, Zhang Yang emerged from his room, astonished to find Xia Luo and Xia Ji present, surrounded by a group engaged in animated discussion. What is the topic of such fervent debate? Zhang Yang inquired, puzzled. A major incident occurred last night in the imperial city. The Huang and Xiong families were exterminated. Xia Luo informed him. Who could be responsible for such a deed? It deserves commendation. Zhang Yang feigned surprise. The group fell silent. The most outrageous part is not the extermination, but that Huang Dia was urinated upon in the face. The stench is simply unbearable and has yet to dissipate. As Xia Luo spoke, he felt his stomach churning, looking as if he might vomit at any moment. The Crown Prince is not mistaken. I received news this morning and intended to investigate, but as soon as I entered the Huang family estate, I was driven out by the stench, a disciple recounted, his face turning pale. Urine? Zhang Yang's thoughts immediately turned to Wukong. Did you urinate on someone's face? Zhang Yang asked. Well, I initially had no intention, but I simply couldn't hold it in, Wukong admitted. Your conduct is utterly disgraceful, Zhang Yang replied, dumbfounded. I was aiding you, and you should be grateful, Wukong retorted indignantly. You urinated on someone's face and claimed to be helping me? Zhang Yang was astounded. He had not anticipated such shamelessness from the monkey. That is the folly of youth. My little contribution resolved everything for you. Would you not agree? Wukong remarked. Zhang Yang. This reasoning seems rather absurd, and he suspected the monkey was trying to deceive him. Zhang Yang, what are you daydreaming about? Xiao Luo called out. By the way, Crown Prince, do you know where I might find pure Jiyang energy? Zhang Yang asked. He had already absorbed the Xianyang stone given to him by Gu Ming, but had yet to condense the Xianyang pearl, which left him feeling rather helpless. Brother Zhang, you seek to cultivate the sun sword technique, do you not? There is indeed a place, but did not the sect leader leave you a Xianyang stone? Xiao Luo inquired, puzzled. He did leave one, but it is still insufficient, Zhang Yang replied, awkwardly. Insufficient? Xiao Luo was somewhat astonished. For an ordinary person, condensing a Xianyang Zhu would not even require a single Xianyang stone. I do not know why, Zhang Yang replied, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. I see. I'm just about to head to Huiyan Mountain. Would you like to accompany me? Xiao Luo suggested. Huiyan Mountain. Zhang Yang paused, feeling a sense of familiarity with the name. Then let us go, he agreed. Just as the two were about to depart, a young disciple from the Xian sect called out to Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang, wait a moment. He produced a book of cultivation methods and handed it to Zhang Yang, saying, this is from Lan Chu Chu. She asked me to give it to you as a gift. Shinxing Ju, a terrestrial-level cultivation method. Zhang Yang's face revealed his astonishment. He had indeed previously inquired with Lan Chu Chu about purchasing a terrestrial-level step technique at the Jinbao Pavilion, but he never expected that she would gift him one. It is known that terrestrial-level cultivation methods are exceedingly rare in the Daxia Empire. Even with wealth, one cannot acquire them, let alone the scarce step techniques. Where's she? Zhang Yang asked curiously. This cultivation method was far too precious for him to simply accept it. Afterward, Zhang Yang followed Xiao onto a flying ship bound for Huiyan Mountain. 2 days later, Zhang Yang realized he had already left the borders of Daxia. How much further to Huiyan Mountain? He inquired, puzzled. We are nearly there. It lies at the border between Daxia and Yuegua. You must be cautious. There are often skirmishes with Yuegua at the border, Xiao Luo warned. Zhang Yang nodded, understanding that such tensions were commonplace, typically arising from disputes over interests. An hour later, Zhang Yang could distinctly feel the temperature around him rising. We have arrived, Xiao Luo announced. As the flying ship landed, Zhang Yang and Xiao Luo disembarked. Upon stepping out, Zhang Yang was immediately hit by a wave of heat. Any ordinary person would likely succumb to the oppressive temperature. It is indeed quite hot here, but where shall we find the pure yang energy? Zhang Yang remarked, glancing at the desolate hills ahead, scorched by the heat. We must venture further in. This is merely the outskirts. However, you should be wary, for you may encounter some cultivators from Yuegua here, Xiao Luo cautioned. The two proceeded deeper into Huiyan Mountain. Your Highness, I sense you harbor some apprehension towards the cultivators of Yuegua, Zhang Yang observed, noting how Xiao Luo consistently urged him to avoid conflicts with them. It is not that I fear the cultivators from Yuegua, but rather that my identity is rather sensitive. When they see me, they will seek to create trouble and force my hand against them, Xiao Luo sighed. Force you to act against them? Are they asking for trouble? Zhang Yang retorted. They are not being reckless. They do this deliberately to incite conflict, aiming to provoke a war between our two nations. Xiao Luo explained. Is Yuegua particularly strong? Zhang Yang queried, somewhat perplexed. Their strength surpasses that of Daxiao by a slight margin, Xiao Luo replied. Then what is there to fear? Let us confront them, Zhang Yang declared boldly. My concerns do not lie with Yuegua, but rather with Ngua, which is a formidable mid-sized nation, far beyond our Daxia standing. If war were to erupt, it would fulfill Ngua's desires, and they would undoubtedly lend their support, leading to Daxia's downfall, Xiao Luo elaborated. Does Daxia have no allies? Zhang Yang asked. None. If we did, I would not be in this position, Xiao Luo lamented. As they conversed, the nearby hills transformed from barren wasteland to a vivid crimson, the terrifying heat enveloping Zhang Yang. There lies Huiyan Mountain, Xiao Luo pointed out. Zhang Yang turned to gaze in the direction Xiao Luo indicated, spotting a towering mountain at the center of the hills, its peak shrouded in dense smoke, as though it were ablaze. The two hastened toward Huiyan Mountain, and upon nearing it, Xiao Luo was already drenched in sweat, constantly wiping his brow. Unintentionally, he noticed that Zhang Yang appeared completely dry, seemingly unaffected by the heat. Upon seeing Xiao's astonished expression, Zhang Yang understood his confusion and smiled. I possess a Xianin Zhu, and with the application of extreme cold energy to my skin, I remain unaffected by the heat. Damn, Xiao Luo thought, realizing that while he had been overly cautious about Zhang Yang succumbing to the heat, it was indeed he who was suffering. Suddenly, a figure hurtled from a distance, landing with a thud and spitting out blood, followed by a shout, "Get lost, or I will kill you." Xiaoshang. Xiaoluo's expression changed dramatically upon recognizing the injured figure, and he rushed to assist him. "Brother, what brings you here?" Xiaoshang asked in surprise upon seeing Xiaoluo. "Isn't this Xiaoluo? Have you come here to get beaten again?" A group of men approached from afar, their faces adorned with mockery. "Let us set aside the pleasantries. What are you doing here alone?" Xiaoluo inquired, his expression growing serious. "I came to gather some fire source stones, but I ran into those two scoundrels, Yunnan and Yushi." Xiaoshang's face was filled with indignation. "How dare you insult me?" Yunnan sneered, then suddenly unleashed an attack towards Xiaoshang, his palm crackling with energy, clearly intending to kill him. "You scoundrel!" Xiaoluo shouted, retaliating with an attack of his own. The force of Xiaoluo's strike sent Yunnan sprawling backward. "Xiaoluo, you've grown bold enough to strike back," Yunnan remarked with a smirk, unfazed despite his earlier setback. "Xiaoluo, if you have the guts, go ahead and kill us," Yushi taunted, brandishing a recording crystal, prepared to document the events. "Brother, quickly retreat. These rascals are deliberately provoking you," Xiaoshang urged, anxiety etched across his face. As a member of the royal family, he knew full well what Yunnan and Yushi were scheming. "Still hoping to escape? You two will die here today, ha 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 ha." Yunnan laughed maniacally. "Let us kill them together," he instructed Yushi as they charged at Xiaoshang. "This is bad." Xiaoluo realized their intent. These rascals were clearly attempting to ambush the injured Xiaoshang, hoping to eliminate Xiaoluo in the process. As the crown prince of the Daxiao Empire and the most gifted son of Xiao Wushang, the assassination of Xiaoluo would undoubtedly enrage the emperor, likely leading to warfare between the two nations, thus fulfilling their sinister ambitions. Throughout this ordeal, Zhang Yang had been treated as an afterthought. Their sole focus was on Xiaoluo. With a swift motion, a white sword light sliced through the air, and the heads of both men fell away. Zhang Yang had stepped forth, crushing the recording crystal beneath his foot. Xiaoluo and Xiaoshang both stood in shock. "Zhang Yang," Xiaoluo exclaimed, astonished. "Do not worry, Your Highness. I have been listening attentively and understand the situation. The key is that your royal family cannot act, whereas one such as myself, lacking royal status, can strike without implicating the royal family or inciting war," Zhang Yang explained. "But if you kill them, the royal family of Yuegwa will not spare you," Xiaoluo cautioned. "Let them come. After all, too many debts do not weigh one down," Zhang Yang replied nonchalantly, sheathing his innate stone sword. In the distance, a dozen men clad in Yuegwa guard attire appeared. Upon witnessing Zhang Yang slay the two Yuegwa princes, several drew their crystals to send messages. Zhang Yang swiftly intervened, arriving among the guards with a flurry of strikes, dispatching them with ease. After eliminating the guards, he searched their bodies and soon held a handful of fiery red crystals. As these crystals made contact with his skin, Zhang Yang felt an intense heat emanating from them. "These must be Xianyang stones," he muttered. "Where did you find this person? His skills are remarkably adept, and it seems he is no stranger to such deeds," Xiaoshang remarked, astonished. Xiaoshang gazed at Zhang Yang in astonishment, for he hailed from the illustrious Shao Xianzong. Xiao Luo remarked, "I have heard that Shao Xianzong has seen better days. Have their disciples now degenerated into bandits?" Xiaoshang retorted, "What nonsense about the sun setting in the west." Zhang Yang single-handedly challenged both Yu Su Palace and Qisha sect. Xiao Luo exclaimed, "Incredible." At that moment, Zhang Yang approached the two, inquiring, "Is this the Xianyang stone?" Xiao Luo nodded. "Where can it be obtained?" Zhang Yang asked. "At the summit of Huiyan Mountain," Xiao Luo replied. "Thank you." With that, Zhang Yang dashed towards the mountain's peak. He must be intending to cultivate the sun sword technique. Is that not enough Xianyang stones for him? Xiaoshang pondered. Brother Zhang is no ordinary person. You should address him as Zhang when you meet him in the future, understood? Xiao Luo instructed. "But I am a prince. How can I call him Zhang Ge?" Xiaoshang protested. "With your pitiful demeanor, you are nothing without the royal title." Zhang Yang possesses such talent that he is destined to rise beyond the great Xia kingdom, leaving a legacy across the eastern domain, Xiao Luo asserted. "Is it truly that outrageous?" Xiaoshang muttered, having never witnessed Xiao Luo, a fellow prodigy, extol anyone so fervently. With a sudden kick to Xiaoshang's rear, Xiao Luo fumed, "Just do as I say. Also, have your sister entice Zhang Yang. He must leave a bloodline before departing from the great Xia." As Zhang Yang reached the summit of Huiyan Mountain, the oppressive heat startled him, and thick smoke blurred his vision. To his surprise, Huiyin Mountain was a volcano. Peering into the mountain's interior, he observed magma bubbling within. Zhang Yang meticulously searched for the Xianyang stone and soon discovered numerous fiery red crystals embedded in the steep walls. A surge of joy filled him as he activated the Xianyang pearl, drawing forth extreme cold to shield his body from the searing heat. After preparing himself, Zhang Yang leaped into the volcano. Shortly thereafter, he landed upon a rock within the volcano, which radiated a terrifying heat. Time was of the essence, otherwise, even the Xianyang pearl would not withstand the conditions for long. As he felt the fierce clash of energies beneath his feet, vapor rose from the ground, quickly consumed by the intense heat. Zhang Yang moved swiftly, extracting numerous crystals from the cliffside, and in a brief moment, he held 100 Xianyang stones in his grasp. That should suffice, he murmured before commencing his cultivation. Outside Huiyin Mountain, Xiaoshan exclaimed, "Brother Zhang has jumped in. Is he troubled by love, opting for such a torturous demise?" His eyes widened in disbelief as he watched Zhang Yang plunge into the volcano. They had come equipped with special tools for extracting the Xianyang stones. Close your foolish mouth. Since Brother Zhang dares to jump in, he surely has the confidence to emerge. Xia Luo kicked Xiaoshan again, exasperated with his brother's lack of composure. Chapter 91. Yin Yang Pearl sitting cross-legged upon a rock. Zhang Yang concentrated as a crimson energy rapidly coalesced within him, while the Xianyang stones around him diminished at a visible rate. Soon, he consumed all the Xianyang stones, and the Xianyang pearl began to take shape. Just as he believed success was imminent, a crack suddenly appeared on the surface of the Xianyang stone. Alarmed, Zhang Yang realized that the pure yang energy was insufficient. He reached out with one hand, conjuring a pulling force that caused the Xianyang stones on the cliff to tremble, drawing forth a stream of crimson energy towards his palm. With the influx of this energy, the Xianyang pearl stabilized, the cracks mending swiftly until it finally coalesced successfully. Joy illuminated Zhang Yang's face. Perhaps I should fuse them? He contemplated. You fool. You have only just formed the Xianyang pearl. Rushing into fusion will cause both pearls to shatter. Wukong cautioned. However, it was too late. As Zhang Yang began the process, carefully maneuvering the Yang stone and Yin pearl into a slow amalgamation. The moment the two pearls touched, the opposing forces of extreme Yin and extreme Yang clashed violently within Zhang Yang, causing him immense pain, his face contorted in agony. After half an hour, the pain subsided, and tranquility enveloped him. However, a black and red pearl hovered above his dantian, significantly smaller than the two previous pearls. I have finally succeeded. Zhang Yang wiped the cold sweat from his brow, having truly feared for his life moments ago. Your luck is astonishing. How did you manage to succeed? Wukong remarked incredulously. Typically, fusing such extreme forces required extensive preparation, yet Zhang Yang, in his naivete, had succeeded through sheer determination. Eager to test its power, Zhang Yang summoned the Yin Yang pearl, and instantly he conjured a black and a red gas in his hands, now completely integrated, exuding a harmonious aura. With a powerful strike against the cliff, the two energies collided, unleashing a violently chaotic black-red energy that caused the entire volcanic crater to tremble. What immense power! This is at least tenfold stronger than a single pearl. Zhang Yang exclaimed, filled with exhilaration. Suddenly, he recalled something and summoned the chaos cauldron, soon filling it with drops of liquid. Zhang Yang consumed the liquid, and after a brief period of cultivation, his realm successfully ascended to the 7th level of martial master. I nearly forgot about the resources stored in the chaos cauldron. Zhang Yang slowly rose from the rock, aware that it was time to depart. As he leaped from the volcanic mouth, he halted abruptly upon noticing a throng of armored soldiers surrounding Xia Luo and Xiaoshan, all appearing to be at the martial master realm. Behind them, 3 mounted generals, each at the 9th level of martial master, surveyed the scene. Xia Luo, you killed 2 princes of my Yu kingdom, and yet you dare linger here. Your audacity is commendable. One general's face lit up with excitement, seizing the opportunity for glory. You scoundrel, how dare you ambush me? Xia Luo's lips turned a shade of purple, blood streaming from his arm, revealing a peculiar hue at the wound. What do you mean by ambush? You were simply careless. How else would you have fallen for it? The general laughed heartily. You cur. Had it not been for your negligence, you could never have succeeded in your sneak attack. You are no match for my elder brother. Xiaoshan retorted angrily. Do you require something from me? Zhang Yang's voice resonated from the mountainside as he descended. That is the one. Kill him. The general recognized Zhang Yang immediately. Without hesitation, the soldiers charged towards him. You too as well. This lad possesses formidable strength. We must ensure no surprises arise. The general commanded his companions, who also spurred their horses toward Zhang Yang. Time to test the power of the yin-yang sword technique. Zhang Yang declared, swiftly drawing his sword. The black-red energy erupted from the stone sword, sweeping towards the advancing soldiers. Boom, boom, boom. The soldiers and the two generals were instantly engulfed by the yin-yang power, the battlefield resonating with terrifying explosions. As the yin-yang energy dissipated, all the soldiers and generals lay defeated, their faces frozen in terror. One strike to annihilate them. How could this be? The remaining general's expression turned to one of horror, mirroring the shock of Xia Luo and Xia Shang, who stood in stunned silence. It appears that this technique cannot be overused. Zhang Yang distinctly sensed a significant weakening in the energy fluctuations of the yin-yang pearl. I can only employ this move twice at most. The yin-yang pearl is nearing its limit, he murmured. He feared that overuse might shatter the yin-yang pearl, leaving him with no place to lament should that happen. The remaining general, after experiencing shock, turned his horse around and attempted to flee, only to have his head severed by a flash of white light in the next instant. Brother Zhang, you are simply astounding, Xia Shang exclaimed, awakening from his stupor. Do not call me Brother Zhang. I am younger than you, Zhang Yang retorted, somewhat speechless. With your strength, isn't it a piece of cake to slay during the Wan Zhao War? Xia Shang continued, seemingly oblivious to Zhang Yang's words. These are merely ordinary generals. The Wan Zhao War involves elite individuals from various nations. They are not the same. Xia Luo expressed his exasperation at his foolish younger brother. Your Highness, focus on healing. This place is no longer safe, Zhang Yang advised. Xia Luo nodded and promptly consumed a medicinal pill, recovering completely within half an hour. I happen to be free. I will accompany you to Qing Shan Cheng, Xia Luo stated, immediately summoning a flying vessel. I will go too, Xia Shan chimed in. Zhang Yang felt helpless as both insisted on accompanying him. Soon, the three boarded the flying vessel and landed outside Qing Shan Cheng after merely 1 hour. As Zhang Yang walked along the familiar streets of Qing Shan Cheng, a sense of nostalgia enveloped him. I heard that Zhang Qingshan seems to have been afflicted by some lethal poison and may already be dead. That cannot be. If he were truly dead, would the Zhang family remain entirely silent? Isn't that quite normal? The Zhang family relies heavily on Zhang Qingshan. They would certainly handle it discreetly. Currently, the Zhang family is prosperous, having attracted numerous triumphant individuals. Two men, seated at a roadside stall while consuming noodles, engaged in discussion. Zhang Yang overheard their conversation, his expression shifting dramatically as he dashed towards the Zhang residence. Xia Luo and Xia Shang, initially enjoying the scenery of Qing Shan Cheng, felt utterly bewildered by Zhang Yang's abrupt departure, but quickly followed suit. Chapter 92. Young Master, you have returned. Upon seeing Zhang Yang, the guard's face illuminated with joy. However, recalling the current situation of the master, he swiftly led Zhang Yang to Zhang Qingshan's room. Zhang Yang burst into the room, finding Zhang Qingshan lying quietly on the bed, his complexion strikingly pale. Zhang Yang hurried to his grandfather's side and gently shook him, yet Zhang Qingshan showed no response. Placing a finger near Zhang Qingshan's nose, he detected a faint breath, as if the old man could slip away at any moment. Zhang Yang swiftly pulled back the covers, revealing that Zhang Qingshan's veins were grotesquely swollen and exhibited a sinister purple-black hue. Upon closer inspection of Zhang Qingshan's abdomen, he discerned a faint red line extending toward his chest. What poison is this? Zhang Yang's expression was filled with urgency. The mere sight of the poison was terrifying. This is the poison of Duan Chang Chao. Wukong's voice resonated within Zhang Yang's mind. How can this poison be cured? Zhang Yang inquired hastily. This is a rare poison, exceedingly difficult to neutralize. Those afflicted are generally doomed, Wukong replied. I just simply watch my grandfather perish? Zhang Yang's frustration was palpable. Your grandfather is still alive, indicating that the poisoning is likely mild. Otherwise, he would not be here now. Moreover, this poison can be countered with Wuyin Chao. Yet this herb is also rare and challenging to find, Wukong explained. How much longer can my grandfather endure in this condition? Zhang Yang asked. Probably 2 months, Wu Kong estimated. 2 months. At that moment, Zhang Yang suddenly recalled Xia Luo outside the door and rushed out of the room, his expression fraught with anxiety. Your Highness, have you ever heard of Wu Chao? Wu Chao. The prince pondered for a moment. I have heard of it, but this herb is exceedingly rare. I have never seen it. Where did you hear about it? Zhang Yang's face reflected his urgency. I believe my father mentioned it once, but I cannot recall the specifics. Xia Luo replied. My father said someone had encountered this herb on the battlefield of the Wanzhou War, Xia Shang added. Oh yes, that seems to be the case. Xia Luo exclaimed, slapping his forehead. The battlefield of the Wanzhou War? What you may not know is that the Wanzhou War takes place in a remnant of an ancient realm where opportunities abound. Some individuals have reportedly discovered rare treasures on their very first day, breaking through the barriers of the great martial master and reaching that level, Xia Luo elaborated. I have even heard of people finding spiritual treasures, and some have even acquired remnants of ancient spiritual artifacts, Xia Shang continued. Upon hearing this, astonishment spread across Zhang Yang's face. Ancient spiritual artifacts. Just the mention of those words evoked a sense of immense power. Are you suggesting that the battlefield of the Wanzhou War is filled with such rare treasures, and thus it must also contain Wu Chao? Zhang Yang queried. It is highly probable, Xia Luo affirmed. Zhang Yang fell into contemplation. It appeared that his primary objective in the upcoming Wanzhou War would be to search for Wu Chao. Why do you need this herb? Wu Chao is a toxic herb. It is generally of no use to ordinary individuals, Xia Luo questioned, perplexed. My grandfather has been poisoned by the deadly Duan Chang Chao and is in a life-threatening condition, Zhang Yang explained. Duan Chang Chao, who is responsible for this? Like Wu Chao, it is also exceedingly rare, Xia Luo exclaimed in surprise. I will uncover the truth. A surge of rage emanated from Zhang Yang, causing Xia Luo and Xia Shang to change their expressions. Zhang Yang's strength may have fully surpassed mine, Xia Luo thought, feeling a profound shock at the aura radiating from Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang seemed to recall something and called the guard over, asking, when did my grandfather get poisoned? Just a few days ago, the guard responded. No, he added. Could it be an inside job from the Zhang family? Zhang Yang furrowed his brows in contemplation. I suspect it is highly likely. Otherwise, this all cannot be explained, Xia Luo remarked. But who could it be? Zhang Yang pondered. Soon, a figure emerged in his mind. Could it really be him? Zhang Yang muttered softly. Yet, he could envision no one else. Not for the time being, the guard stated. After the guard departed, Zhang Yang and the others concealed themselves within Zhang Qingshan's room. Time passed swiftly until evening fell. Zhang Yang, hidden within the wardrobe, clearly heard the sound of the door opening. Peering through a crack in the wardrobe, he saw an elderly man enter the room. This individual, affectionately referred to as Lu Bo by the Zhang family, had been by Zhang Qingshan's side for many years, witnessing the rise and fall of the family. Due to his advanced age, Lu Bo primarily attended to Zhang Qingshan's daily needs. Lu Bo placed a bowl of soup on the table, then turned to look at Zhang Qingshan on the bed, his hoarse voice breaking the silence of the room. Master, I have served you for so many years. I never wished for it to come to this. Please do not hold it against me, Lu Bo sighed. It is indeed him. Zhang Yang, concealed in the wardrobe, clenched his fists, unable to comprehend why the usually kind-hearted Lu Bo would poison his grandfather. The Zhang family had always treated him well. Lu Bo then picked up the bowl from the table and slowly approached Zhang Qingshan's bedside, seemingly talking to himself. Master, you have treated me well. I should not have acted this way. However, my only son, along with my daughter-in-law and my recently born grandson, have been taken away. They forced me to administer Duan Chang Chao to you. Otherwise, they would kill my son, daughter-in-law, and that lovely grandson. Yet, I have served you for so many years, and you have always treated me well, never seeing me as merely a servant. I did not know what to do, so I can only lessen the dosage, hoping that your passing will be less painful. After saying this, Lu Bo approached Zhang Qingshan's bedside, ready to administer the soup with a spoon. Bang! Zhang Yang burst forth from the wardrobe, seizing Lu Bo's hand. His face darkened with fury. Chapter 93 Miao Guangquan Zhang Yang cast a dark gaze upon Lu Bo, his voice devoid of warmth as he inquired, Who has captured your kin? Young master, you have heard, Lu Bo replied slowly. I do not know who it was that took them. Just kill me. I have wronged the old master. Lu Bo sighed, an expression of resignation washing over his aged visage, as if he were finally liberated from the torment of his conscience. Lu Bo had poisoned his grandfather, and Zhang Yang was justified in his desire for vengeance. Yet, whenever this thought crossed his mind, memories of his childhood flooded back. In those days, Zhang Yang was frail and often bullied. It was Lu Bo who had chased off his tormentors. "Take Lu Bo away and confine him," Zhang Yang commanded. Immediately, a guard rushed in and apprehended Lu Bo. As he watched Lu Bo being led away, Zhang Yang fell into contemplation, unable to fathom who would wish to harm the Zhang family. "Perhaps I could enlist the help of the Tianji Wei from the royal family to investigate," Xia Luo suggested. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang's heart stirred, and he clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "I appreciate the assistance of the crown prince." Xia Luo waved his hand dismissively, stating, "It is but a trifling matter," before departing the room. Zhang Yang remained vigilant in his grandfather's chamber, determined to prevent any further misfortune from befalling him. The following morning, Xia Luo appeared in the courtyard outside Zhang Qingshan's room, accompanied by an elderly man. "I have received word from the Tianji Wei. The true culprit threatening Lu Bo with poison is Dong Heng, the deputy master of the Zhenbao Pavilion," Xia Luo announced. Zhang Yang's expression shifted upon hearing this. Why would the deputy master of a Zhenbao Pavilion target the Zhang family? There should be no enmity between them. Where is he? Zhang Yang's demeanor grew cold. "Oh, I did not expect Dong Heng to be in Qingshan City. How fortuitous! I shall go and slay this scoundrel," Zhang Yang declared, striding towards the courtyard exit. "Wait a moment, young friend," the elderly man called out to him. "Who are you?" Zhang Yang asked, his tone unwelcoming. "I am Yao Guanchuan, the master of the Zhenbao Pavilion." "Young friend, I shall accompany you," the old man replied. Upon hearing the man's identity, doubt flickered across Zhang Yang's face. "What coincidence! Do not overthink it. Pavilion Master Miao is a longtime friend of my father. We know him well, and he would never commit such an act," Xia Luo reassured. He could easily discern Zhang Yang's thoughts. Zhang Yang glanced at Miao Guanchuan and coldly stated, "I hope that is indeed the case. Should I discover your involvement, I would not hesitate to eradicate the Zhenbao Pavilion myself." He then left the courtyard. "This young friend seems to possess quite the temper," Miao Guanchuan remarked, frowning. "Do not take offense, Pavilion Master. Zhang Yang's grandfather has been poisoned, and he is understandably upset," Xia Luo explained. "Being upset gives him the right to speak so disrespectfully to me. He even threatens to annihilate my Zhenbao Pavilion. Who does he think he is?" Miao Guanchuan was visibly angered. Zhang Yang's words may have been harsh, but Pavilion Master, I advise you not to harbor any ill intentions. The consequences could be dire, Xia Luo cautioned. Miao Guanchuan indeed contemplated finding an opportunity to teach Zhang Yang a lesson, but upon seeing Xia Luo's unwavering support for Zhang Yang, he could not help but furrow his brow. "What do you mean by that?" Miao Guanchuan nodded. "After these few days of interaction with Zhang Yang, I am certain he is the one responsible," Xia Luo asserted. "Impossible. He is merely at the 7th level of martial arts." Miao Guanchuan was incredulous. He was the champion of the Four Sects Grand Competition, single-handedly overturning the Yushu Hall and the Seven Fiends sect. He is currently the foremost among the young generation of the Daxia Empire, Xia Luo elaborated. Miao Guanchuan's expression shifted to one of astonishment. "You're not even his match?" "Far from it," Xia Luo replied. After a moment of contemplation, Miao Guanchuan remarked, "If that is the case, it is indeed plausible that Zhang Yang could be the true culprit behind the downfall of the Huang Xiong families. It is astonishing that such a prodigy has emerged from this small Qingshan city." Xia Luo chuckled. "Let us proceed, Pavilion Master." The two promptly followed Zhang Yang, and Xia Shang, witnessing this, joined them. Soon, they arrived at the Zhenbao Pavilion, where Zhang Yang observed that the entrance was adorned with bright red lanterns, exuding an atmosphere of celebration. Confusion marred the faces of the group. As they entered the Zhenbao Pavilion, a guard blocked their path, demanding, "Do you have an invitation?" "What invitation?" Zhang Yang frowned. "Naturally, it is the invitation to my lady's wedding," the guard replied. "The wedding of Lan Chuchu?" Zhang Yang's expression turned to one of surprise. However, he quickly recalled that a disciple of the Shaoxian sect had mentioned that Lan Chuchu had left in a very distressed state. "I was sent by Pavilion Master Lan Luofei. She forgot to give me the invitation," Zhang Yang explained, attempting to enter, but was once again obstructed by the guard. "Without an invitation, you cannot enter," the guard reiterated. As Zhang Yang prepared to force his way in, Miao Guanchuan's voice rang out. "Allow me." Miao Guanchuan surveyed the crowd, as if to imply that such matters required his intervention. "I am a master of the Zhenbao Pavilion, and I command you to step aside. We must enter now," Miao Guanchuan declared, stepping forward to confront the guard. The guard regarded Miao Guanchuan with suspicion, then retorted, "Master, You are merely here to swindle food and drink. Begone. Zhang Yang, Xiao Luo, and Xia Shang were taken aback. Miao Guangquan's expression turned awkward. It was evident that the guard did not recognize him at all. Step aside, or I shall not be merciful, Zhang Yang warned, having lost all patience. What do you intend to do? The guard braced himself. With a swift motion, Zhang Yang struck the guard, sending him flying, and then stepped into the Jinbao pavilion. As Zhang Yang and his companions ventured deeper into the pavilion, they found it teeming with guests, many indulging in wine. A short, stout man donned in wedding attire was toasting among the crowd, while Lan Luofei sat at the main table, her expression dark and silent. The man in wedding attire was Dong Hao, son of the deputy master Dong Hang. Despite his natural shortcomings, had somehow found a bride. Miao Guangquan's face expressed surprise. Intruders in the Jinbao pavilion. Seize them. A throng of guards rushed in, encircling Zhang Yang and his companions. The once vibrant atmosphere descended into chaos at their arrival. Lan Luofei turned her gaze towards Zhang Yang. Due to the encirclement, she was unable to see him clearly. Where's Lan Chu? Zhang Yang demanded coldly. He had initially come to confront Dong Hang, only to discover that Lan Chu was also missing, her whereabouts unknown. How dare you disrupt my wedding? Kill them. Dong Hao's voice, thick and grating, echoed through the hall. It was his wedding day, and the disturbance left him exceedingly displeased. Chapter 94. What the hell? Here we go again. With Dong Hao's command, the guards lunged at Zhang Yang and his companions. Seeing this, Zhang Yang summoned the innate stone sword to his hand and plunged into the fray. With a swift motion, he dispatched several guards, severing their heads with ease. In mere moments, the guards lay slain at his feet. Someone's killing. The guests at the banquet, witnessing the carnage, fled in terror. It is you. A furious voice rang out as a middle-aged man approached Zhang Yang. Yu Ping. Zhang Yang narrowed his eyes in recognition. To his astonishment, Yu Ping, the father of Yu Hongshi, was present. Zhang Yang, Lan Luofei, who had been momentarily stunned, immediately sprang to her feet and rushed toward Zhang Yang. Aunt Lan, have they coerced Chu into marriage? Zhang Yang inquired urgently. Zhang Yang, you should leave quickly, Lan Luofei sighed, understanding that Zhang Yang was still a relatively new disciple of the Shaoxian sect, likely just an ordinary inner disciple, and any mention of conflict would only endanger him. Dong Hao observed Lan Luofei's reaction with satisfaction, nodding in approval. Zhang Yang, did you come here intending to disrupt Master Dong's wedding? Yu Ping sneered. Zhang Yang had killed his daughter, and he had not forgotten this grievance. I am here in search of someone, Zhang Yang replied. He could distinctly sense the deep malice emanating from Yu Ping. Who are you looking for? Surely, you are not seeking Lan Chu. Yu Ping scoffed. I have indeed come to find her. Where is she? Zhang Yang replied. You are audacious. Lan Chu is the concubine of young Master Dong. What is your status that you dare to cast your eyes upon her? Yu Ping reprimanded. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately bowed to Dong Hao beside him, saying, This rogue covets your concubine. I suggest we exterminate his entire family. After uttering this, Yu Ping did not forget to cast a sinister glance at Zhang Yang. You are correct. This brat not only disrupts my wedding, but also dares to covet my concubine. He deserves nothing less than death. We must wipe out his entire lineage. Dong Hao sneered. Bring him to me. Then we shall eradicate the Zhang family. Yu Ping bellowed. Soon, the guards of the Jinbao pavilion rushed over, joined by the guards of the Yu family, numbering at least 100. Zhang Yang even noted that some of the guards had reached the 9th level of martial mastery. He could surmise they were certainly brought by Dong Hao. Lan Luofei's expression changed upon seeing this, and she pleaded with Dong Hao. I have already married my daughter to you. Please spare the Zhang family. She truly did not wish to marry her daughter to this loathsome fat man. But now she was utterly despairing, not even knowing where her daughter was hidden. Spare him? He is merely the young master of a minor clan. How dare he speak to me in such a manner? He must be captured today, and he shall witness me personally annihilate his Zhang family. Dong Hao coldly declared. Yu Ping, who had been worried Dong Hao might be swayed by Lan Luofei's words, felt reassured upon hearing Dong Hao's response. Arrest all of them, Yu Ping commanded. With Dong Hao as his backing, he knew that only in this way could he seek revenge. Just as Zhang Yang prepared to take action, Miao Guangquan intercepted him, saying, Let me handle this. Are you certain they know you? Zhang Yang inquired. Everyone step back. Miao Guangquan shouted to the guards. The guards, who had just been ready to charge forward, paused momentarily, one of them unable to restrain himself, muttering, Is this old man out of his mind? He thinks we will retreat just because he says so? Hearing this, Miao Guangquan felt a chill as the head of the Jinbao Pavilion. He had not anticipated that no one in Qingshan City would recognize him, which was indeed a lamentable situation. Wait, he is the pavilion master. The expressions of the guards who had accompanied Dong Hao changed drastically, and they immediately stopped, bowing respectfully to Miao Guangquan. The remaining guards also altered their expressions and swiftly paid their respects. Even the dimmest among them realized this old man must indeed be the pavilion master. Otherwise, how could the guards around Dong Hao show such deference? Seeing this, Miao Guangquan secretly sighed in relief. What are you doing? Why aren't you killing them? Dong Hao roared furiously at the guards. He had always been regarded as a useless child, and Dong Hao felt embarrassed to take him out. Thus, he had never met Miao Guangquan. I can't hold back any longer. Xiaoshan's voice suddenly rang out. He then charged forward, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks upon Dong Hao, who cried out in agony. The guards, witnessing this, moved to intervene, but Miao Guangquan shouted in anger. This is the crown prince of the daxia. If you wish to strike, think carefully. The guards were taken aback, their eyes wide with disbelief. What is happening? The pavilion master and a crown prince here in this small Qingshan city. All these significant figures have gathered unexpectedly. Meanwhile, Yu Ping's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated that Zhang Yang was surrounded by such powerful individuals. He originally intended to leverage Dong Hao's influence to destroy the Zhang family. But now he felt he had kicked a steel plate. Lan Luofei was also taken aback. She had not expected that Zhang Yang was connected to such high-ranking figures of the Daxia dynasty. I had no intention of killing you, but you have brought this upon yourself, Zhang Yang stated coldly, then swiftly severed Yu Ping's head with a sword. Aunt Lan, where is Chu Chu? Zhang Yang asked. I do not know. Chu Chu has been hidden away by Vice Pavilion Master Dong. Lan Luofei responded, reigniting hope within her upon realizing Zhang Yang's formidable connections. Where is that scoundrel Dong Hao? Have him come forth. Miao Guangquan angrily commanded. Dong Hao's actions had brought shame upon the Jinbao Pavilion. Who dares to disrupt my son's wedding? That is tantamount to seeking death. A furious voice boomed from outside. A middle-aged man stormed in, filled with rage. Dong Hao, you wretched dog, kneel before me. Miao Guangquan's patience finally snapped as he unleashed his ire upon Dong Hao. Father, help me. I'm going to be beaten to death. Dong Hao's cries echoed. Hearing this, Dong Hao's anger flared, but as he realized the one calling for him to kneel was Miao Guangquan, his expression changed. He was about to utter a few words, but soon discovered that standing beside Miao Guangquan was the crown prince, while the one assaulting his son was also a prince. Son, do not speak. Just endure the beating. Dong Hao immediately scolded Dong Hao. Crown Prince and Pavilion Master, what brings you here? Dong Hao displayed a fawning smile. Where is Lan Chu Chu? Zhang Yang suddenly interjected. Dong Hao, already brimming with frustration, was about to explode when he heard Miao Guangquan bellow, Are you deaf? Or do you not hear young Master Zhang is asking you a question? Dong Hao trembled, realizing Zhang Yang must possess a significant background, or else he would not be standing alongside the Crown Prince and Miao Guangquan. I do not know where Miss Lan is, Dong Hao replied. I will give you one last chance. Zhang Yang warned coldly, an overwhelming aura of threat enveloping Dong Hao. His face changed in shock, and he quickly stated, Miss Lan is in the cellar behind the Jinbao Pavilion. Did you order the poisoning of my grandfather? Zhang Yang pressed again. Dong Hao's expression shifted, clearly caught off guard by Zhang Yang's words. It was I who ordered it, but not of my own volition. There are others behind it. Dong Hao hastily explained, knowing that without a clear explanation, both he and his son would not survive the day. Who is it? Zhang Yang demanded. He had not anticipated that Dong Hao had someone backing him. Before Dong Hao could respond, two beams of light suddenly shot from afar, striking Dong Hao and Dong Hao's forehead, causing both to perish instantly. Who? Zhang Yang roared, immediately chasing outside, the unexpected turn of events catching everyone off guard. As Zhang Yang burst out, he found no one in sight, only the pedestrians hurrying along the street. Forget it. I should check on the situation with Lan Shiji. Zhang Yang turned and rushed toward the cellar. The others did not follow. After all, as long as they knew Lan Chuchu's whereabouts, she would surely be safe within the Jinbao Pavilion. Miao Guangquan and the Crown Prince promptly ordered the lockdown of Qingshan City, hoping to catch the assailant. Zhang Yang entered the cellar, which had been simply transformed into a bridal chamber. Lan Chuchu sat there in her wedding attire, her complexion flushed. Shiji, are you all right? Zhang Yang approached her and quickly noticed something amiss. Could it be that Shiji has been drugged? He soon realized. He understood that Dong Hao must have known Dong Hao was not up to the task. So he carefully timed the administration of the drug to Lan Chu to avoid many troublesome matters. At that moment, Lan Chu lifted her head, and beneath the red veil, Zhang Yang could clearly see the desire in her eyes. He even noticed that the desire had left a rosy hue upon her fair skin. What the heck? Why does this scene feel so familiar? Zhang Yang stepped back a couple of paces, as a premonition of what was about to unfold gripped him. As expected, the moment Zhang Yang stepped outside, Lan Chu suddenly sprang up and pounced on him, straddling him, and without a word began to tear at his clothing. Sister, I'm a decent person, Zhang Yang exclaimed. The sound of tearing fabric echoed, and he lamented the return of such chaos. Chapter 95. The Great Tomb. This section regrettably omits a million words, yet the actions are quite elaborate. Zhang Yang opened his eyes. After 2 hours of exertion, he felt invigorated rather than fatigued. Indeed, sometimes one must find a release, as it is beneficial for both body and mind, he mused. As he rose, Zhang Yang suddenly noticed that Lan Chu had already awakened and was gazing at him, lost in thought. Zhang Yang wanted to say something, but was at a loss for words. No need to say anything. I do not blame you. Lan Chu snapped out of a reverie, aware that this was not Zhang Yang's fault. That is good. By the way, my clothes have been shredded. Could you lend me something to wear? Zhang Yang inquired. Lan Chu looked at the remnants of fabric scattered on the ground. Her cheeks flushed as she recalled her earlier reckless behavior, feeling an embarrassment that made her wish to vanish into the ground. This is terrible. After my wild actions, he must have misunderstood me, she murmured, her blush deepening. Sister? Zhang Yang called out, noticing Lan Chu once again lost in thought. Oh, I'll go fetch something for you right now, she said, snapping back to reality and hurriedly getting out of bed to dress and find some clothes. However, as she took a few steps, she accidentally stepped on a piece of torn fabric, slipping and falling backward. Zhang Yang, quick on his feet, caught her just in time. In the evening, Zhang Yang emerged from the cellar, inhaling the cool evening air and feeling refreshed. Lan Chu followed closely behind, her cheeks still flushed, now resembling a bashful young girl. Zhang Gu, what were you doing in the cellar? You only just emerged, remarked the brothers Xia Shang and Xia Luo, with Xia Shang expressing discontent. I was detoxifying my sister, Zhang Yang replied. Detoxifying? What poison takes so long to work out? Xia Shang questioned skeptically. A particularly difficult poison that requires full concentration. It's quite exhausting, Zhang Yang explained. Exhausting? I can't help but feel you look better than before after detoxifying, Xia Shang remarked. Why are you rambling? What is it you want? Zhang Yang could no longer tolerate the incessant chatter, recognizing him as a naif. It must be Zhang Gu. Someone who can produce a manual for youthful cultivation must have engaged in many challenging feats, Xia Luo thought, growing even more respectful of Zhang Yang. Seeing Xia Luo's knowing expression, Lan Chu felt a wave of shyness wash over her, her blush blooming like a flower. Unable to control herself, she pinched Zhang Yang at the waist. The sudden sharp pain made Zhang Yang grimace. Lan Chu, why are you pinching me? Zhang Shang asked, having witnessed her covert action. Slap. Xia Luo smacked the back of Xia Shang's head, unable to restrain himself from scolding. Why do you have to say so much? Hurry up and get to the point. Xia Shang rubbed the sore spot, lamenting, I'm already so dull. Why do you keep hitting me? Xia Luo was left speechless. Previously, we dispatched a large number of personnel from the Fengsheng to search for the assailant, but we still have not found him. However, we did locate Lu Bo's son and daughter-in-law, Xia Shang reported. The assailant must possess formidable strength. Otherwise, he could not have escaped so easily. It feels as though a mysterious, powerful force is targeting you. Zhang Yang. You must be cautious, Xia Luo warned. Zhang Yang fell into contemplation, unable to ascertain who might be targeting him. What about Lu Bo's son and daughter-in-law? Zhang Yang inquired. They are at the Jinbao Pavilion, Xia Luo replied. The other three exchanged glances before following suit. Young master, please punish us, the guard outside the cell said. What happened? Zhang Yang furrowed his brow. We failed to keep watch over Lu Bo. He committed suicide in his cell, the guard explained. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang rushed to Lu Bo's cell, only to find him slumped on the floor, a pool of blood staining the wall. Sighing inwardly, Zhang Yang said, Give Lu Bo a proper burial and inform his descendants of this news. The guard immediately set about handling Lu Bo's affairs. Moments later, Xia Luo's voice broke the silence. Zhang Yang, There is news I have yet to share with you, he said. Please do tell, Zhang Yang replied, shaking off his thoughts. Today I received word that a great tomb has appeared near Su City, rumored to belong to a powerful military general. I believe you should pay a visit, Xiao Luo suggested. What do you mean by that? Zhang Yang asked. Typically, such tombs contain rare treasures that can aid in your cultivation. However, the most significant aspect is that I have heard there may be many by Ling Dan within the tomb. This elixir can help you break through the barriers of a grand martial master, Xiao Luo elaborated. Upon hearing the term by Ling Dan, Zhang Yang's previously calm demeanor finally exhibited a flicker of excitement. He understood that the path to advancing from a martial master to a grand martial master was obstructed by an insurmountable barrier, and many had perished while struggling at the 9th level of martial master, unable to make the leap. Are you not going? Zhang Yang noted that Xiao Luo had not mentioned his intention to go. Zhang, it is different for you. If you go, no one will recognize you. Making it relatively safer, Xiao Luo explained. Zhang Yang considered this, realizing the logic in it, and then turned to Lan Chu, asking, Sister, will you go? I will not. I wish to stay in Qingshan City and accompany my mother, Lan Chu replied. Zhang Yang nodded, understanding that such matters should not be forced. By the way, I have heard that the ancient tomb may also contain the legendary Taiqing Xianshui, but this is merely a rumor, and I cannot ascertain its truth, Xiao Luo added. Zhang Yang nodded in agreement. I will also strive to break through my own realm, ensuring that I do not become a burden, Lan Chu declared. Oh right, Zhang Shidi. Rest assured, I will send royal guards to protect your Zhang family while you are away, Xiao Luo assured. Zhang Yang nodded, feeling more at ease knowing that the royal family and the Shaoxian sect would safeguard his family. Chapter 96. Ping's Hongjin, the following morning. Zhang Yang bid farewell to Lan Chu and departed Qingshan City aboard the flying ship gifted by Xiao Luo. As Su City lay beyond the borders of the Daxia Empire, his journey would take at least 10 days. Standing on the deck, he gazed at the swiftly retreating landscape, murmuring to himself to stand out in the Wanchao War. I must take this risk. Going alone to the great tomb, especially in a foreign land, was indeed perilous. At that moment, Wukong suddenly appeared on Zhang Yang's shoulder. His expression unusually serious. I need the Taiqing Xianshui, he stated. This was the first time Zhang Yang had seen Wukong so earnest, and he inquired, what do you need it for? Taiqing Xianshui can refine the soul. The reason I cannot leave the Chaos Cauldron for too long is that my soul has sustained serious damage. I require the cauldron to stabilize it, Wukong explained. You didn't say that before, Zhang Yang remarked. That was merely to mislead you. At that time, you were far too weak, and telling you would have been pointless. Wukong replied. Zhang Yang felt a wave of humiliation wash over him at Wukong's words. I sense you are belittling me, he retorted. Though Wukong had deceived him, he bore no real grudge, recognizing the help Wukong had provided him. I speak only the truth. You are indeed too weak, Wukong stated. I won't go. You can find the Taiqing Xianshui yourself, Zhang Yang snapped. Then I shall reveal what transpired between you and Lan Chu that night, Wukong threatened. You saw that. Zhang Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. I did not see it, but I heard a little, Wukong replied. However, I cannot be held responsible for this. I do not wish to listen either, yet the noise is too overwhelming. Wukong remarked. Zhang Yang. After the 10th, Zhang Yang arrived near Suchong, promptly storing his spacecraft and hastily entering the city. Unaware of the precise location of the ancient tomb, he felt compelled to gather information within the city. He deliberately sought out the most opulent tavern in Suchong, understanding that such establishments were ideal for acquiring intelligence. It was just past noon when he entered the tavern, immediately assaulted by the cacophony within, which caused him a headache. Nevertheless, he recognized he had chosen the right venue. Zhang Yang settled into a corner, and soon a waiter approached, inquiring, What can I get for you, esteemed guest? Please bring me a selection of appetizers, Zhang Yang replied. Certainly, the waiter responded before turning to leave. Wait a moment. I would also like a bunch of bananas, Zhang Yang called out to the waiter. The waiter paused, then glanced at Wukong perched on Zhang Yang's shoulder, his expression shifting to one of understanding. The waiter quickly returned with the dishes, which included a fragrant bunch of bananas. Were those patrons discussing so animatedly? Zhang Yang inquired. Those individuals are the nobility of Suchong, and I cannot divulge their conversations, the waiter replied, displaying a look of discomfort. Observing the waiter's expression, Zhang Yang realized what was on his mind. He discreetly placed some silver coins into the waiter's hand. Smiling, Is it more convenient now? Quite so, the waiter beamed. You may be unaware, but a tomb of a martial arts master has recently emerged at Pingyongjin, about 100 miles from Suchong, and many have already rushed there, the waiter explained. Why aren't the nobles going then? Zhang Yang asked. Because the tomb won't open for another 2 days, and this event has created quite a stir, attracting even prodigies from other countries, the waiter elaborated. A mere tomb has managed to draw visitors from foreign lands? Zhang Yang expressed his surprise. Such sites are inherently perilous. Even if one manages to enter, the chance of gaining fortune is uncertain. Had he not known what lay within, he would not have come at all. It is said that the tomb contains a multitude of Bailing Dan, which is why most of those coming are young prodigies, the waiter added. Zhang Yang nodded, recognizing this information aligned with what he had learned. After lingering in the tavern for a while and gathering more insights from the nobles, he summoned the waiter to settle the bill. That will be a total of 1,000 taels, the waiter stated. Zhang Yang was taken aback. Were these meager dishes truly so expensive? Please don't misunderstand. The total for the dishes is 50 taels, but the bananas alone cost 950 taels. The waiter explained with a smile. What kind of ridiculous bananas are these? Zhang Yang was speechless, yet he ultimately paid the bill. Wukong, meanwhile, relished the bananas, exclaiming how sweet they were. Had he not acquired some silver during the defeat of the Huang Xiong clans, he might have had to dine and dash today because of those bananas. Zhang Yang left the tavern and swiftly made his way toward Pingyongjin based on the information he had gathered. He moved with great speed and soon arrived at Pingyongjin. Upon his arrival, he discovered that the so-called Pingyongjin was actually a vast lake, one that stretched endlessly. The shores were already teeming with people, and Zhang Yang could clearly discern the various factions among them. A submerged tomb. How unusual, Wukong muttered. What is the difference? Zhang Yang questioned. A submerged tomb is typically difficult to detect unless it emerges on its own. Moreover, there's a high probability that such tombs have never been explored, making them potentially very dangerous, Wukong explained. Zhang Yang nodded and approached the crowd. He needed to gather more information. As he stepped into the periphery of the group, he fortuitously overheard the news he sought. Have you heard? This time, the tomb's emergence seems to have stirred a great many people. Even those from surrounding cities have come. Not just from near Suchong. I've heard prodigies from other countries have also arrived. It seems this tomb expedition will be quite brutal. Even the renowned 4 young masters of Suchong are here, and they have all reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of martial artistry, surely aiming to acquire by Ling Dan to break through to the grand martial artist realm. Indeed, for those of us with comparatively lesser strength, it would be wiser to seek out scraps. That would be safer. Listening to their discussions, Zhang Yang mused. This expedition into the secret realm will likely be extremely fierce. Besides the 4 young masters, there must be many other prodigies from various nations hiding among the crowd. Just as Zhang Yang pondered this, he spotted a young, portly figure with a round face and wearing a Taoist robe approaching him. This rotund individual was holding a whisk and muttering something under his breath, appearing somewhat comical. Chapter 97. The Tomb Opens. The chubby man's appearance was rather unsightly, and his Taoist attire indicated he was not a trustworthy character. Wukong scolded from Zhang Yang's shoulder. Zhang Yang nodded in agreement, as it was rare for him and Wukong to share a consensus. I believe I just heard you speaking ill of me, the chubby Taoist said with a grin as he approached Zhang Yang and Wukong. He then removed his hat, revealing his shiny bald head, and offered a bow to both Zhang Yang and Wukong. This rotund fellow is surprisingly agile for his size, Wukong remarked. Your monkey face looks rather ominous, indicating impending misfortune, the chubby Taoist observed as he scrutinized Wukong. You, fat Taoist, your complexion appears green, suggesting you might be facing a green hat situation in the future. Wukong retorted. I am unmarried. Therefore, the notion of a green hat does not apply to me. The chubby Taoist replied nonchalantly. Just as Wukong was about to exchange further insults with the chubby Taoist, Zhang Yang interjected. Addressing the Taoist, you don't appear to be from this country. You jest. You also do not seem to belong here, the chubby Taoist replied with a slight smile. Zhang Yang narrowed his eyes, recognizing that this Taoist was not someone to be trifled with and always sought to gain an advantage in conversation. However, Zhang Yang was no pushover either, and just as he prepared to retort, the lake's surface suddenly began to tremble violently, waves crashing against the shores. The tomb has opened early, someone exclaimed. Zhang Yang was startled by the commotion, and before anyone could react, the chubby Taoist vanished in a flash, diving into the lake. This rotund fellow is surprisingly agile. Wukong cursed. Someone has entered secretly. Everyone, rush in. If we delay, that fellow will seize all the treasures. Zhang Yang shouted. Upon hearing this, the crowd reacted instantly, rushing toward the lake. Aren't you going in? Wukong asked, puzzled. Not yet. Treasures are not easily obtained, and that chubby fellow is quite cunning. Let us allow the crowd to deal with him first, Zhang Yang replied. Wukong nodded in agreement. Once the lake calmed, Zhang Yang steeled himself and waded into the water, swimming toward the depths. Upon reaching the lake's bottom, he discovered a massive whirlpool. Could this be the entrance to the tomb? Zhang Yang pondered, then plunged into the whirlpool. Upon entering, he felt a disorienting shift and soon found himself in a pitch-black cavern, with water droplets continuously dripping from the rocky walls. Is this beneath the lake? Zhang Yang speculated. If it weren't beneath the riverbed, the humidity in this cavern would be impossible. At that moment, he noticed several individuals rushing toward him from a distance, their faces marked by panic. As Zhang Yang observed, he suddenly heard a thunderous rumbling sound approaching from afar, and upon closer inspection, he finally understood why these individuals appeared so alarmed. A colossal black crab, towering several meters high and approximately 10 meters wide, charged towards him, stirring up a cloud of dust from the ground. Goodness, what a massive seafood delight! Zhang Yang exclaimed, having always had a penchant for seafood, but never having encountered one of such formidable size. The crab moved with astonishing speed, quickly catching up to the fleeing crowd, its enormous pincers swinging at those who attempted to escape. With a thunderous crash, one unfortunate soul was smashed into a gruesome pulp as the pincers collided with the throng, sending the remaining individuals into a panic, urging them to flee even faster toward Zhang Yang. Look at that fool. Let him block the crab for us. One person shouted as they noticed Zhang Yang standing there, seemingly oblivious. His companion nodded in agreement, and they surged towards Zhang Yang. You're being called a fool. They're planning to use you as a diversion, Wukong cautioned. I can hear just fine, Zhang Yang retorted. This brother, please lend us your strength. We shall repay you after we escape. The man, now closing in on Zhang Yang, tried to appear sincere. He genuinely thinks you're a fool, Wukong remarked. Very well, Zhang Yang replied with a smile, though the Xiantian stone sword had already materialized in his grasp. Faster, that idiot has fallen for it. We can use him to delay the crab's advance, the man whispered to his companions. Who would have thought we'd encounter such a simpleton at a time like this? Only heaven could be conspiring to keep us alive, another chuckled. As they approached Zhang Yang, the foremost among them yelled, Brother, help me. Of course, Zhang Yang responded. With a swift motion, the man's head was sent flying. The faces of his two companions turned ashen. One of them shouted angrily, What do you mean by that? Just illustrating who the real fool is, Zhang Yang sneered. Upon hearing this, the two others' expressions darkened. They had not anticipated that Zhang Yang had seen through their ruse. Then we'll die together. They both charged at Zhang Yang simultaneously. With a swift strike, Zhang Yang severed their heads with ease. With your meager intelligence, you dare to scheme against me? Zhang Yang scoffed, turning his attention towards the massive crab. As the giant crab swung its claw at Zhang Yang, he plunged the sword directly into its shell. With a resounding crack, Zhang Yang cleaved through the shell. Not pausing in his onslaught, he struck again, severing the crab's claw. After a flurry of strikes, the entire crab was dismantled before him. Would you care for taste? Zhang Yang asked Wukong, sheathing his sword. Raw? Wukong queried in confusion. This is called sashimi, Zhang Yang explained, proceeding to extract and consume the flesh from the claw. My goodness! The texture and flavor are undoubtedly superior to that of Blue Star. Zhang Yang marveled as he savored the delicacy. Seeing Zhang Yang so immersed in enjoyment, Wukong soon joined him, and within 10 minutes, the two had entirely devoured the crab. After finishing, Zhang Yang let out a satisfied belch and continued deeper into the cavern. Soon, he arrived at a fork in the path, presenting him with 3 passageways. Choosing one at random, he dashed inside. Emerging from the tunnel, Zhang Yang found himself in a far larger cavern, where the sounds of intense combat reached his ears. Peering toward the source, he beheld over 100 individuals engaged in a fierce battle against a dozen massive lobsters. Lobsters! The Bailing Dan is over there. Wukong alerted him. Following Wukong's indication, Zhang Yang noticed a towering pillar, over 10 zhang high, adorned with 3 azure pills, but it was protected by formation. He realized that without eliminating the lobsters, obtaining the pills would be impossible. Chapter 98. Trapped. Zhang Yang did not rush forward to seize the opportunity. Instead, he opted for a concealed corner to observe. The sheer number of combatants and their division into several factions made it clear that rushing in would be folly. Only fools would act so recklessly. As he surveyed the unfolding battle, he edged further into his hiding spot. Suddenly, he felt something pressing against his chest, followed by a faint explosion. Startled, he discovered that he had inadvertently come upon a woman hidden in the corner. She was fairly attractive, though marred by a face full of blemishes, and their eyes locked in a frosty stare. Looking down, Zhang Yang noticed that what should have been two peaks had now become one, the other having deflated. A fake, he realized, startled. The sound he heard earlier was evidently that of inflation. Have you seen enough? The woman asked coldly. My apologies, Zhang Yang replied, attempting to back away. As he moved, the other side burst as well. He halted abruptly, the air thick with awkwardness. If I said it was unintentional, would you believe me? He asked sheepishly. What do you think? She retorted icily. At least I'm not pressing against you now. Zhang Yang chuckled awkwardly. Why are you hiding here instead of competing for the Bai Ling Dan? She inquired. For the same reason as you, he replied. The woman fell silent for a moment before saying, with your strength, you likely won't be able to seize the Bai Ling Dan. What do you mean? Zhang Yang asked. Surely you've heard of the four young masters? She stated. Zhang Yang nodded. Cheng Yang and Zhou Weidong are here and belong to the same faction. The Bai Ling Dan will most likely end up in their hands, she explained. Oh, Zhang Yang acknowledged. The woman's frustration grew as she noticed his nonchalant demeanor. What else with that attitude? Don't you want a Bai Ling Dan? She exclaimed. Of course I do, Zhang Yang replied. Then you should find a way to take it before they eliminate the other cultivators. It will be too late otherwise, she urged, her expression growing anxious. If you want it so badly, why aren't you going after it? Zhang Yang countered. I'm not foolish enough to fall for your tricks, she said. The two young masters are too strong. I'm no match for them, she sighed. That's fine. I'll give you one afterward, Zhang Yang laughed. The two inflatable cushions on the woman felt oddly familiar to him, and he felt a twinge of guilt for having inadvertently caused their rupture. Your audacity indicates that you're not from Sioux City. You clearly lack understanding of what the four young masters represent. They are rare prodigies in Sioux City, having reached the peak of Martial Master Level 9 at such a young age, rendering them nearly invincible among their peers, even suppressing the younger generations from more than a dozen surrounding cities. She spoke with admiration. From what you've said, their strength does seem considerable, Zhang Yang remarked. Brother, you are merely at Martial Master Level 7. How can you exude such confidence? She looked at him incredulously. Just then, a series of explosions reverberated through the cavern. Zhang Yang and the woman exchanged alarmed glances, then turned in unison towards the battlefield. In the time they had been conversing, the two young masters had decimated the remaining combatants and were now advancing towards the Bai Ling Dan. Impressive, the woman gasped, before her words had fully escaped her lips. Zhang Yang had already vanished from his spot. So fast, she exclaimed, her eyes wide in astonishment as she beheld Zhang Yang materialize behind the two young masters. Hearing the commotion behind them, the two young masters swiftly turned to face Zhang Yang, with Zhou Weidong sneering, Kid, I advise you to scram quickly, where you'll find only death awaits you. Why waste words with him, Zhou? Just eliminate him. Cheng Yang scoffed. Zhang Yang secretly scoffed as he brandished the innate stone sword. But just then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. An overweight figure clad in a Taoist robe abruptly appeared beside the stone pillar. With a series of hand gestures, the formation inscribed upon the pillar vanished in an instant, and the rotund Taoist soared into the air, reaching for the three Bai Ling Dan. Damn fatty! Zhang Yang cursed vehemently. Brother Zhang, I shall take my leave first. I will bring you the other two pills after I'm out. This poor monk departs. The chubby Taoist flashed a grin at Zhang Yang before vanishing into thin air. Damn it! Zhang Yang fumed, realizing that the Taoist had clearly set him up. As expected, the two young masters immediately turned their fiery gazes upon Zhang Yang upon hearing the Taoist's remarks. We have toiled here for so long, only to be outwitted by you. Cheng Yang growled. Let's kill him together and then deal with that fat Taoist. Zhou Weidong seethed with rage. The two, renowned as the four young masters, felt a deep sense of humiliation at being so openly deceived. Zhang Yang, equally enraged, had not anticipated such a trick from the Taoist. As the two advanced toward him, his fury intensified, and he coldly declared, What foolish brutes! You don't even know who has deceived you, yet you dare to call yourselves the four young masters. I see you as nothing more than two dim-witted donkeys. With that, Zhang Yang unleashed a sword strike fueled by his wrath, and in a flash of chilling white light, the heads of the two young masters fell to the ground. Without pausing, Zhang Yang raced toward another cave, aware that the chubby Taoist had not left and was likely still within the grand tomb. A woman hiding in the shadows was utterly stunned as she witnessed Zhang Yang slay the four young masters, whom she admired greatly. Upon regaining her composure, she felt a dark shadow flash past her, and the cave fell silent, leaving only Zhang Yang's lingering words. The Bai Ling Dan is still owed. I must first catch that fat Taoist. As she gazed at Zhang Yang's retreating figure, she murmured to herself, "This individual appears to possess the strength of merely a 7th-level martial master, yet he can slay two young masters with a single sword strike. What a prodigy!" Zhang Yang's prowess shattered her previous understanding, revealing to her the truth that there are always greater forces beyond one's own. The four young masters, hailed as a rarity in a century, paled in comparison to Zhang Yang. Chapter 99. You have a good sister. Why can this fat Taoist vanish into thin air? Zhang Yang mused as he dashed forward. He must be a formation master, endowed with an extraordinarily strong soul force, possibly possessing some supreme constitution, Yukong speculated. Zhang Yang was taken aback. He hadn't expected the Taoist to be so formidable. Soon, he arrived at the second cave, where he encountered a scene of carnage. The ground was strewn with corpses, and only a dozen or so individuals remained engaged in fierce combat over the three Bai Ling Dan. The others paid little attention to Zhang Yang's sudden appearance, dismissing him as merely one person. The fat Taoist is not here. Zhang Yang frowned. He must have gone to another cave. If my conjecture is correct, the Tai Ching Xian Shui should be located in that cave. Hurry and retrieve those Bai Ling Dan. We must rush to the last cave. This cunning fat Taoist should not be allowed to snatch them away. Yukong urged anxiously. The Tai Ching Xian Shui was of paramount importance to him. Zhang Yang nodded and charged toward the stone pillar enveloped in the formation. The combatants, seeing Zhang Yang rush toward the pillar, did not attempt to stop him, believing the formation to be too intricate to break. Zhang Yang swiftly reached the pillar and struck at the formation with his sword. Bang! The formation was cleaved apart by Zhang Yang's sheer force, and he seized the three Bai Ling Dan, immediately dashing toward the exit. The fighters halted in their tracks, having previously tried unsuccessfully to breach the formation. Zhang Yang, however, had effortlessly cleaved it open. Stop! The individuals rushed to block Zhang Yang's path. Do not obstruct me. Zhang Yang's voice was icy. We have battled fiercely for a long time, and you expect me to simply take what is mine and leave? Such a thing is utterly preposterous. One of them scoffed. Zhu Gongzi, Wang Gongzi, unless we temporarily set aside our grievances and join forces to eliminate this brat, we shall not have a chance at the Bai Ling Dan. A man in black proposed. That suits me perfectly. Zhu Gongzi laughed heartily. With that, they prepared to encircle Zhang Yang. The two factions had not taken Zhang Yang too seriously, considering him merely one individual. Their primary goal was to seize the Bai Ling Dan, and whoever obtained it first would secure the advantage. Wait! Just as they prepared to strike Zhang Yang, a girl with a freckled face rushed into the cave. What are you doing here? Hurry and leave. Zhu Gongzi exclaimed in anger. The freckled girl was his sister. Ignoring the warning, she approached Zhu Gongzi, her expression grave. Brother, you must not engage him. Trust me. Wang Gongzi could not help but chuckle. Zhu, what has your sister done? Is this fellow her lover? The others joined in laughter. What nonsense! You should leave immediately. Zhu Gongzi frowned. His sister usually obeyed him, but today she seemed unusually stubborn. No, you are my brother. I cannot allow you to meet your demise, the freckled girl asserted, pulling Zhu Gongzi toward the exit. Nonsense. Zhu Gongzi forcefully shook off her grip, his expression furious. The Bai Ling Dan was too vital to him. If he could not acquire it today, it would be challenging to obtain in the future. If you do not come with me, I will take my own life. The freckled girl brandished a dagger, pressing it against her throat, her eyes pleading. You! Zhu Gongzi was filled with rage. Zhu, you should heed your sister's advice and leave. There will be other opportunities for the Bai Ling Dan, Wang Gongzi mocked. Although they were known as the Four Young Masters, they were also competitors, and their collaboration in pursuit of the Bai Ling Dan was merely temporary. The other faction was more direct, with one person taunting, hurry up and leave, or your sister will be gone too. Ha ha ha. These bastards. Zhu Gongzi trembled with anger. What kind of Zhu Gongzi are you? With such a fragile resolve, you aspire to become a top-tier powerhouse? You are merely dreaming. Wang Gongzi scoffed as he watched Zhu Gongzi being dragged away by his sister. Zhu Gongzi hesitated, his expression darkening. Sister, I'm doing this for your own good. If you do not believe me, stay and see for yourself. You will understand why I forbade you from acting. The freckled girl insisted. Hearing this, Zhu Gongzi paused, moving to a corner of the cave with her. He felt deeply reluctant, wanted to witness just how powerful Zhang Yang was to warrant such insistence from his sister. Observing Zhu Gongzi standing aside, a member of the opposing faction could not resist mocking. Do watch closely. This Bai Ling Dan is destined to be beyond your reach. As his words fell, everyone charged toward Zhang Yang. Wang Gongzi, not wanting to lag, accelerated to his utmost speed. He had to be the first to slay Zhang Yang, to secure the Bai Ling Dan firmly in his grasp. Throughout it all, Zhang Yang remained silent. Yet, unbeknownst to him, his innate stone sword was entwined with red and black energies, emanating a destructive aura. As the assailants advanced, Zhang Yang remained motionless. Sister, have you truly misjudged him? They are nearly upon him, and he stands there like a fool. Zhu Gongzi lamented, regretting heeding his sister's advice. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a tremendous noise echoed within the cave, startling Zhu Gongzi. He immediately turned his gaze towards Zhang Yang, and in the next moment, his face was etched with terror. Zhang Yang had unleashed a sword strike, and dark red energies surged forth, instantly engulfing all those who dared charge at him. As the violent energies dissipated, everyone, including Wang Gongzi, had been reduced to ashes, vanishing within the cave. After completing this formidable act, Zhang Yang approached the freckled girl and directly handed her a Bai Ling Dan, stating, "This is what I promised you." He then turned to the still astonished Zhu Gongzi and remarked, "You have a good sister. Otherwise, you would have met your demise." With that, Zhang Yang departed, racing towards the third cave, leaving behind only the freckled girl and Zhu Gongzi. Sister, slap me. I wish to see if I'm still dreaming, Zhu Gongzi exclaimed, his eyes wide as he stared at the battlefield's previous location. You are not dreaming. He is indeed that powerful, the freckled girl replied. Previously, Zhang Yang and the two other prominent young masters were swiftly defeated by him with a single sword strike. Upon hearing this, Zhu Gongzi grasped the freckled girl's hand tightly, exclaiming, "You truly are a good sister. Had you not forcefully pulled me along, I would be dead by now." As he spoke, tears welled in his eyes. The earlier display of Zhang Yang's might profoundly unsettling him. Chapter 100. Which bastard dares to deceive this master? Do you possess any means to deal with this fat fool? Let's not allow him to escape again. Zhang Yang inquired as he made his way towards the third cave. Rest assured, I have a plan for this fat fool. Wukong replied with a mischievous grin. Zhang Yang soon arrived at the third cave, which was noticeably smaller than the previous ones, and witnessed a fierce battle raging within. Goodness, they're all formidable masters, Zhang Yang thought, quickly concealing himself as he entered. Hiding in the shadows, he carefully observed his surroundings, soon spotting a stone pillar within the cave. However, instead of elixirs, a water tank rested atop it, continuously emitting radiant light. This must be Tai Ching Xianshui, Zhang Yang whispered. This fat fool must have employed some form of invisibility array. With his greedy nature, he would never relinquish Tai Ching Xianshui, Wukong noted. After entering, Wukong had been searching for the portly Taoist, but had yet to find him. Subsequently, Wukong gently tossed a small orb near the stone pillar, the minuscule bead attracting no attention from the others. What is this? Zhang Yang inquired, curiosity piqued. This is a breaking invisibility pearl. As soon as this fat fool dares to use an invisibility array, I will shatter it. Wukong chuckled. Are you certain it will be effective? Zhang Yang questioned, his skepticism evident, for the fat fool possessed formidable spiritual power. Fear not, this trinket is specifically designed to counter him. Moreover, even if he manages to break free, the pearl will leave a mark on him, ensuring he understands what it means to be truly outmaneuvered. Wukong declared confidently. Upon hearing Wukong's assurance, Zhang Yang felt a sense of relief wash over him, though anticipation flickered on his face. Wait for it, fat fool. Zhang Yang gritted his teeth. As Zhang Yang and Wukong devised their strategy against the portly Taoist, the battle within the cave approached its climax. The clash among the dozen or so grand masters was brutal, and while Zhang Yang had entered with numerous contenders, only 3 remained locked in combat. The time is ripe. This fat fool is bound to appear soon, Zhang Yang murmured, his eyes fixed intently on the distant stone pillar. True to his expectations, Zhang Yang soon noticed a corner of the cave where the air shimmered slightly, and a plump figure stealthily emerged, cautiously approaching the stone pillar. "He has arrived," Zhang Yang whispered, locking his gaze onto the portly Taoist, a fire of vengeance igniting in his eyes. The portly Taoist was now beside the stone pillar, carefully deciphering the array. The small orb quietly rolled towards him, soon adhering to his clothing, entirely unnoticed by the Taoist. In no time, the portly Taoist successfully dismantled the array and began to climb the pillar cautiously, managing to avoid alerting the three grandmasters. This fellow has some skills, managing to move without alarming those three grandmasters. He seems to be a habitual offender. Zhang Yang seethed. At that moment, the portly Taoist had ascended to the top of the stone pillar and was quietly cradling the tank containing Taiqing Xianshui, a triumphant expression on his face. Just as he prepared to conceal the tank and escape using the invisibility array, a small stone suddenly flew in from afar, striking the tank with a resounding thud. Zhang Yang had thrown the stone, determined not to let the portly Taoist escape so easily. The sound echoed throughout the cave, and the Taoist's previously smug grin froze in place. However, he reacted swiftly, hastily stowing the tank and attempting to use the invisibility array to escape. The remaining three grandmasters, having noticed the portly Taoist, shouted in fury, "This fat fool dares to sneak away with Taiqing Xianshui while we battle ferociously. Such an act is utterly unforgivable." The three grandmasters charged towards the portly Taoist, their faces alight with rage. At that moment, the Taoist had hastily set up the invisibility array. His legs vanished from sight, soon followed by his midsection. "Pardon me, esteemed sirs, but I must take my leave." The portly Taoist chuckled, a proud expression adorning his face. "Break!" Wukong, observing the Taoist's arrogance, smirked, quickly reciting an incantation. The portly Taoist, having finished laughing, leaped from a stone pillar and swaggered towards the cave's entrance. Yet, he soon sensed something amiss. The three grandmasters were still rapidly approaching him. Upon reaching the opposite side of the cave, he noticed that they had pivoted in his direction. "This is bad." The portly Taoist realized his invisibility array had certainly malfunctioned. He quickly produced a mirror and gazed into it. "Damn it," he cursed, discovering through the mirror that he had not fully succeeded in becoming invisible. His body had vanished, leaving only his large, round head exposed. "Which bastard dares to deceive this master? If I find out who it is, I will surely dig up your ancestral grave." The portly Taoist shouted angrily. As the three grandmasters unleashed their attacks upon him, he reacted with remarkable speed, narrowly dodging their strikes. Zhang Yang and Wukong then witnessed a rather peculiar sight. Three grandmasters were in hot pursuit of a large pig's head, which flitted about in the air, cursing the individual who had tricked him while simultaneously conjuring various magical treasures to fend off the attacks. Quickly seize this portly Taoist. He possesses countless magical treasures. One of the grandmasters shouted, as they beheld the portly Taoist summon an array of treasures. Even if they were to be destroyed by their combined efforts, he would still produce more bizarre artifacts, causing the Grand Master's eyes to turn green with envy. As the intensity of the Grand Master's attacks escalated, the portly Taoist, despite being laden with treasures, found himself unable to withstand the pressure, realizing he was on the brink of collapse. "To the one who deceived me, I swear we shall never coexist," he bellowed, lamenting his dreadful misfortune. He had come to this grand tomb and acquired only a few by Lingdon and a tank of Taiqing Xianshui. Yet to counter the combined assaults of the three grandmasters, he had sacrificed many treasures. Hiding in shadows, Zhang Yang and Wukong watched with great amusement as the plump Taoist met his unfortunate fate. However, at that moment, they suddenly noticed the Taoist's large head plunge into the ground, vanishing without a trace. He had employed the technique of Shuo Di Chung Si Yuan. "We must pursue him quickly. The orb is still with him, and I know his location. He cannot escape," Wukong urged. Zhang Yang nodded and immediately dashed out of the cave, following Wukong's directions towards the plump Taoist. "That fat fool dares to deceive me. I shall surely flay him alive today," Zhang Yang muttered as he swiftly exited the Grand Tomb. Chapter 101. The unfortunate plump Taoist Zhang Yang burst forth from the lake's surface and, guided by Wukong, sped towards the distance. He weaved through the forest and soon arrived at the base of a giant tree, where he discovered a concealed hole. "He is certainly cunning. I did not expect he would have prepared a hideout here." Shuo Di Chang Siyuan must have pinpointed this very spot, Zhang Yang murmured before leaping into the deep pit. Upon entering the pit, he found himself enveloped in darkness. Carefully, he groped his way forward, quickly noticing flickering flames in the distance. Zhang Yang approached the source of the light, and soon discovered a small hidden cave. Peering inside, he beheld a corpulent figure, blood at the corner of his mouth. Changing his garments. Once dressed, the plump Taoist retrieved a handful of healing elixirs from his spatial ring, stuffing them into his mouth without a second thought. As he chewed, he cursed, "This Taoist has truly been duped. Let me discover which scoundrel tricked me, and if I catch him, I shall strip him bare and hang him up to be punished." Zhang Yang, concealed outside the cave, observed the plump Taoist's back, his eyes glimmering like stars in the night. This greedy fool is quite wealthy, treating Zhaoyuan Dan as mere candy. It was known that for practitioners at the Martial Master and Grand Martial Master levels, Zhaoyuan Dan was a miraculous healing remedy. Even the gravest wounds would heal with just 2 doses. However, Zhaoyuan Dan had its drawbacks. It was exceedingly expensive, making it unattainable for most cultivators. An excessive consumption could lead to drowsiness. As expected, the plump Taoist soon succumbed to slumber after devouring too many elixirs. Seeing this, Zhang Yang entered the cave, kicking the Taoist twice with his foot. The Taoist's corpulent body merely jiggled slightly, showing no signs of waking. This fool surely did not anticipate that someone could find him, which is why he consumed so many Zhaoyuan Dan, Yukong remarked. Zhang Yang then seized the Taoist's spatial ring and began to examine its contents. Good heavens, this glutton possesses quite a treasure trove, Zhang Yang exclaimed, promptly handing a water jar to Yukong. Could you refrain from cursing me? Zhang Yang replied in exasperation. After storing the spatial ring, Zhang Yang prepared to depart. However, as he surveyed the cave one last time to ensure he hadn't overlooked anything valuable, he suddenly spotted something intriguing. This fat fool's clothing seems extraordinary. The material appears quite valuable and might fetch a good price. Zhang Yang muttered, swiftly stripping the Taoist of his garments, exposing a vast expanse of flesh before him. How unfortunate, he grumbled in disdain. Oh, this fabric of his trousers seems rather fine as well. Zhang Yang promptly removed the Taoist's pants. Lo and behold, this glutton is wearing gold-threaded undergarments. Does he not find them uncomfortable? Zhang Yang mused, and he proceeded to remove the Taoist's undergarments as well. Zhang Yang stored the Taoist's clothing and undergarments in his spatial ring, and just as he was about to leave, his gaze fell upon the Taoist's hat. Having stripped him so thoroughly, I might as well take this hat as well. He removed the hat, revealing the Taoist's bald head. Wait a moment. I recall the plump Taoist just mentioned wanting to hang the culprit and punish him. Could he be referring to me? Zhang Yang pondered. He then found a rope and hoisted the Taoist upside down. The plump figure dangled in midair, swaying with the rope. Zhang Yang dusted off his hands with satisfaction. Glancing at the Taoist's lower half, he chuckled. Though it may be small, perhaps this is what they call a sliding bird. After giving the Taoist a playful shove, the hefty body swayed in the air. I will let you off this time, fat fool. I hope that when we meet again, you will bring me even more treasures. Zhang Yang chuckled, patting the Taoist's face before leaving the cave. As he emerged, he was greeted by a throng of excited disciples rushing towards him from all corners of the inner gate. Zhang Yang was taken aback, bewildered by their enthusiasm. Zhang Yang, it is known that you single-handedly toppled the Yusu Hall and the Qisha sect. You are a hero of our Shaoxian sect. Hero, hero, hero. The disciples surrounded Zhang Yang, their faces alight with fervor. I want to marry you, one exclaimed. No way. Zhang Yang is mine. If anyone is to marry him, it should be me first. Several female disciples began to argue, their emotions escalating. Yet, strangely, the quarrel lasted only a moment before they suddenly calmed and shifted to discussing who would take the lead in their hierarchy. The male disciples could only watch in astonishment. Unable to contain himself, Zhang Yang interjected, Sisters, have you considered my opinion during your discussions? Do not speak. We will discuss this after we finish. One female disciple snapped at him, returning to her debate with the others. Zhang Yang, come here. Suddenly, Gu Ming's voice called out. Upon hearing Gu Ming, Zhang Yang felt a wave of relief. Finally, someone came to his rescue. He quickly squeezed through the crowd towards the exit. Junior brother, do not leave. We have not finished discussing. One female disciple cried out as she noticed Zhang Yang trying to escape. Zhang Yang's face turned pale at the sight. Just moments ago, only a few female disciples were engaged in debate, but now there were dozens. Who could withstand such pressure? Sisters, Have you not considered whether I can handle this? Zhang Yang muttered under his breath, hastening his pace to break free from the throng. Junior brother, do not run away. The group of female disciples attempted to pursue him, but upon seeing the sect leader beside Zhang Yang, they halted in their tracks. Zhang Yang, relieved that they were not following, departed with Gu Ming. Zhang Yang, you are quite popular now, Gu Ming said with a smile. Master, please do not jest. They are merely caught up in a moment of excitement. They will soon calm down, Zhang Yang replied. You cannot escape. The sisters have lined up in order, one per month, and every day will be different. The voices of the female disciples echoed behind him. Hearing this, Zhang Yang felt a shudder run through him, quickening his pace even further.